Lin Yuan only saw a giant hawk with a wingspan of nearly 40 meters flying from the shore. It had dark brown feathers with a sharp metallic sheen. The color of its back feathers was darker, almost black. Instead, the color of its abdominal feathers was lighter, showing a coffee color. However, the giant hawk's head had golden plumes that were as sharp as a sword and created the sound of a sword piercing the air in flight. The sword feathers on both cheeks were erected, with a pair of sharp hawk's eyes, making this giant hawk with a wingspan of 40 meters look heroic and extraordinary. Lin Yuan used true data to check this giant hawk's attributes. Fey name: Sword Plume Sea Hawk, Fey species. Long Feathered Hawk/Sea Hawk, Fey grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fey type: Metal/Wind, Fey quality. Fantasy V. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that this Sword Plume Sea Hawk should have reached the barrier of breaking through to suzerain. It should be long before it broke through. Looking at the Sword Plume Sea Hawk flying toward him and the others, Lin Yuan knew that what should come finally came. The Sword Plume Sea Hawk withdrew its wings and landed on the desolate island where everyone was. The gusts of wind caused dozens of lightning-gathering moths to be blown hundreds of meters away before they were able to stabilize themselves. Zhou Luo immediately commanded the lava dragon lizard to go onto the shore and block before Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and listen. He fulfilled his duties as a white-clothed follower and also a servant. An old man and a middle-aged man dressed in half-armor jumped down from the outstanding Sword Plume Sea Hawk's back. When Lin Yuan saw this old man, an indistinct smile spread across his face. Wasn't this old man the same old man with a cedar aura following young Master Zheng back in the Indigo Azure Sea Market? He scanned the other middle-aged man wearing half-body armor and thought, did the Zheng family's third lineage send 2 Emperor-class experts at once with the intention of attacking me? How much did they want me to die? At this moment, the old man with a cedar aura had a straight back and an indifferent expression. His tone was gentle, as if he was talking to his own grandson. Not bad. All 3 of you are here. I don't have to bother with more work. After saying that, the old man with a straight back and a cedar aura glanced at the lava dragon lizard that was roaring violently and said with some regret, a diamond eye/fantasy eye lizard. It's somewhat weak. When Zhou Luo saw the Sword Plume Sea Hawk earlier and sensed its mightiness, he knew that the strength of this group of people was far from his own. However, he looked unwilling to be outdone. Zhou Luo knew that Lin Yuan had 2 myth breed Feys that could take human form hidden in the shadows. What else was there to worry about when there were 2 suzerain/myth breed Feys that could take human form and were at least myth 2 protecting them in the dark? Therefore, Zhou Luo said to the old man with the cedar aura without the slightest concern, Old man, your hair is white, your beard is white, your eyebrows are white, and you're a bit old. The old man with a straight back and a cedar aura did not react for a long time. It seemed that he didn't expect someone to speak to him like that. However, the middle-aged man in half-armor besides the old man frowned and responded, You dare talk back? Quickly leave this deserted island. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand when you lose your life. Zhou Luo was about to retort when Lin Yuan put his hand on his shoulder and patted twice. He stopped talking and immediately commanded the lava dragon lizard to retreat while he still blocked Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan was a little surprised at this point as the middle-aged man wearing half-armor wanted to drive them away, not directly kill them. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Was the middle-aged man in half-armor not from the 3rd lineage of the Zheng family? Immediately after that, he heard the old man with a straight back and cedar aura say, Duan He, there's no hurry. You don't have to rush to drive them away. I still have something to say to them. The middle-aged in half-armor clearly looked impatient and stored the Sword Plume Sea Hawk into his spiritual spatial zone with a wave of his hand. Lin Yuan took a step forward and asked with a smile on his face, Does your young Master Zhang want the mask on my face so badly that he rushed to send you to make another deal with me? A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face, but instead of answering his question, he asked, This huge indigo azure city has only ever had 3 trees that rise to the sky. Whether it's a dragon or snake, they can only coil on the branches of the trees in Indigo Azure City. Do you understand this principle? Lin Yuan smiled even brighter and replied, "Of course, I understand that. Which place does not have a tree that rises to the sky, and which tree doesn't have dragons or snakes? Self-righteous trees always forget to look at the top and think they are big trees when, in fact, they're actually covered by larger trees." Lin Yuan paused before saying, "Are the large trees that rise to the sky the Zheng family's main family or the third lineage? If it's the latter, the main family of the Zheng family won't be happy to know that the few branches that parasitize on the tree roots actually have the intention of growing into a big tree." The old man with a straight back and cedar turned solemn, and his voice seemed to be synchronized with the coldness of the cedar. "You have a tongue that will kill you at such a young age." Lin Yuan shook the wind-blown moon-white spirit chi clothes and asked instead, "Will I not attract a fatal disaster without this tongue?" At that moment, the middle-aged man in half-armor knitted his brows, looked at the old man beside him, and asked, "Zhao Hanzhong, what's going on? Didn't you ask me to help your Fey bear the world cleansing?" The old man with a straight back and a cedar aura looked at him apologetically and answered, "Duan He, this is Master's personal matter. Wait for a moment, and I'll instantly resolve this big personal matter. We can't taint this good place for world cleansing." The middle-aged snorted, walked a few steps away, and spoke. The middle-aged man in half-armor made no attempt to mince his words or hide his displeasure. "Jian Hanzhong, I only came to repay my debt. I have no intention of partaking in the matters of the Zheng family's third lineage." Duan He turned his attention back to Lin Yuan and the rest. Something serious must have happened. Otherwise, they would not have been pressed to dispatch Jian Hanzhong. As a mere collateral branch of the main family, the third lineage of the Zheng family would never send out their only emperor-class expert under normal circumstances. However, no matter how carefully Duan He scanned the group of young people standing in the near distance, he could not figure out in what way they would pose a large enough threat to warrant Jian Hanzhong stepping up. Jian Hanzhong was right. Despite the lava dragon lizard's exceptional skills, it ultimately lacked strength. The third lineage of the Zheng family had several king-class members. A single king-class expert should be sufficient to handle this group of people. Lin Yuan did not expect that Duan He was not actually part of the Zheng family. He had only come to aid the man known as Jian Hanzhong, who had the aroma of cedarwood wafting around him. He was going to assist Jian Hanzhong's contracted Fey in undergoing its world cleansing. Lin Yuan asked Duan He up front, "Senior Duan He, you are emperor-class yourself. If you really aren't part of the Zheng family, I hope you won't meddle in affairs which do not concern you." Duan He could not believe that the masked youth would call him out. Duan He replayed the young man's words in his mind. He was certain that he had sensed a veiled threat within the ostensibly polite statement. Duan He furrowed his brow and asked, "So what if I choose to interfere?" Lin Yuan regarded Duan He with a stony expression and punctuated each word as he replied, "Then you are making yourself an enemy of Sky City." At the mention of Sky City, the gears in Duan He's head started to turn. He realized that he had never heard of a faction called Sky City. However, he had no interest in participating in such interfaction fights. If he would not have made his stance clear to Jian Hanzhong from the very beginning. Jian Hanzhong heaved a sigh and began to circulate his spiritual power. The spiritual power took the form of a cyclone, which materialized in front of Jian Hanzhong. The cyclone increased in magnitude as more spiritual power was released. Suddenly, it turned into an enormous vortex of spiritual power, consuming all the free-flowing spiritual power of heaven and earth. As Lin Yuan observed Jian Hanzhong, he found that he was an S-rank spirit chi professional. S-rank spirit chi professionals demonstrated their battle prowess by exhibiting how their cyclone of spiritual power could swallow all the free-flowing spiritual power in the air, thereby allowing them to manipulate it at will. This showed that S-rank spirit chi professionals had transcended beyond only utilizing the spiritual power inside of their bodies. They possessed the power to harness the energy of the natural world. At that moment, a 70-meter-tall Fey covered with icy blue leaves descended upon the island. Its rough branches resembled ice sculptures that were carved with intricate designs. Every light blue leaf was dotted with a single hanging frozen droplet. As the lush blue leaves danced in the air, Numerous branches swayed in tandem. Yet, the main branch of this massive tree remained unusually straight. Winter in Indigo Azure City did not reach frigid levels, and the temperature mostly stayed around the same level as that of late autumn in the royal capital. However, the second that this 70-meter-tall, blue-leafed fae appeared, Lin Yuan noticed a coat of snow appearing on his white clothes. Each breath he drew stung his lungs with needles of frost. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 70-meter-tall, blue-leafed fae. Fae name: Ultimate Ice, Fae species. Advanced, Fae grade. Diamond, 10/10. Fae type, Ice. Fae quality. Fantasy V. Lin Yuan realized that this Fantasy V Ultimate Ice held comparable power to the golden-feathered sea eagle. Both were almost suzerains. True data did not reveal anything particularly special about Ultimate Ice. It possessed the average skills of any ice-type fae. The only special skill it had was that it could condense the elemental skill of its opponents. This skill would greatly affect faes that used their elemental skill for offense, greatly elevating the Ultimate Ice's fighting ability. But no matter how effective this skill was, it could only be used on faes of the same grade. It would also affect faes of a slightly higher level, namely ones that just become suzerain but had not undergone world cleansing. Faes like the Mother of Bloodbath, whose willpower rune had already morphed into a law rune, were already leagues above Ultimate Ice. Thus, the Ultimate Ice's power was limited against the Mother of Bloodbath. Jian Hanzhong looked at Lin Yuan before shooting a look at Listen. Hand over the item you found near the coastal sea. If I'm in a good mood, I might be willing to freeze your hearts instantly and give you a painless death, Jian Hanzhong said in a low voice. Zhou Luo was in the middle of controlling the lava dragon lizard's maroon fire forehead launcher ability. He blanketed the crowd with lava shield. The lava shield helped Lin Yuan counter the extreme cold emanating from the Ultimate Ice. Unfortunately, due to the sizable difference in ability between the lava dragon lizard and Ultimate Ice, Lin Yuan could still feel the immense pressure from the Diamond/Fantasy V Fae. Lin Yuan could feel the danger looming over him. The feeling reminded him of the time Chang Wu had hunted him in the wilderness outside the royal capital. Lin Yuan could no longer be bothered to continue engaging Jian Hanzhong in discourse. He originally planned to extract information regarding the Zheng family's third lineage from Jian Hanzhong. However, he gave up the notion. Lin Yuan said softly, "Go, Mother of Bloodbath." Lin Yuan's voice was barely a whisper. It was easily overpowered by the whipping gusts of the ocean breeze. At that moment, a terrifyingly powerful pressure, stronger than that of Ultimate Ice, appeared. The stench of malice and blood accompanied it. At the same time that the pressure appeared, a crimson-red streak shot out of Lin Yuan's head and headed straight for the Ultimate Ice. The moment the intense pressure and metallic odor of blood manifested, Jian Hanzhong's expression completely changed. He drew out the spiritual power within him and a beautiful bonsai sprouted from the center of his palm. At the same moment when the exquisite cedar bonsai sprouted from Jian Hanzhong's palm, the originally undisturbed surface of the sea surged. A gigantic glacier rose from its depths. The air around the cedar bonsai turned to ivory frost the moment that the cedar bonsai radiated the chilling aura. Jian Hanzhong pumped a large amount of spiritual power into the cedar bonsai and bellowed, "Cold snow pine, pine needle shield, Ultimate Ice, ice leaves scatter." The cedar bonsai in Jian Hanzhong's hand shed its needles. The falling needles melded together on the Ultimate Ice's branches, forming a hard shell. However, the Ultimate Ice was built too sturdily and was colossal in size. The cold snow pine was unable to wholly sweep over its branches to provide it with full coverage protection. When the Ultimate Ice received Jian Hanzhong's command, its dense blue foliage churned up a tornado of leaves. The droplets hanging off the leaves transformed into needles that burst forth toward the electric streak of scarlet light headed toward the Fae. Alas, the tornado of icy blue leaves was no match for the electric streak of scarlet light. As the crimson light closed in, the Ultimate Ice's branches bowed and reached inward, starting from the point where the needles were absent. The Ultimate Ice's branches were blasted open, leaving a large crater in the aftermath. When the crimson light blasted another hole adjacent to the first one, it transformed into an enchanting girl. She had flame-red hair, red eyes to match, and was dressed in ruby armor. A light blue tree core was nestled in the girl's hand. The mother of Bloodbath languidly tossed the light blue tree core up and down. It even tossed it so that it made a complete circle in the air and intersected each throw with a complex trick. An enraged roar ripped from Jian Hanzhong's throat. "No!" The mother of Bloodbath's strange yet melodious voice chimed in, its tone one of scornful derision. "No? Old man, your voice pissed me off from the beginning. How dare you threaten to freeze the hearts of the people from Sky City? Dream on. If you had used the suzerain peak snow chill to attack me, I might have been slightly injured. But you chose to use the snow pine chill to protect the ultimate ice instead. How stupid. I have to admit, you're quite powerful for an old guy. I'll also say that ultimate ice's tree core is not bad. It'll be great for cooling down my room on sweltering summer days." The moment that the mother of Bloodbath showed herself, Duan He, who had not participated up till then, jumped. His pupils contracted instantaneously. His rugged features betrayed fright and incredulity. He could not shake the feeling that a comedic performance of sorts had just taken place. Jian Hanzhong, who initially held the advantage, suffered a loss as his contracted Fey lost its tree core. One look at the feeble ultimate ice and its decimated state was enough for Duan He to know that the ultimate ice was about to meet its end. An advanced Class 4 creation master could only save the ultimate ice. However, it was unlikely that the red-haired girl would give the ultimate ice such an opportunity. The mother of Bloodbath's residual blood-red energy was still devouring the ultimate ice's branches. The edges of the crater in ultimate ice's body were already starting to wither. Duan He knew that the red-haired girl had to be a suzerain/myth breed Fey that could change into human form. Only one question remained in Duan He's mind. Why was I unaware that Sky City possessed power? No rising faction would already have a myth breed Fey that could take human form. I've never heard of Sky City being mentioned amongst the veteran factions before. Could they be one of the rare hidden factions? When Jian Hanzhong realized the true extent of the ultimate ISIS situation, his ramrod-straight posture sagged. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his hoarse voice croaked. "How dare you take my ultimate ISIS tree core? I'll make you pay even if it's the last thing I'll do." The mother of Bloodbath made a yawning gesture as it ignored Jian Hanzhong. It raised the ultimate ISIS tree core to its lips and took a bite out of it. The mother of Bloodbath chomped down the entire tree core in a few mouthfuls. When it was done, it made a show of opening her mouth wide and spitting the chewed-up tree core out on the ground. Its voice dripped with haughtiness. "A tree core that hasn't reached suzerain just doesn't sit well with me. You've been lazy, old man. However, the chives growing out of your hand look pretty tasty. I think I'll dig it out of your hand and make a dish out of it." The mother of Bloodbath's words caused Lin Yuan's eyelids to twitch. Its forked tongue was just as effective of a weapon as its actual abilities. It launched a sneak attack, then went for the heart before finally going for the lethal blow. Jian Hanzhong stood no chance against its murderous intent. The ultimate ISIS Diamond/Fantasy V tree core would definitely fetch a source-type item on the market. What a loser! Jian Hanzhong's anger erupted when he saw the mother of Bloodbath take a bite out of the ultimate ISIS tree core. He spluttered and coughed in rage. He also clutched his heaving chest as he coughed. "You..." The mother of Bloodbath cut in again before he could finish. "What? Just stop struggling already. I'll carve the chives out of your hands soon. When you die, the third lineage of the Zheng family who is still waiting for your good news will probably explode into laughter. Don't worry though, you won't be lonely after your death. I'll bury your ashes on this island and open a big disco here. That way, I'll be able to relive the happiness of today over and over again." Jian Hanzhong arched his back, looked up into the sky, and released an ear-shattering howl. "Nightmare 6, please help me. Please return the tree core to me." The second that Jian Hanzhong wailed toward the sky, a person clad in a black cloak materialized next to him. With one wave, an oily black mass attached itself to the scarlet energy that was rotting the ultimate ISIS branches. The black oily mass countered the mother of Bloodbath's blood energy. It also weaved together the whole in the ultimate ice's branches and effectively slowed the rate of rotting. Despite having negated the mother of bloodbath's energy, the ultimate ice would continue to wither from the whole outward without its tree core. The black-cloaked person spoke with a deep and grating voice. By attacking the Zheng family's third lineage, you have offended the Zheng family. You shall pay for your actions with your life. The mother of bloodbath kept the ultimate ice's tree core in the red crystal cluster diamond fey storage box hanging off its ear. Its tone and attitude remained playful. Don't hide behind the mask. I smelled the stench of a bat species fey on you from the start. Although its tone was impish, its expression was completely serious. The scarlet glow in its hand flashed. The light streaked toward where Lin Yuan's group was standing and separated to form 4 crimson crystal spiders. Lin Yuan knew that the mother of bloodbath was using its gold ability, spider incubation, to protect him and the rest. 4 shields in the shape of the mother of bloodbath's back armor covered the lava dragon lizard's lava shield. When the mother of bloodbath's armor-shaped shield engulfed the lava shield, Lin Yuan felt the crushing barrier restricted outside. The shield's interior felt as though it had been sanitized. At the same time that it launched the crimson crystal spiders, the mother of bloodbath's body was suddenly awash with a blinding scarlet light. Blood law runes appeared and released their maximum power. The initially calm sea simultaneously transformed into sticky coagulation of blood that extended endlessly. A ferocious red spider, the size of a small mountain, appeared at the spot previously occupied by the mother of bloodbath. The spider was swathed in blood energy. Other than its back, its entire body was covered with a terrifying fur of stingers. The stingers gleamed shocking red. The moment that the mother of bloodbath transformed, it charged toward the man in black. Nightmare 6 morphed into a plume of black smoke at the same time that the mother of bloodbath charged at him, deftly dodging her attack. The mother of bloodbath was unfazed, and it immediately changed directions. 2 scarlet stinger-covered spider legs raised and stabbed, penetrating the still weak ultimate ice. About 2 meters long each, 2 gashes were left on the branches of the already helpless ultimate ice. The gashes almost sliced the ultimate ice's branches into thirds. At that moment, Nightmare 6, which had transformed into black smoke, appeared behind the mother of bloodbath. Nightmare 6 transformed from human form into an enormous black bat. Its obsidian body was lined with metal. The bat flapped its wings, sweeping up mounds of gray dust. The roiling dust was thick, obscuring the vision of the people present. It seemed to transport them to a whole other world. The enormous bat crossed its wings, forming hooks, and slashed down toward the weak spot of the mother of bloodbath's spider body. The grating voice exclaimed, "Dead dream law, devour dream hook." The mother of bloodbath anticipated the attack and leaped into the air. The eye that grew on the mother of bloodbath's back armor had noticed Nightmare VI's movements early on and had formed a strategy to counter Nightmare VI's abilities using All-Seeing Eye. Nevertheless, Nightmare VI's 2 Soul Eater hooks were too quick and managed to land a blow on one of the mother of bloodbath's legs. The attack was inflicted on the mother of bloodbath while it was leaping into the air. The mother of bloodbath's strange yet pleasant voice shrieked viciously. Blood law, blood control. The mother of bloodbath's blood control ability could manipulate the enemy's movements through controlling their blood. Although both Nightmare 6 and the mother of bloodbath were Myth 2 phase, Nightmare VI's power was at the peak of Myth 2. As such, the mother of bloodbath could not control Nightmare 6 for long. Nonetheless, that short window was enough. While blood control was manipulating Nightmare VI's body, 3 light purple flower buds the size of small balls appeared behind it. The purple flowers bloomed and shed, transforming into a rain of purple petals. 1 flower petal elongated to become a light purple spear. After the transformation of the first petal, the rest of the petals swiftly followed, each one of them turning into light purple spears. When Listen caught sight of the razor-sharp light purple spears, he immediately recognized them. They were the same ones that had slain the king-class experts that had tried to assassinate him in the royal capital. A gentle and caring voice cried out, "Shooting spears of summer, 3,000 spears of summer." The 3,000 spears of summer sailed through the air, and half of them embedded themselves in the enormous bat. Nightmare VI's metal back burst open at the point of contact, and a fountain of inky blood gushed out. Unfortunately, the spears did not manage to fully penetrate Nightmare VI's body. They merely punctured it. By the time the other half of the spears were flying toward the giant bat, Nightmare 6 had already escaped the mother of Bloodbath's blood control. Nightmare 6 morphed into a cloud of smoke and resumed its human form. Its once pristine black cloak was now tattered and torn. Its features were twisted into a sinister expression. Its eyes turned into slits, and only the whites could be seen. Its skin had an unhealthy ashy color, and 2 sharp incisors grew out of the corners of its mouth. Nightmare 6 spat out a mass of black blood before its grave voice carried threatening undertones. Do you know the consequences of opposing the Zheng family? The rain of light purple petals continued to dance in the wind as Endless Summer appeared next to Lin Yuan. It noticed the human manifestation of the mother of Bloodbath standing nearby. Despite its relaxed expression, its leg had completely deformed. Endless Summer studied the mother of Bloodbath's deformed leg for a while, its brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Its kind gaze was laced with ferocity as it fixed its eyes on Nightmare 6. Another dark-type fae. I sure am fated with dark-type faes, said Endless Summer. Since the Zheng family has sent out assassins, it means that you're aware of the consequences of making enemies of Sky City. Endless Summer's eyes landed on the mother of Bloodbath. Leave this dream-eating bat to me. You take care of that old man and the 2 stalks of chives. Endless Summer snapped its fingers, and runes swirled around its fingertips as it whispered, Older Sister can. The mother of Bloodbath snapped to attention at its words. Younger sister can too. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. Is this really how older sister and younger sister should be used? The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had only recently learned about Star Web. Did they already master it in such a short time? I'll have to ensure that my fays don't learn too much about Star Web. Lin Yuan thought about Chimey. My Chimey is so lovely and obedient. Although genius often buys books from Star Web, Chimey is always by its side. I've never noticed Chimey becoming obsessed with Star Web and picking up strange things from there. How lovely! When Nightmare 6 heard Endless Summer's words, it immediately summoned its law rune. The moment Nightmare VI's law rune was summoned, intermittent cries of happiness sounded out from a distance away. Nightmare VI's hands entered Law Rune's mass of gray fog. Nightmare VI's hands immediately started to decay, but its finger joints started to glow long and slender. Black nails that were longer than Nightmare VI's hands sprouted from the finger joints, inciting a sharp surge of energy in the air around. Nightmare 6 watched as the nails grew from its withered fingers. It made the gesture of slitting its throat. Both of us are Suzerain/Myth 2. But I have already reached the peak of Suzerain/Myth 2 and discovered several secrets to modify my body into a weapon. Do you two really think that you can kill me? I'll show you the true power of a Myth 2 utilizing the partial power of a Myth 3. Endless Summer did not acknowledge Nightmare 6. It stood statuesque. Shortly after, Endless Summer spoke gently. Time's up. The energy around Endless Summer suddenly rose, greatly surpassing its initial level. The energy shot toward Nightmare 6. Endless Summer pointed at Nightmare 6 and emphasized each word. I heard that you like to spout nonsense. How annoying. Endless Summer did not even try to hide its disdain for dark-type phase. Nightmare VI's confident expression disappeared, and its grave voice carried a tinge of incredulity. You're actually Myth 3. Why did you reduce yourself to Myth 2? A smile played on Endless Summer's lips. The sweet voice dripped with malevolence. Moron. It's because we were after the law crystal in your head from the start. The dream-eating bat's escaping capabilities are unparalleled. Moreover, you possess the dead dream law. Both of them together are amazing. The mother of Bloodbath braved its injury for the sake of keeping you here. Putting on a small act is the least I could do for its efforts. Nightmare 6 got goosebumps. It was a Suzerain/Myth 2 fae. Yet, the enemy coveted its law crystal the second it revealed itself. Nightmare 6 started to circulate the energy in its body. The dead Dreamlaw's gray fog absorbed all the energy in Nightmare VI's body. The sounds of crying in the law rune rose in volume. Nightmare 6 plunged the black nails into its heart. Black blood spurted from the wound, which was absorbed by the nails. Bat wings sprouted from Nightmare VI's back. The 10 black nails, which had absorbed a substantial amount of blood, fell from the withered hands. The fallen black nails landed on Nightmare VI's metal wings and turned into bones that supported the bat structure. The bat wings were enveloped with dark energy, almost completely obscuring Nightmare VI's figure. One flap of its wings and Nightmare 6 could disperse the fog all around. You might be Myth 3, but you won't be able to stop me if I want to leave. The light purple Enlightenment Law runes around Endless Summer's fingertips glowed brighter. Enlightenment Law, Second Summer Jail. The wound on Nightmare VI's body that had been inflicted by shooting spears of summer had stopped bleeding. In fact, it had healed somewhat thanks to the suzerain phase regeneration abilities. However, numerous flowers protruded from Nightmare VI's wound. The flowers bloomed, growing layers of fresh leaves, and light purple buds were nestled amongst the leaves. The lush leaves pierced through Nightmare 6. From a distance, it looked as though Nightmare 6 had been pinned to a blossoming flower tree. When the flowers bloomed from Nightmare VI's wound, it realized that although it could still think clearly, its mind could not control its body's actions. Lin Yuan, who was watching from afar, suddenly came to a realization. Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath styles were on the opposite ends of the spectrum. For example, when the Mother of Bloodbath had been fighting with the Ultimate Ice Eater, it could have dominated the battle using a frontal attack. Yet, it had chosen to use sneak attacks. However, Lin Yuan could understand it. He even admired it. As a wild fae that had to fend for itself for as long as it could remember, the difficult life had molded Mother of Bloodbath's thinking. It would always go for the move that created the greatest turn in the tide during a battle. Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath had planned for how to deal with Nightmare 6 from the beginning. It had started when Nightmare 6 made its move, and the Mother of Bloodbath had used Blood Law to activate its manipulation ability. Since then, Nightmare 6 had fallen into their trap. When Endless Summer used shooting spears of summer, Lin Yuan could not help but use Morbius to check Endless Summer's characteristics. Lin Yuan found out that physical attacks were the weakest ability of shooting spears of summer. Rather, physical attacks were just the byproduct of the shooting spears of summer's abilities. When shooting spears of summer pierced its target, the tip would leave a flower seed. Each flower seed would germinate swiftly and turn into a lock that confined the target's abilities in its mind. Half of the 3,000 shooting spears of summer had penetrated Nightmare VI's body. Ergo, more than 1,000 locks were keeping Nightmare VI's abilities at bay. The thoughts that were imprisoned in the mind could not send the signals needed to move the body. It was left vulnerable. Lin Yuan unconsciously used Mobius True Data to check the Suzerain/Myth 2 Dream-Eating Bat's characteristics. Fey name: Dream-Eating Bat, Fey species. Horseshoe Bat species/Toothed Bat species. Fey grade: Suzerain, 8/10. Fey type: Dark, Fey quality. Myth 2, Dead Dream Law, Lin Yuan knitted his brow. Soon after, Lin Yuan shouted at Endless Summer. Lin Yuan's voice was loud, and it immediately reached the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Its exclusive skill, Dark Night Tribute, allows it to burn its law rune and energy as a tribute to its fake body before upgrading into a fantasy breed. It can then abandon the current body and reincarnate into the fake body where no one knows where it is hidden. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, a question mark involuntarily appeared in everyone's heart. For a wild fae, especially a myth breed fae, its abilities and exclusive skills were its trump cards to save its life or for absolute kills. They naturally wouldn't let anyone know the abilities and exclusive skills easily. Even if a Class 2 Creation Master was able to know clearly about a normal fae's ability and exclusive skill, once a fae became a fantasy breed, not even a Class 3 Creation Master could see through its abilities and exclusive skills. As the grade of the fantasy breed fae got higher, Even a Class 4 creation master wouldn't be able to do a complete investigation of the Fae's abilities and exclusive skills. Once the fantasy breed Fae became a myth breed one, the Fae could hide its abilities and exclusive skills without letting anyone else know. Nightmare 6 was only having one thought in its mind now. How did someone else know of my exclusive skill? Nightmare 6 felt that the masked youth was getting increasingly bizarre. Endless Summer found it a little unbelievable, but she would never suspect Lin Yuan's words. After all, she knew that Lin Yuan wasn't a person who would speak off the cuff. Therefore, whatever he said must be true. As soon as Lin Yuan's statement ended, Nightmare 6 started burning with black flames in the lush branches. It was melting just like a candle. Endless Summer turned abnormally stern and looked at Nightmare 6 as she said in a deep voice, "Earlier on, you said something wrong. You said that a pinnacle myth 2 might be able to emulate but will never truly achieve body weaponization." At that moment, Endless Summer had this particularly serious look as though she was going to do something sacred. Endless Summer took off the pink-purple flower ball bracelet that she had been wearing. She then enveloped the bracelet in pink-purple law rune that was in a gaseous state and said in a pious manner, "Spirit return." As soon as Endless Summer said the words, "Spirit return," it felt as though the entire world had turned silent. The surface of the sea suddenly bloomed with countless flowers. Within the sea of flowers, gigantic wooden pillars were rising up into the clouds. The gigantic pillars were upholding a verdant divine wood that was almost connecting heaven and earth. The verdant wood had branches that were filled with pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flowers. A sky-shaking aura allowed the divine wood that was already close to the sky to climb up limitlessly. The aura brought upon an energy wave that had extended toward Indigo Azure City that was far away. After using Spirit Return, Endless Summer reverted by the time she just transformed into a human and was wearing a pink-purple palace dress. Her long pink-purple hair suddenly became illusory, and her palace dress was covered in flowers. The pink-purple strands of hair were just like the verdant divine wood and were floating toward the horizon. One pink eye and one purple eye suddenly opened. At that moment, it felt like the world, and all beings were receiving great enlightenment. All of the aura had returned to serenity in an instant. The sea of flowers and the gigantic wood that lifted the divine wood looked as though they were bestowed with wisdom and were alive. Lin Yuan realized that Endless Summer gave off a feeling that she was no longer a simple fae. It seemed like Endless Summer's body had already fused her body and the Enlightenment law into the world. Endless Summer's body was already a small world with the law. She extended a finger and pointed at Nightmare 6, which was still constantly melting. She then chanted, "End of summer, all things shall go into long solitude." The flowers and the gigantic wood instantly withered and fused toward the finger. The attack immediately caused Nightmare 6 to lower its head. It felt as though it was in a slumber, and there was no longer any vitality. At that moment, a dark hole opened up in the sky. The horizon was covered in layers of dark clouds. The dark clouds pressed down but were still unable to affect the verdant divine wood. However, the dark clouds were getting denser. Endless Summer quickly withdrew her prowess and went back beside Lin Yuan. Zhao Hanzhong, who had been non-existent, was letting out a frenzied expression. He was looking at the Diamond X/Fantasy V Ultimate Ice Cedar, and his eyes were filled with apology and sorrow. The Ultimate Ice Cedar had already turned into a withered wood that didn't have any vitality. The Mother of Bloodbath had severely injured the 70-meter tree, and once it collapsed, it would become a pile of wood ash. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Hanzhong with eyes of delight. Furthermore, the delight was getting increasingly intense. Lin Yuan felt that Zhao Hanzhong was truly an ambitious old youth, who had ideals and aspirations. Lin Yuan had been waiting for Zhao Hanzhong to fall in despair and call forth the world cleansing to destroy both himself and his enemies. Before Lin Yuan could give any guidance, before the Mother of Bloodbath could use her words to infuriate him, Zhao Hanzhong had already taken the initiative. Lin Yuan felt that if Zhao Hanzhong wasn't the enemy, he would ask Endless Summer to bring him a hair dye to express gratitude. Lin Yuan didn't wish to help Zhao Hanzhong endure the world cleansing, allowing his suzerain/myth I Cold Snow Pine to upgrade into Myth 2. allowing for the extracted tree core to have greater value. Lin Yuan was coveting the world grace that would descend after the cold snow pine endured the world cleansing. Normally, after a myth breed fae endured the world cleansing, the world grace that descended could be plundered. However, the effects of the plundered world grace would be faint. In fact, it wouldn't even be 1% of the world grace's entire energy. Percent of the world grace that didn't belong to the fae would be scattered into the air. Only that crow that had wanted to upgrade its quality in exchange for its life would try to plunder Endless Summer's tree core and world grace. It would allow it to fight for a chance to upgrade from Myth 2 to Myth 3. However, back when Lin Yuan had used Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss to help the Mother of Bloodbath to endure the world cleansing, he had unintentionally realized that just a trace of the overflowing world grace was enough to immediately condense 20 over spirit chi crystals. It could be said that Morbius' Pure Land of Bliss could completely absorb the scattered world grace's energy and turn it into spirit chi crystals. Therefore, when Lin Yuan heard that Zhao Hanzhong's fae was going to go through the world cleansing, he had already started coveting it. The layers of dark clouds in the sky suddenly released snow powder. As they fell, they gradually turned into goose feathers. As soon as the goose feather-shaped snow fell onto the sea's surface, it turned the sea surface into ice. While the snow fell, the air in the surrounding became so icy cold that it transformed into pale white flames of ice. It looked just like fireworks in the middle of an ice storm. Zhao Hanzhong watched as the snow fell toward the pot of cold snow pine in his hand. As he experienced this beautiful scene, he suddenly felt that this was rather ironic. This was the day of the world cleansing that he had been waiting for days and nights. However, this day had actually become the day of his funeral. Zhao Hanzhong said to Lin Yuan in a deep tone, "I will perish today, but you have killed a member of the Zhang Main family's nightmare squad, just for the thunderous revenge from the Zhang Main family." When Lin Yuan heard Zhao Hanzhong's words, he felt that it was rather sad for this Emperor-class expert. Zhao Hanzhong was already at the Emperor class and possessed myth breed phase, but he still felt that the Zhang Main family was the eternal support even at his demise. Lin Yuan said in a cold voice, "If the Zhang Main family wants revenge, my Sky City shall accept it." Once Lin Yuan finished his statement, a shout came from the horizon. "Who is causing trouble at Indigo Azure City Sea region?" The spatial zone shook intensively, and a crevice was ripped open. The crevice then turned into a door. 3 men walked out of the door. One of them was wearing Indigo Azure Guard's azure-colored armor, but it had many additional bright silver patterns that were like waves. Just based on the bright silver patterns, Lin Yuan could see that this man should be the Indigo Azure Guard captain. He was the person aside from the Indigo Azure City Lord who had the most authority in Indigo Azure City. The 2 other men were wearing Spirit Guard uniforms. The man in the Indigo Azure Guard armor assessed the situation of the barren island. Once he saw the world cleansing that was descending from the sky, he frowned slightly and bowed to the 2 spirit guards. "My lords, I hope that you can help this Emperor-class expert from the Zheng family to endure this tribulation." As the Indigo Azure Guard captain, the middle-aged man had obviously recognized Zhao Hanzhong's identity. Seeing that Zhao Hanzhong's cold snow pine was facing the world cleansing, he quickly asked for help from the 2 spirit guards. The 2 spirit guards didn't summon any fae. One of them waved the hand and produced a spatial energy shield to protect the cold snow pine, temporarily helping cold snow pine to isolate the icy snow that was falling. The other spirit guard looked at the sky that was producing the world cleansing and sent out fire elemental energy. The 2 moves had been controlled delicately and weren't considered too strong. However, it was enough to help the current cold snow pine to go through the world cleansing and successfully upgrade. Lin Yuan was silently shocked by the prowess of the 2 spirit guards who casually made their moves. These 2 individuals were obviously S-rank experts and possessed myth breed phase. They might not have summoned any phase, but their casual moves were already at the same strength level as the Mother of Bloodbath. If these 2 spirit guards were to summon their phase, they would be at the level of Suzerain/Myth 3 and were at Endless Summer's strength level. Receiving help from others was supposed to be a good thing, but Zhao Hanzhong was flabbergasted. He was originally planning to wait until the harshest moment of the world cleansing before he tossed the cold snow pine over and executed its exclusive skill at full power. This would be considered his strongest attack before his death. However, now that the Indigo Azure Guard captain and the 2 Spirit Guard experts were here, Zhao Hanzhong wouldn't be able to execute his plan. At the same time, Zhao Hanzhong's eyes flashed with hope. If this was purely a personal feud, the Indigo Azure Guard captain and the 2 Spirit Guards wouldn't help him. However, if he changed his method of explanation, the Spirit Guards wouldn't allow Lin Yuan to kill him now. In fact, it would cause the Spirit Guards to investigate Lin Yuan. As such, Zhao Hanzhong shouted to the Indigo Azure Guard captain and the 2 Spirit Guards with resolution, "Lord Spirit Guards, they have a carcinoma fey. My lords, don't you see that this sea region has no life at all? It is because they placed the sea burial lotus flower in the sea." After hearing Zhao Hanzhong mention the carcinoma fey, the 2 Spirit Guards turned stern. But once they heard that someone used the entire sea region to nurture the carcinoma fey, sea burial lotus flower, the 2 Spirit Guards frowned even more intensively. They immediately turned to look at Endless Summer and Mother of Bloodbath, who were the strongest. Lin Yuan responded by stepping forward and bowing to the Spirit Guards. Just as Lin Yuan was going to speak, one of the Spirit Guards asked first, "We are the guard envoys that will be overseeing the Indigo Azure City during the active period of the dimensional rifts. Do you people really have the carcinoma fey? Is it really, as he mentioned, that you are using the vitality of the entire sea region to nurture the sea burial lotus flower?" Guard envoys were merely 1 rank lower than the chief guard. A guard envoy needed to work in the Spirit Guards for at least 10 years, and the guard envoy strength had to be of a certain level in order to apply for the role. Every time during the time of crisis like the active period of the dimensional rifts, the guard envoys would be the ones to lead the members of the Spirit Guards to solve the problems. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't lie to these experts who protected the Radiance Federation. As such, he took the actual body of the sea burial lotus flower out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone and said, "It is true that I found this sea burial lotus flower in the coastal sea. However, I wasn't the one that placed it here. I wouldn't turn the entire sea region into a dead region just for 1 sobbing sea crystal." One of the guard envoys revealed a contemplating expression as he looked at the sea burial lotus flower in Lin Yuan's hand and took another look at the coastal sea. The Indigo Azure Guard captain looked at Duan He, who was standing there with a flabbergasted expression. Even if there is any confusion, Duan He wouldn't be dumbfounded? What is going on? Does he not have enough sleep? The Indigo Azure Guard captain was preparing to find out more about the situation here through Duan He, so he went over toward Duan He. It was obvious that the Indigo Azure Guard captain would be more familiar with Duan He as compared to Zhao Hanzhong. Lu Jie walked near Lin Yuan from behind and pointed at his own mask, signaling that he was going to take it off. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jie could be a witness for this incident and explain to the 2 Spirit Guard envoys. Lin Yuan shook his head and casually handed a brocade box to Lu Jie. The brocade box looked dull and ordinary in appearance, but when Lu Jie held it, he realized that the surface was extremely soft and smooth. It was white in color, but when the sunlight reflected off it, it felt like there was a moon radiance that should only be seen at night. Lin Yuan said to Lu Jie, "Brother Lu, help me to hand this brocade box to the 2 Lord Guard envoys." Lu Jie was rather confused as he walked toward the 2 guard envoys with the brocade box. When the 2 guard envoys saw the material of the brocade box, their eyes widened. They exchanged looks and saw the expression of shock and disbelief on each other's faces. As the Indigo Azure Guard captain was conversing with Duan He, the Indigo Azure Guard captain had been paying attention to the expressions on the 2 Spirit Guard envoys. When he saw the sudden change in their expressions, the Indigo Azure Guard captain got a shock too. He had a serious expression as he looked at the youth wearing the strange cloud-patterned mask and the silver light armor who was walking toward the 2 guard envoys. As he looked in that direction, the Indigo Azure Guard captain fixed his eyes on the white brocade box in Lu Jie's hands. But no matter how he looked, the Indigo Azure Guard captain couldn't see anything special about this white brocade box. Lu Jie was currently in front of the 2 guard envoys and immediately handed the brocade box to the 2 guard envoys. Lu Jie was thinking, I wonder what is contained within Lin Yuan's brocade box? If it isn't useful, then I will take off my mask to show my identity as a Radiance 100 sequence member. That will be the best solution to the current situation. Lu Jie didn't think that Zhao Hanzhong would be so shameless to lie to the guard envoys and implicate the matter of the carcinoma Fei with them. Lu Jie didn't know what the sea burial lotus flower was, but according to what Zhao Hanzhong had said, the anomaly in this sea region was probably related to the so-called sea burial lotus flower. The spirit guards would normally capture and contain the carcinoma phase that appeared in the wild. They also allowed the possession of a carcinoma Fei by a private faction or an individual. However, the prerequisite was for the carcinoma Fei owner not to use the carcinoma Fei to cause destruction. Now that the coastal sea region outside the Indigo Azure City had been turned into a dead region, it wasn't a small matter. These two spirit guard envoys would certainly investigate thoroughly. Just as Lu Jie's mind was rapidly thinking, the two spirit guard envoys received the white brocade box that was radiating moonlight. As soon as the two spirit guard envoys made a small opening, they had an instant change of expression when they saw the item within and became abnormally respectful. They immediately circulated their spiritual power and poured it into the 4 crests inside the brocade box. 3 of the crests with crescent moons suddenly emitted a gentle moon color. The two spirit guard envoys quickly closed the white brocade box and handed it back to Lu Jie before looking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't think that the creation master crests that the Moon Empress had prepared for him would actually be of use in this situation. Inside the white brocade box were 4 crests. 2 were Class 2 Creation Master crests, and the other 2 were Class 2 Creation Master's Retainer crests. One of the 2 Class 2 Creation Master crests was the ordinary crest issued by the Creation Master Association. The Moon Empress had given the other Class 2 Creation Master crest with the crescent moon when Lin Yuan became her disciple. The 2 other Retainer crests with the shield also had the crescent moon. However, Lin Yuan had never told Lu Jie that he was the Moon Empress disciple, as well as the Radiant Moon Palace's young lord. Therefore, Lin Yuan had never given this Class 2 Creation Master's Retainer crest with the crescent moon to Lu Jie. Lu Jie was still wearing the Retainer crest that Lin Yuan had given back in the Xia region. When Lin Yuan visited the Indigo Azure Sea Market, he didn't wear the Class 2 Creation Master crest, so there were 4 crests inside the white brocade box. Seeing the Spirit Guard envoy's looks, Lin Yuan quickly bowed again. As Lin Yuan bowed, the Spirit Guard envoys felt their mouths involuntarily twitching. They would never have expected to encounter the Moon Empress disciple when they were in preparation to oversee Indigo Azure City for the active period of the dimensional rifts. Furthermore, the Moon Empress disciple was actually bowing to them. If this news made it out, when thinking until this point, the 2 Emperor-class Spirit Guard envoys' eyelids were constantly twitching. Due to both the twitches in both the eyelids, their eyes were obviously turning dry. Lin Yuan said softly, "Lord Guard envoys, this junior has been obstructed and was nearly killed here. It just so happens that this junior has some life-saving methods. This junior is truly ashamed to disturb the Lord Guard envoys for this private matter." As soon as Lin Yuan finished his statement, the 2 Spirit Guard envoys only wished they could leave this place as soon as possible. These 2 Spirit Guard envoys who could calmly face the dimensional lifeforms truly didn't wish to hear this youth calling them Lord and calling himself a junior. Lord? Who? You are the Lord. Okay? If you call yourself junior, wouldn't we be equally ranked with the Moon Empress? Our lives are going to end prematurely. But after hearing that Lin Yuan was attacked, the Spirit Guard envoys' eyes turned into sharp swords. Their eyes shot toward the cold snow pine that was still struggling to survive and the contractor, Zhao Hanzhong. Earlier on, they had heard the Indigo Azure Guard captain mentioning that this Zhao Hanzhong was an Emperor-class expert of the Zheng family. Is the Zheng family tired of living? How dare they attack the disciple of the Moon Empress? This is the disciple of the Moon Empress. Zhao Hanzhong felt a little strange at the sword-like glares from the 2 guard envoys. Could it be that the 2 guard envoys have exposed my lie just like that? Impossible. Or did they hear the accidental fart I made earlier when I commanded the cold snow pine to resist the world cleansing? An elderly man doesn't have a good stomach, but I am already very careful. The younger guard envoy said, Lord, Before he could finish the word Lord, the younger guard envoy recalled how the Moon Empress disciple handed over the brocade box instead of revealing the crests in an open manner to show his identity. It meant that the Moon Empress disciple didn't wish for his identity to be exposed apart to the two of them. Therefore, the younger guard envoy paused for a moment before saying, "Do you require any help from the two of us?" When the younger guard envoy spoke, apart from Lin Yuan and the other guard envoy, everyone here was stunned, including Listen, Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer. The mother of Bloodbath took a glance at Lin Yuan and quickly let out a smile. For such a change of events to happen, there was only one possibility. It meant that Lin Yuan had used a kind of strength he had never used before. It was the strength of his identity. The mother of Bloodbath always felt that Lin Yuan was rather inflexible. But from the looks of it now, Lin Yuan was just like a vain who insisted on his own path of life. The mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan with eyes of approval. Lin Yuan is really an exceptional child. He can easily get 100 points. But the mother of Bloodbath thought for a moment. It is a pity that Lin Yuan doesn't know how to cook. Minus 150 points. He can only have minus 50 points. Lin Yuan responded with a cupped fist while the two guard envoys' mouths and eyes were twitching violently. Many thanks to the two seniors. This junior can handle the matters here. I hope that the two seniors can help this junior to keep a secret of what you saw today. While speaking, the pinnacle suzerain/myth I Cold Snowpine was already at the final juncture of the world cleansing. The goose feather-like snow was already at the final wave too. The senior guard envoy watched the heavy snowfall and said, "Don't worry. The snow can make the world purer, and can also conceal a lot of secrets." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The two seniors don't have to fret. The ones to conceal the secret are never the snow, but the humans. While speaking, Lin Yuan looked at the Indigo Azure Guard captain. The latter immediately bowed with a cupped fist in return to Lin Yuan while having a stunned expression. The two guard envoys let out a hearty peal of laughter and said, "The active period of the dimensional rifts will happen in less than 2 days. It is best not to stay on the sea." Several Class 5 scholars predicted that this year's dimensional rift wave is said to be the strongest among the 10-dimensional rift waves that happened in the recent century. After speaking, the senior guard envoy shook his hand and summoned a silkworm-like fae. The silkworm fae wriggled in the air and climbed up as though it treated the air like a tree. It then quickly spun a massive amount of threads while chewing out a door-like shape in the spatial zone. The glistening threads then weaved a crooked door handle on the door. The senior guard envoy then opened the spatial door before calling out to the Indigo Azure Guard captain and nodding to Lin Yuan before leaving. Duan He, who was originally having a conversation with the Indigo Azure Guard captain, had slowly regained his senses but was now in an astonished state again. What is happening to this world? I do not have any insomnia, and I always have quality sleep that doesn't have dreams, nor do I snore. Why am I having such a twisted and ridiculous dream this time? After Duan He regained his senses again, he was repeatedly looking and sizing up Lin Yuan. Subsequently, he looked at Zhao Hanzhong, who had just commanded the cold snowpine to endure the world cleansing. However, Zhao Hanzhong felt as though he had grown older by 10 years and had this look of despair. While Duan He looked at Zhao Hanzhong, he felt an itch on his gums. "Zhao Hanzhong, this old man is really evil. He looked for me to help the cold snowpine so that it can successfully endure the world cleansing and upgrade into Myth 2. He nearly dragged me into the drain. Had I not been cautious and always refrained from getting involved with conflicts between factions, wouldn't I have the same outcome as Zhao Hanzhong?" While thinking until here, Duan He sneaked a glance at the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer. He pursed his lips secretly and thought to himself, "They look so beautiful but are so ruthless. Women are truly pork trotters." Shortly after, Duan He realized that when he looked at that woman wearing the pink-purple palace dress, she also looked at him and even winked at him, revealing a benevolent and gentle expression. When seeing this scene, Duan He involuntarily recalled his birth mother, who had remarried when he was 8 years old and had never seen her again. The goose feather snow had stopped, but the black hole in the sky had yet to vanish. Zhao Hanzhong might have an ash-white expression of despair, But the cold snow pine in his hands had already broken through the bottleneck of Myth I and upgraded to Myth II. Due to the fact that it had just endured the world cleansing, all of the energy within its body had already been wiped out. It would need to absorb the world grace that would descend later in order to stabilize its new upgrade. During the world cleansing, the cold snow pine's leaves and branches had all fallen due to the burning ice. The newly grown branches and leaves gave off a chilling cold aura as compared to before. Now that it had just stepped into Myth II, the cold snow pine's body was burning with ice flames. The azure, white flames were an ice flame effect when the extremely cold pine needles made contact with air. It made the cold snow pine look like a pot of burning tree. When a plant-type Fae became Myth II, it might not be able to transform to its human form like animal-type Faes, but just like Endless Summer before, it could form a human image in the original body's vicinity. The cold snow pine immediately flew out of Jiao Hanzhong's hand and welcomed the world grace that was about to descend from the black hole in the sky. But just at that moment, Endless Summer grabbed the cold snow pine when it was about to fly upwards. While Endless Summer extended her hands, the pink-purple flower bracelet that was originally in the body weaponization state formed a prison with flower petals. Because of the prison, the cold snow pine couldn't absorb the world grace, so it was still unable to form the image outside of its body. Lin Yuan made use of this opportunity to use Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss. In an instant, the barren island appeared with a patch of pure white sand. When the world grace fell onto the Pure Land of Bliss, it was immediately absorbed by the white sand. At that moment, the limestone bowl inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone was constantly producing Spirit Chi crystals. Due to the excessive number of Spirit Chi crystals being produced, it soon overflowed out of the bowl and started to drop on the ground with clinking sounds. There were even a few Spirit Chi crystals that rolled to the side of the spirit pool. When the Carcinoma Fae, Sea Burial Lotus Flower, sensed the massive and pure Spirit Chi from the Spirit Chi crystals, it instinctively produced the bone lotus flowers in an attempt to grab the Spirit Chi crystals. At that moment, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, the Spirit Lock spatial zone's housekeeper, used its strength as a gold fae to produce a violent storm of wind to stir up the bone lotus flowers. It then grumbled and complained as it collected the Spirit Chi crystals that dropped on the ground before stacking them tidily beside the limestone bowl. Seeing the situation, Lin Yuan couldn't help giving the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope a thumbs up. At the same time, Lin Yuan was thinking that he should give the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope some reward for being so sensible and diligent. To the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, the best reward was to find a Spirit Chi professional with a willpower rune, allowing it to upgrade into a fantasy breed. However, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was no longer a bronze fae. Therefore, its potential was limited. Lin Yuan felt that the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was just like a daughter in his family that was waiting to get married. However, this sensible and diligent daughter was already a leftover queen that couldn't be married out. For this daughter that couldn't be married, Lin Yuan could only nurture it like a wild fae and make it so that it would become an existence that no one could marry even if they wanted to. While the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope was fulfilling its duties in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, it didn't know that Lin Yuan was already preparing great rewards for it. However, these rewards were tossed so high and had yet to drop down. It was at this moment, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope's job as the housekeeper of the Spirit Lock spatial zone had become an iron bowl job. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt the enveloping grace of the Pure Land of Bliss. Intense disgust rose within him, felt wrong like a child in the arms of the wrong mother. After the Pure Land of Bliss completed the cold snow pine's world cleansing, it absorbed about 10% of world grace. However, Lin Yuan immediately sensed that the cold snow pine was unable to absorb the grace provided for it. Lin Yuan was now unsure if they were dealing with the entirety of world grace. Morbius could only absorb a maximum of about 10%. If it was true, then Morbius's Pure Land of Bliss would be able to achieve the absorption of world grace. It would be 10 times the absorption rate of other fays who were trying to obtain world grace. The cold snow pine was left with 90% of world grace. Naturally, Lin Yuan would do all that it took to make it his. Lin Yuan shot a look at Endless Summer. Endless Summer ripped apart the prison of petals that was keeping the cold snow pine confined. Unfortunately, the cold snow pine's mind had been frozen by endless summer's enlightenment law rune. It entered the cold snow pine's body along with the remaining 90% of world grace. Just as the cold snow pine was about to morph into human form, a light purple spear from Endless Summer's shooting spears of summer appeared in Endless Summer's hand. This time, the spear seemed much sharper than the ones it had used before. Endless Summer punctured the cold snow pine through its branches with the spear, and its tree core was gouged out with one swift motion. A few more strikes followed, allowing Endless Summer to dig out the law crystal hidden at the top of the cold snow pine's bows. Endless Summer fiddled with the cold snow pine's law crystal. A gentle smile spread across its face as it addressed Lin Yuan. The cold snow pine's law crystal is unorthodox and not one of the pure ice-type laws. It's a complete Myth 2 law crystal, nonetheless. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up. He was thoroughly impressed by Endless Summer and Mother of Bloodbath. Endless Summer's Enlightenment Law Rune had the ability to freeze minds. Any Fae below Endless Summer's grade would become its soldier after it extended its control over them. After the death of the Fae, the Law Rune would crystallize into a complete Law Crystal. The memory of the Mother of Bloodbath splitting itself into crows was still etched in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan almost wanted to change the Mother of Bloodbath's name to Mother of Chefs. She had absolutely perfected the technique. The Mother of Bloodbath whispered to Lin Yuan, "Should I take care of that old man?" Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation. A scarlet light flashed. The Zheng family's third lineage's Emperor-class expert, Jian Hanzhong, came into view. The smell of a fresh ocean breeze wafted into Lin Yuan's nose, and the trauma of being hunted by Chang Wu dissipated. When Chang Wu had been hunting him, Lin Yuan had had no means of defending himself. Despite his best efforts, he had been merely Chang Wu's plaything. That had been the moment when Lin Yuan had become aware of the importance of power. If he was hunted down by a strong expert again today, he would still lack power. Fortunately, he could rely on the might of Sky City, which he helped build from the ground up. He would not be a sitting duck even when facing off against two Emperor-class experts. He could now fight back. Nightmare VI's appearance made Lin Yuan aware that his pool of enemies was wider than just the Zheng family's third lineage. It also included the Zheng family's main family. One must remain steadfast in the face of tribulations and magnanimous when the winds were favorable. Nonetheless, whether it was to the Zheng family's third lineage or main branch, Lin Yuan only had one thing to say: every problem has a solution. Lin Yuan thought about the recent clashes against Emperor-class experts. The Suzerain/Myth 2 Crow, Jian Hanzhong, and Nightmare 6 all seemed to be after me. Yet in the end, they all became my faithful messengers. Fate is hard, truly hard, to come by. How generous. The Mother of Bloodbath returned to Lin Yuan's side and handed a diamond Fae storage box. "Here you go, this came from the old guy," said the Mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan did not immediately take the diamond Fae storage box. Instead, he looked at the Mother of Bloodbath's previously injured deformed leg. As a myth breed, the Mother of Bloodbath possessed exceptional healing capabilities. Now, as it stood next to Lin Yuan in human form, its leg already looked good as new. Lin Yuan knew that the Mother of Bloodbath had sustained a blow from the more powerful Nightmare 6 in order to exhibit blood control. It must have been grievously injured. When Lin Yuan had bought the Heaven and Earth Fae Blood Brew Grapevine, he had already figured out a way to cultivate the Blood Brew Grapevine. The Blood Brew Grapevine needed fresh blood to grow Blood Brew grapes, and Lin Yuan's Red Thorn was the same. Other than being able to use its mouth of Relinquish to absorb blood, Red Thorn could also store excess blood. The excess blood was stored in the Eye of Relinquish that grew on the mouth of Relinquish. In other words, the purest essence lay in the Eye of Relinquish. Lin Yuan started pondering. Can I use Red Thorn to cultivate the Blood Brew Grapevine? If so, it'll be a piece of cake to grow the Blood Brew grapes. The Mother of Bloodbath had the exclusive skills Blood Embrace and Desire Spider Form. Everything was ready to promote it to Myth 3 soon. With Endless Summer's help, it was highly possible for the Mother of Bloodbath to successfully undergo the Myth 3 world cleansing. At Myth 3, Mother of Bloodbath would be able to activate body weaponization. After witnessing the power of endless Summer's body weaponization and subsequent spirit return, Lin Yuan came to understand the power discrepancy between Myth 2 and Myth 3 phase. If the Mother of Bloodbath could elevate itself to Myth 3, Lin Yuan could tap into a higher level of fighting abilities. Lin Yuan started thinking. The Mother of Bloodbath mentioned the creation breed, which is 1 league above Myth breed. I know nothing about them, but if I can use Red Thorn to produce Eyes of Relinquish and cultivate the Blood Brew grapevine, I will be able to nurture the Mother of Bloodbath. It could push it to the creation breed quality quickly. This seems feasible. The Mother of Bloodbath noticed Lin Yuan eyeing its injury. Its emotionless countenance was replaced with a warm smile. The Mother of Bloodbath placed Jian Hanzhong's diamond Fey storage box in Lin Yuan's hand and said, "Nightmare 6 isn't dead yet. Its mind is just in pieces because of Sister Summer's attack." Lin Yuan looked suspicious. The Mother of Bloodbath explained, "You can take Nightmare VI's current condition to be similar to that of a vegetative state in human terms." The Mother of Bloodbath started to gesture as it continued. "I'm going to help Sister Summer with the cold snow pine. The cold snow pine's pine needles are rather valuable. I'll dissect the Nightmare 6 later when I've regained my maximum power." The Mother of Bloodbath saw that Lin Yuan's expression had shifted. Lin Yuan had placed half his attention on the ethereal jellyfish and sensed it digging continuously on the ocean floor. At that moment, he sensed that the ethereal jellyfish had already dug out all the spatial magnets in the ocean floor. When added to the 100 pieces he already owned, the ethereal jellyfish had managed to dig up 500 spatial magnets. However, what caused Lin Yuan to frown was not the large quantity of spatial magnets. It was because there was something hidden behind the spatial magnet's magnetic field. There was another more complex hidden technique underneath it. Compared to the more complex hidden technique, the 500 spatial magnets were peanuts. The Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan's tightly drawn together brows and asked, "Is something wrong?" Lin Yuan relaxed his brows and responded, "I tasked the ethereal jellyfish with searching for spatial magnets in the ocean floor. It dug up a total of 500 pieces. However, below the spatial magnets lies an enormous net made of floating silver strands." The Mother of Bloodbath fell silent. Who would go through the immense trouble of setting up such a project in the coastal sea so close to Indigo Azure City? Floating silver could definitely count as one of the extremely valuable spiritual materials. It had spatial characteristics which were rare in metal spiritual ingredients. Whoever had put the floating silver strands in place had to have done so very early on. At the very least, it had to be done before the Carcinoma Fey sea burial lotus flower appeared. Otherwise, whoever had set up the spatial magnets and floating silver would have captured something as precious as the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan analyzed the chain of events. If we didn't come to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea to investigate, we would not have stumbled upon the sea burial lotus flower. I would not have dove underwater and coincidentally experienced the unusual spatial tremors when the water world dimensional lifeform was spat out. It was after the unusual spatial tremors that I released the ethereal jellyfish to investigate. Soon after, the ethereal jellyfish found the first spatial magnet and discovered the complex hidden techniques below. The Mother of Bloodbath was quiet for a while before speaking. Floating silver can perfectly divide spatial tremors, giving it countless applications. Who knows what lies under the net of floating silver strands? Although we are only 2 days away from the dimensional rift, I think we should tear it down. With me and Sister Summer around, despite the dimensional rift, the losses will be minimized. The Mother of Bloodbath kept a thought to itself. The Radiance Federation did not produce the 500 spatial magnets. The fact that their origins are unknown is cause for concern. If not looked into thoroughly, there could be untold dangers. The Mother of Bloodbath had a feeling that a prodigious secret was being kept underneath the net of floating silver strands. It shook its head, forcing the thought out of its mind. As a suzerain/Myth 2 Fey, it was accustomed to using strength to establish the pecking order. When did it start to become disillusioned by the Mother Spider's sixth sense? The space beside Lin Yuan's started to distort vigorously. The ethereal jellyfish's silhouette started to glow bright red. The ethereal jellyfish's silhouette solidified and landed expertly on Lin Yuan's neck. It extended two strong feelers, waving them around. The mother of Bloodbath could not help but giggle at the sight. The bright red ethereal jellyfish was hanging off Lin Yuan's neck, with its two feelers dangling and twirling. It looked like two braids were protruding from Lin Yuan's head, dancing in the wind. The braid was red, which used to be Endless Summer's favorite. Lin Yuan hastily plucked the ethereal jellyfish from his neck. Lin Yuan was already made aware of the conundrum the ethereal jellyfish had encountered when it tried to clear the floating silver strands. Due to the sea burial lotus flower's casual extraction of the energy from the ocean floor, the structure of the seafloor had undergone foundational changes. As a result, a large volume of floating silver strands was stuck in the rock crevices in the seafloor. It could not pull out the floating silver strands from the rock crevices even when using its two strong feelers. The ethereal jellyfish would need help in order to clean out the floating silver strands from the ocean floor. Zhou Luo's contracted Fey, lava dragon lizard, would be the most suitable. Lin Yuan instructed Zhou Luo, who was standing next to him. Zhou Luo ordered the lava dragon lizard to go underwater and randomly stomp around on the ocean floor, damaging the rocks which were holding the floating silver strands down. This greatly expedited the rate at which the ethereal jellyfish collected the floating silver strands. According to Lin Yuan's calculations, after the dimensional rift in 2 days, the collection of the floating silver strands should have been completed. It was then that they would find out what unsavory secrets lay under the complicated web. The ethereal jellyfish needed constant assistance with the floating silver strands. Moreover, the newly suzerain/myth 2 Snowpine Chill and Nightmare 6, which was already at the peak of suzerain/myth 2, had not been taken care of. The most optimal option was to stay on the island for 2 days. Lin Yuan would be able to use the 2 days to rest. Only after nurturing his sister into an iron bucket would the Vajra butterfly and obsidian iron wild bull be able to establish a perfect connection. He was going to start tempering the fairy source-type item burning sunflower he had traded. South of Flame City, at the scorching volcano district, even in winter, the temperatures never dipped below 40 degrees here. Temperatures could climb up to about 50 degrees in the summer. It was comparable to the temperatures in the Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift. The difference was that the number of plants in Flame City's scorching volcano district trumped that of the Class 2 Abyss Dimensional Rift manifold. Numerous plants that thrived in hot weather took root here. A large number of plant phase leached spirit chi from the constant flow out of the magma. Thus, the spirit chi in the area was much thicker than in other places. This resulted in many wood-type plant phase, which originated from other areas, evolving into wood-type and fire-type after spending time in the scorching volcano. These wood-type and fire-type plant phase became Flame City specialties. A young girl wearing a Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy uniform stood next to a massive sienna-colored rock. She was commandeering an all-black, metal-lined wild bull that was charging amongst a group of silver fire-spotted wolves. The fire-spotted wolves were covered with brown fur that was messier and sparser than other wolf-type fays. After all, a thick coat of fur was disadvantageous to fays who lived in such a high-temperature environment. Flecks of red were dotted all over the brown fur, and they emanated fire energy. Suddenly, a fire-spotted wolf larger than the rest howled. Other than the fire-spotted wolf, which had its head smashed in by the black rampaging bull, the red spots on the rest of the fire-spotted wolves lit up simultaneously. The scarlet flames jetted out of the fire-spotted wolf's jaws toward the wild black bull. The young girl dressed in the Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy uniform was Chu Ci. When she saw the flames closing in on the obsidian iron wild bull, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Obsidian iron wild bull. Use pain buffer." The obsidian iron wild bull's originally black body radiated a gem-like luminescence, the legendary rainbow black color. The fire-spotted wolf's flames descended upon the obsidian iron wild bull but failed to burn it. Instead, it seemed to be subsumed by the obsidian iron wild bull's glowing skin. The fire-spotted wolf's attack caused the ground around the obsidian iron wild bull to sizzle. However, the obsidian iron wild bull appeared totally unaffected. Flames wrapped around the obsidian iron wild bull as it charged toward the fire-spotted wolves, whose red spots had dulled. The fire-spotted wolves flew into a state of panic, having not expected their attack to fail. Faced with the fire-covered obsidian iron wild bull, the fire-spotted wolves knew they were in trouble. The head of the pack bolted off in fright, despite the injury to its hind legs. The ferocious obsidian iron wild bull suddenly let out a pained roar. After the gem-like luminescence around the obsidian iron wild bull disappeared, the flames quickly started to consume its body. When the obsidian iron wild bull was being burned, dots of green lights full of vitality appeared all over its body. Chu Ci, who was standing off to the side, scrunched her face with worry and heartache. The Vajra butterfly that was on Chu Ci's shoulder fluttered its wings. At that moment, a pair of white marble-like hands patted Chu Ci's shoulders. A frost-covered woman carrying an air of immortality gently spoke to Chu Ci. "Don't worry. The ability Pain Buffer, which your bronze/fantasy breed obsidian iron wild bull advanced to silver, is equipped with pain absorption. It is more than capable of taking this amount of damage. Besides, because it often feeds on metal spiritual ingredients, it allowed it to build its tolerance against flames like this and increased its body's durability." Chu Ci's worries seemed to be significantly alleviated. However, the same could not be said about the heartache she felt. The obsidian iron wild bull has already reached silver/fantasy I. I think my fighting abilities have improved considerably and will not be increasing anytime soon. "It's about time for us to go back," said Chu Ci. Cold Moon looked at Chu Ci in admiration. In the beginning, she had only come to Redbud City because of the Moon Empress order. Cold Moon had long become resigned to the fact that Lin Yuan was Moon Empress's disciple. Chu Ci was only riding on Lin Yuan's coattails. However, after spending time with her, Cold Moon had realized that the ostensibly docile girl was actually extremely determined. When she made her mind up about something, she was willing to put in more effort than anyone else in order to see it through. She possessed a resilience well beyond her age of 15 years. Cold Moon initially intended to take Chu Ci out on a training excursion during the holidays. However, Cold Moon realized that when she trained Chu Ci, she was merely performing the responsibility of a guardian. Chu Ci took care of every other aspect, even wilderness survival. She would even prepare Cold Moon's share. Cold Moon thought back to when she had first glimpsed Lin Yuan's information, which included a section on Chu Ci. The siblings support each other and remain steadfast despite the trials they undergo. It's heartbreaking to watch them. Cold Moon reached out her arm and gently pressed down the 2 stray hairs on Chu Ci's head as she asked, "Do you miss your brother?" Chu Ci answered honestly, "It's been 4 months since I last saw Lin Yuan. I miss him." Cold Moon felt a pang in her heart. She could feel the deep sibling bond in Chu Ci's words. It was sincere and warm. The fire enveloping the obsidian iron wild bull had nearly dissipated. Although the obsidian iron wild bull had managed to sustain the damage, its entire body had been charred black. It was clearly severely injured. The obsidian iron wild bull snorted and stood its ground. It watched as the fire-spotted wolves in the distance changed to a crimson-red color. A strong wave of energy shot out of the obsidian iron wild bull's eyes toward the fire-spotted wolves. The fleeing fire-spotted wolves' heads exploded, and they collapsed on the ground, dead. Cold Moon gasped in awe. The obsidian iron wild bull might only be silver/fantasy I, but after it takes enough damage, its exclusive skill Annihilation Gaze will be able to attain power comparable to a gold/fantasy breed. Amazing! If there was someone around who recognized Cold Moon, their jaws would drop for sure. Cold Moon was infamous for her arrogance. She even had the courage to speak her mind in front of the Moon Empress. Obviously, Cold Moon greatly admired the obsidian iron wild bull. Cold Moon could not help but be curious. Where did Lin Yuan find such a treasure for his sister? So sturdy and strong, is capable of handling a lot of hits and possesses impressive defensive abilities. Its abilities will exponentially boost Chu Ci's power once it improves its strength. All the fantasy breed phase counteract each other in terms of their differing talent, bloodline, abilities, and exclusive characteristics. This results in larger differences in their power. There are very few fays amongst fantasy breeds that can distinguish themselves. The obsidian iron wild bull's exclusive skill, pain absorption, strengthened its other exclusive skill, annihilation gaze. The ability pain buffer, which the obsidian iron wild bull learned during silver grade, requires it to get hurt. However, during the time when the obsidian iron wild bull starts to buffer the damage, it can use the pain to strengthen itself. When paired with iron horn, it combines the damage that the obsidian wild bull is about to receive with its innate attacking power and focuses it on its target. The obsidian iron wild bull does not seem like a regular defense-type fey. Although pain buffer is definitely a defensive ability, it turns into a whole new beast when utilized by the obsidian iron wild bull. Especially when directed by Chu Ci, its power becomes out of this world. Cold Moon's praise elicited a wide beam from Chu Ci, who said, "Lin Yuan is the one who gave me the obsidian iron wild bull." Cold Moon could feel Chu Ci's pride and joy from her words. "Since we're here at the scorching volcano district, why don't I mine some shining ores for your obsidian iron wild bull? It might help the obsidian iron wild bull promote its grade," said Cold Moon. She went on to explain, "Shining ores only have efficacy when freshly mined from the scorching volcano. Once it cools, it turns into an ordinary ore and loses the ability to promote the obsidian iron wild bull's grade. It takes about 2 days to mine shining ore and promote the obsidian iron wild bull's grade. We can go back after 2 days." Chu Ci knew that this opportunity was rare. If they did not mine the shining ores now, they would need to return at a later date if they ever wanted to do so. However, Chu Ci also had her doubts. Using spiritual ingredients to improve a fantasy breed phase grade required the help of a creation master. It was because the elevation of fantasy breed phase grade also needed pure spirit chi, which only a creation master could produce. Could Cold Moon also be a creation master? Cold Moon noted the conflict and quizzical expression on Chu Ci's face. Her frost-covered face split into a gentle smile. Cold Moon usually could not be bothered to give others the time of day, but she was exceptionally patient with Chu Ci. "Yes, I'm a creation master. Why don't you become my disciple?" A blush bloomed across Cold Moon's cheeks. Her face tensed as her expression grew cold. Cold Moon was slightly embarrassed. Why did she spill her honest thoughts all of a sudden? As someone who was not adept at expressing herself, she felt as anxious as someone with acrophobia that had just sat through a 3-day cable car ride. Cold Moon did not expect herself to become so nervous after blurting her true feelings. Chu Ci smiled warmly as she took on an oddly serious demeanor and said, "Greetings, Master." Cold Moon was instantly stunned. Not once had she revealed her identity to Chu Ci, nor had she demonstrated her power as a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Although she did use her powers once in front of Chu Ci, she merely exhibited platinum-level power to scare off the cheetahs from the field of fire. Yet, Chu Ci agreed to become her disciple without hesitation. Cold Moon was surprised and touched. She suddenly realized why the Moon Empress had taken Lin Yuan as her disciple. She instantly felt like a different person. The urge to cook rose within her. At that moment, Cold Moon was even willing to hand-make the pot. Cold Moon solemnly but gently asked Chu Ci, "Why?" Chu Ci's eyes shone. "Because you're the only person in this world besides my brother, who I regard as family." Cold Moon hung her head and was silent for a while. When Cold Moon lifted her head, her eyes shone with the same brightness that was in Chu Ci's eyes. When they arrived at the scorching volcano's entrance, Cold Moon waved. Moments later, along with the flowing magma and intense heat, a layer of chilling frost covered the entire scorching volcano district. Then a 100-meter-long enormous dragon emerged from the sky. The gigantic dragon did not roar, but its silence carried the majesty and ferocity unique to dragon species phase. Cold Moon instructed the dragon, "Icy King Dragon, you stay here and protect my precious disciple." The Icy King Dragon was visibly stunned for a second before it transformed into a young man wearing a light blue robe. The young man had breathtaking features. His eyes resembled that of Cold Moon's. Cold Moon leaped into the air and flew toward the scorching volcano's entrance. Cold Moon suddenly realized something. Now that both the Moon Empress and myself have disciples, isn't Mystic Moon the only one left without one? I'll have to share with her how wonderful it feels to have a precious disciple when I return. Lin Yuan, who was on the deserted island, felt the weight of the two small crystals resting in the center of his palm. A wave of distress washed over him. It would be a waste if I did not make use of such a treasure. Lin Yuan held up one of the crystals. Flickers of azure swam inside blinding ivory, while flames of ice seemed to jump within the crystal. The crystal's interior seemed to coalesce and dissipate continuously. Despite the enthusiastic leaping of the icy flames, it emanated a strange frigidness. Two subtle streaks of gold revealed the identity of the crystal. While the mother of Bloodbath was busy handling the cold snow pine, Endless Summer listlessly plucked pine needles nearby. It spotted Lin Yuan staring at the icy flame's law crystal with a troubled, brooding look. Endless Summer could not help but say, "Lin Yuan, the icy flame's law crystal might have laws, but it's only an unorthodox ice-type law. Yet it contains a wisp of fire. It's the best plaything of fire and ice-type myth-breed phase." Endless Summer whistled in approval. It had mastered Enlightenment Law, so whether it was the cold snow pine's icy flames law crystal or the dead dream law crystal, they were all useless. Nonetheless, it could use the power of its own law crystal to commence melding and absorption to bolster its Enlightenment Law. Although the discrepancy between myth breeds and creation breeds seemed similar to that between fantasy breeds and myth breeds, they were actually leagues asunder. The distance between myth breeds and creation breeds was much further. A fantasy breed would be close to death during their world cleansing to become a myth breed. Many seemingly all-powerful fays were reduced to ash during their struggle to rise from fantasy V to myth breed. Fantasy breed fays could seek aid from others during their world cleansing to increase their chances of surviving the process. Unfortunately, when myth breed fays tried to elevate to creation breed phase, they needed to continuously strengthen their law runes. Their law runes needed to be strong enough to create a genuine world of law using only the power of law. Ergo, it was 100 times more dangerous for myth breeds as they had to go through the trial of world creation rather than world cleansing. The accumulation of the power of law required an unspeakable amount of power and training and usually took myth 3 phase years to accomplish. Class 5 Creation Masters' most enviable asset was their ability to activate a portion of the power of law from law crystals. This granted them the ability to make adjustments so that any law runes could absorb the pure law energy. Despite this ability, they mostly used it to elevate the power of their contracted phase and source-type lifeforms. Why would they bless someone else with something so precious? The mother of Bloodbath was swiftly tearing away the cold snow pine's bark. It also took out a crystal bottle and squeezed out the essence of the cold snow pine's branches. When it heard Endless Summer speak, the mother of Bloodbath raised its head and said to Lin Yuan, "The cold snow pine's law crystal might not be particularly impressive, but its tree sap is valuable. If you still have the fire heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, their pure fire energy can be used to roast the cold snow pine's tree sap. The tree sap will turn into rosin. But only the fire heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls can be used. If the fire energy isn't pure enough, the tree sap will turn into incense instead. The cold snow pine's rosin has warming properties that can heal injured souls. Its incense will only be able to replenish energy." The mother of Bloodbath spoke with a strange seriousness. It valued the cold snow pine's tree sap much more than its law crystal. Lin Yuan was momentarily dazed. He did not expect cold snow pine's rosin to have such effects. He had heard from the Moon Empress about items that could heal souls. She had mentioned that they were counted as prized strategic class resources. There was an abundance of spiritual ingredients that could restore energy, but few had qualities that could really affect the soul. Lin Yuan carefully noted down the mother of Bloodbath's words. Nevertheless, even the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls did not possess fire energy as pure as that produced by the twin red pagoda's lifeform sacrificial fire. Would we get a better result if we used lifeform sacrificial fire to calcify the tree sap instead? Lin Yuan asked. The mother of Bloodbath firmly replied, "Of course. If lifeform sacrificial fire is used to burn the tree branches, we'll be able to preserve most of the properties of the tree sap. We'll even be able to bring out the immense life-giving qualities of the cold snow pine's tree sap. Rosin made from the life-form sacrificial fire will be far stronger than that of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. At the mention of life-form sacrificial fire, Endless Summer gently placed a hand over its heart. In order to save it, Lin Yuan had placed the life-form sacrificial fire inside of it, which had become a tree core inside its body. Endless Summer had reabsorbed its original tree core, which had been dug out. Thus, Endless Summer now had two tree cores. It was both an opportunity of a lifetime and a drastic change to possess two tree cores. Endless Summer felt that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lin Yuan to have even one piece of something as valuable as life-form sacrificial fire. Now that Lin Yuan no longer had any life-form sacrificial fire, Endless Summer felt rather guilty. Gratefulness surged in the depths of Endless Summer's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was mentally calculating. It's best if we can use life-form sacrificial fire to calcify the cold snow pine. Then I'll be able to wait until the spirit lock spatial zone for the twin red pagoda's main flower to mature in order to use its life-form sacrificial fire to calcify the cold snow pine's tree sap. Zhou Luo, who was standing nearby directing the lava dragon lizard, heard the exchange between Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath, and Endless Summer and suddenly felt as though his master was too cruel. His master and the mother of Bloodbath talked about wanting to build a disco on this deserted island. But who knew when the plan could come to fruition? The deserted island's scenery was beautiful. They could also build a theater along with the disco. When the time comes, I'll be able to whip out my specialty Swona again. Lin Yuan looked at the dead dream law crystal in his other hand. It was slightly larger and ashy black in color, with two gold streaks cutting through it. The dead dream law crystal looked to be containing a mercurial dream realm. The foggy dream realm carried the strange feeling of joy intermixed with pain. Lin Yuan's hand quivered, and he fished out the black law crystal he had obtained from the night calamity crow in Endless Forest. Lin Yuan suddenly came to the realization that he was fated with Dark-type phase. Two of the three law crystals in his hands came from Dark-type phase. However, between those two Dark-type law crystals, the one from the night calamity crow was clearly better than the one from the dream-eating bat. Whether it was the laws in the crystal or the appearance of the law crystal itself, the night calamity crow's law crystal came out a winner. It was probably due to the fact that Nightmare 6 had used its exclusive skill, Dark Night Tribute, causing the originally complete law crystal to break. However, the dead dream law crystal was much darker than the black crystal. As he fiddled with the three law crystals, Lin Yuan's concerns intensified. Lin Yuan would never trade something like law crystals. As such, they would continue staying with Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan was currently unable to use the law crystals. Due to the fundamental differences between the laws, not even Endless Summer or the Mother of Bloodbath would be able to absorb these law crystals. There was a sort of sweet dilemma behind it all. If Lin Yuan's thoughts were revealed to the members of the veteran factions, they would launch two slaps across his face. They would then scream at Lin Yuan, "Wake up, you fool! How can this be a sweet dilemma? It should be a sweet delight." Lu Jie was standing to the side, feeding a silver protein silkworm chrysalis to the insect queen. Lu Jie, who only had one contracted fey, made sure to replenish the insect queen's strength after every battle by feeding it source-type lifeforms. When he was done, Lu Jie looked at the sky and commented, "It's getting dark. Since we're going to be on the deserted island these 2 days, why don't I head to Indigo Azure City and get the materials to build a temporary campsite? Later, I'll gather some metal spirit ingredients to make pots, so I can cook up some seafood." The mother of Bloodbath's eyes lit up. However, it was not the one that voiced out. When Lin Yuan heard Lu Jie's suggestion, he fished several quick building tents out of his button-sized diamond face storage box. These tents had been added as a precaution when Yu was helping Lin Yuan organize the Fey storage box. Lin Yuan had not had the chance to use them up until now. Finally, they could be of use. The mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan take out some fruit from the Fey storage box as well. Its sharp eyes also caught sight of some rations sandwiched between the fruits. The mother of Bloodbath hopped to its feet, raised its hand and exclaimed, "I agree with Lu Jie's suggestion. Sister Summer will separate the cold snow pine's component parts into spirit ingredients. I will go check out Indigo Azure City's fresh produce market with Lugia. According to StarWeb, grilled softbone grouper is especially delicious. The mother of Bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan was practically a monster. It was a magnificent and battle-worn spider. How could he expect it to be satisfied with rations and fruits? It needed to feast on a griddle of seafood. When Lin Yuan heard the mother of Bloodbath mention soft-boned grouper, his eyelids immediately started to twitch. Which fairy on StarWeb had said that grilled soft-boned grouper was tasty? Did they try to use some high-level fire to grill the soft-boned grouper? Soft-boned groupers were 4 meters in length when they were young. Mature ones could grow up to 18 meters long. It would take months to finish eating such a giant fish. Despite this, Lin Yuan agreed to the idea. It was because his stomach started to grumble the second that Lu Jie mentioned grilling seafood. Grilled seafood was Lu Jie's specialty. Lu Jie was capable of cooking a wide list of dishes, so he did not grill seafood often. Lin Yuan suddenly sensed the mother of Bloodbath looking at him with an accusatory glare. Lin Yuan was instantly on edge. He glanced at the fruits he had taken out and hastily bent down to store them back in the face storage box. The global champion of eating mother of Bloodbath sure got angry easily. Lin Yuan had only taken out the fruits to use as sauces on the seafood. The bag of rations had just fallen out accidentally. The corners of Lissen's lips tugged upward, and he struggled to quench his sniggers. He quickly said, "There's a lot of seafood in Indigo Azure City that's indigenous to the area. Some of the shrimps and scallop species are very suitable for charcoal grilling. I'm more familiar with the area and can act as a guide. I'll also pick up the basic rations we'll need for the next 2 days." After the mother of Bloodbath, Lu Jie, and Lissen departed, Lin Yuan started juicing fruits. He made sure to juice fruits according to each person's favorite. Since he did not know what Zhou Luo fancied, he made extra of each type so Zhou Luo would be able to have his pick. When he was done, Lin Yuan stored the juices in a crystal bottle and placed it in the cool ocean to maintain their freshness. As night approached, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, Lin Yuan, Lissen, and Zhou Luo had filled their stomachs to the brim. Zhou Luo's lava dragon lizard had also snagged quite a few pieces of grilled fish. Lu Jie was a masculine man that had managed to hold off the insect tide in Cold Frost City for half an hour all by himself, but he currently did not even have an ounce of strength. An idea struck Lu Jie. He was glad that when you had not come. Otherwise, they would need to grill at least 2 more fish, 5 more crabs, 3 more sticks of shrimp, another pile of scallops, and who knew how much more squid. After they filled their stomachs, the group headed into the already set-up tents to rest. Zhou Luo called out the recently contracted dark snake dragon lizard. He wanted it for companionship as he stood watch, as well as to form a deeper bond with it in the meantime. The lava dragon lizard continued helping the ethereal jellyfish disturb the ocean floor to collect the floating silver strands laying in the depths. A thunderous yawn soon sounded out from Lu Jie's tent, signifying his exhaustion. The mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer went back to tearing off the cold snow pine's bark. The mother of Bloodbath handled spiritual ingredients very professionally. The job was almost done, and the mother of Bloodbath had been extremely thorough. It even turned the cold snow pine's tree bark into hemp thread. It planned to give it to Wenyu to make something for Lin Yuan. Lissen utilized the downtime to start training the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox. He used the resonance between the clashing of the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox to improve their battle compatibility. Lin Yuan noticed that the way Lissen was training the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox partially encompassed his own special brand of understanding. Lin Yuan had enhanced the Silver 7/Fantasy I Pain illusory fox, and it was deemed a rather exquisite spirit-type fae. The pain illusory fox used pain as a medium to control and harm its targets. It was an intangible means of fighting. Compared to the Silver 7/Fantasy I Pain illusory fox, the Silver 3/Fantasy I Three-Tailed Crimson Fox was a step above. Thanks to the compatibility of their abilities, they were able to form a good partnership. Although its constantly burning 3 tails gave the three-tailed crimson fox the look of a fire-type fae, it was undoubtedly a spirit-type fae. The fire, which burned atop its tails, could weaken its targets and lower their defensive ability if it made contact. This strengthened the three-tailed crimson fox's spiritual abilities, whether it was the damage it dealt or the level of control it could exert. The three-tailed crimson fox also possessed a hypnotizing ability. In solo combat, due to the fact that every spirit chi professional mostly had many fays, attacking power was key in securing victory. Thus, a fey like the three-tailed crimson fox, which had controlling abilities, was not particularly helpful in solo combat. However, when it came to team fights, the three-tailed crimson fox's abilities would have great efficacy on the opponent's main phase. It was highly likely to be a key player in such fights. When Listen heard Lin Yuan approaching, he stopped the fight between the pain illusory fox and the three-tailed crimson fox. The three-tailed crimson fox laid down by Listen's leg and nestled on the ground as its three large tails lightly rested on Listen's trousers. All in all, looking very contented, the pain illusory fox called softly to Listen, who nodded. The snow-white pain illusory fox darted to Lin Yuan with only a few steps. Its small claws landed on Lin Yuan's leg, waggling as though it was greeting him before it returned to Listen's side. The pain illusory fox clearly still remembered that Lin Yuan had helped it advance its grade and quality. Listen assumed that Lin Yuan came over to issue an instruction. "Young master, does Big Brother Zhou need help?" he asked. Lin Yuan shook his head and reached out to pat down the stray strands of hair at the back of his head. "Listen, you're of age and have enough power now. Do you have any plans to participate in the Guild Club's tournament?" Lin Yuan remembered that when Listen had mentioned his Star Web Duel record, he had said his Star Tower level was just past level 10. Given Listen's power, he should have no problem reaching the Celestial Stairway. However, Listen had never gone to fight, which could indicate that he did not like competitive fighting. Even if Listen used a willpower rune to swear his undying loyalty to Lin Yuan, the latter would still be unable to force him to join his guild club. Listen paused for a while. "Me?" he murmured unconsciously. During his pause, Listen thought back to his childhood. "My elders always focused on preparing me as the sole heir to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. My days were filled with lessons on managing the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and expanding its reach. My elders might have been willing to part with half of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's resources so that I could have powerful fays and abilities, but they never allowed me to fight on Star Web. They always thought it was a waste of time that could have been spent on learning how to manage the business. As time passed, I became used to setting aside the joy I felt when fighting on Star Web. Even after my family died at sea 3 years ago, I continued working hard to maintain the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I didn't have any time or energy to devote to fighting on Star Web. However, I'll admit that sometimes while training my fays, I take the opportunity to improve my own fighting abilities. I never expected Lin Yuan to ask me to join his guild club. Of course, I would love to join. I can't believe he asked. Ever since I pledged my and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's loyalty to him, he poured a lot of resources into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. But I still haven't made anything of myself. If Lin Yuan didn't secretly protect me, I would have lost my life at the royal capital. During this time, I've come to realize that he's a good man who is easy to get along with. Being in his presence is relaxing. However, I'm constantly aware of my position as his subordinate. This said, he must be treating me like a friend rather than a subordinate since he's willing to invite me. Listen was touched beyond comprehension and chuckled at Lin Yuan's question. Big Brother Lu and I started a guild club. We plan to join next year's tournament. The name of the guild club is Dome Guild Club. As of now, we're the 2 main members of the group. You'll be the 3rd if you decide to join. After Lin Yuan's explanation and invitation, Listen bent down to pick up the pain illusory fox and three-tailed crimson fox. "I'm in. I'll increase my own power while also furthering the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's success. It will be done in 4 months," said Listen. Lin Yuan reached out his hand toward Listen and said, "Welcome, 3rd member of Dome Guild Club." Listen gently placed his hand on the back of Lin Yuan's as a symbol of their new bond as comrades. Listen mentally came to a decision. It looks like I'm about to fight on Star Web. If Lin Yuan really takes part in next year's tournament, given his and Lu Jie's ability, they're sure to obtain a B-level standing for the Guild Club. Our Dome Guild Club has Black and the Radiance 100 sequence member Lugia. They will definitely attract immense attention once the member roster is released. I know I can't be a Radiance 100 sequence member, but if I can reach Celestial Stairway, I won't be known as the black sheep of the team. Since I'm going to be a member of the team, I'll have to make sure I'm irreplaceable. I need to prove myself to be a valuable asset worthy of being in such an amazing team. Otherwise, others will look down upon me, or the Star Web big shots will magnify my mistakes and laugh at me. I don't think my ego will ever recover. When Lin Yuan and Listen were done talking, he returned to his tent. Instead of hitting the sack, Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once he was in, Lin Yuan immediately noticed that the pure land of bliss was filled with many snow-white feathers. Morbius' voice rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan, something is wrong with Gray. Since Lin Yuan did not reply, Morbius continued speaking. The pure land of bliss is connected with the version of itself that's both inside and outside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. At that time, the pure land of bliss was outside and absorbing the world grace. Gray had just recovered the genetic model and woken up, but it accidentally absorbed some of the world grace as well. This caused Gray's genetic model to spike its promotion state. Morbius' revelation delighted Lin Yuan. Gray had been on the cusp of death, but now its genetic model was better than ever. Who could have expected Gray to be granted such a prized opportunity for success? It was an extremely rare chance for one's genetic model to be promoted. It mostly only occurred to young Fays. It preserved the Fays' original genetic data while optimizing the genetic model, similar to the relationship between the blue flash butterfly and the blue flash purple butterfly. While the blue flash purple butterfly was in its cocoon, the blue flash butterfly's genetic model was promoted. Usually, the promotion of the genetic model was a natural result of development. This was the first time that it occurred due to a Fae absorbing the world cleansing. Although the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone is pure enough, it's not concentrated enough to fully support the promotion of Gray's genetic model. We'll need spirit chi crystals for that, Morbius added. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze toward the pile of spirit chi crystals. He had enough spirit chi crystals to feel comfortable using up some of them. This was too good of an opportunity for Gray, and there was no way Lin Yuan was going to let it pass. Lin Yuan walked over to the pile of spirit chi crystals below the small limestone bowl and took one spirit chi crystal out. Looking at the pile of spirit chi crystals made Lin Yuan feel energized. Lin Yuan did not keep count of the exact number of spirit chi crystals, but he estimated the number to be at least 300. If the Bronze X/Legend Morbius tried to combine all the spirit chi crystals, it would take at least 6 years. The world grace stolen from the cold snowpine could potentially greatly increase Lin Yuan's power. He would not need to be thrifty like he was in the past when using the spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan held the spirit chi crystals and marched over to Gray. Gray was still around the same size it used to be, but its mass had obviously increased. Gray was slumbering soundly on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus branches, its weight causing the branches to bend. Gray's impossibly white feathers, golden beak, and red crown were accentuated by the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's red flowers. It gave the sleeping Gray an aura of unspeakable charm. Lin Yuan used true data to check Gray's attributes. Fey name, Cloud Crane, Fey species, Crane species/red crane species, Fey grade, Norma, 1/10, L, Fey type, Spiritual, Fey quality. Normal, abilities. Cloud morph, turns its body into clouds. The cloud can obscure vision as well as block psychic abilities. Gray's name was now recorded as Cloud Crane in true data after its genetic model was repaired. It was a spiritual support type Fey. Lin Yuan carefully scanned through Gray's data. When Lin Yuan saw Gray's normal ability, he was stunned. Gray's Cloud Morph appeared to be a defensive ability. Could shield its user against attacks. However, Gray also had the ability to block psychic invasions, allowing it to be used as a counter-surveillance measure. Cloud Morph would create a scene when used on land, as the cloud coverage could only be used as a screen for the surroundings. But what if it was used in the cloud-filled sky? could affect battles in a completely different way, especially if Gray's grade was raised and the Cloud Morph's range was increased. The screening ability would improve tremendously. Until then, Cloud Morph might not be of much use to others. However, it was incredibly useful to Lin Yuan. He had an unhatched floating island whale, after all. Lin Yuan was of the opinion that Cloud Morph and the floating island whale was a perfect match. The floating island whale would rise to the sky after becoming a fantasy breed. The height it rose to was inconsequential given its immense size. Even if Lin Yuan had the ethereal jellyfish which had the spatial teleportation ability, it could establish a pathway between Sky City with Space Tunnel. It would essentially connect the land and sky. Alas, it was not an infallible solution. The floating island whale was never regarded just as a floating piece of land in the sky. Its intention was always to be used as a formidable battle fortress. Although its body was not strong, the floating island whale would carry weapons and appliances which were necessary for battle. The floating island whale could also fly at rapid speed and was apt to become a method of transportation that could traverse the globe. Lin Yuan could not keep such a battle fortress hidden in the sky forever. It was disadvantageous for him to do so, and it would be a waste of its potential. But now that he had the cloud crane, the floating island whale could continue gliding in the sky and do so while remaining undiscovered. Cloud Morph's shielding ability was impressive in itself, but its psychic blocking asset was an added bonus. The stronger the cloud crane grew, the more powerful Cloud Morph would become. Eventually, the floating island whale could become a legend and continue existing in the sky indefinitely. The more Lin Yuan thought about the prospects, the more thrilled he became. His grip increased along with his excitement, and the spirit chi crystals in his hand shattered. He instructed Morbius to direct the pulsing spirit chi into the body of the sleeping Gray so that it could absorb the energy. Unexpectedly, Gray did not seem any different from before after absorbing one spirit chi crystal. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and placed his hand on Gray's back. He gathered the powerful spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone inside his body and channeled it into Gray. The intense spirit chi traversed the surface layer of Gray's body. Lin Yuan could feel every cell in Gray's body gobbling up the spirit chi, akin to a starving mother of bloodbath that had not eaten for decades. In the end, all the energy was consumed by Gray's surface layer. Not 1 ounce of it penetrated the rest of Gray's body. Lin Yuan became certain that a large amount of spirit chi crystals would be needed for the promotion of Gray's genetic model. Fays who had never undergone the world cleansing usually did not experience the elevation of their genetic model. This meant that the opportunity that had presented itself to Gray was a 1 in a million draw of luck. It was nothing short of a miracle. However, the promotion of its genetic model could be severed, which would cause Gray to lose its once chance for success. It would be the equivalent of Lin Yuan personally destroying a gift from God. Since Lin Yuan had decided to form a contract with Gray, he would need to nurture it the same way he did with Chimey and Genius. Genius had started out as a mere housekeeping beast that had not even become a fae, while Chimey was a normal songstress bird that had failed to evolve its quality to normal. Despite it all, Lin Yuan was resolved to make the best out of their journey together. He grabbed a fistful of spirit chi crystals and returned to Gray's side. He ordered Morbius to fuse and direct the pure spirit chi from every crystal he shattered into Gray's body. 10 pieces, 20 pieces. Only when they reached 25 pieces did the rate at which Gray devoured the spirit chi begin to slow. When the 30th crystal was used up, Gray finally stopped absorbing the spirit chi. Suddenly, all of Gray's feathers molted and fell. Instead of falling to the ground, the feathers floated next to Gray, sustained by energy. Gray continued the cycle of growing and dropping feathers. This was when Lin Yuan realized why the Pure Land of Bliss had so many of Gray's fallen feathers. When he took a closer look at Gray's new feathers, Lin Yuan noticed that each new set of feathers was different from the last. Each new set of feathers looked more intricate and exquisite than the last, like they were handmade pieces of art. Lin Yuan thought that Gray's feathers were far more detailed than the divine travel black swallow's feathers, which he had used as a blueprint to make the Source Sand's metal-consume manifestation feathers. The last set of feathers that sprouted had subtle golden markings on them, giving gray an even more mysterious appearance. Lin Yuan felt that these new feathers were even better than Gray's original ones. The feathers which had fallen from Gray were suspended next to its body and formed a large white egg. The egg's shell gently throbbed as though it was incubating new life. Lin Yuan used true data to check Gray's attributes again. He was instantly stunned. Gray used to be a fae, but after its genetic model was promoted, it turned into a heaven and earth fae like the floating island whale. Gray was no longer called Cloud Crane but Sky-Clouded Crane. Lin Yuan was frazzled by Gray's sudden transformation into a heaven and earth fae. Gray fell back into a deep sleep. Only after it hatched from the egg would Gray gain a new life. This was the difference between the contract-forming method of heaven and earth phase and other phase. Using true data, Lin Yuan saw that Gray's contract method was similar to the floating island whale. Both of them needed to feel the bloodline of their contractor during the incubation period. After they hatched, they would decide whether or not to seal the deal. Lin Yuan thought back to when Gray used to cling to him. Even if I don't enhance the bloodline between Gray and me, it should still choose to form a contract with me. However, other than being able to enhance the bloodline between heaven and earth phase and us, blood can also strengthen our bond. I can't skimp on the amount of blood I use. Lin Yuan couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. After each enhanced bloodline relationship with the floating island whale, a large amount of blood in his body would be absorbed by the crystal eggshell of the floating island whale, causing him to feel like his body was being emptied. With Gray now, that was simply a double of being emptied and double the pleasure. Lin Yuan felt that he should really ask Zhang Xiaobai's care tips sometime later, and how he faced the bloody leech's destruction. Otherwise, no matter how strong a youth's physique was, he couldn't withstand the two heaven and earth phase, the floating island whale and the sky-clouded crane. Although he was against the idea, his body was incredibly honest. He had already started to enhance the bloodline with the sky-clouded crane, Gray. He deliberately used the blood from his tongue for the first time, just like the first time he had enhanced the bloodline with the floating island whale. Nearly 2 hours passed before he completed enhancing the bloodline with Gray and the floating island whale. During this time, Lin Yuan relied on his jasmine lily as it used its main flower to release life force and restore the qi and blood in his body. But given his current state of being like a faucet, he would be dried up even if he were a swimming pool. After Lin Yuan swayed in place, he sat on the ground. He let the jasmine lily use its heel on him for 3 minutes without bothering about its side effects. Due to the dizziness from blood loss, that extreme comfort nearly made him fall asleep in the spirit lock spatial zone, but after waking up from that extreme comfort, he recovered from the dizziness due to the blood loss. Previously, when Morbius had been channeling the spirit chi in the spirit chi crystals to Gray to strengthen its genetic model, there was still a portion of spirit chi left. Morbius asked Lin Yuan, "Yuan, Gray only consumed a trace of energy in the 31st energy crystal. The remaining energy should be able to allow 4 to 5 bronze/epic phase to reach legend." As soon as Lin Yuan heard that, he didn't even hesitate to take 1 scorching elemental shellfish, 2 celestine elemental shellfish, and 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish out of the spirit lock spatial zone. These 5 elemental shellfish were currently bronze X/epic. If he promoted them from epic to legend, then the speed at which they produced the elemental pearls would undoubtedly become faster than before. Lin Yuan now regretted not promoting these 5 elemental shellfish from epic to legend with the spirit chi crystals previously. After such a long time, it was unknown how many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls had been lost. After channeling the remaining spirit chi in the 31st spirit chi crystals that Morbius controlled into the 5 elemental shellfish, they all immediately became much larger than before. The elemental patterns on them also became more obvious, and the color of the flesh was closer to the color of the different types of elements. When they opened, they all exhaled elemental energy that was like a smoky haze. This meant that the 4 elemental shellfish that had grown larger had successfully been promoted to legend. However, due to the lack of remaining spirit chi in the spirit chi crystals, one of the aquamarine elemental shellfish did not get promoted. This situation could let Lin Yuan find out how much faster were the elemental pearls produced by the bronze X/legend elemental shellfish than the ones produced by the bronze/epic elemental shellfish. Since elemental pearls from different elemental shellfish were produced differently, Lin Yuan didn't choose carefully and took out that bronze X/legend scorching elemental shellfish for comparison. During his 2 hours of observation, Lin Yuan found that it produced a total of 8 elemental pearls, while the bronze X/epic aquamarine elemental shellfish produced 6. Although such a ratio didn't seem too shocking, it was enough to be called an amazing fortune after it quantified a quarter of the difference over time. Of course, other people couldn't achieve this accumulation of wealth unless they had such an inexhaustible blessed land with a high concentration of pure spirit chi like Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan took out the 2 young elemental shellfish that he had obtained from Master Jing Lu in exchange for 200 fire elemental pearls. He already had a plan in his mind. What he needed to do was to induce their mutation and turn them into thick earth shellfish. First of all, between the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced by different elemental shellfish, they could be circulated at a price of 1:1. Thus, there was actually not much difference no matter what kind of elemental shellfish he nurtured. Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the 2 young elemental shellfish into thick earth shellfish because the source sand wanted to improve its grade and rank. Apart from relying on the spirit chi in the spirit chi crystals, the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls produced by the thick earth shellfish were also an excellent choice for enhancement. At the same time, the pure earth energy in those heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls could temper the source sand. With some inducement from Lin Yuan, the 2 young thick earth shellfish were easily nurtured into bronze X/epic. After that, he summoned the 3 red waterblood snakes with the hornless dragon bloodline that he had gotten in a trade at the Indigo Azure Sea Market from the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. They were the raw materials that the Mother of Bloodbath's 3rd exclusive skill, External Bloodbone, needed. The Mother of Bloodbath's exclusive skill and strength improvement couldn't be sloppy. Therefore, Lin Yuan had asked the Mother of Bloodbath about the choice of the 3 red water blood snakes' exclusive skills. Their exclusive skills were not important for the Mother of Bloodbath. After being fused with the Mother of Bloodbath's Calicity, these 3 red water blood snakes would be equal to a part of its body. Hence, they would be dominated by it and become the same as its exclusive skill. When Lin Yuan enhanced them, he didn't need to consider the choice of their exclusive skills when they were promoted to bronze. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at these 3 red water blood snakes. They indeed had the hornless dragon bloodline in them. Half a day ago, they had been sprinkled with realgar powder but seemed unharmed now. All of them were spirited. Lin Yuan enhanced the 3 red water blood snakes with the hornless dragon bloodline, and they were promoted to bronze X/epic a few hours later. Even though their exclusive skills when they were promoted to bronze were not important, Lin Yuan still promoted them to elite/epic before promoting them to bronze. From the 3 exclusive skills that appeared, he picked out the one that he thought was the most powerful. Lin Yuan then took out a spirit chi crystal and crushed it. Under Morbius guidance, the 3 bronze/epic red water blood snakes, 2 thick earth shellfish, and the aquamarine elemental shellfish that had failed to raise its quality before were all enhanced. Because the aquamarine elemental shellfish had previously absorbed the high pure spirit chi from the spirit chi crystals, it was on the verge of breaking through to legend. So this time, all 6 bronze/epic phase were promoted to legend thanks to 1 spirit chi crystal. Lin Yuan stored the 3 bronze/legend red water blood snakes into the platinum phase storage box and was going to give them to the Mother of Bloodbath when he returned to the royal capital. Immediately after that, he placed the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish back into their original positions. Although the floating island whale, a heaven and earth fae, could devour the spirit chi, water energy, and wind energy in the spirit lock spatial zone, there was a limit to it. Previously, the aquamarine elemental shellfish and celestine elemental shellfish were just enough for the floating island whale's consumption when they were at epic. After having their quality promoted now, Lin Yuan had 2 wind-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the celestine elemental shellfish and 2 water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the aquamarine elemental shellfish every hour. Since the immature life-form sacrificial fire in the twin red pagoda's main flower could not finish absorbing the fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl produced by the scorching elemental shellfish, the gathering speed had become a lot faster than before. Coupled with the 2 earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the thick earth elemental shellfish, The source sand could only consume one over a period. Therefore, the Earth-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls basically equated to being an appetizer. Lin Yuan felt that although he had spent all the resources he could in the Indigo Azure Sea market, he would soon get rich based on the current rate of resource accumulation. Given the production speed of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in his hands, it wouldn't be too much for him to be called the Prince of Elemental Pearls. Lin Yuan looked at the time and found that it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. He had stayed up overnight in the Spirit Lock spatial zone again, looking at the elemental shellfish constantly producing the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. He didn't feel tired but fulfilled. It was still early, as the agreed time to wake up with the others last night was 7:30. There were still nearly 2 hours left for him to continue enhancing the phase. He first took out the fairy source-type lifeform, the burning sunflower. When looking at this thumb-sized cactus-shaped burning sunflower, his expression paused when he was about to enhance it. Then he stored it back into the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. Chu Ci was now outside with Cold Moon for training and must have become stronger. Lin Yuan didn't know how strong she was now. Thus, it would be better to wait for her return and have some understanding of her phase before he took her Bronze/Epic Vajra Butterly over and promoted it together with the Burning Sunflower to Bronze/Legend. Chu Ci had grown up. As her brother, even if he wanted to be good to his sister, he had to respect her. Lin Yuan intended to let Chu Ci choose the Burning Sunflower's exclusive skill. She was now also a combat class spirit chi professional and was even clearer about her own path than others. He now only hoped that after the Burning Sunflower was nurtured, it could let her combat style be less rough. His Iron Bucket Sister Plan 3.0 was nurturing a solid iron bucket, not a self-destructing bucket. If he raised her into a self-destructing bucket, Lin Yuan felt he would be simply letting down his identity as her older brother. After putting away the Burning Sunflower, Lin Yuan took the Heaven and Earth Fae, the Blood Brew Grapevine, out of the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. The Platinum 4/Epic Blood Brew Grapevine that he had traded in the Indigo Azure Sea market was a mature Heaven and Earth Fae. For such a Fae, it only needed to be supplied with enough blood. The Blood Brew Grapevine could absorb the energy from blood to produce blood brew grapes. It had a very high demand for the quality and quantity of blood. If the Platinum Blood Brew Grapevine wanted to grow a bunch of blood brew grapes, it at least needed the blood energy from 1000 platinum phase that couldn't be supplied by ordinary blood. It must be the essence blood obtained after purification. The Blood Brew Grapevine also had very demanding requirements for essence blood. If the quality of the essence blood was not up to par, the produced blood brew grapes would be small. Lin Yuan had previously speculated about Red Thorn's Eyes of Relinquish and the Blood Brew Grapevine. He was now a bit apprehensive and didn't know whether the Blood Brew Grapevine could absorb the Eyes of Relinquish to produce blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan summoned Red Thorn from the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. After Red Thorn saw him, it immediately became cheerful. It played with its huge flower that had obviously evolved more gill-shaped petals. "Yuan, Red Thorn, misses you." Although its words from its gill-like flower were broken, Red Thorn had obviously shown what it wanted to express. During this time, it could be said that Genius contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Ever since Genius had agreed to teach Red Thorn to speak, it had been going to the leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box to guide Red Thorn dutifully. The leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box used to contain the flesh of many dimensional lifeforms, so it gave off an odious stink. However, once Red Thorn's Mouth of Relinquish was activated, the energy waves emitted would be sufficient to force out any and all smells. Genius only needed to land on the Mouth of Relinquish's fleshy flowers when it entered the leaf-shaped diamond Fey storage box. As such, Lin Yuan would no longer need to stuff paper balls made of leaf pulp up its nose. Lin Yuan thought that Red Thorn was truly Genius's disciple, for it put on airs just like Genius did. Lin Yuan was proud to see that Red Thorn was already able to produce simple voice statements. Red Thorn had still been a plain, unformed source seed half a year ago, but it had blossomed quickly under his wing. Lin Yuan realized that Red Thorn's intelligence level was increasing as well. When it was digesting flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box, it no longer stuffed itself mindlessly like it used to. It would now sprout vines that extracted the flesh from the gold-dimensional lifeforms. It would then transport the soluble flesh through the roots connecting the vines and the ortets, all the way to the mouth of Relinquish. Next, the mouth of Relinquish and tongue of Relinquish would choose the best digesting agent suited to that particular dimensional lifeform before finally digesting the dimensional lifeform. This method sped up the digestive process considerably. However, the goal was not just to increase the digestion rate. Lin Yuan thought that this was a sign of Red Thorn's personality change. It was now conscious of its image and was trying to have etiquette. When Red Thorn first grew the thornless vine, it had simply asked Lin Yuan to tie it into a butterfly knot. But as time went on, Red Thorn started to want to improve its looks and requested Lin Yuan to use different colored ribbons to tie the butterfly knot. The previously emptied stock of Eye of Relinquish had grown to 30 within a day. Lin Yuan said to Red Thorn, "Red Thorn, can you harvest the Eyes of Relinquish which were meant to go into storage?" Red Thorn had been playing with the 10 large gill-shaped flowers, but it grew serious and spat out some spores once Lin Yuan spoke. The spores sprouted 2 vines by Lin Yuan's feet. Red Thorn called out an Eye of Relinquish through the roots connected to the vines and dutifully handed it to Lin Yuan. Although Red Thorn could only produce about 60 Eyes of Relinquish, they would immediately turn into a sea of flowers or an important means of attack when combined during battle. Lin Yuan had also witnessed Red Thorn harvesting Eyes of Relinquish on command in a fight. The thornless vine had been using the Eye of Relinquish as a toy. When Lin Yuan saw the blood brew grapevines, he came up with the idea of using the Eye of Relinquish to nurture it. The mouth of Relinquish digested rapidly. Unfortunately, Red Thorn's rate of evolution was slow. As such, the mouth of Relinquish could only start to replenish the Eye of Relinquish when the number fell below 60. Only then would Red Thorn activate the mouth of Relinquish to turn the excess digested flesh into the Eyes of Relinquish for storage. Thus, Lin Yuan's depletion of the Eyes of Relinquish would not slow down Red Thorn's evolution. It only required a large intake of dimensional lifeform flesh. Lin Yuan placed an Eye of Relinquish into the roots of the blood brew grapevine. As a Platinum 4/Epic Fae, the blood brew grapevine could consume nutrients through its roots. If the blood brew grapevine could not absorb the pure energy from the Eye of Relinquish, Lin Yuan would need to go on Star Web to purchase Platinum Fae blood. The purchased Platinum Fae blood would be used to nurture the blood brew grapevine into growing blood brew grapes. When the Eye of Relinquish was placed at the blood brew grapevine's roots, Lin Yuan held his breath and watched the blood brew grapevine's movements. What he saw was the blood brew grapevine's roots encapsulating the Eye of Relinquish, squeezing it tighter and tighter. The sharp roots jabbed at the Eye of Relinquish. Lin Yuan was surprised by what he saw. He did not expect Red Thorn's Eye of Relinquish to be so resilient. Or perhaps it was the blood brew grapevine's roots that were too weak. Lin Yuan produced a feather made of day and night spirit silver using his source sand and slashed an opening in the Eye of Relinquish. A few of the blood brew grapevine's roots were then able to tunnel in through the opening. Lin Yuan soon noticed the rippling blood-red energy around the blood brew grapevine. The blood brew grapevine seller had set up a shelf for it. All of a sudden, new vines were growing out of it. The sticky red sap, where the blood brew grapes had been slashed open, was slowly starting to dry. When Lin Yuan reached out to touch it, the layer of red tree sap immediately fell away. The wound had become shallow. The blood brew grapevine quickly absorbed the Eye of Relinquish. After only 20 minutes, the blood in the Eye of Relinquish was almost all gone. Lin Yuan noticed that the rate at which the blood brew grapevine absorbed the Eye of Relinquish was similar to the rate at which Red Thorn produced the Eye of Relinquish. Lin Yuan placed the remaining 29 Eyes of Relinquish at the blood brew grapevine's roots, and then used the day and night spirit silver feather to cut an opening in every Eye of Relinquish. The opening was small enough to ensure that the blood energy in each Eye of Relinquish would not leak while still allowing the blood brew grapevine's roots easy access. When Lin Yuan was done, he noticed that the blood brew grapevine was rather greedy. It originally did not have many roots, but it had grown numerous more in order to absorb all the Eyes of Relinquish. The new roots soon joined the old roots in entering the Eyes of Relinquish. The blood brew grapevine only started to absorb the blood energy in the eyes of Relinquish after it had ensured that it had engulfed every piece. Lin Yuan noticed that the blood brew grapevine had its little tricks when it came to this process. The blood brew grapevine's new roots were much sharper than the old ones, and they were covered with a wooden exterior. The blood brew grapevine no longer needed Lin Yuan's help thanks to the new roots. It could now break down the eyes of Relinquish's defenses on its own. The blood energy from each of the 29 eyes of Relinquish was eventually all absorbed into the blood brew grapevine's body. The vines on top of the blood brew grapevine started to playfully dangle its new roots. With the addition of its new roots, the blood brew grapevine looked as though it had grown twice in size. Lin Yuan was unbothered. The old person who had sold the blood brew grapevine should have pruned all of its vines and leaves. All that was left was the main vine. This ensured that all the blood energy the blood brew grapevine absorbed would be focused on growing blood brew grapes along the main vine. However, Lin Yuan preferred the blood brew grapevine to grow more vines so as to increase the number of blood brew grapes it produced at a time. Although this would undoubtedly increase the blood brew grapes' growing time, not pruning the new vines could also preserve the energy in the blood brew grapevine's body. After all, the blood brew grapevine needed to channel more blood energy into regrowing the parts that had been pruned. The mother of bloodbath would need to eat an immeasurable number of blood brew grapes if it wanted to promote to Myth 3. As such, the mother of bloodbath would be able to eat its fill of blood brew grapes whenever the blood brew grapevine produced its maximum number of blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan did a quick check to ensure that everything was in order before storing both red thorn and the blood brew grapevine into the leaf-shaped diamond face storage box. Previously, Lin Yuan had not instructed red thorn to store its eyes of Relinquish because of his experimentation on the eyes of Relinquish. But now that Lin Yuan was going to get red thorn to continuously produce eyes of Relinquish to nurture the blood brew grapevine, it was better to maintain the 60 eyes of Relinquish on red thorn. The extra eyes of Relinquish would be placed at the blood brew grapevine's roots. The source sand might be Lin Yuan's current main choice of Fey to use in battle, but red thorn's fighting abilities could strike a team as a whole. It could only be of significant use under the right circumstances. Lin Yuan was accustomed to expanding the range of effectiveness of his fighting power, for it allowed him to utilize the best action regardless of what situation he was facing. Despite already having powerful guardians like the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer by his side, not to mention the extreme token the Moon Empress had given him, Lin Yuan felt it was best to remain on his toes. Since the blood brew grapevine could absorb the eyes of Relinquish and was growing rapidly, Lin Yuan could now set his worries at ease. This undeniably helped Lin Yuan save a large amount of money. The eyes of Relinquish came from water-world dimensional lifeforms. They had enormous bodies, and each piece of their flesh was sold for cheap. It was the most affordable meat ingredient in the world. Since red thorn could rely on these water-world dimensional lifeforms to sustain itself, it saved Lin Yuan the effort of collecting the blood of Fays. Lin Yuan used to stress about how to procure the water-world dimensional lifeforms, but one stroll through the Indigo Azure Sea Market had resolved that worry. It was almost time for the Dimensional Rift's active period. There was an endless stream of people coming to trade for water-world dimensional lifeforms with the Indigo Azure Guards. Lin Yuan planned to strike up a deal with the middle-aged man when he returned to the royal capital. It would be best if he managed to get his hands on some water-world dimensional lifeform to store in the diamond face storage box. Suddenly, Lin Yuan realized that if the Mother of Bloodbath knew that the blood brew grapes it consumed were made from water-world dimensional lifeforms, it might be repulsed. Lin Yuan dismissed the thought as unimportant. The important thing was that the blood brew grapes were packed full of the sparkling blood energy that the Mother of Bloodbath needed. Now that he had finished all his additional chores, Lin Yuan could focus on his own affairs. Lin Yuan took the mountain-containing embryo he had traded out of the button-shaped Fey storage box. The mountain-containing embryo was jumping around, and it looked like a bean to Lin Yuan. The mountain-containing embryo carried an air of virtue as it leaped about. It seemed as though this small yellow ball could even scale mountains. It could also be said that the mountain-containing embryo felt like it was part of the mountains itself. Lin Yuan turned the source sand into some landscape rocks and wrapped the jumping mountain-containing embryo inside. Lin Yuan could feel the source sand's strange happiness, showing that it was glad to be of service to him. Inside of the mountain-containing embryo was the ever-changing consciousness of the mountains. Thus, when the source sand was covering over the mountain-containing embryo, it could use metal-consume manifestation to devour the day and night spirit silver. It would use its memory of the shape of the divine travel black swallow's feather to produce the golden feather's gray grew when it evolved into the sky-clouded crane. The golden feather was much more complicated to produce than the divine travel black swallow's feathers. Hence, some time was needed in order to fully memorize and implement the change. The source sand would also take time to fully absorb the mountain-containing embryo's altered abilities. As such, Lin Yuan stored the hard-working source sand away. While the source sand was changing into its button form, it looked as though it was housing a potato. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if this was what people were referring to when they said even the humblest objects carried a certain amount of majesty. Since there was not much time left, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone and returned to his tent. The faint aroma of seafood porridge drifted into the tent. He realized that Big Brother Lu must have started on breakfast. Lin Yuan stretched and strolled out of his tent. When he walked out of the tent, Lin Yuan noticed that the mother of Bloodbath had also woken up. It was standing next to Lu Jie, who was cooking a huge pot of seafood porridge. Every now and then, it would toss a few pieces of shelled prawns, dried scallops, and abalone pieces into the bubbling pot. The mother of Bloodbath kept adding ingredients, and it did not look like it was going to stop anytime soon. The more ingredients the mother of Bloodbath threw in, the more vigorously Lu Jie's eyelids twitched, especially when it added the abalone pieces. Lu Jie finally had to stop it. If you add more abalone pieces, the porridge will be too thick. The mother of Bloodbath stopped adding the seafood and asked, "This is my first time cooking. What if Lin Yuan, listen, and the rest don't like the taste because there are too few ingredients?" Lu Jie pulled out a crystal bottle of salt and handed it to the mother of Bloodbath. "The seafood was bought first thing this morning. You also added some platinum abalone liver juices. There's no way it won't taste delicious. All we need to do now is to add some salt to bring out the porridge's freshness. About 4 shakes of this crystal bottle should be enough." Lin Yuan's eyebrow jumped when he heard that the mother of Bloodbath was the chef behind this morning's breakfast. But he saw how attentively Lu Jie was guiding it, even giving specific instructions on how much salt to add. So the food might as well have been cooked by Lu Jie himself. The mother of Bloodbath was more like a sous chef. The blazing sun set the entire sky alight, and foamy waves crashed softly on the shores. The ocean spray was completely devoid of life. The sea burial lotus flower had utterly removed all traces of energy from the coastal seas, essentially leaving it barren. It could very well take more than 100 years for the area to recover. Without phase in the shores, there should be no danger as long as a water-world dimensional rift did not open up here, making the area suitable for a holiday location. Lin Yuan reveled in the abundant variety of ingredients, specifically the mother of Bloodbath's mouth-watering seafood porridge. Unfortunately for the Zheng family, they were not having a gleeful time. A middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face was pushing a wheelchair along a narrow path that cut through an expansive yard. The dawn air was still pregnant with night chill. The skinny youth in the wheelchair had a thick blanket draped over him and was dressed in a set of white wool robes. The scarred middle-aged man pulled the blanket tighter around the youth as he bowed and said, "Third young master, you've been out twice as long as usual. How about we return after walking through this alley?" The skinny youth in the wheelchair was in a good mood as he replied, "No rush. I want to visit the cherry blossom forest after we're done walking around here. It's a pity that it doesn't snow in Indigo Azure City. The red cherry blossoms aren't as vibrant when they're not viewed against the blank white canvas of snow." The scarred middle-aged man knew that the third young master's mood could not simply be described as good. He knew why the third young masters had such a bright and spirited demeanor. "Third young master, there was a blizzard at sea last night, but it only lasted for a short while," said the scarred middle-aged man. The skinny youth chuckled. "The snow might have stopped above the sea, but it must have moved to another area. It wouldn't just end so abruptly. If only my legs were strong, I could have enjoyed the ocean view last night." The skinny youth suddenly asked, "Uncle Fu, You said that even Nightmare 6 disappeared. How's second brother taking it? The scarred middle-aged man did not respond because he knew that the third young master was only engaging in soliloquy. He was actually detached from reality at the moment. Disturbing him while he was in such a state would only spell trouble. Suddenly, the third young master heaved a sigh. Well, second brother's legs are still working. At least, he'll be able to do something about it. If he was like me, he'd truly be crippled by helplessness. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the initially exceptionally pleasant weather shift as a cold wind kicked up. A figure surreptitiously appeared beside the skinny youth's wheelchair. He was dressed in black robes and had a figure which would tower over the average person, giving his black robe a wide and voluminous appearance. The black figure whispered into the skinny youth's ear, "Third young master, I've confirmed that Nightmare 6 is dead. I've also sent the item as per your orders." The skinny youth in the wheelchair stretched contentedly, and his fingers rapped on the wheelchair's armrest. His mood had apparently improved. Lin Yuan emerged from the ocean, having just checked on the ethereal jellyfish's progress of collecting the floating silver. He realized that the ethereal jellyfish was collecting the floating silver strands much faster than he had anticipated. It had already collected 1/3 of the floating silver strands from the ocean floor in just one night. This meant that all of the floating silver strands would be collected at the same time tomorrow. Zhou Luo's lava dragon lizard was instrumental in this result. After spending a day in the ocean, Lin Yuan felt that spirit chi professionals had stringent criteria when picking their contracted phase. The majority of phase could only control one of the three realms, the sea, the land, and the skies. There were very few phase that could control 2 or even 3. Different phase could use different abilities in different environments. For example, no matter how strong Lu Jie's insect queen became, it could only rely on its lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths to fight against enemies from the sea surface. When it came to enemies that were submerged underwater, Lu Jie would be helpless. Lin Yuan felt it was necessary for him to contract a real aquatic fae in the future besides Red Thorn that could fight underwater. Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the caller. After picking up the phone, Lin Yuan heard the opposite party speak first. "I don't think it's possible to exchange any dimensional lifeform's flesh for the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh anymore." The voice coming from the other end of the phone was very forthright, with a hint of apology. Lin Yuan subconsciously replied, "It's okay even if you can't exchange any dimensional lifeform's flesh. I have a lot of abyss-dimensional lifeforms' flesh here as well." The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone realized that Lin Yuan had gotten the wrong idea and hurriedly said, "We exchanged the water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh for the demon-dimensional lifeforms' flesh. It's only because it's easier to sell the disassembled spiritual materials from the demon-dimensional lifeforms' flesh. Our boss has found a way to exchange the water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh for some basic supplies. Therefore, I would have to go back on the exchange condition that I promised you before." When Lin Yuan heard that, his eyebrows immediately jumped wildly. He had managed to find a way to exchange for water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh with much difficulty. So he couldn't just let it go like that. Moreover, hundreds of gold water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh would have to be consumed every day for Red Thorn to use its mouth of Relinquish at full capacity to spawn the eyes of Relinquish to nurture the blood brew grapevine and allow Red Thorn to evolve its ability to breathe underwater. Previously, those that he had exchanged were only enough for Red Thorn's mouth of Relinquish to consume for a month or so. As Red Thorn became stronger and stronger, with acid secreted by the tongue of Relinquish that specialized in digesting water-world dimensional lifeforms, Lin Yuan's demand for gold water-world dimensional lifeforms' flesh had to be on another level. How could he not have the water-world dimensional lifeforms' flesh? The middle-aged man on the other side of the phone was an Indigo Azure Guard, so the boss he mentioned must be the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Lin Yuan didn't know if he had come to the desolate island yesterday with the 2 guard envoys. Since the Indigo Azure Guard captain had done that in exchange for basic supplies, Lin Yuan could also provide basic supplies. Apart from basic supplies, in order to be able to exchange gold water-world dimensional lifeforms' flesh, Lin Yuan would even be willing to take out some relatively rare materials. As long as he could always use the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh, it was akin to doing the most economical thing. Uncle, I'm not only able to take out basic supplies here, but I can even provide fine goods and some rare spiritual materials to exchange for the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh. As he spoke, Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. He needed the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh as rations for Red Thorn. Why exactly did other people need such a smelly thing like the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh? While Lin Yuan was puzzled, he didn't know that the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone was even more puzzled. What's wrong with this world? How can someone be willing to take out fine goods and rare spiritual materials to exchange for gold water world dimensional lifeform's flesh? Rich people are really something. When Boss found a channel where he could exchange the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh for basic supplies, it was like New Year's for the Indigo Azure Guards. The Indigo Azure Guards usually discarded most of the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh every year. The middle-aged man, who had previously discarded the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh, didn't feel it was a waste, but it was a little painful to think about. Lin Yuan soon heard the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone speak frankly again. If you can really take out fine goods and rare spiritual materials, our boss will naturally not refuse. However, if you want to reach long-term cooperation, you can't buy as little at one time as before. The middle-aged man suddenly felt a burst of pleasure. He now had the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh. Why did he suddenly feel that he was holding a precious bargaining chip and could start bargaining? Lin Yuan felt even better after hearing the middle-aged man's words. In the future, every time I exchange, it'll be in the form of 1 diamond Fey storage box. We will still follow the previous price, except that I'll convert the price of the demon dimensional lifeform's flesh according to the price sold on StarWeb. The price of the fine goods and rare spiritual materials will also be based on the StarWeb price. What do you think about it, Uncle? The middle-aged man had cancelled the agreement of the previous transaction mainly due to the loss of value in the process of reselling the spiritual materials broken down from the demon flesh, which had been exchanged with the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh. In addition to the value loss, breaking down various demon flesh among the abyss dimensional lifeforms also took a lot of time, and he was willing to use fine goods and rare spiritual materials to exchange. It would be like helping the middle-aged man offset the price difference in between. This middle-aged man should be willing to do so. In Lin Yuan's opinion, converting all the prices on StarWeb was a more cost-effective price for the middle-aged man. After all, the price of the demon dimensional lifeform's flesh on StarWeb was far more expensive than the actual value by about 1% to 2%. As expected, Lin Yuan immediately heard the middle-aged man's cheerful laughter after he finished speaking. You're fastidious. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be embarrassed when he heard how the middle-aged man had addressed him. Previously, he had called him uncle, but now this middle-aged man was calling him brother, so Lin Yuan couldn't call him uncle anymore. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, Brother, the active period of the dimensional rift is about to begin and will last for nearly half a year, so I can't offer any more trades during this period. The next time should be 6 months later. If you need a lot of water world dimensional lifeforms flesh, you need to finish the deal with me before tomorrow. Otherwise, our boss may empty all the dimensional lifeforms flesh now in exchange for some ordinary supplies that can improve the meals of the phase. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Yuan immediately stated, It might be better for me to look for you in Indigo Azure City. It just so happens that I have an empty diamond Fey storage box, which can just be filled up when trading. After agreeing on the location with the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. At that moment, a rather serious voice suddenly came from behind the middle-aged man, whose face was happy. Why are you smiling like that? Listen to you laughing at the door for nearly a minute. Why? You've finally found a girlfriend after being single your entire life. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Captain, don't you think you should arrange a girlfriend for me after all my hard work? The Indigo Azure Guard captain was the Azure armor-wearing man Lin Yuan had met on the deserted island. The Indigo Azure Guard captain patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and chided him playfully. You brat. I've been single for 5 years longer than you. Are you really asking me to set you up now? Quickly, be serious now. Let's go take care of all the water world dimensional lifeforms we have stored up. Then we'll talk. The middle-aged man scratched the back of his head before smiling devilishly. Captain, I think I closed a huge deal. We don't need to exchange half of the water world dimensional lifeform flesh for ordinary supplies. The Indigo Azure Guard captain kicked the middle-aged man. Stop stalling and just speak what's on your mind. I've been super busy these 2 days and haven't had much sleep. I'm in no mood to entertain you. After being kicked, the middle-aged man dutifully told the Indigo Azure Guard about the deal he had struck with Lin Yuan over the phone. The Indigo Azure Guard captain frowned slightly as the deal seemed too good to be true. If the deal went through, the Indigo Azure Guards would be able to receive an enormous amount of basic supplies, fine goods, and rare spiritual materials before the dimensional rift. However, such a sweet deal needed to be investigated thoroughly. The Indigo Azure Guard captain had come to ask the middle-aged man to go trade Waterworld dimensional lifeform flesh with him. Now that they had another buyer, they could cover it on the way. The possibility of being able to trade for rare spiritual materials and fine goods at hand would make anyone dive straight in. How much Waterworld dimensional lifeform flesh does the other party want? The middle-aged man grinned from ear to ear. They want a diamond Fey storage box worth of it. The Indigo Azure Guard captain was shocked and pondered over the information. When he came back to his senses, the middle-aged was still standing at his original spot. He coughed and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Go and get ready. Besides the diamond Fey storage box, make extra preparations." The middle-aged man made a sound of acknowledgement and bustled off to prepare. The Indigo Azure Guard captain thought to himself, "I'll have to see for myself how this plays out. What kind of rare spiritual materials and fine goods will they use to exchange for the diamond Fey storage box? There are so many kinds. The more popular items will be snatched up immediately. If it's just some worthless items, it will mean they merely want to transfer the load onto me. If that happens, I'm better off just trading for regular daily necessities." After Lin Yuan hung up, he informed his comrades that he was going to head into Indigo Azure City first to trade. Endless Summer told the mother of Bloodbath to continue separating Nightmare VI's spiritual ingredients. It transformed into a gorgeous ball-shaped light purple flower and landed on the jade bead of Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes. It gave Lin Yuan's white attire a pop of color. Apparently, Endless Summer planned to enter Indigo Azure City with Lin Yuan. It was taking precautionary measures against the Zheng family's possible retaliation. Lin Yuan understood where Endless Summer was coming from. Despite its concerns, Lin Yuan felt that the Zheng family currently did not have the heart to come after them for revenge. The Zheng family might be a veteran faction, but they had lost 2 of their Emperor-class experts. Moreover, 2 of their Spirit Guard envoys were in Indigo Azure City, meaning the Zheng family was currently shorthanded. At present, they needed to be more careful when they were in Indigo Azure City, in case the 2 veteran factions who allied with the Zheng family tried to cause him harm. Although the loss of the 2 Emperor-class experts was not enough to remove the 3 families' hold on power, it did result in the Zheng family becoming the weakest link. This time, the mother of Bloodbath did not fight with Endless Summer about going to Indigo Azure City with Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath might be Lin Yuan's path protector, but Endless Summer was currently stronger. In spite of the strong front it was putting up, the mother of Bloodbath needed time to recover from its previous injury. Lu Jie and Listen, who were free in the daytime, went into the ocean to help the ethereal jellyfish collect the floating silver strands. The ethereal jellyfish might be able to collect the floating silver strands, but it lacked the fine motor skills to properly organize and store them. Zhou Luo watched in shock as Lu Jie and Listen started competing again. Zhou Luo did not understand why they would use something so bitter as a betting stake. The platinum bitter gourd pulp might as well be poison. When Lin Yuan arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant in Indigo Azure City, he realized the middle-aged man had not arrived. He sat and observed the sight in the restaurant. The place was abuzz with customers. It was still morning, but numerous customers were seated in the store and had ordered drinks, fruit platters, and sweet biscuits. Lin Yuan ordered freshly squeezed watermelon juice as he waited for the middle-aged man. He started to organize the Fey storage box he had obtained from Jiao Hanzhong. The leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box held a fair amount of dimensional life-form flesh, as well as some wild phase he had caught deep in the endless forest. Hence, Lin Yuan planned on emptying Zhao Hanzhong's phase storage box so it could be used to store the dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan had never delved into Zhao Hanzhong's phase storage box before. Now, he saw that Zhao Hanzhong had not gathered many resources. He must have invested most of his resources on the cold snow pine. Almost immediately after, Lin Yuan realized he was wrong. Zhao Hanzhong was truly a classy person. The diamond phase storage box had always been used to store supplies, but Zhao Hanzhong had managed to produce an atmosphere akin to Morbius's spirit lock spatial zone. Although it did not have the spirit lock spatial zone's effects, its interior resembled a small garden. The Fey box contained hundreds of flora and fauna that had obviously been carefully taken care of. The leaves were pruned to perfection, evidence of loving nurturing. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check and found that many of the plants were of a rare species. Unfortunately, they did not have much practical use as most of them were just edible ingredients. There were 20 platinum climbing roses that had grown flower buds. The roses were a superior breed, and one stalk could probably sell for 10 million radiance dollars. As long as there was a wall, regardless of the height, the climbing roses would be able to grow upward and bloom, creating a beautiful wall of flowers. The scent from the large green petals acted as a natural mosquito and fly repellent but still attracted butterflies. Zhao Hanzhong must have gone through a lot of trouble to collect all these plants because such rare plants could not be bought with money. He must have spent decades collecting all of them. The Class 5 spirit craftsman Hu Quan had already started to look for an architect to begin the Dome Guild Club's construction. The plants from Zhao Hanzhong's phase storage box would be perfect as decoration in the Guild Club. A small garden could also be built outside the mansion's bamboo forest, where the rare plants could be cultivated. Lin Yuan continued looking through the items inside of Zhao Hanzhong's phase storage box. He discovered 50 source-type items inside. Ignoring all the rare plants, this had to be the majority of Zhao Hanzhong's wealth. After Lin Yuan set aside the items he deemed more valuable and harder to source from the items he planned to trade for Waterworld dimensional lifeform flesh. When he was finally done organizing Zhao Hanzhong's phase storage box, he took a big gulp of watermelon juice. A few more gulps later, Lin Yuan caught sight of the middle-aged man walking toward him. The middle-aged man waved at Lin Yuan when he saw him, and Lin Yuan hastily stood up to wave back. Lin Yuan noticed a familiar figure next to the middle-aged man. It was the Indigo Azure Guard captain he saw on the deserted island. Lin Yuan waved in greeting to the Indigo Azure Guard captain as well. The Indigo Azure Guard captain was shocked to see Lin Yuan. The Indigo Azure Guard captain did not expect the trading partner to be the same person who seemed to have a complicated relationship with the two guard envoys. The middle-aged man took a seat opposite Lin Yuan and ordered peanuts. Lin Yuan handed Zhao Hanzhong's phase storage box to him and asked, "Please take a look at the items inside. Do you think they're worth trading for some Waterworld dimensional life-form flesh?" Lin Yuan had already organized the items inside. After he removed the items he wanted to keep for himself, he realized the remaining pile was rather scarce. Hence, he had added 200 silver/elite usnias. Lin Yuan had carefully calculated the value of the items and had deemed it more than enough. When the middle-aged man was done looking through the items, the peanuts that he had popped into his mouth tumbled out. The Indigo Azure Guard captain frowned. "What's wrong with him? How could he have asked me to introduce him to a girl? It would only ruin the poor girl's life." The middle-aged man passed the phase storage box to the Indigo Azure Guard captain. After the Indigo Azure Guard captain was done looking through the phase storage box, his jaw dropped too. If he had eaten peanuts like the middle-aged man, he would probably have choked. One careful look was enough for the Indigo Azure Guard captain to be certain that the items inside were definitely enough. There were even silver usnias that could continuously reproduce. It was great value for money. Although there were some risky items as well, if a hot item like the usnia was priced according to Star Web prices, the masked youth would be able to sense his sincerity for sure. The Indigo Azure Guard captain handed the filled phase storage box as well as the extra-dimensional lifeform flesh to Lin Yuan. "I look forward to working together with you again," said the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Lin Yuan did not reject the extra waterworld dimensional lifeform flesh, just like how the middle-aged man and the indigo Azure Guard captain did not reject the extra rare spiritual materials. Lin Yuan set his worries at ease after the trade, as he would no longer need to be concerned over sourcing for waterworld dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan had also saved a large sum of money. The journey back was smooth. Lin Yuan and Endless Summer were back on the deserted island. The Mother of Bloodbath was almost done separating Nightmare 6. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan, it offered him all the resources it had gleaned from the cold snow pine and the dream-eating bat. "Look at my handiwork. Haven't I improved by leaps and bounds since the time I separated that old crow?" Lin Yuan noticed it had been detail-orientated and separated out the different spiritual ingredients into different crystal bottles. He gave the Mother of Bloodbath a thumbs up. The Mother of Bloodbath could be a professional. It proudly accepted Lin Yuan's praise and stretched as it took out its phone. "My phone is almost out of battery. Lend me your phone. I want to share the recipe for my grilled seafood with my online friends," said the Mother of Bloodbath to Lin Yuan. Despite his twitching eyebrows, Lin Yuan gave it his phone. The Mother of Bloodbath had shared many of Lu Jie's dishes, and its online friends had quickly become loyal fans. However, only those who had tasted Lu Jie's food would know the true joy behind it. After becoming used to his delicious food, Lin Yuan could now feel that Spirit Food Pavilion's food was not up to par. There were just some dishes that Lu Jie was better at cooking. Lin Yuan went into the ocean after giving the Mother of Bloodbath his phone. He saw Lu Jie and Zhou Luo with green oxygen sea anemones over their mouths. They were bundling the floating silver strands the ethereal jellyfish had found into a ball. Lin Yuan was about to help when Zhou Luo handed him the bundled floating silver strands and pointed toward the surface of the water. Both men floated up to the surface. "Young master, we've already formed a total of 47 bundles. Each bundle consists of a kilometer of floating silver strands," said Zhou Luo. Lin Yuan gasped in spite of himself. The floating silver strands in his hands were already worth a small fortune. Besides blocking spatial fluctuations, the floating silver could also be used to create the trunks of fey carriages or pad walls as an anti-spy mechanism. Hu Quan could probably get numerous uses out of the floating silver strands. "You should get back to the shore, young master. You don't need to go underwater. The three of us are more than capable of keeping up with the speed of your ethereal jellyfish. In fact, I find myself free a lot of the time," said Zhou Luo ruefully. Lin Yuan took into account Zhou Luo's words and expression. His mind immediately thought of the possibility that Lu Jie and Listen were up to another one of their strange competitions. Since he was of no help underwater, Lin Yuan returned to the island. He requested Lu Jie's insect queen to produce a hurricane owlet moth so he could dry his clothes and proceeded to return to his test. He decided to enter the spirit lock spatial zone again as some time had passed, and he wanted to check if the source sand had changed in any way after absorbing the mountain-containing embryo. Zhou Luo dove underwater once again. The more time Zhou Luo spent with Lin Yuan, the more he noticed the differences between Lin Yuan and other influential young masters. Lin Yuan did not carry himself with their overwhelming arrogance. Zhou Luo could distinctly feel the closeness and graciousness Lin Yuan extended to himself and others. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had realized a fragrance had arisen in the spirit lock spatial zone. It was a familiar scent because it was very similar to that of the silver stamen gold luster caches at the Radiant Moon Palace entrance. However, it was heavier than the silver stamen gold luster cache's perfume. The fragrance carried a subtle hint of bitterness. When he had been strengthening Gray yesterday, Lin Yuan had noticed the cinnabar sweet osmanthus, which had lost its tree core half a year ago, was growing a smattering of small flower buds. Lin Yuan had been too focused on Gray yesterday and had not paid much attention to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's changes. Lin Yuan remembered that although the cinnabar sweet osmanthus had demonstrated signs of recovering from its injuries before, it had never produced flower buds. Yet, small scarlet flowers had bloomed all over the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's branches now. The flowers were flooding the branches, almost completely obscuring the leaves. Occasionally, some of the flowers would fall, landing on the white pure land of bliss. It resembled a rain of flowers and created the same ambience of elegant beauty. When the pure land of bliss was absorbing the world grace yesterday, it must have benefited the cinnabar sweet osmanthus on top of it as well. If the cinnabar sweet osmanthus received an unexpected boost, what about the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree? Lin Yuan scanned the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree next to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus and noticed that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's branch that housed Chime's nest had grown a new branch. Although the new branch did not increase the size of Chime's nest, it did make the nest appear more lustrous. Lin Yuan could vaguely feel that the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree was sending gold energy to the nest at a slightly faster speed than before. Such an increase was not noticeable if not scrutinized. The wind speed rapid antelope Lin Yuan had put in charge was currently manipulating the wind into forming a vortex. It was hard at work gathering the scarlet flowers that had fallen on the pure land of bliss. When the wind speed rapid antelope sensed Lin Yuan entering the spirit lock spatial zone, it bolted over to him and hopped around in delight. It was more affectionate than usual. The wind speed rapid antelope had a different relationship with Lin Yuan than the other non-contracted phase he was nurturing. The wind speed rapid antelope had seen for itself how Lin Yuan had swooped down and saved it from tipping over the cliff of death. Lin Yuan had provided it with a lovely place to stay. Thus, the wind speed rapid antelope felt as much gratitude and affection toward Lin Yuan as Chimey and Genius. Lin Yuan stroked the wind speed rapid antelope's small head. Lin Yuan looked at the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish he had placed around the spirit lock spatial zone. Other than those that had been absorbed by the floating island whale and the twin red pagoda, the rest of the elemental shellfish had produced elemental pearls. The wind speed rapid antelope had gathered and placed them all neatly in a pile. Lin Yuan marched over to the elemental pearls and took out the Celestine elemental shellfish's heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl. He then handed it to the wind speed rapid antelope. Previously, Lin Yuan had never thought of nurturing the wind speed rapid antelope, which was why he had never invested resources into it. But now, Lin Yuan had decided to nurture it. Although the wind speed rapid antelope did not have a good foundation, Lin Yuan did not despise it in the least. The fallen flowers of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus were precious. The cinnabar sweet osmanthus flowers could be used as a rejuvenating supplement, had detoxing properties, and could suppress toxins in the body. Although it did not have the same effects as the silver stamen gold luster cassius flowers, which had the marrow cleansing ability that improved the body's genetic model, the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's flowers were still a premium edible ingredient. The Manners maple syrup consumed during breakfast could be replaced with the nectar of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus's flowers. Lin Yuan noted the wind speed rapid antelope's thoughtfulness. The wind speed rapid antelope was a fae that could spiritually transform elemental energy, making it able to experience the pure blustering wind energy inside the elemental pearl. The wind speed rapid antelope carefully nudged Lin Yuan's hand, lowered its head, and swiveled its neck. The wind speed rapid antelope's action seemed to be hinting Lin Yuan help it wear the wind elemental pearl on its neck. Lin Yuan smiled and crushed the wind element heavenly maiden-grade pearl before signaling for the wind speed rapid antelope to eat it. The wind speed rapid antelope's current intelligence was just like the reliant pets that people had in Lin Yuan's previous life. As long as you take some action, they would be able to understand the meaning of your action. If Lin Yuan spoke to the wind speed rapid antelope with words, it still couldn't understand. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan spoke to the wind speed rapid antelope like how he spoke to Genius and Chimey. Little fellow, with your current body, you will need to use 1 elemental pearl every 3 days. From now on, I will feed you 1 pearl every 3 days. The wind speed rapid antelope saw Lin Yuan crushing the nice pearl and passing it over with his palm. It didn't understand why Lin Yuan was so wasteful and allowed it to eat such a great thing. However, the wind speed rapid antelope still delightfully licked all the pearl powder. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. Is this little fellow afraid that the elemental pearl powder will go to waste? Or is it washing my hand? Isn't this a little too clean? Since the wind speed rapid antelope wasn't powerful innately and didn't receive nurturing when it was young, Lin Yuan decided to rely on resources to develop the wind speed rapid antelope. Such a priceless treasure was something Lin Yuan could obtain effortlessly. However, It was hard to find another wind-speed rapid antelope that was so considerate and sensible. It was also able to use its instincts to tidy up the spirit-locked spatial zone so orderly. Even if he could find another one, Lin Yuan felt that it would never be as fateful as this little fellow here. With the pleasant surprise of the cinnabar sweet osmanthus blooming flowers, Lin Yuan went closer to observe the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia that was living on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. After taking a look, Lin Yuan realized that the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia had already progressed from gold 8 to gold X. Furthermore, it grew long and thin tassels. When Lin Yuan saw the tassels, he knew that it was an indication that the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia was going to bear fruit. Lin Yuan was truly looking forward to the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia's fruit. Once the fruit was ripe, it would allow Lin Yuan to enhance his spiritual energy. It was something that he never dared to meddle with. Even though the enhancement wouldn't be much, it could allow Lin Yuan to pick another Fae without thinking about the limits of his spiritual energy, allowing him to have more choices. After everything was settled, Lin Yuan made the source sand transform it into its sand form. Lin Yuan realized that the mountain-containing embryo was indeed smaller than before. However, the source sand was still in its original state and had yet to upgrade from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan could obviously feel the source sand's extreme transformation. Previously, when the source sand was split in two, it would be to split up the original body and the sand that it produced by using the ground. But now, the source sand could produce a kind of sand that was high in density. The high-density sand might not be superior in control as compared to the source sand itself, but Lin Yuan had better control over it than the source sand's produced sand. The amount of high-density sand might not be much, but it was totally enough to envelop Lin Yuan within a 3-meter radius. This certainly gave Lin Yuan a great and pleasant surprise for such a transformation to happen after the source sand absorbed the mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan planned to give this high-density sand the name Close Guard Sand. The Close Guard Sand's existence greatly improved Lin Yuan's close-range defense and offense. Lin Yuan was now able to feel the horrific increase in strength when one nurtured a Fae with superior resources. Lin Yuan was rejoicing that he hadn't found another spiritual ingredient to nurture the fantasy breed source sand's quality. Lin Yuan took one piece of earth elemental pearl and tossed it into the source sand. The source sand immediately transported the earth elemental pearl to the side of the mountain-containing embryo before circulating the sand. It made the earth elemental pearl constantly rub and grind against the mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the source sand soul was probably an old man. With the muddled intelligence it had at Gold/Fantasy, it already knew to rotate balls. What would happen once it continued to develop? Lin Yuan had yet to give the source sand a name, but since he knew that the source sand liked to rotate balls, why not call it Bunchy? Lin Yuan wanted to make use of the boundless earth elemental energy from the heavenly maiden-grade earth elemental pearl to temper the source sand's elemental body. The sand element was a variant of the earth element, and they were of the same source. The source sand was an elemental source-type life form. Therefore, it had great benefits when being tempered by such pure earth elemental energy. It would also help the source sand to increase its grade. Upon sensing the source sand's absorption speed, Lin Yuan speculated that the source sand would need to use around 2 heavenly maiden-grade earth elemental pearls per day. In other words, it would need 60 pearls in 1 month and 720 pearls in 1 year. Such a consumption speed was something that few could afford. Even if they could afford it, how many would be willing to pour in such resources to their phase? Nurturing phase was a process of using resources to roll a snowball. The ratio of investment and return wasn't equal. However, it was obviously not realistic if the owner wanted the Fae to evolve without any investment. This was also why people with a strong foundation could nurture powerful Faes with the prerequisite of having talent. Naturally, Lin Yuan was more than willing to use any available resources when nurturing a Fae. Morbius was Lin Yuan's contracted Fae, and Morbius' exclusive skill, Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, allowed Lin Yuan to have the confidence to carry out such nurturing processes. As compared to the consumption of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the production of the elemental pearls was more than enough. Lin Yuan then started to carry out the routine enhancement of silver usnias in the spirit lock spatial zone. This method he used to increase his spirit chi professional rank. Consuming his spirit chi when enhancing phase was simply too difficult. After exiting the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan immediately felt the ethereal jellyfish sending a spirit wave toward him. Lin Yuan's eyes immediately widened. He knew that the secret hidden in the coastal sea had finally been revealed. Once Lin Yuan got out of the tent, he saw Listen sitting with drenched clothes while he constantly sent rations into his mouth. Obviously, Listen had already used all of his stamina when trying to collect the floating silver strands under the sea. From the looks of it, the winner and loser between Listen and Lu Jie had already been decided. Lin Yuan walked beside Listen, took a bag of fresh fruits out of the button-shaped Fei storage box, and asked, "What kind of bet did you make with Brother Lu this time?" Listen responded with a bitter face. "It is the pulp of the platinum bitter gourd. Originally, we were only betting on this, but I added on another condition that we cannot drink water 3 hours after finishing it." Lin Yuan reached out and patted on Listen's shoulder while revealing a sympathetic expression. It was fine to eat a platinum bitter gourd. One would simply have a taste of bitterness that was enough to break the gallbladder. If the victim was to drink a few cups of sweet fruit juices or the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar, it would quickly disperse the bitterness that was so extreme that it would make one think of death. However, not drinking water for 3 hours after eating the bitter gourd was simply too ridiculous. What kind of immortal condition was that? What difference was there to begging to play 3 days and 3 nights with a girlfriend? The extreme bitterness wasn't something that would disperse just by enduring for a moment. Wouldn't Listen have to experience the bitterness constantly for 3 hours? Even Lin Yuan, who had suffered for the first half of his life, wouldn't dare to imagine this sensation. Lin Yuan then saw the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer holding a mobile phone each and fiddling with it. These two suzerain/myth phase had already reached the extreme state of hand on the phone and phone on the hand. However, the mother of Bloodbath was using her mobile phone to share the delicacies that Lu Jie made in the foodie group, attracting some praise. As for Endless Summer, it was in all sorts of accessory groups and being frenziedly promoted with all sorts of products. Lin Yuan felt it was truly great. As long as Endless Summer didn't dye her hair, anything was good. When the mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan exiting the tent, she pursed her lips. Is there anyone more homebody than Lin Yuan in this world? We finally came to the sea, yet he is actually not enjoying the scenery and the sea breeze. People who are always on Star Web are called fat homebuddies. But apart from drinking less soft drinks, is there a difference between a skinny homebuddy and a fat homebuddy? The mother of Bloodbath stood up and was preparing to ask Lin Yuan to move around this barren island before going toward the sea to catch some crabs. Immediately after, the mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan suddenly jumping into the sea. As such, the mother of Bloodbath could only sit back down and continue to play with her phone. However, she wasn't chatting in the foodie group this time. She opened up the search engine and started searching. A skinny homebuddy suddenly loves sports and took the initiative to swim? What is going on? The top search result came out with an answer. The skinny homebuddy is definitely diving underwater to see some babes. Anyone who is asking such a silly question definitely needs some nourishment for the brain. Just as the mother of Bloodbath was getting angry, she thought of the words, "See some babes." Lu Jie and Zhou Luo are naturally not babes, but their looks are considered outstanding. So what is going on when a skinny homebuddy dives into the sea to see handsome men? The mother of Bloodbath suddenly felt that the humans of the world were very hard to understand. Male spiders are easier to understand, but male spiders don't know how to cook, so pass. When Lin Yuan dove into the sea, he saw that Lu Jie was still standing on the seabed and constantly wrapping up the floating silver strands. As for Zhou Luo, he was commanding the lava dragon lizard to smash an underwater hill that was obviously many times harder than the other seabed rocks. Lin Yuan came nearer and realized that the effects of the smashing from the lava dragon lizard weren't very significant. He immediately summoned Red Thorn and asked it to produce a huge group of brutal vine rammets. The brutal vine rammets used the sharp thorns on the vines to constantly grind down the underwater hill. After half an hour of the brutal vine rammets grinding and the lava dragon lizards smashing, the final piece of floating silver strand that was under the hill was removed. Just as Lu Jia pulled out the last strand of the floating silver, the spatial zone within the sea suddenly vibrated violently. It was so violent that a giant opening was ripped open. The giant opening immediately sucked Lin Yuan, Lu Jia, Zhou Luo, Red Thorn, and the lava dragon lizard inside. Due to the loss of the first layer of defense of the spatial magnets, and the second layer of defense of the floating silver strands, once Lin Yuan and the others were sucked inside, a giant dimensional rift opened on the surface of the sea. Immediately after, an unforeseen incident took place within the giant dimensional rift, causing it to shake. The dark red giant rift suddenly gushed out with violent spatial energy. The spatial energy felt as though it was attempting to pull and make the dimensional rift opening even bigger. As soon as Lin Yuan's group vanished and when the dimensional rift suddenly appeared, the Mother of Bloodbath flashed and appeared where Lin Yuan had vanished. The Mother of Bloodbath only saw the ethereal jellyfish trying to fiddle with the spatial zone with its soft tentacles as though it wanted to enter the dimensional rift that had a layer of restriction. Surprisingly, once the soft tentacles touched the restriction, they were sliced into dust by the dimensional rift. However, the ethereal jellyfish seemed like it didn't feel any pain and wanted to risk its life by squeezing inside. The Mother of Bloodbath stopped the ethereal jellyfish and activated the fresh blood law. But even with all the blood energy in its hands, it hesitated to use it against the dimensional rift with the layer of restriction. Endless Summer had an abnormally unpleasant expression. Why is there a controlled Pinnacle Class 3 water world dimensional rift here? What happened to the spatial zone within the water world dimensional rift? It actually upgraded the class of the dimensional rift. The Mother of Bloodbath that normally didn't have any expression was now revealing a face of panic, helplessness, and self-blame. The Mother of Bloodbath hugged the ethereal jellyfish and couldn't help recalling how that youth had done everything he could during the world cleansing. He had allowed it, which had given up on enduring the world cleansing during the Myth 2 upgrade, to transform into its human form. It was Lin Yuan Path Protector, but it had actually lost the vigilance that it should have in this dangerous situation. When outside, it should constantly be following Lin Yuan and following Lin Yuan under the sea. If it had been under the sea with Lin Yuan when the dimensional rift suddenly opened, it would have been able to react immediately. Lin Yuan wouldn't have been sucked into the dimensional rift. When a dimensional rift evolved, it was equivalent to sealing off the original dimensional space. This formed an independent spatial environment that was constantly ripping and expanding. Even if the Mother of Bloodbath exerted all of its strength, it would not be able to tear open a dimensional rift that was in the process of evolving. Moreover, even if someone had the ability to tear such a dimensional rift open, the Mother of Bloodbath would desperately rush to stop that person. If a dimensional rift was torn open during the process of evolution, then its internal spatial energy would dissolve into chaos and collapse. At that time, Lin Yuan would be ripped into pieces, destined to have no chance of survival. Now, the Mother of Bloodbath held Lin Yuan's ethereal jellyfish in its arms. They were the only thing with which it could determine Lin Yuan's life and death. Although the Mother of Bloodbath had suppressed its panic, the self-reproach written on its face was unabated. It took to the air directly and returned to the deserted island, taking out the cell phone that it had previously received from Lin Yuan. Despite being a myth-breed fae, the hand with which the Mother of Bloodbath held Lin Yuan's cell phone still trembled. It had been alive for a long time, yet all the traces previously left by life paled in comparison to those left in this half a year. Scenes of the times it had spent with Lin Yuan, from their very first meeting, flashed in its mind. It would not abandon him now. In the end, its entire life was integrated into the return from faraway mansion. The mansion had long been regarded by the Mother of Bloodbath as its home. Spider fays had always been cruel, but once these cold-blooded fays were certain about something, they tended to be more sincere. The Mother of Bloodbath forced itself not to let its thoughts wander any longer and lowered its head. Its eyes rested on the cell phone in its hands. It took a deep breath and dialed a number on Lin Yuan's cell phone. It understood that it could not do anything now. However, that person might have had some idea. At Leaning Moon Mountain, where gulls and herons circled as butterflies fluttered, the silver-stamen gold luster cassia gave off an elegant osmanthus fragrance, which permeated the air in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. Today, there was something different about the Radiant Moon Palace. 40 attendants stood at its entrance. Although their expressions were unusually serious, they revealed a hint of expectation. Mystic Moon was standing beside the table with a jade pumpkin teapot in his hand within the inner palace. His gaze was on the moon shadow walkway within the inner palace. The walkway led inwards to the Moon Empress bedchamber. At this time, all of the suzerain lotus flower phase in the inner palace's lotus pond spouted haze. This made the inner palace look like a fairyland shrouded in sunlight. In the pond, the peony-like tails of a few spirit siphon goldfish, which had evolved from the platinum to the diamond grade at some point in time, occasionally surfaced. Ripples emerged on the surface of the haze-shrouded lotus pond. At that moment, Mystic Moon's thoughts were obviously not on the jade pumpkin teapot in his hand. Thus, as he was pouring tea from the teapot, he accidentally spilled some on the table. He hurriedly placed the teapot on the table before using a piece of cloth to wipe away the water stains. Compared to the expressions of the 4 tea attendants standing at the entrance of the inner palace, the worry in Mystic Moon's eyes was greater. He could not help but mutter softly, "This is the Moon Empress' 3rd time reaching this myth grade in the past few years. Not only did she fail in her last 2 attempts, but she also suffered heavy losses. I really hope that the Moon Empress will come out unscathed this time." At that moment, the cell phone that the Moon Empress had previously placed on the table suddenly began to ring. Mystic Moon did not react immediately. The Moon Empress' cell phone seldom rang. Most of her calls came from Lin Yuan. However, the Moon Empress had recently suggested that the Radiance 100 sequence should be changed. Hence, the chance that it was the Radiance Sacred Hall contacting the Moon Empress had also increased. Although Mystic Moon was one of the Moon Empress' 2 moon envoys, he would not directly respond to her calls on her behalf. That would be overstepping his authority. Yet, right after the cell phone had stopped ringing, it sounded again 3 times in a row. It seemed that there was an urgent matter at hand. Mystic Moon glanced at the cell phone and realized that it was Lin Yuan who had called. He could not help frowning slightly. These 3 consecutive calls were rather pressing. Could Lin Yuan have encountered something urgent? The Moon Empress was currently in seclusion. If Lin Yuan really required urgent assistance, Mystic Moon himself could take care of the matter. With that in mind, Mystic Moon picked up the phone. Upon answering the call, he heard a strange female voice on the other end instead of Lin Yuan's familiar one. After hearing what the speaker had to say, Mystic Moon's face darkened. In an instant, a violent spiritual fluctuation spiraled from Mystic Moon's body. At the same time, magnificent bright silver patterns appeared on his forehead, cheeks, and palms. His pupils also turned dark silver. Mystic Moon's usually gentle voice acquired an edge of coldness and worry. "Wait for me to inform the Moon Empress." Having said that, Mystic Moon spared a glance at the moon shadow walkway of the inner palace. He gnashed his teeth, grabbed the cell phone that he had yet to hang up, and headed towards the walkway. Just then, in the bedchamber of the moon shadow walkway, the Moon Empress' originally shut eyes suddenly opened. In the instant that the Moon Empress' eyes opened, her demeanor was entirely transformed. Her previous bearing was comparable to a bright moon shining diagonally across a large river, unparalleled in elegance and destined to be at the peak. Now, all of her sharpness and nobility disappeared instantaneously, the bright moon reduced to a wisp of soft, gentle moonlight. The hint of a smile hovered on the Moon Empress' lips, but right after that, her eyebrows knitted tightly together. Abruptly, she could no longer sense the existence of the extreme token that she had given to Lin Yuan. At that moment, she heard Mystic Moon's voice at her door. "Moon Empress, I have an important matter to report. It is regarding the young lord, so I had no choice but to bother you." Upon hearing Mystic Moon's words, the Moon Empress immediately picked up the little rabbit beside her that was nibbling its carrot incessantly. In a flash, she left her bedchamber. When the Moon Empress appeared before Mystic Moon, He sensed her body's condition and instantly knew that she had really broken through the boundary. Now, she was already of a higher rank than an S-rank spirit chi professional. Yet, Mystic Moon could not utter even a single congratulatory phrase to her. He handed over the cell phone that was still on the line to the Moon Empress. After picking up the call, the Moon Empress' initially cold expression became impassive and calm in less than a moment. Soon after, countless experts and ordinary people from the Radiance Federation raised their heads and looked toward the sky. At that moment, the sky had suddenly transformed. It had originally been midday, with the sun slanting slightly to the west. In the blink of an eye, the white day had turned into black night, the scorching sun into a bright moon. It was just that the moonlight radiating from the moon at that moment appeared unusually cold. The Moon Empress was listening to the voice on the other end of the call when she heard the Mother of Bloodbath say that Lin Yuan had been sucked into a Class 3-dimensional rift outside of Indigo Azure City. Moreover, it was not known what had gone wrong with this dimensional rift that even allowed it to evolve. A smile suddenly blossomed on the Moon Empress' originally emotionless face. This smile was like an epiphyllum flower, bringing an instant of vividness. Just as the Moon Empress smiled, the bright moon that had replaced the scorching sun and shed cold moonlight was abruptly stained with blood. As the moon became tinted, its initial coldness transformed into murderous intent boiling in the horizon. At that moment, within the Radiance Federation, the pupils of the experts looking at the horizon constricted at the same time. As for the numerous ordinary people gazing at the sky, dust-laden memories were suddenly uncovered. One day, 10 years ago, a blood-stained moon had also hung in the sky from dusk to dawn. Mystic Moon noticed that the Moon Empress' expression revealed her shock. Within her heart, the Moon Empress' murderous intent and worry for the young lord were so thick that she laughed in her fury. Yet, Mystic Moon's own rage and worry were just as intense as the Moon Empress. Although Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress' disciple and did not share blood ties with her, their master-disciple relationship meant that he could be considered her only heir. Naturally, the Moon Empress regarded him as a treasure. While she always displayed her might in her actions, she would also carefully consider how the most minute of details might affect the young lord's feelings. Even if Mystic Moon was not as meticulous as the Moon Empress in his treatment of Lin Yuan, just the sound of Lin Yuan calling him Uncle Mystic was enough for Mystic Moon to also treat Lin Yuan as his only descendant. It was just that the more Mystic Moon cared for Lin Yuan, the more he worried now. When a dimensional rift was evolving, even if the Moon Empress had now reached that level, she could only destroy it. She still could not change the truth of this world's spatial dimension laws or tear the dimensional rift open to save the young lord within it. It could be said that the only chance of surviving after being sucked into a dimensional rift was to safely spend a period of time inside. Only when the dimensional rift had evolved and was reopened did the people inside have an opportunity to escape it. Upon seeing that the Moon Empress had hung up the phone, Mystic Moon immediately asked, "Moon Empress, in the process of denying its evolution, the Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift that was originally controlled will recover its initial peak strength of Class 3. The young lord." Before Mystic Moon could finish his sentence, the Moon Empress' cold voice interrupted him. "Follow this Empress to the entrance of that evolving dimensional rift, and wait for this Empress disciple to return." How could the Moon Empress not know that when a controlled dimensional rift was evolving, it would recover the strength that it had possessed before being controlled? However, the Moon Empress remained completely unperturbed by such danger. She had paid attention to Black's identity every step of the way. Lin Yuan had many secrets and also many capabilities. Even without the aid of the extreme token that she had given him, the Moon Empress believed that Lin Yuan would be able to find a way to survive in the Pinnacle Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift. It was just that during the active period of such a dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had stumbled upon a big secret hidden in Indigo Azure City's coastal sea. It was likely that the real danger that Lin Yuan had to face lay not in the dimensional lifeforms within the dimensional rift but in the enemy who was plotting everything in secret. The Moon Empress' face became increasingly shrouded in worry. If she were to have planned all of this in secret, would she have allowed the Pinnacle Class 3 Waterworld dimensional rift to only have evolved one grade? For the first time, a sense of powerlessness surged in the Moon Empress' heart, causing her to immediately clench her fist. This helplessness did not stem from her strength itself. She could sublimate mountains and oceans into states beyond the gaseous, liquid, and solid ones when the moonlight boiled. She could skyrocket the grades and qualities of Fae. What bothered her was that she could not change the rules governing space to directly rescue her disciple. It was comparable to how a dead person could not come back to life. Hence, the Moon Empress could only wait hopefully for her disciple to walk out of that evolving dimensional rift alive. She could only wait, and only waiting remained. Then, the Moon Empress' pleasing pupils froze over with ice. Standing in the moon shadow walkway, she gazed far into the distance. The tree wishes for quiet, but the wind is unceasing. Now, this unceasing wind blows on this Empress disciple. The small rabbit in the Moon Empress' arms reluctantly stopped gnawing on its carrot and put it away. At this moment, its ears, which were always drooping, also stood up, shaking slightly. An extreme purple hue rose in its eyes. In a dark room within the spirit guard's headquarters, a black-robed and black-veiled woman was reading the letters in her hands. After reading each letter, she would either lay it down on her left or roll up one of its corners and lay it down on her right. At that moment, the woman's gaze grew suddenly severe. After setting down the letter that she was currently reading, she arrived before the spirit guard's chief guard pavilion in a flash. Upon the black-robed woman's sudden appearance, the two old men who had initially been standing before the pavilion hurriedly bowed and said, "We wish you immense peace, Chief Guard." After speaking, one of the old men bowed again and continued, "Knight Chief Guard, look at where the Moon Empress is in the sky." The other old man then quickly added, "Knight Chief Guard, why don't you go and persuade?" The black-robed, black-veiled woman did not acknowledge the old men's words but turned her gaze to the sky. The clouds span 10,000 miles, the mountains form thousands of piles. The day is at its end, and the moon is tinted with blood. Having said that, the spirit guard's Knight Chief Guard picked the most alluring flower blooming on a peony in front of the Chief Guard pavilion and flung it toward the horizon. Beneath the blood-colored moonlight, this most beautiful peony flower appeared unusually delicate, as if soaked with blood. The Knight Chief Guard gazed intently at the blood-tinted moon on the horizon. She realized that what had initially been one blood-stained moon were now two. Her expression was hidden behind her black veil, but a sigh escaped from her lips. The moonlight blooms with a bloodluster, and the first quarter and third quarter moon divide the moon. It's too late to persuade her. After a while, the Knight Chief Guard looked directly at the two old men by her side and said, "My left and right palm attendants, you do not need to concern yourself with this matter. After settling the guard envoy's affairs, one of you will go north and the other south, one to Hearthstone City and the other to Cold Frost City to preside over them." Upon hearing the Knight Chief Guard's words, the two old men immediately bowed and retreated to follow her orders. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were standing firmly at the entrance of this evolving dimensional rift. After hanging up on the phone, the Mother of Bloodbath looked at the blood moon and pursed its lips. The thought of becoming strong in its mind had never been as strong as it was at this moment because it could only protect better when it was strong enough. At the same time, the Mother of Bloodbath understood that as a path protector, it must always be vigilant. Listen, who was standing beside the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer, was looking at the evolving dimensional rift's entrance with obvious concern on his face. While he had sworn with the willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant, he had also regarded his life as a bargaining chip for allegiance and as part of the oath. In this case, Lin Yuan wouldn't be affected if Listen died. At most, Lin Yuan would have only lost a servant, but it would be completely different if Lin Yuan died. Listen would also die. However, Listen's concern was not just for himself. Rather, he sincerely hoped that Lin Yuan, the youth who had saved him and given him a new lease of life, could get through it and survive. An opening suddenly formed in the water-world dimensional rift. Three figures, a huge two-headed lizard, and a strange plant were spat out. After being spat out, Lin Yuan immediately looked at the surroundings. After a clear look at the surroundings, he subconsciously let the amber button-shaped source sand at his sleeve turn into a wisp of fine sand and burrow in the rock layer beneath his feet. But immediately after, he furrowed even more. When Lu Jie had pulled out the last floating silver strand, and the entrance to the dimensional rift appeared abruptly. Even though it was too late for Lin Yuan to do anything, he was quick-witted. He knew that the 500 spatial magnets and so many floating silver strands had been invested in hiding the dimensional rift that had suddenly appeared. Someone had secretly set up the entrance of the dimensional rift. The fact that the entrance was in the sea showed that this dimensional rift that had suddenly appeared was a water world dimensional rift. However, the surroundings now left Lin Yuan in disbelief. It was very humid inside the water world dimensional rift, and the air was filled with a lot of salty water vapor, but it was not a world completely submerged in the water. As far as the eye could see, there was not even a single water world dimensional life form in the surrounding. Without the seawater, it would even be a challenge for such soft-bodied life forms that mostly had tentacles, like the water world dimensional life forms, to move. In this environment without water, the high-grade water world dimensional life forms might be able to rely on a large amount of water vapor in the air to create a small water region to survive. However, the low-grade ones would undoubtedly die without water. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the spatial fluctuations he and the Mother of Bloodbath had seen in the sea that had poured out a lot of water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh, including the platinum water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh. The platinum water world dimensional lifeforms naturally wouldn't die out of thin air, nor would they chop themselves into pieces after death. Coupled with the fact that this dimensional rift was completely different from the normal water world, it meant that there must be a huge problem. As Lin Yuan allowed the source sand to turn into sand grains and burrow into the dry seabed under his feet to create a large amount of sand, Lu Jie also immediately let the insect queen turned into an insect base on the spot, producing a large amount of flesh-mincing blade insects. He looked at the surroundings and the entrance to the dimensional rift that had been sealed up behind him before looking at Lin Yuan and saying in a deep voice, "Lin Yuan, based on the strength of the dimensional fluctuations of this dimensional rift entrance, it should at least be a Class 3-dimensional rift." After saying that, Lu Jie looked at the layer of rampant dimensional energy and added, "And this is at least a Class 3-dimensional rift that is still evolving." Lu Jie's words had expressed the seriousness of this matter. Lin Yuan knew that if the Class 3 water world dimensional rift evolved, it would become a Class 4 water world dimensional rift. It was also now the active period of the dimensional rift, in which large variables appeared all of a sudden. A Class 4-dimensional rift had Class 6-dimensional lifeforms that were akin to suzerain phase. If it evolved to Class 5 by a freak combination of factors due to the active period, Class 7-dimensional lifeforms that were akin to myth breed phase might appear. During the active period of the dimensional rift, there would be far more dimensional lifeforms than usual. If a lot of water world dimensional lifeforms that were akin to myth breed phase appeared, Indigo Azure City, which was extremely close to this place, would turn into a ruin that would be destroyed under the sea in a matter of moments. Lin Yuan knew that there was only one possibility for the dimensional rift to evolve. There were more source-type items than usual at the hub of this water world dimensional rifts that connected to the water world. He had encountered such a situation previously when training in the Abyss dimensional rift. At that time, he hadn't been directly involved. The Mother of Bloodbath had stepped in and solved the problem perfectly. But now only Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Zhou Luo could handle this matter. When the dimensional rift evolved, as long as Lin Yuan hid at his current location, which was the entrance to the dimensional rift, it would be the safest way to escape after the dimensional rift evolved. In order not to keep the potential enemies inside the rift from discovering him, Lin Yuan could also let the source sand precipitate numerous ferromanganese chain blades and let them combine into a spacious and airtight space. He, Lu Jie, and Zhou Luo would hide inside. Then the source sand would sink this confined space underground to hide them to the greatest extent. However, Lin Yuan was not going to do so, just like how he had chosen to die to protect Millstone Town and resist the demons with everyone in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. This time, he also wanted to try to stop the evolution of this Class 3 Water World Dimensional Rift beneath him. He still had the trump card his master had given him, so even if he met a powerful enemy, he could still stand a chance. Lu Jie shifted his gaze to Lu Jie and Zhou Luo and said in a deep voice, "Big brother Lu, Zhou Luo, I want to go to the hub to stop the evolution of this dimensional rift." Lin Yuan did not speak very loudly. but it seemed to ignite a radiant flame in this humid air. The glowing flames started as subdued embers in the humid air. However, once Lin Yuan spoke, Lu Jie's hesitant expression vanished. The brilliant glowing flames illuminated his eyes. As a member of the Radiance 100, he was definitely going to put all his attention toward preventing the possible disaster from occurring outside Indigo Azure City. But he was also Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Lu Jie had long since dedicated himself to Lin Yuan, and every decision Lu Jie made received Lin Yuan's stamp of approval. Lu Jie's undying faith stoked the already radiant light in his eyes. When Zhou Luo heard Lin Yuan's opinion, he mentally started to prepare for battle. The resolution in Lin Yuan's eyes spurred Zhou Luo on. The dim flame was but a small bright spot. It took seed in the corner of Zhou Luo's heart. The longer he observed the surroundings, the more Lin Yuan felt that stopping the Class 3 Waterworld's evolution was going to be challenging. The way Lin Yuan saw it, the largest obstacle was locating the dimensional hub connected to the dimensional rift. Unfortunately, the ethereal jellyfish had not been sucked into the dimensional rift. Lu Jie and Zhou Luo were not attuned to sensing spatial-type source lifeforms that could cause spatial fluctuations. Thus, they had to go back to basics and start combing the area. Lu Jie's insect queen's flying insects were the most suitable to conduct the search. Big Brother Lu, you take charge of the search. We have to find the dimensional hub's location, said Lin Yuan to Lu Jie. Lu Jie started to pump spirit qi toward the insect queen, which had already transformed into an insect colony. With Lu Jie injecting such a large amount of spirit qi into it, the insect queen's valves inflated instantly. The enormous amount of liquefied energy surged through the valves quickly. The high-intensity vibrations changed the liquefied energy into sticky insect protein. The insect protein was continuously produced and recirculated back into the insect queen's body through the valves. The vigorous vibrations caused the insect queen's 3-meter-tall insect colony to expand. The entrance of the colony proceeded to spit out almost 200 hurricane owlet moths. Lin Yuan noticed that these 200 hurricane owlet moths were different from the hurricane owlet moths he saw the insect queen produce in the past. They no longer had as strong of a wind energy fluctuation around their bodies. These hurricane owlet moths are probably the product of Lu Jie trying to conserve his and the insect queen's spiritual power. He merely cloned a portion of the hurricane owlet moth's genetic model and created a different output. These new hurricane owlet moths flew into the sky in all directions. Using Lu Jie's current position as the base, the hurricane owlet moths could act as his eyes in the dimensional rift. It was necessary to conduct such surveillance in a foreign space like this. They needed to investigate the surroundings to ascertain where their possible enemies could be. Since Lin Yuan had set his mind on preventing the dimensional rift's evolution, he was definitely going to encounter enemies at some point. Hence, a preemptive strike to understand the enemy's movements and the situation was the plan's next step. This way, he could stay one step ahead of them. Lu Jie looked toward Lu Jie and said, "Given the Class 3-dimensional rifts region, the hurricane owlet moths will need at least 6 hours to thoroughly scope out the area." Lin Yuan's brows drew together tightly. Looking at the time, there was less than a day until the active period of the dimensional rift. The evolution of the dimensional rift would be completed in 12 hours, during which Lin Yuan would need to find a way to stop it. When they had been sucked into the dimensional rift, it had been open but had not started to evolve yet. The evolution had only started after they were sucked in. Lu Jie's hurricane owlet moths needed 6 hours to finish the surveillance, meaning half of the time would be gone. However, panicking was not going to solve any problems. Lin Yuan knew this. Lin Yuan made the rare decision to summon the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur. The last time Blackie had been summoned, it was still a spirit-gathered goldfish. Lin Yuan placed Blackie in front of himself and Lu Jie and released spirit injection twice. When Blackie had evolved into the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, spirit injection had also changed significantly. Spirit injection used to replenish the target's spiritual power. Now, it could also absorb the spirit chi from the air and direct it into the target's body in the form of spiritual power within a window of time. Initially, Lin Yuan did not think much of the change. It was because outside, the concentration of spirit chi in the air was too low. As such, the improved ability had minimal effects. However, the concentration of spirit chi in the class 3-dimensional rift's air was much higher than outside, greatly increasing the effectiveness of spirit injection. In fact, spirit injection's original ability to replenish spiritual power was now less effective than if it absorbed and transformed the spirit chi in the air. Lu Jie did not expect Lin Yuan to have nurtured a fae that could replenish spiritual power. The greatest fear Lu Jie had while commandeering the insect queen in a fight was that his spiritual power would run out. Thus, he was always thrifty and calculative when it came to using the spiritual power in his body. Now that Blackie could replenish his spiritual power, Lu Jie could be more liberal in using his spiritual power. Lu Jie immediately used his spiritual power again to order the insect queen to release 200 more hurricane owlet moth clones. There were now double the number of hurricane owlet moths in the sky, which allowed the surveillance efforts and search for the dimensional hub to be more efficient. Lu Jie's tightly shut eyes would now open in less than 3 hours instead of 6. When Lu Jie's eyes finally flew open, his expression was grim. While Lu Jie was using the hurricane owlet moths to conduct surveillance, Lin Yuan was overexerting himself by drawing out massive amounts of spiritual power from his body. He was activating the source sand that was underwater so that it could smash the rocks and generate tiny sand grains. Lin Yuan stomped his feet and sighed. The hardness of the underwater rocks in the dimensional rift is really no joke. It greatly surpasses that of the purple and black soil in the abyss dimensional rift. Back in the controlled class 3 abyss dimensional rift, Lin Yuan had sent the source sand to dive 100 meters and tunnel through the deep sediments so as to preserve the generated gravel's durability. Unexpectedly, at 10 meters underwater, the rate at which the source sand was smashing the rocks was much slower. It was extremely difficult for the source sand to generate gravel in such an environment. Although some better results could be obtained through the use of ferromanganese plating, it was still far below Lin Yuan's expectations. Finally, Lin Yuan calculated the odds and decided to limit the source sand to a depth of 1 or 2 meters. The deeper the water, the harder the rocks became. If the source sand only generated gravel at a depth of only 1 or 2 meters, it would be able to almost keep up with Lin Yuan's expectations. Nonetheless, the source sand was generating a significantly greater amount of gravel than was ever expected of it by Lin Yuan in battle. Lin Yuan's spiritual power was being depleted 3 times faster than before. Even if Blackie continuously injected spiritual power into him, Lin Yuan could feel that his well of spiritual energy was close to running dry. After all, Lin Yuan was only a C-rank spirit chi professional. When Lu Jie opened his eyes, Lin Yuan hastily asked him, "Big brother Lu, what did the hurricane owlet moths discover?" Lu Jie's expression clearly warned that he was about to unleash bad news. "I've discovered the dimensional hub's location. I also found evidence of life in this zone," said Lu Jie solemnly. Lin Yuan's expression flattened as well. Yet, he plastered on a smile and said, "That's good news. We're now 3 hours ahead of our initial schedule." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. "Big brother Lu, please send out 2 more hurricane owlet moths. They are to slowly fly toward where the dimensional hub is." Lu Jie was stunned by Lin Yuan's request, but he did what was asked of him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the spirit chi imprint, which had been accumulating spirit chi all this time. The moment the spirit chi imprint was set off, the spirit chi imprint markings on Blackie lit up. To both Lu Jie and Zhou Luo's astonishment, a tsunami of spiritual power exploded from Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan directed the spiritual power which had burst forth from him into the source sand underneath him. The source sand immediately started smashing the rocks in the ocean floor in the direction of the dimensional hub, as led by the hurricane owlet moths. With Lin Yuan inputting such an enormous amount of spirit chi into it, the source sand started to churn out gravel at the same rate it used to. It was completely capable of keeping up with the hurricane owlet moths that were flying slowly. After producing the 2 hurricane owlet moths, Lu Jie ordered the insect queen, "Use blast recovery." The insect queen's body was alight with many green glowing spots. A wave of green fluids sprayed out of its valves. While he commandeered the insect queen's flesh-mincing blade insect, Lu Jie continued updating Lin Yuan on the surveillance results. The enemy has about 70 spirit chi professionals who possess platinum phase. There are at least 20 of them who own diamond phase. Since my hurricane owlet moths are clones that only have a portion of the genetic model, they lack fighting abilities. Thus, my hurricane owlet moths did not trespass past the formation of the spirit chi professionals who own diamond quality phase. They were unable to reach the central zone. Due to this, I have no clue what kind of powers are guarding the central zone. Lu Jie added one more statement. I don't recognize the spirit chi professionals spotted by the hurricane owlet moths, but most of their contracted phase have never been seen before in the Radiance Federation. When Lu Jie spoke, his mask hid his expression. However, unadulterated murderous intent was evident in his gaze. Lin Yuan was not surprised by Lu Jie's report on the situation. When they discovered the mother lode of spatial magnets, Lin Yuan had already made a speculation. The surveillance results only proved his guess to be accurate. Lu Jie's revelation of the enemy's power added a new sense of pressure on Lin Yuan. Even if the Gold Eye/Fantasy Eye Source Sand evolved into a Fantasy 2, it would still pale in comparison to the level of a Platinum Fae. Frankly, Lu Jie's Platinum/Fantasy Breed Insect Queen was only at the level of a Diamond Fae. Zhou Luo was a King-class expert and had the Diamond/Fantasy Eye Lava Dragon Lizard, putting him ahead of Lin Yuan and Lu Jie in terms of power. Unfortunately, the Lava Dragon Lizard was just a defense-type Fae and was inept at offense. The discrepancy in fighting abilities between them and the enemy was vast. Moreover, the enemy could also be hiding a greater power that was still unknown to them. Lin Yuan touched the extreme token hanging around his neck. It looked like he would need to use it to secure victory this time. Lin Yuan removed the extreme token from around his neck and said to Lu Jie and Zhou Luo, "Inside of this lies the attacking domain of an expert. The strength of this attacking domain is sufficient to break the red crystal spiders that the Mother of Bloodbath threw at us on the deserted island." Lin Yuan was utterly unaware of the Moon Empress power. All he knew was that she was a greatly venerated Class 5 creation master, and that she possessed overwhelming power. Since the Moon Empress was able to help the Mother of Bloodbath with its world cleansing, she had to be more powerful than the Mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan chose to reveal his trump card to Lu Jie and Zhou Luo now because he wanted to let them in on his plan and because he wanted to raise their morale during such a quagmire. A gold war chariot drove along the clear sky above the coast. The golden ripples in the sky glittered like a golden ocean, brighter than the boundless seas that reflected off it below. The golden sky was laced with the radiance of victory. It was as though the golden expanse of the sky was crying out with the triumph of war. Two golden metal warhorses trotted with their heads held high, giving the golden war chariot a devastatingly regal aura of power. A girl with golden tresses, a ramrod straight posture, and golden eyes perched atop the chariot with a blank expression. She left austerity and astringence in her wake. Suddenly, several water vortexes erupted from the ocean and shot up toward the chariot. Although the ocean was obviously blue, the gigantic water vortexes were black. The inky black water vortexes engulfed the sky and threatened to destroy the golden field that was the sky. A shallow glow glimmered in the manes of the warhorses pulling the chariot. The shallow glow formed a barrier, preventing the obsidian water vortexes from breaching it. When they were unable to break through the golden barrier, the black water vortexes immediately turned into chains. The chains confined both the war chariot and the emotionless girl in an instant. The golden-eyed girl's lips curled into a playful smile that carried hints of contempt. Pity was visible in those golden orbs of hers. "Thou has been laying in wait for some time." When the last word fell from the golden-eyed girl's lips, massive black tentacles floated out of the water. The inky black tentacles gleamed with a shadowy glow, and they looked extremely smooth. The black tentacles soon blanketed the azure surface of the ocean. A withered elderly man stood on one of the black tentacles with a short-haired young woman by his side. The old man was positioned a step behind the short-haired woman, and he looked at her with respect and affection. The short-haired woman's eyes were fixed on the golden girl. Her originally black pupils suddenly surged with bloodthirst and turned dark red. From the short-haired woman's gaze, one could tell that she bitterly resented the golden girl on the war chariot. The elderly man lifted his head and looked at the golden girl in the sky. The elderly man hissed, "Seventh Page War, you have to pay for your deeds in the Dark Continent." The golden girl's voice dripped with pity and derision as she replied, "You want me to pay? Just because of the nether sea jellyfish underneath your feet." The coast started to undulate. A gargantuan black jellyfish adorned with purple light emerged from the water. The hood on top of it seemed to swallow up the entire shore. The nether sea jellyfish compressed the water near the shore into a black droplet and launched it at the airborne golden war chariot. As the black water droplet approached, Seventh Page War raised her hand relaxedly. The golden war chariot was enveloped in a blinding light that was as bright as the sun. The brilliant light dissolved the darkened surroundings created by the nether sea jellyfish. The two warhorses neighed and burst the water droplet, which rained down from the sky like a golden shower. The golden precipitation descended upon the nether sea jellyfish's tentacles. Each drop burned a small hole into the surface of the tentacles. The holes grew and eventually disfigured the nether sea jellyfish's appearance. The elderly man circulated his spiritual power and instructed the nether sea jellyfish to continue maintaining the darkened surroundings as a means of countering. Seventh Page War's brow furrowed. Her original expression of indifference was replaced with surprise and conflict. Shortly after, as though she had just received bad news, her expression turned melancholy. Seventh Page War's countenance was severely grim. But it also seemed like she no longer needed to attend to an urgent matter as she did not hastily start to haul attacks. The short-haired woman's originally hate-filled red eyes turned pink. A pink demonic flower appeared in her hand. The moment the pink flower materialized, the short-haired woman's demeanor changed. Her determination turned into a strange charm. It was as though a breathtaking beauty had appeared amidst the dark shores and effulgent sky. Her beauty could make anyone fall madly in love with her. The short-haired woman leaped into the air and appeared beside Seventh Page War in an instant. She held the demonic pink flower up to Seventh Page War and asked, "Am I pretty, Seventh Chan?" A silver of scorn and bemusement flashed across Seventh Page War's gaze, but not a trace of it remained a moment later. Seventh Page War suddenly started acting like a young girl in the throes of love. It mumbled bashfully, "Yes." The short-haired woman's pink eyes intensified in hue, but her tone was flirtatious. "Do you love me, Seventh Chan?" Seventh Page War's bashfulness turned up a notch. "Yes," the short-haired woman asked in a gentle and alluring voice. "Loving someone means giving all of you to them. If you love me, will you die for me?" Seventh Page War's hypnotized and bashful face morphed into sorrow. However, she did not hesitate to raise her arm as though she was ready to strike and end her life at any time. A look of relief appeared on the short-haired woman's face. Instead of the joy of revenge, there was only grief and nostalgia. Just when the short-haired woman thought Seventh Page War was about to take her own life before her, a pair of strong hands appeared in front of the short-haired woman. The hands crushed the demonic pink flower the short-haired woman held. With one forceful squeeze, Seventh Page War reduced the demonic pink flower petals and stamen into powder. An unbelievable look sprang up on the short-haired woman's face. The beautiful flower in her hand was now left with only a short stem and root. Impossible! The mocking expression in the eyes of Seventh Page War was revealed at this moment. A sacred source lifeform, the absolute love poppy. This is the first time I've seen a sacred source lifeform like this that can manipulate the soul of its kind. What a good thing. Just as Seventh Page War was speaking, the golden chariot underneath had disappeared. She stood in the air as she looked disdainfully at everything under her feet. It's really interesting that the Dark Envoy, who the 7 states of darkness jointly elected, is actually an expert who plays with emotions from the soul level. The Dark Continent has now become a cornerstone under Tower Cannon. I have no time to take care of you, but you have taken the initiative to come. You've delayed my important business through your obstruction. You're guilty of a very serious offense. As much as you've wasted one of my sacred source lifeforms, I'll make all of you into wax figures and slowly repent under the cleansing spring. Seventh Page War frowned slightly. I didn't expect that someone would discover my arrangements within the Radiance Federation. But no matter who you are, it's difficult for you to take this sacred source life form. The Radiance Federation will have to accept the big gift with a bargaining chip that I've prepared. However, 7th Page War took her anger from all the loss out on this old man and woman in front of her. The short-haired woman still had an unbelievable look on her face. You have been charmed by the absolute love poppy. Even if you're stronger than me, I can feel it in advance if you break free from it. 7th Page War was furious and lost interest in talking with this short-haired woman. How have I ever been charmed? I'm not the same as you. Just as 7th Page War said that, she was surrounded by golden light and turned into a golden thorn apple. The short-haired woman cried out in horror. You're actually not a human. You're a plant-type fae. Just as 7th Page War regained its original body, the old man on the creation breed nether sea jellyfish's tentacles summoned a small silver tuna-like fish on the spot. Then, the nether sea jellyfish started to burn up like a dead tree. Upon sensing the old man's action, 2 golden petal lights shot out of the leaves of the golden thorn apple that 7th Page War had transformed into. The 2 petal lights seemed to contain the grandeur of war. The old man disregarded the safety of the nether sea jellyfish, which had a large part of its tentacles still underwater, and let it wrap him with its black silk-like tentacles before using its huge body to go toward the 2 golden petal lights. At that moment, the small silver tuna-like fish tore open the space. The old man immediately fled toward it with the short-haired woman. In just a moment, the nether sea jellyfish, which had come into contact with the 2 golden petal lights, landed on the surface of the sea like a rag. Soon after, it sank into the deep sea, bringing a life force far beyond the large whale fall in the deep sea. One of the golden lights continued with its momentum after blasting the nether sea jellyfish. Although it had still let the short-haired woman and the old man escape into the spatial rift that the small silver fish had torn open, half of the old man's body had been hit by this golden petal light, causing half of his body to end up like the nether sea jellyfish. 7th Page War stood in the sky above the raging sea, watching the various fierce marine beasts at its feet nibbling away the feast left behind after the nether sea jellyfish had blown up. However, the nether sea jellyfish's flesh contained too much energy. So many greedy marine beasts that didn't meet the strength requirements were blown into pieces by this energy, which in turn brought about a feast for other weaker marine beasts. The sea was dyed red by the blood of an unknown number of marine beasts in just a moment. 7th Page War suddenly looked up, with a change of its disdainful posture. Instead, it looked at the sky with a grave expression and saw the sky darkened all of a sudden as the long silent night descended. A white moon rose high in the silent night sky. Within a few moments it was tinted with a layer of the color of blood. It looked at the white moon that suddenly appeared in the sky being divided into the first quarter moon and third quarter moon that were drenched with a blood-colored luster. When 7th Page War felt the intent of endless slaughter in the blood-colored moon, it frowned even more tightly. The words coming out of its mouth no longer contained the kind of pity and mockery like before. They were only solemn. The moonlight blooms with a bloodluster, and the first quarter and third quarter moon divide the moon. It seems I don't have to go to the Radiance Federation anymore. 7th Page War was about to summon the Radiance War Chariot to return when it revealed the same expression as when the short-haired woman used the absolute love poppy. Then it returned to normal and said softly, "Surprisingly, it has such a strong, charming effect on the souls of non-identical life forms. The absolute love poppy is really good. But it doesn't have much chance to bloom after all." As it spoke, 7th Page War disgustingly shook the mud left behind by the absolute love poppy on its hand. The Radiance War Chariot went far, but there was something left on the sea. "The beautiful pink flower is really tacky. I'll fall in love with the kind of plant that can take a big bite of meat, look at me with deep affection, and bloom into a sea of flowers in a blink of an eye." The words remained for a moment before it was shattered by the sharp sea breeze and blown away to nowhere. "Big Brother Lou, try to make the flesh-mincing blade insects burrow into the seabed underneath your feet." Lin Yuan's words confused Lu Jie a little. Lu Jie was still constantly producing lightning-gathering moths and plasma caterpillars. For the enemy, The lightning beam that the lightning-gathering moths could release after the plasma caterpillars had been charged with plasma was the strongest attack method that he could use at the moment. Whenever the plasma caterpillars couldn't spit out more plasma, Lu Jie would let the insect queen use its blast recovery to recover energy through the destruction of the plasma caterpillars that had lost their value as scraps, allowing every trace of energy in the insect queen to emit its maximum value. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's instruction, Lu Jie was ready to let the flesh-mincing blade insects try to plow the seabed with their blade-like insect legs. But in Lu Jie's opinion, even if the flesh-mincing blade insects could burrow into the hard seabed underneath, it could only allow them to hide with a loss of mobility. At that moment, Lu Jie suddenly noticed a huge vortex of quicksand had suddenly appeared on the seabed under Lin Yuan's feet. His eyes lit up as he immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. Zhou Luo, who was looking at the quicksand vortex that had suddenly appeared under Lin Yuan's feet and the sea of insects behind Lu Jie, took a huge gulp. The younger generation was now simply too damn strong. Zhou Luo felt that since Lu Jie was Radiance 100 number 30, it was not unexpected for him to have this level of ability. The members at the forefront of the Radiance 100 were all capable of being king-class experts. Zhou Luo compared his current level of power and the level he was at before meeting Lin Yuan. Given Platinum 9/Fantasy I Lava Dragon Lizard's power, how long will I be able to fend off Lu Jie's Insect Queen's sea of insects? As a king-class expert, my spiritual power is A rank. I have a much larger capacity for spiritual power than Lu Jie. However, the Insect Queen has the exclusive ability to produce insect bombs. The exploding insects not only enable the Insect Queen to recover spiritual energy, but they can also inflict a decent amount of damage. Will my Lava Dragon Lizard die in the struggle against the Insect Queen's insect swarm in the long run? The final odds don't look good. After seeing Lu Jie unleash his power, I now understand the fighting abilities that come with youth. On the other hand, Lin Yuan's power shocked me to the core. When I saw him without his mask, I was surprised a young man like him possessed so many resources. I found out that he's black later on. However, his powers have now significantly transcended the level black demonstrated on StarWeb. As usual, he continues to hide his true power. I never saw the tsunami of spiritual power he released coming. Although Zhou Luo was able to feel the enormous amount of spiritual power Lin Yuan injected downward, he did not know it was meant for the elemental source-type life form below. Many parts of the seafloor below had already been smashed into yellow sand. Lu Jie was currently instructing many flesh-mincing blade insects to tunnel into the large swirling quicksand that had appeared by Lin Yuan's feet. After the flesh-mincing blade insects tunneled into the quicksand, Lu Jie's eyes brightened. From the connected consciousness between the Insect Queen and the flesh-mincing blade insects, Lu Jie saw the project Lin Yuan had been working on the seafloor during the past few hours. On the seafloor were numerous tunnels leading toward the dimensional hub. The tunnels were wide enough to fit 5 flesh-mincing blade insects. Even the shield ladybugs would be able to move freely in the tunnels. The arrangement of the tunnels allowed the flesh-mincing blade insects that had entered through the quicksand to form orderly groups. Now, Lu Jie's previously obvious armada was obscured. The quicksand in the seafloor also increased the flesh-mincing blade insects' striking opportunities. The flesh-mincing blade insects could shoot out of any portion of the tunnels to attack. Big Brother Lu, we can begin filibustering. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and injected the majestic spiritual power into Blackie. Blackie started using spirit injection unceasingly on Lu Jie to replenish his depleted spiritual power. Lu Jie suddenly realized that ever since the surge in Lin Yuan's spiritual power, Lin Yuan no longer cared about the amount of spiritual power he exhausted when activating Blackie to use spirit injection. The spiritual power entering Lu Jie's body felt like a shot of vitalization. More. 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 Rise more. Lu Jie quickly directed the spiritual power into the Insect Queen and instructed it to produce more flesh-mincing blade insects, plasma caterpillars, lightning-gathering moths, and hurricane owlet moths. He wanted to grow the army of insects under his control as much as possible. Lu Jie knew that he was the core output position of their 3-man team. In order for their team to be able to deal the greatest damage, Lu Jie did not hold back in his efforts to produce the best insect army. Lin Yuan was also aware of his role in this fight and the responsibilities that came with it. Lin Yuan was an all-round contestant. However, Lin Yuan's defensive capabilities were undeniably weak as they were limited to only being to provide individual protection. Zhou Luo was in charge of defense within their team, so Lin Yuan did not need to shoulder any part of the burden. In terms of output, Lin Yuan only had Red Thorn, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, and the Source Sand in his arsenal because Chimey was asleep. Red Thorn's Sea of Flowers could deal a considerable amount of damage to a large number of dimensional lifeforms at a time, but it only had the power of a silver/fantasy breed. The ensuing battle was above its level. Thus, Lin Yuan assigned himself to be a healing and supporting role. The responsibility of healing would fall to the Jasmine Lily. The support would be provided by Blackie that could replenish spiritual power, while the Source Sand would try to control the situation at the same time. The Source Sand could also apply a layer of sand on the exterior of the shield ladybugs, which could help buffer some of the damage. Although the effects of the sand layer would not be evident on just one bug, the effects would be immeasurable if applied to the entire insect army. The plan relied on the assumption that Lin Yuan was fine with Blackie unceasingly draining the spiritual power in the Spirit Chi imprint. Essentially, Lin Yuan had become a battery that supplied Lu Jie with spiritual power. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan continued helping the Source Sand to create gravel on the seafloor, while at the same time replenishing Lu Jie's spiritual power. By the end of the 2 hours, 2/3 of the spiritual power that Lin Yuan had injected into the Spirit Chi imprint was already gone. Zhou Luo felt desensitized. He had already lost track of the number of insects he watched tunnel into the quicksand. Even flying insect species phase like the lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths entered the sand with their wings wrapped around their bodies. What a scary master and retainer knight! They had managed to raise their fighting power by several times in just 2 hours. Lin Yuan could sense the insect queen's insects through his Source Sand, and he felt his confidence spike slightly. During the process of transporting the insect army through the quicksand, Lin Yuan felt himself appreciating the unique beauty of warfare. Lin Yuan's Source Sand was the link that created the insect army's positional warfare. The initially flexible formation was now even more flexible, and they would be able to get into position swiftly. It would also change the visible section of the insect army into a type of surprise attack. Both Lu Jie and Lin Yuan halted their movements and smiled at each other. Lin Yuan turned to smile at Zhou Luo and said, "We can begin." Lin Yuan and Lu Jie sat astride the lava dragon lizard's back while Zhou Luo rode at the front of the lava dragon lizard. The 10-meter-long lava dragon lizard spread its legs and bolted toward the dimensional hub. On the lava dragon lizard's back, Lin Yuan noticed it was much more enjoyable to ride land phase than flying phase. In the sky, there were only clouds for as far as the eye could see. However, riding a Fae that was charging about on land allowed him to take in the ephemeral scenery around, which was an incomparable delight. Inside the evolving Class 3-dimensional rift was interminable ocean water that emanated a distinct salty redolence. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and inhaled deeply to calm his nerves. He knew that a battle to the death was imminent. Blood would be shed, and deaths were unavoidable. Despite Lin Yuan having taken out his master's extreme token and showing it to Lu Jie and Zhou Luo as a means of boosting morale, he could not repeat the action flippantly. No one knew whether the enemy camp scoped out by Lu Jie's hurricane owlet moths was hiding a greater peril. Moreover, during the evolution of the dimensional rift, an obstacle of turbulence would be formed outside the dimensional hub's inner layer's source-type lifeforms. During the evolution of the Class 3-dimensional rift into Class 4, the dimensional obstacle at the surface would be as strong as diamond quality. Either Zhou Luo or Lu Jie would be able to break through. However, if the dimensional rift's evolution was to Class 5, the dimensional obstacle at the surface could only be broken by the power of suzerain and above. In order to prevent the dimensional rift's evolution, breaking the dimensional obstacle was the minimum requirement. Thus, Lin Yuan could not show his trump card until they arrived at the dimensional hub. Lin Yuan kept this notion to himself, but the other two men were well aware. Zhou Luo was about to speak, but he hesitated and turned to look at Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. He noticed the resolute expressions on their faces. Zhou Luo smirked and turned back to stroke his buddy, the lava dragon lizard. His own gaze became determined as a grin spread across his face. He seemed to have come to some sort of decision. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly tensed, and he sensed the report coming from the source sand. "Prepare for battle. The enemy is here," he said. 5 source-type items were at the dimensional hub. The aura they emitted generated dimensional ripples at the dimensional hub. These dimensional ripples widened the doorway linking to the water world. Next to the 5 pieces of source-type items was an opaque glowing mass of rainbow light. A transparent light yellow shell covered the glowing mass. There were also remnants of shattered transparent light yellow pieces near the 5 pieces of source-type items. Clearly, there used to be a transparent light yellow shell around the 5 pieces of source-type items as well, but it was broken. A well-put-together man wearing an outfit adorned with many gemstones stood next to the dimensional hub. His hair was gray, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were a dull gray that was completely devoid of the spark of life. Nonetheless, flecks of light occasionally streaked past the man's eyes, giving him a less lifeless deportment. Instead, they made him look extremely treacherous. A tall man with a head of short dark green hair walked up to stand by the gray-haired man's side. "Lord Hunting Ashes, I've already sent out the people you designated as per your instructions. But those people..." The tall, dark green-haired man was not done speaking when he was interrupted by the gray-haired man. "Just sent them out as I instructed. Have the rest of the people finished drinking the medicine I instructed you to distribute?" He impatiently snapped. The dark green-haired man trembled and hastily replied, "Yes, Lord Hunting Ashes. They're all done drinking." The gray-haired man touched the waist of his attire, namely the black jewels that were about the size of quail eggs. "Did you drink the medicine too?" he asked. The dark green-haired man gnashed his teeth as sweat dripped down his face. He anxiously pulled out a bottle and gulped down the gray liquid contents. The gray-haired man extended his arm and patted the other man's face. 10 minutes later, "Bring me the people who drank the medicine," he ordered. The dark green-haired man retreated hurriedly and proceeded to carry out the gray-haired man's order. The gray-haired man stood at the same spot for about 5 minutes. The gray-haired man kept his gaze fixed on the evolving class 3-dimensional hub during those 5 minutes. His face split into a grotesque smile. The evolving dimensional rift is completely cut off from the outside space. I don't need to listen to Lord 7th Page War's orders. The stupid crow is dead now, which means so are the 3 king-class experts under it. No issue. I, Hunting Ashes, shall accomplish Lord 7th Page War's final order," he murmured under his breath. The gray-haired man gently clapped his hands, and a gray fly appeared nearby. At that same time, a screen seemed to have disappeared around the area, revealing a pot of thriving thorn apple. The gray-haired man humbly walked over to the thorn apple and fell to his knees. The glimmer that was in the gray eyes had disappeared, leaving only sincerity. "Tower Cannon, Tower of War, Battlefield Division's Ashes Team. Hunting Ashes greets Lord 7th Page War. I'm willing to sacrifice my unworthy life to carry out your decree." The gray-haired man dipped his head and kowtowed before the thorn apple. He reached out and plucked the golden lush thorn apple from the ground, holding it gingerly. He threw the golden thorn apple into the evolving class 3-dimensional rift. With the energy of the dimensional hub, the golden thorn apple started to slowly wither. The wilting golden thorn apple released a large burst of energy, pushing the dimensional hub's spatial energy up a level. This resulted in the evolving dimensional rift to open and widen by 3 times. 4 pieces of source-type items immediately fell from the ripped-open dimensional rift. When the decay of the thorn apple reached the flower core, more energy was released. The recently evolved water world dimensional rift instantly began to evolve toward Class 5. At that moment, the gray-haired man caught sight of the tall, dark green-haired man he had dispatched, leading about 50 people toward him. The gray-haired man fished out a small palm-sized plate. It was carved with intricate and complex golden patterns. The plate shook, and a large purplish-gray egg appeared in the man's hand. The people behind the tall man looked intensely troubled. However, the tall man was as deadpan as ever, his eyes completely devoid of life. It seemed as though he knew what was coming. A dark-skinned man emerged from the crowd and asked the gray-haired man, "Lord Hunting Ashes, we might not have been in a dead end if someone had discovered us being sucked into the dimensional rift here. But since you evolved the dimensional rift, you've essentially locked the dimensional rift. Now we—" The dark-skinned man did not even manage to finish speaking as one look from the gray-haired man made him shut up. The dark-skinned man's chest tightened, and he felt as though a layer of dust had settled over his heart. The pressure was indescribable. "Where do you want to go if we don't seal this up?" inquired the gray-haired man. The dark-skinned man's face tensed. The way he looked at the gray-haired man displayed much less obedience than the tall man. "Of course we need to stay here to continue doing as Lord Chanter Crow says." At the mention of Chanter Crow, disgust flashed across the gray-haired man's face. "The Crow wanted you to stay here to maintain the Dimensional Rift's regular functionality and the covert operations outside of the Dimensional Rift. Is it done? If someone barges in, it'll be your responsibility to become guardians." A dark green-haired girl frowned. Her tone lacked respect, and she was suspicious. "Lord Hunting Ashes, the contracted phase we have here are normally used to maintain the Dimensional Rift's regular functionality. Their abilities are not suited for battle. If we are to become guardians, we will suffer losses for sure. Lord Crow will be displeased. May I ask where the 3 King-class experts under Lord Crow are? We need them to stabilize the situation. They'll be of much more use than us." The green-haired girl's tone suddenly changed to one of overt fury. "Lord Hunting Ashes, the 30 people you sent out are usually in charge of cleaning. By sending them to the front lines, you've signed their death sentences. Who shall do the cleaning now?" The gray-haired man scanned the faces of the people present. He turned, forced a smile, and said to the tall man, "I must have caused a lot of trouble for you by sending you out on tasks. I didn't know that I had lost so much influence. I wonder if the Chanting Crow would dare speak to me in such a manner if he was still alive." When the tall man heard what the gray-haired man said and glimpsed his expression, he was immediately gripped by terror. Although Lord Crow was a peak suzerain/myth 2 Fae, it was only a chanter in the Tower of War. Meanwhile, Hunting Ashes might not possess much power, but he was affiliated with an impressive battlefield division team. The Ashes team members held higher positions than the Tower of War's chanters, some of whom were comparable with lead chanters. Every Ashes team member controlled a carcinoma Fae that could incite disasters. Lord 7th Page War had handpicked each Fae. The entrance of any Ashes team member in battle was sure to result in destruction. However, they had been keeping a low profile since they were here. Luckily, they had been guarding the dimensional hub and had not learned that Lord Crow had died. Otherwise, they might not have been able to bring themselves to move, even if Lord Hunting Ashes' signal flag had been raised. The tall man was preparing to speak and control the situation, but he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his abdomen. The tall man fell to the ground. His contracted Fae came out despite not having been summoned. The tall man's pain seemed to intensify, and he sprawled out on the ground feebly. The tall man closed his eyes in resignation and prepared to draw his last breath. The other 50 people who had come with the tall man all exhibited the same symptoms. Hunting Ashes pumped spiritual power into the large purplish-gray egg in his hands. An elegantly slender poisonous bee hatched from the egg. Its body mirrored the color of the egg. When the poisonous bee appeared, the gray-haired man instructed it to fly to the faces of each fallen spirit chi professional. The bee's stinger pierced the back of each of their heads, and something strange started occurring at the back of their heads. The gazes of every spirit chi professional who had been stung by the purplish-gray bee became calm. However, the contracted phase of these spirit chi professionals looked as though they were under psychic torture. They were thrashing about violently. The purplish-gray poisonous bee's stinger injected the eye of each person present, including the tall man. A total of 51 spirit chi professionals and 72 Faes instantly stopped breathing. Shortly after, a bone-chilling chewing noise sounded from the Faes' bodies. A blade-covered worm emerged from the bodies of each and every Fae. The worms devoured the host Fae they grew out, and their bodies rapidly increased in size. Approximately 25 of the worms grew to about 5 meters. The blades that jutted out of all over their bodies were razor-sharp. The remaining 47 worms grew to about 3 meters, but the blades that covered their bodies were just as bountiful in quantity. However, the blades that covered the 47 worms were not as sharp as those on the bodies of the 5-meter worms. Everything on sight was guzzled up in a flash, leaving only the gray-haired man and the 72 large blade-covered worms. The gray-haired man extended his arm, and the purplish-gray poisonous bee landed on it. It was cleaning its stinger with its mouth. The gray-haired man muttered to himself, "The blade queen bee's first batch of eggs is of such low quality. What a waste. But these blade worms' battle prowess is much higher than that crowd. These 25 diamond blade worms and 47 gold blade worms should be able to complete Lord 7th Page War's decree." The gray-haired man waved his arm and dispatched all the blade worms. He turned and walked to the stronghold in the distance. Inside the stronghold were 7 enormous long-dead Fays that had clearly been pumped full of a premium preservative. They had begun mummifying, but no decomposition existed. The gray-haired man whispered to the blade queen bee, "Eat these 7 Fays." The blade queen bee was slightly against the idea, but it still stung each of the dead Fays. Soon, the blade queen bee started consuming the enormous Fays' liquefied flesh. The gray-haired man stood nearby with his eyes closed. He seemed to be doing mental calculations. When he felt the blade queen bee land on his palm, the gray-haired man closed his palm and crushed it without hesitation. "Apologies, Lord 7th Page War. I killed the blade queen bee you entrusted to me, but it had to be done so I can better complete your decree," he murmured. The gray-haired man plucked a grayish-purple crystal from the mangled remnants of the blade queen bee. He then wiped the blade queen bee's carcass on a wall, repeating the wiping motion multiple times. The blade queen bee ate the 7 diamond/fantasy breed phase, and the crystallized venom stored in its body exploded. Yet, it was only about as strong as 1 full-force strike by a diamond V/fantasy breed. If those 7 Fays the blade queen bee ate were still alive, the crystallized venom could have been as strong as the full-force strike of a diamond X/fantasy breed. After walking out of the stronghold, the gray-haired man gently clapped to summon a Fae. "It's the most fitting death to die for Lord 7th Page War's decree. It'll be wonderful to see the Class 5-dimensional rifts opening. Will the sacred source lifeform that falls from the Class 5-dimensional rift and the unbroken sacred source lifeforms at the dimensional hub cause the dimensional rift to evolve again?" he whispered. A buzzing gray fly landed on the gray-haired man's shoulder. The gray-haired man's demeanor suddenly became unnatural. His aura weakened, and his silhouette could only be seen when he moved. When they heard Lin Yuan say the enemy was here, Lu Jie and Zhou Luo went into battle mode. "Big Brother Lu, my source sand can only sense a rough estimate of the number of enemies. It can't sense their level of power. I'm going to create an area of quicksand about 1/2 meter wide. Send out 2 hurricane owlet moths and 10 flesh-mincing blade insects to check on the enemy's power," said Lin Yuan anxiously. Lu Jie immediately instructed the insect queen to concentrate its consciousness on the 10 flesh-mincing blade insects and hurricane owlet moths. After checking on the enemy, Lu Jie's face twisted with shock. He was not shocked by the mightiness of the enemy but by how vulnerable they were. There were only 30 spirit chi professionals who were all riding on a few diamond giant cattle. There were also about 40 Fays of a variety of species charging toward them. The 30 spirit chi professionals and Fays looked more like the support staff of the Construction Association rather than oncoming enemies. Although a large proportion of the Fays did not belong to species that the Radiance Federation produced, a small proportion of them was. These Fays were not skilled at fighting. For example, the Diamond Giant Cattle was the Construction Association's favorite Fae. The giant cattle could transport materials and be able to speed up the Construction Association's workflow by 3 times. Lu Jie never expected to face off against such enemies. Only a few of the giant cattle and the other 40 phase grade was diamond. With such enemies, Lu Jie was certain of attaining victory even if Lin Yuan had not used his spiritual power to help him create the insect army. Lu Jie could have used his normal fighting style. Although its spiritual power was restored by Lin Yuan, the ability of the insect queen's body to produce insect protein could not only rely on the protein silkworm chrysalises. It also needed nutrients that could be absorbed from meat, blood, and even bones. Lin Yuan had originally planned to continue channeling more spiritual power into its body. However, because the insect queen's body greatly lacked the energy that could not be obtained from the protein silkworm chrysalises, it had to stop the continued production of insect species Fae. These colossal diamond giant cattle, along with a group of high-grade, non-combat class Fae, would let the insect queen and the imperial insect swarm enjoy a good meal. Yet, immediately after, Lu Jie abruptly came to his senses and frowned. Based on the 400 simplified hurricane owlet moths that he had previously sent, it appeared that the oncoming enemies were some of the weakest Faes that he had ever detected. There was only one possibility when such an enemy appeared, which was that the enemy would attempt to stall for time. The other party would send these logistics personnel out to fight, which was tantamount to tempting fate. Such behavior was enough to demonstrate the enemy's determination to fight to the death. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie's expression was still changing and quickly asked, "Big brother Lu, how is the situation?" Lu Jie hurriedly told Lin Yuan and Zhou Luo about the situation that he had personally witnessed. Then Lu Jie proceeded to share his opinion on the matter. "I plan to treat the enemy's contracted phase as the insect queen's nutritional base, providing it with the nutrients to continue producing insects. If not, as there isn't enough high-grade Fey flesh now, the insects produced by the insect queen would not have shells with sufficient strength." As he spoke, Lu Jie scratched his head in embarrassment. He felt that he had been negligent, as he had not expected that such a situation would arise upon his arrival in Indigo Azure City. Under normal circumstances, besides preparing protein silkworm chrysalises that would help the insect queen restore insect protein in the diamond Fey storage box, Lu Jie would also prepare some high-grade Fey flesh for it. Although this time was no exception, there was not enough flesh of high-grade dimensional lifeforms to sustain the production of so many insects. This time, Lu Jie understood that in the future, there had to be at least 5 times or even 10 times more protein silkworm chrysalises and high-grade Fey flesh in his diamond Fey storage box. Only then could various dangerous situations be faced. There would never again be a situation like the present one, when there was insufficient high-grade Fey flesh. The main reason that such a circumstance had occurred was Lu Jie's failure to consider that Lin Yuan would have such a powerful ability to restore spiritual power. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Lin Yuan opened his mouth to speak. "Big brother Lu, let me face these enemies. You need only be responsible for letting the insect swarm consume the Fays that have sunk under the sea of sand and allowing the swarm to restore their energy." As Lin Yuan spoke, he carefully sensed the spiritual power reserve in his body and found that 1/3 of the spirit chi imprint had not been depleted. In spite of this, even 1/3 of the spiritual power accumulated over time by the Bronze X/Legends spirit-drawing ichthyosaur was a huge amount. Lin Yuan had firmly decided to face these enemies alone in order to preserve Lu Jie's strength as much as possible. At the same time, after absorbing part of the mountain-containing embryo, the Bronze X/Fantasy I Source Sand had already been promoted from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. It had now become a Gold I/Fantasy II elemental source type item. Lu Jie immediately put some of the late-stage flesh-mincing blade insects in the quicksand on standby. These had been produced by the insect queen when she had insufficient nutrients. The insects prepared for a bloody meal. Given the lava dragon lizard's immense speed, and the fact that the enemy on the opposite side was dashing towards them, Lin Yuan soon saw the oncoming enemies. Upon closely inspecting the spirit chi professionals on the backs of the approaching diamond giant cattle, Lin Yuan's pupils immediately constricted. This was because they closely resembled the spirit chi professionals who had launched surprise attacks on him back in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. One is the product of one's environment. There were also differences in the appearances of spirit chi professionals from different continents. Just based on their looks alone, it was obvious that they had come from the Radiance Federation. It was highly possible that they were from the Dark Continent, just like the spirit chi professionals who had previously attacked him. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to scan the approaching phase. He then closed his eyes and used his spiritual energy to communicate with source sand. Following which, the sound of the boiling sea of sand under the seabed came out of his ears. At this moment, the spirit chi professionals riding on the backs of the diamond giant cattle also noticed Lin Yuan's presence. Even though most of the opposing side's Fae were not natural fighters, Fae who had reached the platinum and even the diamond rank still possessed a certain killing ability. Those Faes released many long-range attacks toward the lava dragon lizard. Zhou Luo, who was riding on its back, yelled, "Lava dragon lizard, activate lava shield." Right after, a spherical shield enveloped the lava dragon lizard's outer body surface, firmly protecting the lava dragon lizard, Zhou Luo, Lin Yuan, and Lu Jie within the shield. Various attacks were made on the shield, some splashing with ripples, and others disappearing without making even a single splash. Could have been said that Zhou Luo single-handedly warded off this flurry of attacks. The lava dragon lizard had awakened the dragon species bloodline, so it was unrecognizable after its mutation and the growth of double heads. The strength level of the diamond fantasy breed was much higher than that of an ordinary diamond fae. Zhou Luo's existence had always been extremely low, but this time he directly demonstrated his king-class strength. At the same time, the seabed within the compatibility range of 2 kilometers instantly turned into a vortex of boiling quicksand. The oncoming Faes from the opposite side were all running on land, and as non-combat terrestrial Faes, their mobility was not strong. This caused many of the platinum Faes to be dragged immediately into the fantasy breed source sand's seas of sand, where they continued to sink. Without Lin Yuan doing anything, Lu Jie's flesh-mincing blade insects, which he had instructed to hide and wait within the sand, ate these sunken Faes alive. Not even a trace of blood or bone was wasted. Compared to Fae flesh, Fae blood and bones contained nutrients that the insect queen needed more. Thus, those few diamond giant cattle struggled violently in the sea of sand. When a Fae's mobility was strong enough, it could run as much as it liked, even in churning quicksand. It was just that the giant cattle were far too heavy, so they could only ensure that their heads did not sink under the quicksand during the struggle. In the meantime, their entire bodies were submerged in the quicksand, save for a small part of their backs. Even so, no matter how much Lin Yuan made the source sand drag the giant cattle downward, they could still move in the quicksand using their own strength. The only difference was that the speed at which the giant cattle moved was really as slow as that of an old cow pulling a cart. Seeing the situation, Lin Yuan immediately let the source sand use its exclusive skill of gravel spirit acceptance, which was equivalent to the combat power of the Platinum 3/Elite heart-penetrating iron line, to kill the diamond giant cattle. However, at that very moment, Lin Yuan somewhat helplessly realized that even if the source sand's gravel spirit acceptance could penetrate the giant cattle's body, it would only penetrate half a meter of flesh. This was not enough to fatally wound the 15-meter-long giant cattle. After such effort, Lin Yuan finally understood the bitterness of a mosquito in the summer. Some people with thick hair or rough skin were akin to a nightmarish blow to the hungry mosquito. After a hard night's work, not only would it be unable to suck even a drop of blood, its blood-sucking needle would also be blocked by dander. However, Lin Yuan did not believe in evil and continued to direct the heart-penetrating iron line towards the giant cattle's weakest spot. Yet, the giant cattle actually clamped its tail tightly between its legs, completely protecting its fragile place. Lin Yuan curled his lips and took a few heart-penetrating iron lines of greater strength than Platinum 3/Elite out his leaf-shaped diamond Fae storage box. After a simple test, he directly replaced the Gravel Spirit Acceptance's previous Platinum 3/Elite heart-penetrating iron line with a Platinum V/Flawless one. The needle on this mosquito's mouth was directly upgraded, although only by 2 small grades. Nevertheless, the quality was also upgraded by 1 level. The Platinum V/Flawless heart-penetrating iron line was already able to completely penetrate the giant cattle's body and wander within it. The heart-penetrating iron line then did its job of piercing the giant cattle's heart. For a moment, each of the giant cattle appeared to be suffering tremendous pain in all 4 hooves. They all emitted one last sound before they ceased to struggle, taking the spirit chi professionals on their backs down into the quicksand with them. This scene only served to inspire horror in Lu Jie and Zhou Luo. Lin Yuan's sea of sand was not as simple as it looked on the surface. There was clearly an entire cosmos lying within its depths. It was as though there was a demon lurking in the dark, holding a scythe, ready to harvest the life forms in the sea of sand at any time. Zhou Luo and Lu Jie had just witnessed how Lin Yuan had thrown the alien insect heart-penetrating iron line into the sea of sand. Presumably, the demon beneath the deep sea of sand was related to the dead heart-penetrating iron line that Lin Yuan had thrown into the sand. Only the specific connection between the two remained unknown. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Luo and Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan taking a large quantity of bronze ferromanganese and 1 cubic meter of day and night spirit silver out of his Fey storage box. Lin Yuan threw both of these spiritual materials into the quicksand vortex formed by the source sand. Since the source sand had upgraded from Fantasy I to Fantasy II, its dedicated skills had all been strengthened as well. Besides the gravel spirit acceptance being able to accept stronger Fey, the metal consume manifestation could now also devour more metal. The shape the source sand took during the change also became more refined. One had to know that the source sand had only absorbed around half of the mountain-containing embryo. The source sand's remaining half was still holding the earth elemental pearl produced by the thick earth elemental shellfish, fondling the pearl like an old man. After the mountain-containing embryo that it had previously absorbed changed its abilities, the source sand could also produce close guard sand with 3 more layers than before. For Lin Yuan, the increase in close guard sand was tantamount to once again improving his own defense abilities. Lu Jie was letting the flesh-mincing blade insects gnaw on the recently deceased diamond giant cattle, while urging the insect queen to use its blast recovery to explode the flesh-mincing blade insects to recover its energy from the large amounts of Fey flesh and bones inside the insects' bodies. The churning sea of sand's interior was akin to a chain of farts, continuously emitting puffing sounds. Previously, Lin Yuan had always believed that his contracted red thorn was not good to the child ramets and ramets that it had bred. Yet, seeing how Lu Jie's insect queen was using her insects now, Lin Yuan felt that red thorn was really a warm and lovely plant. Of course, the most important thing was the damn gentleness with which red thorn treated the child ramets and ramets that it had spawned. In actual fact, when Lin Yuan launched the quicksand's large-scale attack this time, he did not deplete much of the spiritual power in his body. In the seabed, a large amount of gravel had already been created. This large-scale quicksand was, to a large extent, the instinctive behavior of the source sand as an elemental source-type item. The real consumption of spiritual power occurred when he let the source sand use its exclusive skill to drive the heart-penetrating iron line into the diamond giant cattle to kill them. In a short while, a small vortex of quicksand appeared at the lava dragon lizard's feet. Several golden discs were directly spat out of the vortex. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he jumped down from the lava dragon lizard's back. He picked up these 30 golden discs and inspected them one by one, following which, he realized that these golden discs were entirely identical to the ones that he had previously obtained. The only difference lay in a light discrepancy in the size of the hole within each disc. Lin Yuan's eyebrows raised in joy. The happiness he felt after obtaining these golden discs was infinitely greater than that he felt after obtaining some precious spiritual ingredients. As the number of spirit chi consumers in his spirit lock spatial zone increased, the energy ores originally stored within the golden discs were also consumed more and more quickly. Especially since there were now a total of 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish continuously producing elemental pearls. The consumption of spirit chi had increased exponentially. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to replenish the energy ores in the golden discs at short intervals of time. Now, with 30 golden discs at hand, this no longer posed an issue. Lin Yuan's trivial troubles were finally reduced. Even if Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone evolved or too many Spirit Chi consumers joined, Lin Yuan could handle it completely. At the same time, he could not help but think that since the Suicide Squad sent by the enemy possessed golden discs, then others must also have them. Just as Lin Yuan was ruminating over these golden discs, a violent spatial fluctuation came from the distance. The expressions on Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Zhou Luo's faces changed in that instant. The problem that they had all worried would arise had now truly appeared. The fact that they could feel such a violent spatial fluctuation from so far away proved that the evolving Class 3 Waterworld spatial rift had now, for whatever reason, already reached Class 4. It had even begun its promotion to Class 5. The current situation was so severe that it was necessary to race against time to retrieve the source-type items from the dimensional hub. A typical dimensional rift required around 12 hours to evolve. Hence, Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Zhou Luo had still had time to plan and prepare. However, now affected by external factors, the dimensional rift was suddenly undergoing a leap-forward evolution. Moreover, acute spatial fluctuations were still coming from not far away. This meant that the dimensional rift's evolution from Class 4 to Class 5 could be completed any time now. Lin Yuan knew that even after he and others were sucked into the dimensional rift, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Listen would definitely realize it and be on high alert. Yet, no matter how much preparation was done, if the Class 5 dimensional rift really opened in the coastal sea so close to Indigo Azure City, then the entire city would be destined to fall into ruins at the seabed. Just as Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's expressions grew increasingly heavy, Zhou Luo raised his head and looked into the distance. He then turned his head back and gazed at Lu Jie before casting a deep look at Lin Yuan. The faintly determined expression between Zhou Luo's eyebrows now thickened, as though he was solidifying the decision he had made in his heart at that moment. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and did not stop until his lungs were swollen and painful. Then, Lin Yuan expelled all of this breath again, suppressing the urgency that had arisen in his heart. Gazing calmly at Lu Jie and Zhou Luo, he said, "We will rush directly towards the dimensional hub's position. Whatever the cost, we must stop the dimensional rift's evolution." Just after Lin Yuan had spoken, before Lu Jie could respond, Zhou Luo shouted, "All right." This one yell seemed to contain all of Zhou Luo's solitary bravery. Zhou Luo did not understand why the blood in his heart was surging at this time. He also could not tell if Lin Yuan's thoughts caused this surge of blood. As a servant, Zhou Luo had to obey Lin Yuan's orders in order to repay the latter's kindness in giving him a new lease of life. Perhaps, it was simply caused by the sight of the determined light twinkling in Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's eyes. Lu Jie did not say anything. He was focused on quickly manipulating the insect swarms in the sand under the seabed into ingesting the dead diamond giant cattle with all their strength. Lu Jie knew that a tough battle would be fought next. In this crisis, even replenishing the depleted energy in the insect queen's body was considered a huge luxury. Lu Jie raised his head and said, "It will take some time for these diamond giant cattle to be completely consumed. I have left around 500 flesh-mincing blade insects here to finish ingesting the phase under the sea of sand." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan stopped concealing the source sand's large amount of yellow sand under the seabed. Lin Yuan did not channel his spiritual power into the source sand. It was only because the source sand sensed his instructions that it drove the entire ocean of sand and gravel by itself. Looking around, one saw that the surrounding environment was instantly transformed into a world made of gravel. Before Zhou Luo and Lu Jie could register their shock, everyone had once again mounted the lava dragon lizard. The billowing sand grains pushed the lava dragon lizard to thrust itself forward. Although not obvious, this truly increased the lizard's running speed. At the same time, at the coastal sea close to Indigo Azure City, outside the evolving dimensional rift, a woman dressed in moon-colored long robes was bathing under the blood-tinted moonlight. Murderous intent and worry were written on her face in equal parts. Her body's imposing manner was exposed without concealment. This woman was the Moon Empress, who had just arrived an hour ago. The dense moonlight cast a heavy curtain behind the Moon Empress. Beneath this curtain, there was only the Moon Empress, Mystic Moon, and the blocked entrance to the dimensional rift. Outside of it stood the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Listen. The trio's bodies were also enveloped by rich moonlight, obscuring their figures. Behind them stood countless experts who had come from areas within and close to Indigo Azure City upon learning of the Moon Empress' arrival. A vast majority of these experts were creation masters. Yet, most of them stood with their bodies bowed and their eyes gazing only at the ground. It was as though even lifting their eyes would be considered overstepping their authority. Amongst them were the two guard envoys, who stood 5 positions behind the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Listen. Behind the curtain of moonlight, Mystic Moon looked at the Moon Empress expression and understood more deeply how much Lin Yuan weighed in her heart. In the many years that he had followed the Moon Empress, he rarely saw such worry written on her face. Moreover, this anxiety had already cast a shadow over her face for many hours. Mystic Moon lowered his head and glanced at the bright red ethereal jellyfish in the Moon Empress' arms. He then cast another gaze at the small rabbit at her feet that looked like it had fallen into disfavor, with its drooping ears and lack of energy. Mystic Moon then understood that the extent of the worry in the Moon Empress' heart was not at all as simple as that which was revealed on her face. However, at this time, as one of the Moon Empress Moon Envoys, Mystic Moon still had matters to attend to. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked the Moon Empress softly, "Moon Empress, on Cold Moon's side, would you like to?" Before he was finished speaking, the Moon Empress already understood his words. She raised her brows and thought about it for 3 seconds before replying, "Yes." Naturally, the Moon Empress knew that when Mystic Moon had mentioned Cold Moon, he had actually been referring to Chu Ci. The Moon Empress was very clear about the sibling bond between Lin Yuan and Chu Ci. At this moment, it could be said that Lin Yuan was in a life-and-death situation. Putting herself in Chu Ci's shoes, the Moon Empress felt that Chu Ci had to be informed of Lin Yuan's plight. After all, as Lin Yuan's master, she would consider it unacceptable if she was the one who did not know about this matter. When it came to the ways of the world, it was better to say more rather than less. In the face of true familial relations, these slick and sly ways appeared more like falsehoods and heresies. Besides, Chu Ci, Cold Moon, as one of the Moon Envoys, should also have been standing there, awaiting the return of the young lord of Radiant Moon Palace. His return. Mystic Moon turned and walked out from behind the curtain of moonlight, thinking about how he should inform Cold Moon about the situation. It was truly anxiety-inducing to have to relay bad news. Just after he stepped out, the mother of Bloodbath, standing cloaked in rich moonlight, immediately came forward and asked urgently, "Lin Yuan." Before it could finish its sentence, Mystic Moon raised his eyes to gaze upon it and said, "You did not fulfill your duty as the Path Protector and betrayed the Moon Empress' trust." Mystic Moon's words cut into the mother of Bloodbath's arachnid heart like a knife. To begin with, worry had been written on its face, but upon hearing Mystic Moon's words, the mother of Bloodbath turned pale as a sheet. Ignoring its reaction, Mystic Moon continued as he walked past the mother of Bloodbath. "You also betrayed Lin Yuan's trust." If his previous words had been a knife, then what he said now was a hammer, slamming repeatedly into the mother of Bloodbath's heart. Endless Summer quickly extended a hand to hold the mother of Bloodbath and give her a little strength. Upon hearing Mystic Moon's words, Endless Summer's heart was like the mother of Bloodbath's. Such was the empathy it felt towards the mother of Bloodbath. Although Endless Summer was not Lin Yuan's path protector, it was still his protector and had the duty of protecting him. While Mystic Moon's words had been spoken to the mother of Bloodbath, they had also been directed to Endless Summer. As Mystic Moon's figure appeared through the rich moonlight, some of the experts in front who had been bowing before now raised their heads slightly. The 2 guard envoys in the first line hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Mystic Moon, how did the Moon Empress make arrangements here?" They felt great anxiety in their hearts, as they had come to Indigo Azure City for a mission, but they had been met with many ups and downs. Initially, they had come to the deserted island to investigate the energy fluctuations in the experts' battle, but they had then accidentally run into the Moon Empress disciple. Now, the Moon Empress had personally arrived at the deserted island. In hindsight, the problem had probably arisen with the little ancestor who had been unwilling to even address the two as seniors. If they had known earlier that such a situation would arise, the two would not have left the deserted island so hurriedly. Instead, they would have stayed behind on it. Now, a controlled Class 3 water world dimensional rift had unexpectedly appeared in the sea region near Indigo Azure City. Moreover, the main thing was that this dimensional rift was still evolving. This was a matter of heavenly importance. Even though the 2 guard envoys were used to witnessing great upheavals and changes, they still did not know how to handle the current situation. Standing far in the distance behind them, he secretly raised his head. However, he did not look directly ahead but first glanced left and right. With this, he sighed deeply in his heart. There were so many Class 4 creation masters surrounding him. It was as though those who could make it had all hurried here. It was likely that even if Indigo Azure City's Creation Master Association held a large event, one would not see so many Class 4 creation masters gathered together at the same time. He secretly raised his head and looked ahead. Yet, with this one glance, he already sensed that the three distant silhouettes bathed in rich moonlight appeared vaguely familiar. As they were concealed by the moonlight, he could not deduce why this was so at the current moment. Just then, he heard a cold voice. It carried with it the iciness of ethereal spirits frozen on the ground and an unspeakable severity, as though it was relaying an order that none could disobey. Mystic Moon, inform the Imperial Court that for this dimensional rift, preparations must be made in advance to handle a Class 5 or higher dimensional rift. The Moon Empress voice made the hearts of everyone present skip a beat. At the same time, faces immediately filled with shock. Did the Moon Empress really mention that this was a Class 5 or higher dimensional rift? This kind of dimensional rift had never been heard of in the past. At that very moment, the two guard envoys, with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads and worry in their hearts, did not expect it when the Moon Empress proceeded to call out their names. The guard envoys of the Spirit Guards, go and request of the Chief Guard, Night Leaning Moon, that she preside over this. The lava dragon lizard raced across the sea of sand without once stopping. A minute ago, Lin Yuan had already sensed that something was rushing towards him and the others over the sandy sea of endless gravel. Lin Yuan faced Lu Jie and said in a deep voice, "Big brother Lu, don't hold back in the fight later. We will get the battle over and done with quickly." Lu Jie immediately replied, "Okay, I will let the lightning gathering moths use the previously gathered lightning beams to direct long-range strikes." Having absorbed the plasma energy from the plasma caterpillars, the lightning gathering moths could be seen as the most formidable attack tactic in Lu Jie's sea of insects. Originally, Lu Jie and Lin Yuan had planned to use these moths as assassins for sneak attacks. However, at this critical moment, it would not do to employ such logical battle strategies. One could only be reckless, continuously reckless, reckless all the way to the dimensional hub. From the situation on the Sea of Sand, Lin Yuan had already known that the incoming enemy was a tough guy, because even the rushing phase, which were extremely flexible, had been continuously pulled down into the quicksand vortexes in the source sand. These phase could still rely on their extreme mobility to not be greatly hindered in the process of advancing. The lava dragon lizard did now slow down even at the prospect of facing the enemies. Soon after seeing the situation on the opposite side, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed suddenly. He had just seen that every one of the phase rushing towards him was huge and had a strange blade-like object inserted into its body. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to scan one of the largest of these strange creatures at the very front. Fey name: Blade Worm, Blade Queen Bee Larva. Fey species: Paracarity/Harity. Fey grade: Diamond, 7/10. Fey type: Metal. Fey quality: Flawless. Lin Yuan now knew what these strange life forms with blades were. They turned out to be the larvae hatched from the Blade Queen Bee's eggs. But the bodies of these blade worm were really too short. They were just like fat sea cucumbers. Rather than blade worm, calling them blade fat sea cucumber would have been a little more vivid. Lin Yuan dared not to look down on the blade worms. The Blade Queen Bee was a carcinoma Fey that the Spirit Guards had documented. The Blade Queen Bee had the greatest destructive capabilities of all the carcinoma Feys documented by the Spirit Guards. Although it did not have strong fighting abilities of its own, it had a psychotoxin that allowed it to smoothly produce eggs, as well as a stinger that could penetrate almost anything. Every blade worm birthed by the Blade Queen Bee was a lethal weapon. The blade worms lived to fight and kill until they were incapacitated. Thus, they had to give this battle their all. However, the thought of the imminent challenge delighted Lin Yuan. The situation could only be described as good news. This was the Waterworld dimensional rift, and the blade queen bee needed enough fresh phase to produce blade worms. After producing the eggs, the psychotoxin the blade queen bee injected into the target would homogenize with the psychotoxins on the blade worm's eggshells. The psychotoxin would immediately turn into a deadly psychotoxin. It was a defense mechanism that ensured the blade worm's eggshells would break after the host died. Because of the two toxins' effects, the newly hatched blade worms would make short work of devouring the target's brain. Despite the death of the host, their memory would remain intact. The blade worms would steal the host's fighting experience and skills that were encoded in the brain. Hence, when the blade worms matured, they would automatically turn into capable war machines. This was also why the support fae that had run to their deaths did not turn into blade worms. After eating brains, the freshly hatched blade worms would tunnel upward to the surface of the target's body to breathe their first breath of air. Then they would move on to feast on the host's organs, flesh, and bones. When the blade worms were done absorbing the energy in the host's body, they would align their grade and quality to that of the host. However, high-grade water-world dimensional lifeforms decayed swiftly after death. There was not enough time for the blade worms to feed. That's why there weren't many blade worms initially. As long as there was a dependable energy source, the blade queen bee would birth a batch of eggs in about 48 hours. Even if the blade queen bee's production rate was slow, it would still be at least 10 or even 100 times faster than normal phase. There did not seem to be enough ingredients available in the area for the blade queen bee to begin producing eggs. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's side would lose for sure. Lin Yuan had already used true data to check on the blade worm's quantity and grade. When he was done, he let out a thunderous yell. 25 diamond blade worms and 47 platinum blade worms. Big Brother Lu, don't send the recharging lightning gathering moths to attack the diamond blade worms. We should kill the 47 platinum blade worms first. When Lu Jie heard Lin Yuan mention the 25 diamond blade worms, he immediately disregarded the depletion of the insect army and called out the 300 recharged lightning gathering moths from the swirling quicksand Lin Yuan created. Lu Jie immediately directed 100 lightning gathering moths to shoot the lightning beams formed from the absorption of the plasma caterpillars at the 47 platinum blade worms that were running behind the 25 diamond blade worms. 100 brilliant purplish-blue beams of electricity were released with an ear-splitting crack. The purplish-blue beams of electricity struck the 47 platinum blade worms, electrocuting the quicksand below them and turning it into a sticky fluid. Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Zhou Luo held their breaths as they watched the countless darting streaks of electricity. Unfortunately, when the electricity cleared, it was revealed that the 100 beams of light had only managed to kill one platinum blade worm. There were also 7 or 8 platinum blade worms that had also been taken down, and the electricity had also punched large holes in these fainted blade worms. However, thorns rapidly sprouted from the large holes, sealing them up. Through the use of true data, Lin Yuan discovered that the recuperated blade worms had dropped to platinum 4. Although the blade worms' wounds caused their grade to fall, the newly grown thorns looked ferocious. Lu Jie looked forward, where the blade worms were still charging, and said, I plan to use battle strategy 4. Take care of attacking. I'll use the source sand to assist you. Lin Yuan injected spiritual power into the source sand's sea of gravel, and 150 shield ladybugs tunneled out. 50 shield ladybugs formed one group, and the 3 groups blocked the front of the lava dragon lizard. Zhou Luo started to apply lava shield on each of the shield ladybugs in the first group. Lu Jie did not use the remaining 200 lightning gathering moths to continue shooting lightning at the platinum blade worms. Instead, he sent the 200 recharged lightning gathering moths and the 100 already spent ones charging toward the remaining 46 platinum blade worms. When the 200 recharged lightning gathering moths closed in on the blade worms, they released the lightning in their bodies. Before the lightning made contact with the blade worms, Lu Jie bellowed, Insect Queen, use blast recovery. A deafening clap of thunder and the roar of the exploding lightning gathering moths echoed as the 46 blade worms were struck. Lu Jie did not falter in the attack. He pressed on and commanded the 200 plasma caterpillars to also join in the wreck of self-explosions. When he was done, Lu Jie put the survival of the 46 platinum blade worms out of his mind. He shifted his attention to the thousands of flesh-mincing blade insects crawling out of the quicksand that were charging toward the 25 diamond blade worms. Lu Jie knew that regardless of the regenerative abilities of the 47 platinum blade worms, it was impossible for them to have survived the previous attack. Lin Yuan had already activated the source sand to coat every flesh-mincing blade insect with a thin layer of gravel. The thin layer of gravel enabled Lin Yuan to create extremely durable ferromanganese. The ferromanganese's strength lowered the flesh-mincing blade insect's speed, but it did not affect Lu Jie's battle strategy 4. Lu Jie's battle strategy 4 was not impacted by the individual insect species, for it treated every insect species produced by the insect queen as explosive collateral stock. Using art was the way to fight using explosives. Lu Jie totally looked like a terrorist, but this fighting style fit the current situation to a T. On the battlefield, everything occurred in split seconds. Now, any and all methods should be used to stop the diamond blade worms' advance. If the diamond blade worms closed in on them, Lin Yuan and his team would lose their lives, much less be able to prevent the dimensional rift's evolution. A section of the flesh-mincing blade insects charged at the 25 diamond blade worms from the ground. The remaining section of the flesh-mincing blade insects was transported underground by Lin Yuan. These flesh-mincing blade insects, which were meant to be exploded, were delivered directly under the blade worms. Lu Jie ordered the hurricane owlet moths to call upon hurricanes, so the gale force could impede the blade worms' strength. The strong winds kicked up sand, which allowed Lin Yuan to control the hurricane owlet moths. A large number of ferromanganese chain blades appeared amongst the flying sand. The ferromanganese chain blades sailed toward the blade worms, which would have instantly torn them to shreds. Due to the savage winds, the 250 blade worms had already slowed by at least 30%. Most of the insect species were in position. Lu Jie glanced at the 150 shield ladybugs in front of the lava dragon lizard and gnashed his teeth. He ordered the shield ladybugs to spread the wings under their armor and fly toward the blade worms. Zhou Luo, who had been maintaining the shields, shouted, "Lava dragon lizard, use elemental release." The lava-shielded shield ladybugs expanded with energy in an instant, setting the shields alight with raging fires. The hurricane owlet moths stopped creating hurricanes and instead shot down from the air toward the blade worms. Explosions from above and below erupted in all directions. A wave of energy was redirected into the insect queen's body, and its body, which had transformed into an insect base, was awash with a glowing green exterior of energy. This was how the insect queen looked when its energy capacity had reached the maximum. At this point, the insect army created by Lu Jie and Lin Yuan was almost all gone. Other than Lin Yuan's extreme token, everyone had utilized all the power they had access to without holding anything back. Lin Yuan suddenly thought about the effects of the exclusive skill the lava dragon lizard used. The exclusive skill Elemental Release allowed the lava dragon lizard to release fire elemental energy from its new head. It could significantly increase the damage of explosions. When Lin Yuan was recruiting the white-clothed followers, he had concentrated on freezing cold's contracted phase at purchase with no loss store. Lin Yuan had only done a brief scan of Zhou Luo's phase, so he had not noticed their abilities and exclusive skills. The iron bone-tearing lizard's abilities and exclusive skills changed considerably when it evolved to the lava dragon lizard. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on the lava dragon lizard he was riding on. Fey name: Lava dragon lizard, Fey species. Iguanity/huge iguana, Fey grade. Diamond, 1/10. Fey type: Earth/fire, Fey quality. Fantasy Eye, abilities: Strong head lizard hit. Strengthens the head and concentrates all the body's strength to the head to strike. Shield tail parry. Strengthens the skin of the tail to turn it into a shield. Used to parry attacks. Lizard roar. Uses Nang to increase the body's blood circulation to direct blood to the lizard skin and raise its defensive ability. Thick shield. Apply a double layer of thick shields to a select target. The floating double layer of shields can slow oncoming damage. Lava strong shield. Combine the body's earth elemental and fire elemental energy into lava and set up a single layer of lava-imbued shielding on numerous targets. Shield regeneration. Broken shields are fixed using the body's energy. As long as the body still has energy and the shield is not attacked by fire elements, the shield will be immediately recovered. Exclusive skill. Unbreakable iron bones. Before receiving an attack, the defensive ability is raised before the fighting ability is utilized until the life is ended. Elemental release. The body's elemental energy is released onto the surface of any shield so as to increase the shield's innate elemental properties. After looking through, if Lin Yuan was going to appraise the lava dragon lizard, he would deem it as barely average. Its defensive ability was far from being as versatile and comprehensive as Shi Su's silent thunder armored crocodile. Moreover, normal, epic, and bronze-grade abilities would be especially effective on the lava dragon lizard, which greatly depressed the lava dragon lizard's capabilities as a defense-type Fey. However, Lin Yuan felt unbreakable iron bones was special. Lu Jie, who was next to Lin Yuan, had already instructed the insect queen to change into the insect base and was continuously producing insect armies so as to slow down the depletion during battle. The smoke from the explosions still had not dissipated. Surprisingly, at that moment, a strange grunting resounded amid the dulled explosion sounds. The strange grunting amid the sounds of explosions sounded like a final wail. But this final wail was interlaced with undeniable desperation and madness. The sound immediately gave Lin Yuan a bad feeling. As the blade worms were war machines the Blade Queen Bee produced, and under normal circumstances, they were purely produced for battle and did not have any emotions of their own. However, the blade worm's grunting now carried obvious emotions, indicating the Blade Queen Bee's death. The suppressed genetics inside of the blade worms would only be unlocked after the Blade Queen Bee's death. Lin Yuan summoned Genius and removed the mask Hu Quan had created before putting on the mask Genius transformed into. Lin Yuan carefully scanned the surroundings. The timing of the Blade Queen Bee's death was too coincidental, for it coincided with the exact time that the 25 diamond blade worms were struck. Logic dictated that such an enormous succession of explosions must have killed the 25 diamond blade worms, because the concurrence of the Blade Queen Bee's death unlocked the blade worm's genetics. An unknown number of blade worms could have survived the explosions. After studying the surroundings while wearing the Genius mask, Lin Yuan did not learn anything. This raised a problem. A carcinoma Fey like the Blade Queen Bee that was skilled at hiding would definitely not have died in a random fashion. This meant someone had murdered the Blade Queen Bee intentionally. After the smoke dissipated, the diamond blade worms had formed a pile the size of a small mountain. The outer layer of the diamond blade worms had been burnt to a crisp by the explosions. At that moment, the small mountain of 25 diamond blade worms started to shake. 8 thorn-covered blade worms that resembled sea urchins emerged from the small mountain. The thorns protruding from the blade worms showed that the explosions had injured those blade worms in spite of the protection they received from their comrades in front of them. Using true data, it was found that the 8 diamond blade worms were now Diamond V at best and Diamond 2 at worst. Judging from the skin of thorns that covered the 8 blade worms that managed to survive, Lin Yuan could see that the originally purplish-gray skin was now purplish-red. The 8 blade worms were in no rush to charge toward Lin Yuan's group. Instead, they bitterly grunted a distance away. The Blade Queen Bee's death doomed the rest of this colony of blade worms. As the wails of despair persisted, the aura around the 8 blade worms climbed. Suddenly, a vigorous dimensional fluctuation started up a distance away. The dimensional fluctuations were moving at high frequencies, which formed a whistle that sounded like a kettle boiling. The whistle of the dimensional fluctuation resulted in a shift in expression in Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and Zhou Luo. The whistle coming from the dimensional hub meant that the dimensional rift's evolution would be completed in an hour. From Lin Yuan's position, the lava dragon lizard would need 50 minutes to arrive at the dimensional hub at its current speed. Not to mention they would need to ensure that the journey was clear of obstacles. Even if Lu Jie's Insect Queen's hurricane owlet moths teamed up to manipulate the winds along their journey, they would still need at least 30 minutes to reach the dimensional hub. Time waited for no man. The dam was on the cusp of breaking. There were still the 8 diamond blade worms blocking their path. Behind Zhou Luo's composed expression was an extreme yearning for determination. Zhou Luo turned to say seriously to Lin Yuan, "Young master, how does it feel to be a hero?" Lin Yuan was in the middle of trying to come up with a way to overcome the present issue. He froze when he heard Zhou Luo's question. Lin Yuan felt that the question was rather weird, but he replied nonetheless, "I don't know what it feels like to be a hero." Ever since the incident at Millstone Town, Lin Yuan had only brought out the black identity during the Star Tower Celestial Stairway match. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not interested in online forums and platforms, and he did not even participate in Black's fan clubs. Thus, it was true that Lin Yuan had never really experienced heroism. Zhou Luo was stunned when he heard Lin Yuan's reply. Lin Yuan quickly added, "There are some things that require someone to take responsibility of the front line. I'm not a real hero and won't go out of my way to do heroic acts. But, if I happen to encounter such events, I will never shy away." The yearning in Zhou Luo's eyes shone with a special gleam when he heard Lin Yuan's words. The glow in Zhou Luo's eyes steadily grew, adding a hint of austerity to his resolute demeanor. Lin Yuan was preparing for battle when Zhou Luo spoke. "Young master, you too should head toward the dimensional hub. Leave these 8 gross bugs to my buddy and me." Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Zhou Luo. While Lu Jie was instructing the hurricane owlet moths, he too noticed the shared sentiment in Zhou Luo's eyes. When Zhou Luo had the eyes of both men on him, he beamed charismatically. "Don't worry, my buddy has really hard bones. When I'm finished with these 8 gross bugs, I'll regroup with you too. Then we'll leave this place together." As Zhou Luo spoke, he glanced toward the dimensional hub, and a look of concern was evident on his face. But when he turned toward the 8 diamond blade worms, Zhou Luo only had charm and determination in his eyes. Lin Yuan took a sharp intake of breath. If Zhou Luo is standing out to take on these blade worms whose genetics have been unlocked, he must be going in with the resolution to die. The lava dragon lizard might be a diamond/fantasy breed, but it's only a diamond-eye defense-type fey. Lu Jie had already created 8 hurricane owlet moths. Big brother Zhou made the right choice. We should head up first. If we encounter any danger, I'll take care of it. "We have to deliver you to the dimensional hub," said Lu Jie to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He understood where Lu Jie was coming from, so Lin Yuan agreed with their decision. Lin Yuan's resolve to prevent the dimensional rift's evolution was unwavering. He just felt that he was too weak to prevent such a disaster on his own. Lin Yuan turned and said to Zhou Luo, "I want to give you something, big brother Zhou." Zhou Luo felt warmly validated when he heard Lu Jie and Lin Yuan address him in such a manner. Zhou Luo doubtfully stretched out his hand to Lin Yuan. "What does he have for me?" When he saw what Lin Yuan had taken out, he immediately stretched out his other hand as well. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone were in a pile. Lin Yuan placed all the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish and the thick earth elemental shellfish in Zhou Luo's hands. Since Lin Yuan had spent away the previous elemental pearls, the ones at hand were just the fruits of 2 days' worth of production, which totaled about 100 pieces. Most of the elemental pearls were earth-type. The fire elemental pearls were the twin red pagoda's leftovers, and there were only a small number of them. Zhou Luo's lava dragon lizard was a fire and earth-type fey. Its exclusive skill, elemental release, could imbue shields with elemental power. These heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls could effectively supplement the lava dragon lizard's exclusive skill. Using the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to replenish elemental energy was a huge waste, but these 100 elemental pearls could significantly raise the lava dragon lizard's fighting power. Time was tight. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie continued following the 4 hurricane owlet moths toward the dimensional hub after giving Zhou Luo the elemental pearls. Zhou Luo looked at the 100 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in his hands, and he could feel the immense elemental energy they encompassed. A spark of hope for survival bloomed in spite of Zhou Luo's resolution for death. In order for the spark to erupt into a flame, he needed to brush against death and do all he could to finish off the 8 diamond blade worms. Zhou Luo patted the lava dragon lizard's 2 necks, an action he had performed countless times in the past to the point that it came as natural to him as breathing. "Old buddy, it's time for us to fight alongside one another again. Let us two lazy bums show off what we can do," he murmured to the lava dragon lizard. The lava dragon lizard released the ability Lizard Roar. The bones on the lava dragon lizard's skin were flushed with blood and strengthened. The lava dragon lizard covered itself with the ability Thick Shield followed by Lava Strong Shield. It reared its two heads and used all the strength it could muster to charge the 8-blade worms, crashing into 2 of them. When the shield came in contact with the thorns all over the blade worms' bodies, a spine-chilling sound was produced. At that moment, carnage bloomed, but fearlessness arose. Zhou Luo thought back to his childhood. A very talented young man that came from a modest background was paired with an iron bone iguana that did not have any concept of teamwork in its abilities before it reached silver grade. The two experienced more than their fair share of evil and hardship. The abilities Strong Head Lizard Hit, Shield Tail Parry, Lizard Roar, and Unbreakable Iron Bones, which had been ridiculed, seemed to be part of destiny. Those abilities and exclusive skills were now at maximum effectiveness. The sound of the lizard roar and the impact noise upon contact with the blade worm's thorns was deafening. Behind the horrible sound were one man and one lizard who were forming a barrier between the tsunami that was the Class 5-dimensional rift for the sake of Indigo Azure City. The horrible sound was earth-shattering, and a pandemonium of aggressive bedlam was created in the raging storm of sand. One after another, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were shattered in Zhou Luo's hand. However, he eventually sensed that the lava dragon lizard had absorbed too much elemental energy and was experiencing a lag in its sensitivity to elemental energy. In light of the remaining 3 blade worms that could still stand, Zhou Luo disabled the lava dragon lizard's shield. Bloody holes were punctured into the shieldless lava dragon lizard's body by the blade worm's thorns. The lava dragon lizard looked like a mass of blood, and even Zhou Luo's leg had been stabbed several times as well. Zhou Luo injected his last ounce of spiritual power into the lava dragon lizard. Despite his depleted spiritual energy, this 7-foot-tall man stood with perfect posture, his radiant pride shining through. The impact noise and the sound of the thorns puncturing skin were never-ending until the last diamond blade worm collapsed to the ground with only enough strength left to writhe. The 10-meter-long lava dragon lizard crashed to the ground, and Zhou Luo fell beside it. Zhou Luo shakily got to his feet and looked at the sprawled-out lava dragon lizard that was barely clinging to life. "Old buddy, your exclusive skill Unbreakable Iron Bones. Let us hold on to the end. We survived thanks to you." Zhou Luo summoned the recently contracted Bronze X/Epic Dark Snake Dragon Lizard that he still had not had time to nurture. The Dark Snake Dragon Lizard immediately started to attack the writhing blade worms in a frenzy. When the Dark Snake Dragon Lizard emptied its body of energy, the blade worms were still left with a final breath, but not enough to make even the slightest movement. Zhou Luo picked up one of the broken thorns from the ground and walked up to the diamond blade worms. He plunged the thorn into the blade worm's fist-sized, thorn-covered head. Zhou Luo seemed to understand what it felt like to be a hero at that moment. The feeling was like a raging storm and swaying plants. It was like leaning on your own shoulder and lifting the growing grass and flying birds. This feeling was of utter elation, and it filled him with an effulgent sense of having found his calling. Zhou Luo raised his head, gazed into the distance, and yelled with all his might in that direction. "Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, everything depends on you now." After shouting this, Zhou Luo staggered towards the lava dragon lizard. He had just taken some ointment made of spiritual ingredients out of the Fey storage box and was preparing to rub it on the lava dragon lizard's body. However, at that moment, as his tension eased, he immediately felt dizzy due to the excessive blood loss from the wound on his leg. This sudden dizziness blackened Zhou Luo's vision. He collapsed beside the lava dragon lizard and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yuan, carried by 4 hurricane owlet moths, rushed towards the dimensional hub. On one hand, he was now concerned about Zhou Luo's condition. On the other, his journey had been unexpectedly calm. The source sand's gravel had long been laid at the dimensional hub's location. Lin Yuan continuously urged the source sand to produce sand grains beneath the seabed, using the dimensional hub as the center. Now, these sand grains completely covered a compatibility range of 3 kilometers surrounding the dimensional hub. The source sand was not sensitive to small vibrations on the seabed surface, but it could easily detect violent vibrations. Lin Yuan had not been notified by the source sand of any severe vibrations within this compatibility range. It seemed that there probably weren't any huge phase like the blade worm moving about in the dimensional hub's vicinity. The hurricane owlet moths carried Lin Yuan and Lu Jie in flight for close to 5 minutes. Lin Yuan immediately saw many well-built strongholds beneath their feet. Clearly, people had been living there for a prolonged period of time in the past. Looking at the strongholds before his eyes, Lu Jie said to Lin Yuan in a deep voice, "This place is very close to the dimensional hub. Should we get off here and walk to it on foot or let the hurricane owlet moths fly us there?" Lu Jie eyed the strongholds on the ground with vigilance. Although they appeared deathly still from above, Lu Jie was still unable to confirm if there were any remaining spirit chi professionals within them. If there were, then wouldn't he and Lin Yuan have become 2 obvious moving targets in the air? As they neared the dimensional hub, Lin Yuan did not know why, but he felt an increasing sense of urgency. The dimensional fluctuations here were really too severe. If they did not stop the dimensional rift's evolution immediately, Lin Yuan would not be able to feel at ease. Looking at the dimensional hub in front of them, Lin Yuan turned to Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, let's rush into it directly." After receiving Lin Yuan's answer, Lu Jie immediately ordered the insect queen to create 4 shield ladybugs. After the shield ladybugs had been produced, they opened up the shells on their back and flapped their wings beneath the carapaces. Like 4 guards, they prepared to use their bodies as shields to resist attacks coming from all 4 directions from the ground. However, the shield ladybugs were obviously unable to keep up with the hurricane owlet moths in the air. Thus, Lu Jie let the insect queen use its exclusive skill of swarm frenzy on the ladybugs. At the cost of depleting their vitality, the shield ladybugs could now keep up with the hurricane owlet moth speed. Long before they had made their recent decision, Lin Yuan had already come up with a solution to deal with the strongholds beneath their feet. The source sand had not been able to battle the platinum blade worms alone. However, if one needed houses to be torn down, then the source sand would definitely be the first name to come to mind. Following Lin Yuan's orders, the 3 kilometers of land beneath them turned into a world of turbulent yellow sand that instantly swallowed the strongholds built on the seabed. During the swallowing process, the strongholds were also crushed by the sand grains, becoming a part of the sea of sand. Lu Jie's eyelids jumped wildly as he witnessed this scene before him. He could not help but think of the diamond earth-turning giant elephants that Yu had found when he had been trying to level the mansion's land. When the earth-turning giant elephants had turned over the land, the scene had not been as spectacular as that of the surging sand of sea beneath their feet. Lu Jie suddenly felt that it was unsurprising that Lin Yuan had so many resources on hand. By simply buying sand, one could make a lot of income in a day. Lin Yuan realized that the source sand he had contracted either had treasure hunting skill or was a money fanatic. After swallowing the piece of land where the stronghold had stood, the source sand even found a lot of supplies. Among these supplies were numerous golden discs that Lin Yuan especially needed. Based on the source sand's feedback, the sea of sand had not swallowed any living beings. Moreover, those golden discs had pretty much all been stacked together. This was truly evil. However, at this time, Lin Yuan did not think too much about it, as the dimensional hub of the evolving dimensional rift quickly appeared in his line of sight. This was still considered Lin Yuan's first time seeing a dimensional hub. For some reason, Lin Yuan found the dimensional hub familiar from a distance. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled the interior of his own spirit-lock spatial zone. Morbius possessed the stone pillar carvings and the stone bowls on them, which had appeared after its spirit chi condensation. It was just that the container on the dimensional hub was much larger than the stone bowls in the spirit-lock spatial zone. Upon close inspection, Lin Yuan found that there were 9 source-type items and 1 unknown circular 7-colored light within the dimensional hub's container. Lu Jie could finally release his breath now that they were closer to the dimensional hub. "We finally caught up. There are 9 source-type items in here, but even so, It is reasonable to say that there shouldn't be a Class 5-dimensional rift. As he spoke, Lu Jie also turned his gaze to the circular 7-colored light. After looking at it, he immediately said with some uncertainty, 7 colors? Might this not be a sacred source lifeform? Upon hearing Lu Jie bring up sacred source lifeforms, Lin Yuan's eyes fixed tightly on the circular 7-colored light. Lin Yuan had already heard the Moon Empress and the Mother of Bloodbath mention sacred source lifeforms more than once. However, when Lu Jie brought them up now, Lin Yuan did not feel any awe for this circular 7-colored light. On the contrary, he only felt terror. Sacred source lifeforms were only produced in Class 5-dimensional rifts, and only one such lifeform was produced in each Class 5-dimensional rift. Now, it was simply an earth-shattering conspiracy that a sacred source lifeform had appeared in a Class 4-dimensional hub that was about to evolve to Class 5. When the dimensional rift evolved from Class 4 to Class 5, another sacred source lifeform was bound to drop. In this case, with the energies of the two sacred source lifeforms stacked together, who knew how far this water world dimensional rift that had opened outside Indigo Azure City would develop? Just as he was about to urge the extreme token in the flowing cloud pendant hanging at his chest, Lin Yuan thought that he saw a hazy phantom through his genius mask. Lin Yuan immediately turned his head and looked intently at the clearing where he had just seen the hazy figure before. However, when he checked the spot again, he found that the figure had disappeared. After checking it once over to no avail, Lin Yuan thought that he had been mistaken. He inhaled deeply and focused all of his attention on the dimensional hub. For some reason, Lu Jie, who was standing beside Lin Yuan, constantly felt a sense of danger lurking at all four sides. Lu Jie was very familiar with this feeling. Previously, whenever he had encountered danger when practicing in the wild, this same feeling would arise. This sense of crisis could be considered the combat intuition that he had developed after countless battles. And now, Lu Jie only felt this sense of impending crisis grow increasingly intense. Just then, he suddenly thought about the clearing that Lin Yuan had just turned his head to look at and realized that the latter must have felt the same inexplicable sense of crisis. Lu Jie also turned his head to gaze at the same clearing. As he cast this one glance, he felt his hairs stand on end. He immediately let out a loud bellow. Lin Yuan defense. Right after, Lu Jie ordered the 4 shield ladybugs that were on standby beside him to shield Lin Yuan from the front. Lu Jie had caught sight of a shadowy figure that had suddenly appeared in the clearing, and this figure had been launching a purplish-gray crystal directly towards them. Upon hearing Lu Jie's loud shout, Lin Yuan subconsciously directed the source sand to separate a large amount of feathers from the closed guard sand at his feet. These feathers were made of gold day and night spirit silver. Because Lin Yuan had changed their appearance, they now looked like Gray's feathers. At the same time, because the source sand had already been promoted to Fantasy 2, Lin Yuan had added an extra cubic meter of day and night spirit silver into it. Hence, when the feathers formed his 4 wings, they were denser, more agile, and more elegant than before. At that moment, the 4 shield ladybugs hit the purplish-gray crystal that had been flying towards them. After hitting the ladybugs, the crystal exploded on impact, and a terrifying energy fluctuation rippled outwards. Seeing the situation, Lu Jie instinctively sent his insect queen, which had just recovered its fairy-like form, towards Lin Yuan without hesitation. Each of Lin Yuan's 4 wings, which were nearly 3 meters long, had already spread. Lin Yuan also instinctively protected Lu Jie under his 4 wings of day and night spirit silver. Then, Lin Yuan channeled spiritual power into his wings. Their original ink color, which was so dark that the wings had seemed to be able to absorb light, turned into a shining white in an instant. At that moment, Lu Jie was facing Lin Yuan. Seeing Lin Yuan inhale deeply, Lu Jie revealed a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. He said softly, "Lin Yuan, I made an appointment with you and won you before. Unfortunately, 10 years later, I will be absent on the grass." Before Lin Yuan could respond, Lu Jie had already turned away resolutely. He first reached out to stroke the insect queen lovingly before shouting firmly at it, "Transform into producing form. Use the exclusive skill of swarm frenzy on yourself." Following Lu Jie's instructions, the insect queen inflated itself. However, this time, the insect base that the insect queen turned into had a height of 2 meters. On its body, a layer of energy flame still burned from the energy that it had recovered from exploding its entire insect swarm. The insect queen was also resolutely fulfilling Lu Jie's order. A red halo immediately appeared on its body after it had performed swarm frenzy on itself. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt the extent of the purplish-gray energy that was bombarding his 4 wings of day and night spirit silver. In a mere instant, even his wings, made of such a sturdy gold metal, were blown to pieces by this energy. Immediately after, this ray of purplish-gray energy blasted the insect base's body. As his 4 wings of day and night spirit silver had already been exploded into pieces by that energy, Lin Yuan was now completely exposed in the open. Lu Jie, who was shielding Lin Yuan from the front, fiercely pushed Lin Yuan out of the way. Subsequently, that purplish-gray energy blasted a huge hole in the insect queen's insect base. At the same time, the spreading purplish-gray energy also mercilessly blasted the insect queen from behind and continued towards Lu Jie, who was pushing Lin Yuan away. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Jie did not even have the time to say more to Lin Yuan before he was struck by that ray of purplish-gray energy. However, Lu Jie's act had already expressed everything that he had not had the chance to say in words. Lin Yuan was pushed close to 10 meters away by Lu Jie and fell unceremoniously onto the churning sea of sand. Lin Yuan immediately dashed to Lu Jie's side after standing up. Seeing Lu Jie and the insect queen's condition, Lin Yuan felt a rush of blood surging towards his head. His eyes instantly turned red. At that moment, the insect queen returned to the state that Lin Yuan had first seen it in. It was now a purple flesh cocoon that was roughly the size of a fist. On this purple flesh cocoon, a hole had broken through the surface, from which a lot of purplish-gray fluid oozed out. After being bombarded with that purplish-gray energy, all that was left of Lu Jie's entire body was its torso. Half of the shoulder on its torso was also mutilated, and like the insect queen, a large amount of purplish-gray fluid was streaming out of the wound. It was clear that the purplish-gray energy's attack had carried with it a terrifying poison. At that moment, the gray figure in the distance revealed itself. He was wearing a satisfied expression on his face. He elegantly strode over as though he had just finished watching a movie. His gray eyes looked at Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, who were lying on the ground, smacked his lips and chuckled. What a heroic show of brotherhood! This time, it should be accompanied by a glass of wine to be savored fully. Despite your evident lack of strength, you could still withstand the strength of a suzerain phase attack. I should congratulate you. However, you won't be so lucky any longer, because your end is here. With that, the gray-haired, gray-eyed man summoned a giant hound with 3 ferocious heads with the wave of a hand. The instant the hound appeared, it let out 3 terrifying roars. The gray-haired, gray-eyed man said to himself, I had initially feared that my own strength would be insufficient. However, now it looks like I, Hunting Ashes, was destined to be able to complete Lord 7th Page War's decree. Lin Yuan was not concerned about the gray-haired, gray-eyed man or the giant 3-headed hound that he had summoned. His eyes seemed to seep blood as he summoned Jasmine Lily with a wave of his hand. Then he removed the vitality imprint on his forehead, which contained a tremendous amount of vitality. Simultaneously, he urged the extreme token that the Moon Empress had given him. Under the urging of his spiritual power, the extreme token plastered to Lin Yuan's chest seemed to turn into a round moon in an instant, bursting with soft moonlight. The moonlight was like water, shining on Lin Yuan's body as if it could permeate his heart. In the instant that the gray-haired, gray-eyed man saw the gentle moonlight rising from Lin Yuan's chest, he felt as if everything would melt into this moonlight and never face. Yet, as this moonlight, carrying light smoke and untainted by fine dust, left Lin Yuan's chest, it immediately lost its original gentleness. In an instant, the mountains and rivers changed color, with Lin Yuan's entire body as its origin. A stretch of silk composed of shining moonlight appeared to rise from his chest. The moonlight was like white silk shining in the sky, It carried itself with unparalleled might and majesty. The piece of moonlight silk hovered in the sky before condensing into a bright moon in an instant. This bright moon that radiated brilliant moonlight on the horizon seemed to take over the world within the evolving dimensional rift. It created layers of ripples, and the brilliance of these ripples condensed into countless threads of moonlight silk. As cold, satin-like moonlight poured from the bright moon, it did not give the gray-haired, gray-eyes man and his fantasy-breed three-headed hound more time to react. The man and his hound were sublimated into nothingness under this moonlight. Lin Yuan could not help but feel somewhat frightened by the world's change in color after he had activated his extreme token. Not only was the gray-haired, gray-eyed man and the three-headed hound instantly obliterated by the moonlight, but even the sturdy dimensional barrier at the dimensional hub, formed during the dimensional rift's evolution, thinned rapidly. It was continuously being sublimated under the moonlight. Moreover, this happened even when the moonlight had not targeted the dimensional barrier, which made Lin Yuan amazed by the Moon Emperor's strength. He could not help but sigh. It turned out that his master possessed such immense strength. Just by looking at the appearance of the gray-haired, gray-eyed man who had launched the sneak attack, Lin Yuan knew that he had not belonged to the Radiance Federation. Moreover, this seventh-page war he had mentioned and his strange name of Hunting Ashes were details that Lin Yuan engraved in his heart. Even if Lin Yuan did not know whom seventh-page war and Hunting Ashes referred to exactly, he would inform the Moon Empress of this news if he could get out. Given her knowledge, she would very likely know what kind of force was planning all of this. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan had already focused part of his thoughts on the dimensional hub and was waiting for its barrier to disappear beneath the shining moonlight. His remaining thoughts were all concentrated on Lu Jie. Lin Yuan continually channeled the vitality in the vitality imprint on his forehead into Lu Jie's body through the jasmine lily. However, during this healing process, Lin Yuan discovered that given his jasmine lily's grade, even if he were to expand all of the vitality in his vitality imprint, the most he could do was suspend Lu Jie's life for a while to prevent his immediate death. As he was using the jasmine lily, Lin Yuan noticed that more and more pus was oozing out of the wound in Lu Jie's mutilated torso that was soaked in purplish-gray poison. This poison was now spreading rapidly, such that even Lu Jie's cheeks were stained purplish-gray. Lin Yuan walked towards Lu Jie's front, smelled the scent of pus and blood emanating from the latter's wound, and suddenly felt a prick within his spirit. Lin Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Previously, he had seen pus leaking non-stop from Lu Jie's wound. At first, he had just assumed that the purplish-gray poison was one that caused extreme damage to flesh and blood. However, he had not expected that its real effectiveness lay not only in its capacity to cause extreme damage to one's flesh and blood, but also in its ability to severely harm one's spirit. Lin Yuan hurriedly turned all of the jasmine lily's flower heads to face Lu Jie's head and channeled a massive amount of vitality into it as quickly as he could. He did this in the hopes that this colossal amount of vitality would disperse the purplish-gray poison. Even if it could not, Lin Yuan still wanted to protect Lu Jie's brain by suppressing the spread of the poison to it. Otherwise, even if Lu Jie's life was suspended, he would become a vegetative person unable to regain consciousness due to the destruction of his spirit. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan realized that even as the vitality channeled more quickly by the jasmine lily into Lu Jie's body suppressed the spread of the purplish-gray poison, it also appeared to be nourishing the poison. The poison became more active in the areas to which it had spread, preventing Lu Jie's physical recovery. Originally, after Lu Jie had been injured, and the poison had entered his body, he had been experiencing constant, unbearable torture within his spirit. This sharp pain in his spirit had completely numbed Lu Jie to his physical pain. In the process, Lu Jie's spiritual energy grew progressively weaker, and his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He even faintly felt that his spirit had broken its connection with the insect queen. However, thanks to the jasmine lily's 100 flower heads channeling vitality into his body altogether, Lu Jie's initially chaotic spirit seemed to recover a trace of clarity. He could faintly discern Lin Yuan's figure standing by his side, healing him. It was just that the more Lu Jie wished to see the scene before him, the more the sharp pain prevented him from doing so. When Lu Jie tried to open his mouth to speak, he squirmed his lips but found that his chin seemed to have been dislocated in the explosion. He could not open his teeth to spit out even a single word. Lu Jie forced his spirit into clarity and finally determined that Lin Yuan was indeed standing beside him. A relaxed smile instantly replaced the originally pained expression on Lu Jie's face. He wanted to reach his hand out and touch the Class 2 Creation Master crest that he always wore on his chest, but he found that his spirit had started to grow chaotic again. At the last moment, Lu Jie exerted all of his strength but found that he still could not feel the familiar sensation of the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. At that moment, perhaps due to the severe pain in his spirit, Lu Jie did not realize that he had already lost his arms and legs. Upon seeing that the stubborn purplish-gray spirit poison continued to damage Lu Jie's already invaded body, despite the infusion of the jasmine lily's boundless vitality, Lin Yuan was on the verge of despair. Then, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though he had found a new hope amidst his despair. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the large jar of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar that the Moon Empress had given him. Silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could restore damaged roots and wash away any impurities in the body. As the purplish-gray poison had already dissolved in Lu Jie's body, this harmful foreign substance could obviously be regarded as an impurity in his body. Once he made this connection, Lin Yuan immediately sprang into action, taking the large jar of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar out of his amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. Following which, he quickly proceeded to take out the big bowl that he had previously used when he had last taken the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Lin Yuan then filled the bowl to the brim with nectar from the jar, while looking at the tortured expression on Lu Jie's face under the effects of the purplish-gray poison. Lin Yuan's heart constricted more tightly. Just as he was preparing to open Lu Jie's mouth, Lin Yuan noticed that Lu Jie's jaw had already been dislocated at some point in time. Lin Yuan pushed up Lu Jie's jaw forcefully with his hand, and the latter's dislocated jaw was put back with a click. Slowly, Lin Yuan poured the brimming bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar into Lu Jie's mouth. After all of the nectar had been poured, Lin Yuan instantly ripped off a piece of cloth from his moon-white spirit chi clothes. He then rolled the cloth and let Lu Jie bite it in his mouth. Lin Yuan had experienced the pain caused by silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar before. Moreover, the purplish-gray poison was still wreaking havoc within Lu Jie's body. Lin Yuan truly feared that Lu Jie might bite his own tongue off while bearing these two kinds of pain stacked on top of each other. Soon, the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar performed its function within Lu Jie's body. Although it caused Lu Jie's expression to grow even more pained, the nectar replenished his physical strength, giving Lu Jie the strength to fight. Upon seeing Lu Jie struggle while unconscious, Lin Yuan's eyes grew increasingly scarlet. He gnashed his teeth tightly, forcing himself to calm down and check on Lu Jie's physical condition after the latter had taken the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Lin Yuan quickly realized that the purplish-gray spirit poison did not stand a fighting chance against the nectar. Following Lu Jie's violent struggle, the poison drained out of his body as a thick substance. Simultaneously, many stains were secreted on Lu Jie's left torso. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised. This proved that the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar had already completely removed the purplish-gray spirit poison from Lu Jie's body. After the poison had been cleansed, Lu Jie immediately fainted under the two kinds of immense pain that he had been under. Lin Yuan could finally let the jasmine lily use its exclusive skill to heal Lu Jie's mutilated body. It was just that the jasmine lily's strength was still insufficient now. Given its silver eye/fantasy eye strength, it would not be able to help Lu Jie recover from such grievous injury. However, this was not an insurmountable problem for Lin Yuan. Now, Lin Yuan rejoiced that he had previously used Morbius' exclusive skill, Pure Land of Bliss, to absorb the cold snow pine's world grace. He had not immediately used up the condensed spirit chi crystals but kept them instead. Lin Yuan let the jasmine lily continue giving out vitality to suspend Lu Jie's life. Afterwards, under the full moonlight, Lin Yuan entered his spirit lock spatial zone directly. The wind-speed rapid antelope rapidly sprinted to Lin Yuan's side. However, Lin Yuan simply did not have the time to interact with it at this time. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan had not acknowledged it, the wind-speed rapid antelope did not feel lost. It was just like a little follower that followed closely behind Lin Yuan. Perhaps because it sensed Lin Yuan's anxiety and seriousness, the wind-speed rapid antelope also slowed down as it walked. It did not skip or jump while walking on tiptoes as it usually did. Lin Yuan walked over to the spirit pool and caught the sea burial lotus flower within it that was frantically devouring the spirit lock spatial zone's abundance of spirit qi. Having previously been disciplined by Lin Yuan, the sea burial lotus flower clearly still remembered him. However, before it could even sway its flower branches and greet the enemy who had given it such a pleasant living environment, Lin Yuan had already smashed its flowers in his hand and torn off the sobbing sea crystals that had condensed at its roots. After its sobbing sea crystals had been ripped off, the sea burial lotus flower's grade plummeted to normal I/normal in an instant. Lin Yuan continued to raise the normal I/normal sea burial lotus flower in the spirit pool. With spirit lock spatial zones pure and rich spirit qi, Lin Yuan knew that his act would not affect the sea burial lotus flower's roots. He then took the spirit qi crystals that he hadn't had the time to properly count before. After giving 30 of them to Gray, he had roughly 270 crystals left. Following this, Lin Yuan exited the spirit lock spatial zone. He prepared to use the sobbing sea crystals, condensed from the pressing of an area of sea by the sea burial lotus flower, and the remaining 270 spirit qi crystals to maximally increase the jasmine lily's grade. Then, he would again use the evolved jasmine lily to treat Lu Jie's mutilated body. Lin Yuan could not guarantee that this would cure Lu Jie. After all, with the severity of Lu Jie's injuries, anyone would be helpless when placed in the same situation as Lin Yuan. Lu Jie's 75 kilograms had now been blown up to the point that there was no more than half of it left. Even with the jasmine lily's exclusive skill of severed limbs growth, Lin Yuan did not dare to guarantee that it could heal this kind of injury. Nevertheless, with the sea burial lotus flower, Lin Yuan was confident that the jasmine lily could evolve from Fantasy I to Fantasy III. When a fantasy breed Fae evolved from Fantasy I to Fantasy III, it would inevitably metamorphose. Moreover, as the jasmine lily's silver grade evolved, it was very likely to mutate. Hence, it was highly probable that the jasmine lily's healing ability would be strengthened. Lin Yuan did not scramble to give the sea burial lotus flower to the jasmine lily. Instead, he took out 9 spirit qi crystals directly and raised the jasmine lily's grade from silver I to silver X. Right after, Lin Yuan took out another 10 spirit qi crystals and smashed them without even blinking. He let the silver X/fantasy I jasmine lily absorb this abundance of pure spirit qi. In the process, the jasmine lily's entire body suddenly lit up with a dazzling emerald green luster. On its previously fasciated petals, emerald green luster of different colors flickered, causing an emerald haze to rise from the entire jasmine lily in an instant. As the fasciated petals flickered, it appeared as though all of these emerald hues were being transported to the jasmine lily's huge, unfasciated head. Suddenly, the jasmine lily's unfasciated main flower lit up with a bright emerald green luster. Looking at it, Lin Yuan noticed that many fine crystal threads were continuously growing from it. These fine crystal threads combined together, continuously entangling and merging until they finally seemed to become a complete crystal. Lin Yuan knew that this was because the jasmine lily had evolved from silver to gold. Now, its unfasciated main flower seemed to have transformed into an emerald green crystal with countless layers. There appeared to be a few dark green flashes within this crystal. As the crystallized main flower revolved, although the dark green luster had only flashed once for a moment and had not been obvious, it had a more eye-catching color than the main flower. The jasmine lily's grade had already evolved from its initial silver X/fantasy I to gold I/fantasy I. As a healing type Fae for Morbius Spirit Lock, it was now the same grade as Lin Yuan's main Fae, the Source Sand. Lin Yuan sighed as he watched the jasmine lily's evolution to gold. It was entirely a miracle that his jasmine lily had been able to evolve to its current grade. As a succulent plant, The typical jasmine lily rarely developed bunches or underwent the fasciation that followed. It happened that only high-grade succulent plants had a small chance of undergoing crystallization. Lin Yuan did not know whether it had been his own or the jasmine lily's good fortune. Now, if the gold/fantasy jasmine lily were to be taken out, no one would believe that it was a jasmine lily anymore. After crystallization, the healing beam released by the jasmine lily's main flower was faintly mottled with a dark green luster. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the healing strength in heal was now more than 10 times greater than before. Under the supply of this kind of healing strength and vitality, even Lu Jie's broken body began to slowly grow limbs. However, although his limbs were slowly growing out, Lu Jie's broken torso did not show any indication that it would be rejuvenated. Moreover, Lu Jie's broken torso was not the most difficult problem facing Lin Yuan right now. For Lin Yuan, the most serious problem was that Lu Jie's 5 internal organs had been shattered in the recent purplish-gray energy explosion. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and began to work on the jasmine lily's next evolution. Lin Yuan channeled numerous spirit chi crystals into the gold-eye jasmine lily, as though they were not worth so much money. As the spirit chi crystals poured into it, the jasmine lily's grade also continuously evolved to Gold 2, Gold 3, all the way to Gold X. In the process, Lin Yuan used up a total of 90 spirit chi crystals. The instant that the jasmine lily reached Gold X, Lin Yuan directly channeled the sobbing sea crystals in his hand into the jasmine lily's crystallized main flower. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan squeezed hard and crushed 100 spirit chi crystals. The spirit chi tornado and sobbing sea crystals, raised by the shattering of these 100 spirit chi crystals, led the jasmine lily to evolve once more. However, as the jasmine lily was evolving, Lin Yuan felt anticipation and endless anxiety. If the jasmine lily was still unable to cure Lu Jie after this evolution, Lin Yuan would not have any other means to heal him. Then Lu Jie would truly be done for. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered what Lu Jie had said while blocking the purplish-gray energy that should have hit him. Lin Yuan, I made an appointment with you and when you before. Unfortunately, 10 years later, I will be absent from the grass. Lin Yuan's thoughts returned to a time when the mansion had just been built. It had taken place in late autumn, one evening on the mansion's grass. At that time, Endless Summer and Hu Quan had not yet joined the mansion, while the Mother of Bloodbath had not yet transformed into its human form. At that time, he, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu had been barbecuing and drinking on the grass in the evening breeze. At that time, that glass of beer had been the first drink in Lin Yuan's life. Lin Yuan had not drunk much alcohol in his previous life, and his face had always immediately turned red after drinking a little. In this new life, Lin Yuan realized that this had not changed. Lin Yuan remembered that he had sighed after becoming slightly drunk. I hope that after 10 years, we can all sit together on this grass in the evening breeze, raise our glasses, and discuss our ideals. Lin Yuan's originally casual words had been firmly engraved in Lu Jie's heart. Lin Yuan looked at the sleeping Lu Jie with red eyes and said softly, 10 years later, none of us will be allowed to be absent on the grass. Suddenly, the emerald green haze that had risen from the steadily evolving jasmine lily turned into a magnificent red. Lin Yuan hurriedly looked over and realized that the disappearance of the magnificent red glow had left the jasmine lily yet again completely transformed. Lin Yuan could not even recognize it. The jasmine lily's originally small size had been reduced by more than half. Lin Yuan held the evolved jasmine lily in his hand and found that its size was now extremely suitable. There was no longer the same feeling as before of holding 2 basketballs. However, if the current jasmine lily were not Lin Yuan's contracted fae, he would never have believed that this was a jasmine lily, even if he were a creation master. The jasmine lily's originally fasciated parts had already turned dark red. It had also been compressed such that it now vaguely resembled a square. It was comparable to a squarish flower stand carved with many strange flowers. Above the flower stand, a crimson crystalline flower the size of a bowl bloomed brightly. However, there was a blood-red luster that looked coquettish to the extreme within this flower. A long spike of about 15 centimeters with a small emerald green flower bud on it grew on this flower. A long pistil stuck out of the bud. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Yuan found that this tiny flower bud and its long, protruding pistil were the main body of the evolved jasmine lily. The verdure carried by this tiny flower bud, smaller than a little finger, far surpassed all the verdant colors on jasmine lily's entire body when it was at Gold X. Although the evolved gold/fantasy jasmine lily had been unrecognizable to ordinary people, some Class 4 and Class 5 scholars would still be able to uncover its essence upon investigation. However, after its subsequent evolution, Class 4 scholars were no longer able to see through to its essence. It was likely that if the Class 5 scholars did not hold it in their hands and study it carefully for a few days, they would not have been able to guess that this specimen before them had evolved from a jasmine lily. Lin Yuan quickly used Morbius True Data to scan the evolved jasmine lily. Normal spirit lock : jasmine lily, bud of mountain jade platinum, 1/10/fantasy 3 ability, heal : fasciated flower stand. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target, absorbing its vitality and letting it experience extreme comfort at the same time. Crystallized main flower. Its heal ability will reverse heal the target and absorb a large amount of its vitality. Bud of mountain jade. Its heal ability will heal the target and channel rich vitality into it through its bud of mountain jade, restoring the target's damaged vitality. Exclusive skill: recovery imprint. It accumulates the healing energy that is released by the jasmine lily during normal times. The contractor can activate the imprint to release the accumulated healing energy. Severed limbs growth. It comprehends the arcana of plant growth. Even if one's gene template is damaged, the rich vitality can allow one to continue to grow slowly. With this scan, Lin Yuan felt that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly stopped, letting the jasmine lily's dark red fasciated flower stand and its blood-red crystallized main flower continue to heal Lu Jie. If he let them continue healing Lu Jie, he would be harming the latter. Lin Yuan could not understand where he had gone wrong. Was the sea burial lotus flower's sobbing sea crystals the reason? The sea burial lotus flower only condensed sobbing sea crystals after it had deprived the entire ocean of vitality. Now, after the jasmine lily had used the sobbing sea crystals to evolve, it had also assimilated some of the sea burial lotus flower's skills. Could these skills not have been integrated in the jasmine lily's heal ability? This was still the first time that Lin Yuan had heard of reverse healing. Had his own jasmine lily fae just turned from a big blood bag that could only donate blood into a blood-sucking vampire? Moreover, it was now an unscrupulous vampire. Absorbing the vitality in the body of any living being was an extremely cruel means of harming it. It was still considered normal that the crystallized main flower's heal ability directly extracted the target's vitality. However, the fasciated flower stand actually allowed the target to retain the extreme pleasure experienced during healing while reverse healing it. To suck your blood and still let you feel extremely comfortable in the process was truly something that a considerate being would do. Damn! The direction of its affinity was healing and support. How had a well-behaved fae like the jasmine lily even begun to become so reckless? At that instant, Lin Yuan was too ashamed to even enact the Forge Sister into Iron Bucket 3.0 plan again. However, he had to swear solemnly to the sky that he had never intended to make the jasmine lily so reckless. Under True Data's recent scan, the jasmine lily's name had already been changed to Jasmine Lily, bud of mountain jade, and its grade had already evolved to Platinum I. This time, the jasmine lily had consumed more than half of the spirit chi crystals that Lin Yuan had preserved by using Morbius Pure Land of Bliss to absorb Cold Snow Pine's World Grace. In order to evolve to a Platinum I/Fantasy 3 Fae, the Silver I/Fantasy I jasmine lily had used up 199 spirit chi crystals and a whole piece of sea burial lotus flower. Now, only 71 spirit chi crystals remained in Lin Yuan's hand. In order to heal Lu Jie, Lin Yuan had chosen to evolve its only healing type Fae, Jasmine Lily. This was tantamount to giving up the good opportunity of using so many spirit chi crystals to improve his fighting ability. Yet, he had not thought that the originally honest Jasmine Lily would suddenly have grown so reckless. It had transformed from a well-behaved healing-type Fae into a large needle that could absorb energy milk. If Lin Yuan's Gold Eye/Fantasy 2 Source Sand had previously given him Platinum fighting ability to fight in one Radiance 100 sequence battle, then his Platinum Eye/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily now gave him the ability to stand firm in countless Radiance 100 sequence battles. It could be said that if there were really to be a fight, the Platinum Eye/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily would directly surpass the Source Sand to become Lin Yuan's main Fae. As a healing-type Spirit Chi professional who now had a Platinum/Fantasy healing-type Fae, Lin Yuan was now akin to sweet pastry that everyone wanted to snatch up. To Lin Yuan, the Platinum Eye/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily, bud of Mountain Jade, was somewhat strange no matter how he looked at it. Part of it that had originally been vibrant green had turned bloody red, making it give up its healing ability. However, at the same time as this transformation, an emerald bud had bloomed on its top like a ridge. This bud had perfectly inherited the Jasmine Lily's original positive healing ability. It was equivalent to an attack ability that the Jasmine Lily had drawn out of thin air. With that in mind, Lin Yuan suddenly saw the good in the Jasmine Lily. Wonderful recklessness. Top-notch recklessness. So what if it was a healing-type Fae? Such Fae should be reckless. Besides, it could still heal. Taking your blood, returning my blood. I don't care if you're upset, because I'm not. Moreover, with the fasciated flower stand, it would not do for you to be upset. Pressed for time, Lin Yuan did not closely inspect the recently evolved Platinum Eye/Fantasy 3 Jasmine Lily, bud of Mountain Jade, in his hand. He immediately let the bud of Mountain Jade at the top of its crystallized main flower use its heal ability to treat Lu Jie. As Lin Yuan channeled the majestic vitality in his vitality imprint into the Jasmine Lily's bud of Mountain Jade, the emerald bloods blooming on its blood-red crystallized flowers sprayed a mist of vitality like a cloud. As this mist of vitality fell on Lu Jie continuously, his broken torso slowly recovered. The sight of Lu Jie's broken body slowly starting to recover as it basked in the bud of Mountain Jade's glowing vitality immediately put a smile on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and focused on sensing Lu Jie's current physical condition. After the bud of Mountain Jade's vitality scattered, Lin Yuan could sense that it had regenerated Lu Jie's organs. When he was done with his inspection, Lin Yuan felt a heavy weight lift from his shoulders. However, the rate at which Lu Jie was recovering was too slow. The dimensional hub in the distance that was eroding under the moonlight had been reduced to a thin layer of spatial obstacle. Lin Yuan knew that time was not on Lu Jie's side, and he could not continue to recover at such a slow pace. Lin Yuan attempted to inject all the vitality in the vitality imprint on his forehead into the bud of Mountain Jade at the top of the Jasmine Lily. The vitality in Lin Yuan's vitality imprint came from the Jasmine Lily's accumulation when it had been Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye, but it was now Platinum/Fantasy 3. The bud of Mountain Jade received all of the vitality Lin Yuan was directing. The small bud of Mountain Jade growing on the tassels started to vibrate intensely after receiving the massive amount of energy. A dark green pistil sprouting from the bud of Mountain Jade started to ripple gently. The gentle ripples brought the dark green waves of concentrated energy with them, which coalesced into one dark green droplet. When Lin Yuan saw the droplet, a thought entered his mind. If life can be interpreted in terms of color, vitality has to be represented by this dark green. The dark green droplet must contain all the vitality from my vitality imprint. This means the vitality imprint on my forehead is now empty. The dark green droplet landed on Lu Jie, and his body started to pulse with jade-colored ripples. Shortly after, the jade-colored glow enveloped Lu Jie's body. When the jade-colored cocoon broke soon after, Lu Jie fell out onto the ground looking as good as new. Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie was completely drained after the double attack of the purplish-gray poison and the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan did not possess any phase that could replenish energy. Lin Yuan grabbed a bunch of cinnabar sweet osmanthus from the spirit lock spatial zone and crushed the petals before placing them in Lu Jie's mouth. He helped Lu Jie swallow by pouring water down his throat. He also instructed Morbius to use Calm Mind on Lu Jie. With this, Lin Yuan had done all he could to aid Lu Jie. Could also be said that Lin Yuan had undertaken a major risk as well. As a C-rank spirit chi professional, Lin Yuan should only be able to control fays that were a maximum of gold/fantasy X. He had decided to gather his courage because his attempt at using the gold/fantasy breed Jasmine Lily to heal Lu Jie had proved futile. He had come up with this plan because he had heard the Moon Empress talk once about how some top factions would use rolling grade when nurturing the younger experts. It allowed the younger generation's contracted fays to be able to break through the spirit chi professionals' supposed maximum grade of fey they could contract. It was said that this required a rare fey called the Starlight Intelligent Dark Clouds as well as other resources. The utilization of so many resources would allow a person's fey to only break through a small grade. It was too much of a waste. The top factions still went ahead with it because the small breakthrough was enough to greatly raise the younger generation experts' individual power. They would be able to attain more glory while still providing the younger generation with more means of protecting themselves. As long as a young person's contracted fey exhibited signs of rolling grade, it indicated that the young person came from an impressive background. Naturally, the Moon Empress had not elaborated on the details, and Lin Yuan was none the wiser. The crux had to do with the level of spiritual energy. After evolving to platinum, fays would experience a large increase in wisdom and spiritual energy. Spirit chi professionals who could not reach B rank would be a large burden to platinum fays in terms of spiritual energy. Their contracted fey would even inhibit the spirit chi professional's spiritual energy. If such an event occurred, said spirit chi professional would suffer spiritual collapse and permanent spiritual damage. Given that the Jasmine Lily was Morbius' exclusive spirit lock fey, its spirit was connected to Morbius. It would not significantly impact Lin Yuan even if it underwent rolling grade. At the very most, Lin Yuan would be exhausted after commanding the platinum/fantasy breed Jasmine Lily. After communicating with Morbius, Lin Yuan had decided that the Jasmine Lily would undergo rolling grade. This would allow Lin Yuan, as a C-rank spirit chi professional, to be able to command platinum/fantasy breed phase. Luckily, Lin Yuan's hard work and risk-taking did not go to waste. After Lin Yuan treated Lu Jie, he pushed through his ragged breathing and placed the purple flesh cocoon beside Lu Jie. The purplish-gray liquid leaking out of the purple flesh cocoon was darker. The purplish-gray poison had spread throughout the insect queen's body, giving the purple flesh cocoon an odd darker hue. The insect queen needed to be attended to immediately. Being a creation master, Lin Yuan could clearly sense the insect queen's situation. The insect queen was a fairy source-type lifeform. The purplish-gray poison had already started to eat away at the insect queen's spirit, which was extremely detrimental to the insect queen. The insect queen was Lu Jie's only contracted fey. If anything happened to it, even if Lu Jie fully recovered, he would revert to his rudderless mentality before meeting Lin Yuan. He might even deteriorate. Previously, the insect queen might have been at death's door, but there had still been a ray of hope for its recovery. But now, death was literally knocking on the insect queen's door. Lin Yuan scooped a bowl of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar out of the barrel and dripped it into the holes on the insect queen's body. After the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar entered the insect queen's body, Lin Yuan took out a spirit chi crystal without hesitation and crushed it in his hand. What the insect queen needed most for its recovery was not vitality but rather an enormous amount of pure spirit chi. The insect queen would start to heal itself after it absorbed the pure spirit chi. Being a platinum/fantasy breed source-type lifeform, the insect queen had strong recovery capabilities. Moreover, with a treasure like the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, it would be child's play to expel the purplish-gray poison. However, Lin Yuan frowned deeply at what happened next. Instead of the purplish-gray poison being expelled in the form of a thick substance flowing out of the holes, like what had happened to Lu Jie, the insect queen absorbed the purplish-gray poison along with the enormous amount of spirit chi. Before Lin Yuan could react, the insect queen's purple flesh cocoon suddenly squirted out a large volume of gummy insect protein. After being expelled, the insect protein changed from transparent to creamy white. The creamy white insect protein started to harden, sealing the insect queen inside. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius True Data to check on the insect queen. he found that the insect queen was undergoing metamorphosis. Lin Yuan sighed. Could the insect queen's metamorphosis have something to do with the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar? The silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was used to purge impurities and repair damaged roots. It was not supposed to trigger metamorphosis. Thus, the insect queen's sudden metamorphosis had to be linked to the purplish-gray poison. Besides being unable to battle on the water, Lu Jie's mastery over using the insect queen's abilities had grown into a near-perfect fighting combination on land. Hence, the insect queen's abrupt metamorphosis might not be a positive change. Who could say how Lu Jie's fighting style would change after the insect queen's transformation? Lu Jie was the kind of spirit chi professional that prioritized directing an insect army on the battlefield and adjusted the insect types accordingly. He had a set fighting style. Unlike other spirit chi professionals, Lu Jie did not have many phases. He only had the insect queen. The slightest change to the insect queen could have untold impacts on Lu Jie. Lin Yuan could only rely on himself to treat the insect queen, and he could not predict what kind of changes would occur as a result of his methods. Whether this would be a blessing or a curse, it depended on Lu Jie's fate. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard something akin to a mirror-shattering sound. Lin Yuan dashed at the evolving dimensional hub. Soon, another twist took place as Lin Yuan ran toward the dimensional hub. The waterfall of moonbeams in the sky could sense Lin Yuan's aura and did not make a move against Zhou Luo or Lu Jie. The shell blanketing the mass of rainbow light at the dimensional hub was illuminated by the moonlight and disintegrated. Without the shell, the mass of rainbow light at the dimensional hub emitted a rainbow glow. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the dimensional rift that was supposed to only finish evolving in 10 minutes had been torn open. Another glowing rainbow mass fell from the torn open dimensional rift. Lin Yuan's expression changed completely. It struck him what the glowing rainbow mass was. The glowing rainbow mass, whose identity had Lu Jie been speculating all this time, was the legendary sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan never expected the extreme token that the Moon Empress had gifted him would be of aid at such a crucial moment. The moonlight might have mostly quenched the dimensional hub's spatial fluctuations, but the dimensional rift was still being torn wider under the rainbow glow of the two sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan seemed to catch a glimpse of a seemingly endless water world through the rift. Lin Yuan could also feel the intensely powerful aura surging out of the water world. The boundless ocean water was pouring out of the water world. At this moment, the majestic moonlight beamed down as though it was headed for a target. The moonlight and water crashed together, and the moonlight utterly sublimed the water. The moment the moonlight sublimed the water, Lin Yuan felt the energy in the extreme token hanging on his chest deplete. Lin Yuan finally witnessed his master's true power. The Moon Empress's moonlight domain was currently combating the entire class 5-dimensional rift and immediately sublimating any of the powerful energy flowing out of the dimensional rift. Not even one drop of water managed to land on the gravel by Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan stuck his arm into the dimensional hub without a second thought. He was going to stop the dimensional rift's evolution. Zhou Luo and Lu Jie risked their lives for me to be here. All I can do now is to stand straight and make use of the window opened for me, that is the sublimating waters. Before the energy in the extreme token was completely gone, he needed to remove the two sacred source lifeforms. Despite the moonlight suppressing the dimensional hub's energy, Lin Yuan's hand immediately desiccated when it entered the dimensional hub. Lin Yuan had anticipated this, but the excruciating pain of his mangled arm had turned to numbness, to the point that Lin Yuan did not immediately feel the pain. Lin Yuan ground his teeth as he fought through the pain. The grinding of his jaw was so loud that it sounded as though Lin Yuan's teeth were about to break. His fingers were connected to his heart, as were his palms, wrist, and forearm. The spatial energy in the dimensional hub was like sticky mud. Even if Lin Yuan exerted all his strength, his arm could only inch forward. Suddenly, Lin Yuan shouted, "Bud of Mountain Jade, heal!" Lin Yuan pumped the remaining spirit chi in the spirit chi imprint into the jasmine lily. It was not because Lin Yuan was afraid of being seriously hurt and was trying to heal himself. He was afraid that his bones would break and prevent him from retrieving the two sacred source lifeforms. If that happened, all his effort would go down the drain. The sand was whipping around. The moon hung high in the sky. The torrents of water were surging. The moonlight was youthful and stained with a blood-red glow. The youth's arm started to reveal bone, but his gaze remained steadfast as his arm continued to stretch out toward the two glowing rainbow sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan stood there. His usually pristinely straight spine was now hunched over and quivering. Lin Yuan was worried that the energy in his extreme token would run out quickly while combating the Class 5-dimensional rift. However, Lin Yuan never expected that the spirit chi in his spirit chi imprint would run out before the energy in the extreme token. Lin Yuan had been activating the bud of mountain jade to heal his injured arms, but he had underestimated the depletion of the platinum/fantasy 3 jasmine lilies spirit chi, as well as the severity of his injuries. The dimensional energy in the dimensional hub was like sharp knives that were slicing apart each inch of Lin Yuan's skin that was in the dimensional hub. Not even the supple skin between his fingers was spared. With every dimensional fluctuation, agonizing pain pierced Lin Yuan's brain. The dimensional fluctuations took place every second. Lin Yuan's brain was dizzy with anguish, and it soon started to feel numb. To make matters worse, Lin Yuan also needed to withstand the draining feeling that came with having the spirit chi in his body siphoned out. It was already enough of a struggle for spirit chi professionals to fight through the feeling of having their spirit chi siphoned out, much less when they needed to endure torturous pain as well, like what Lin Yuan was doing. His determined expression was partially obscured by the sand blowing around in the air. Even if Lin Yuan's source sand was not particularly intelligent, it could still sense Lin Yuan's current condition. The flying sand was the source sand's way of motivating Lin Yuan. The genius mask that Lin Yuan was wearing fell from his face, and the silver mask turned into a three-tailed white cat. When Genius saw Lin Yuan, its blue eyes welled up with tears. Instead of snuggling into Lin Yuan's embrace like what it usually did, it jumped onto Lin Yuan's shoulder. Genius knew that if it touched Lin Yuan, it could very well be the last strand that caused Lin Yuan to collapse, effectively wasting all his effort. Although Lin Yuan was dizzy, numb with fatigue and pain, and seemed as though he could fall asleep at any moment, his mind was actually exceptionally clear. Even if he only had one breath left in him, Lin Yuan was going to retrieve the two sacred source lifeforms. It was the last thing he would do. Unfortunately, the damage to his hands was too serious. The bud of mountain jade could not receive Lin Yuan's spirit chi, and no matter how much it tried to use heal on Lin Yuan, his hands would not recover as fast as he was worsening. In a flash, Lin Yuan's hands had been reduced to a mere slip of flesh. The helplessness and pain from being drained of spirit chi combined with the blood loss from his hands weakened him severely. The 3 centimeters separating his hand from the source-type lifeforms suddenly felt more like miles to the determined Lin Yuan. Morbius' voice rang out from beside Lin Yuan's ear. "You can do it, Yuan." Along with Morbius' voice that came from Lin Yuan's spiritual spatial zone, Morbius also used Calm Mind on him. During the short period of comfort that came from Calm Mind, a stunning magnificence radiated from between his brows, and Lin Yuan mustered all the strength in him for one final stretch. One hand after the other closed in on the glowing rainbow masses. As he lurched forward, he grabbed and swiped all the source-type lifeforms out of the dimensional hub. Lin Yuan crashed onto the gravel. The flying gravel was like a bed of cotton that gently cushioned his fall. Utter exhaustion was evident on Lin Yuan's face, but the magnificent radiance between his brow was dimming but had not disappeared. He had just experienced a gut-wrenching fight with death. The dimming radiance was now wider than his shoulders. The bud of mountain jade's healing light continued to work on Lin Yuan's injured hands. Lin Yuan immediately felt a numbing itch of pain on his hands. Lin Yuan silently endured as the pain came from the regrowth of new flesh. This meant his hands were in a state of recovery. Lin Yuan took a few deep breaths but still could not fully calm himself. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a different kind of pain than the physical one, and he noticed the 2 glowing rainbow masses in his hand had disappeared. Once again, Lin Yuan was awash in excruciating anguish. The pain was similar to the one he had experienced while cleansing his soul of impurities at the Radiant Moon Palace. After his soul had been cleansed, Lin Yuan never had the chance to see the two human silhouettes in the depths of his soul again. But now, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to the depths of his soul again. What Lin Yuan found most appalling was that the two glowing rainbow masses were melding with the two human silhouettes in the depths of his soul. The two glowing rainbow masses were shining brilliantly as they crashed against the human silhouettes like in a fight for dominance. Lin Yuan remembered that when the Moon Empress had been talking about the sacred source life forms, she had mentioned that one needed the help of numerous soul-nourishing spirit ingredients in order to successfully contract the sacred source life forms. One also needed to be at least 20 years old to contract sacred source life forms. If one's soul was not strong enough, it was highly possible that the sacred source life forms would destroy one's soul. Lin Yuan had understood from the Moon Empress's tone how precious sacred source life forms were, and how dangerous it was to form contracts with them. Lin Yuan did not know if he was blessed or cursed. He never expected that the sacred source lifeform's method of contraction was forming blood contracts. Because of the bloodied state of his hands when he had reached out for the sacred source lifeforms, the contract-forming process had immediately begun. Lin Yuan could not deny how lucky he was. Normally, people required the help of soul-nourishing spiritual ingredients to form a contract with a sacred source lifeform. Yet, he started to contract two sacred source lifeforms without any soul-nourishing spirit ingredients. It was a disaster. Lin Yuan could feel his soul silhouettes repeatedly being smashed under the power of the two sacred source lifeforms. The agony of having his soul shattered could not even be compared to physical pain. Just as the two sacred source lifeforms were about to destroy Lin Yuan's soul, Lin Yuan lost consciousness. At that moment, Morbius lit up again. The light coming from Morbius was no longer creamy white, like when it was using Calm Mind, but rather a gold light that shone out of its body. Initially, both the soul silhouettes and sacred source lifeforms in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul refused to give in. They fought ferociously like two lions clashing over territory. All they wanted was to take over Lin Yuan's soul in order to complete the contract. However, when the gold light lit up from within Morbius, the two glowing rainbow masses pulsed. It was as though they had encountered something terrifying and were cowering in fright. In the end, the two sacred source lifeforms could not form a contract in the clash against Lin Yuan's soul silhouettes. Yet, they seemed terrified of Morbius' golden light. The two sacred source lifeforms seemed to stick together reluctantly. Every corner of Lin Yuan's soul silhouette radiated rainbow light. The movements of the two sources of rainbow light did not attack Lin Yuan's already broken soul silhouette again. Instead, they melded into one and entered Lin Yuan's broken soul silhouette. When the rainbow light scattered, the sacred source lifeform's shape could be seen again. After Morbius lit up with golden light, it seemed as though all the light from the Morbius bracelet was gone. Morbius' weak voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. "Yuan, I need to hibernate for a while," Morbius continued after pausing. "I'll be hibernating longer than usual this time. I might not be able to wake up before evolving to fantasy breed. However, with the new sacred source lifeform formed from the two sacred source lifeforms, I can sleep without worries." Morbius spoke slowly as it was offering affectionate instructions. Finally, Morbius fell into a deep slumber. However, Lin Yuan had no idea what took place after losing consciousness. Inside Lin Yuan's broken soul silhouette, the sacred source lifeforms looked as though they had been praised by their betters and were in seventh heaven. They leaped about vigorously with glee inside of the dimensional rift that had stopped evolving. Without the support of the source-type items, the space inside the dimensional hub was about to disappear. The unconscious Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Zhou Luo were spat out like pieces of garbage from the disappearing dimensional hub. The black-masked, black-robed woman looked at the halted dimensional rift's entrance with a grim expression on her face. She suddenly realized that the woman next to her, who was wearing moon-colored long robes, had a serene expression. The eeriness and madness of power were almost tangible. The woman dressed in black uttered, "Oh no!" The temper of the woman in moon-colored long robes seemed harder to deal with than the evolving dimensional rift. "Moon Empress, since you arrived earlier, Did you find out which faction is behind this dimensional rift? The Moon Empress stared unblinkingly at the dimensional rift, ignoring the woman in black. She spoke with an odd coldness. Chief Guard Yi, this Empress has not left Leaning Moon Mountain in a decade. Isn't it a bit stupid to ask this Empress which faction is behind this? The Spirit Guard's Chief Guard Knight Leaning Moon immediately knew that she had misspoken. How could I have forgotten the Moon Empress' real temper? She's basically a ticking time bomb. Her composed expression is nothing but a facade. The root of the Moon Empress's murderous intent lay in the thought that her disciple might not return alive. If that happened, 10 landmasses could sink, and her rage would not be quelled in the slightest. When the Moon Empress was done speaking, she realized that she had not received the reaction she wanted. Her brows furrowed, but she still did not turn to look at Knight Leaning Moon. Knight Leaning Moon, as the chief guard of the Spirit Guards, how could you have only sensed such a monumental incident happening right outside Indigo Azure City after so long? The Moon Empress' voice got stuck in her throat. Knight Leaning Moon stood rooted to the ground. The present situation seemed extremely familiar. 20 years ago, when the Moon Empress and I were part of the Radiance Envoy, it was like the Moon Empress was in front while the other 3 disgusting men and I were at the back. The 3 disgusting men and I were constantly punished like we were naughty schoolchildren. 20 years later, the only difference is that the 3 gross men are now gone. The Moon Empress might have said she wanted me here to preside over the situation, but she might as well have summoned me to vent her anger on. This is torturous. When she heard the sudden choke in the Moon Empress' voice, Knight Leaning Moon, who knew the Moon Empress very well, lifted her head violently. She noticed a subtle redness in the Moon Empress' eyes, but it was a gaze that was empty of murderous intent. The Moon Empress' murderous intent would only be exhibited through her powers and would not be present on her face. Normally, it would be surprising for her face to betray any sort of expression. Now, the redness that had welled up in her eyes reminded Knight Leaning Moon of what the Moon Empress had said at the Imperial Court Council while looking at her hand. She now knew what the Moon Empress meant by, "I'm different from who I was before. I'm soft-hearted now." Knight Leaning Moon took 2 steps toward the Moon Empress, but she could not decide on the right words of assurance to say. At that moment, the Moon Empress realized that the dimensional rift's entrance had vanished. This sight stunned the ever-calm Moon Empress. The diminished entrance of the dimensional rift ejected items in a similar fashion to diarrhea before closing for good. The Moon Empress instantly spotted the bloodied and feeble Lin Yuan on the ground. In a flash, the Moon Empress was by Lin Yuan's side. When she saw Lin Yuan's hands, her face twisted with heartache and worry. A moonbeam flowed out of the Moon Empress's fingers. Her expression changed again and again as she checked up on Lin Yuan's condition. When she was done with her assessment, the Moon Empress' face spread into a smile. Her smile blossomed like flowers. Her smile seemed to lay all her worries at rest. She sighed and said, "As long as you're back. As long as you're back." The Moon Empress turned and looked at the sad-looking rabbit squatting by her leg and lifted it into her arms. "Give me your carrot, Cece." The rabbit gingerly handed over its carrot to the Moon Empress. At the same time, it stretched out its long ears toward the carrot skin that was peeling upward. It seemed reluctant despite its resolve. The Moon Empress snapped the carrot in half with one strong wrench. The loud snap floored the rabbit in the Moon Empress's arms, and it resembled the famous painting, The Scream. After breaking the carrot, the Moon Empress handed half of it to the suddenly sluggish little rabbit in her arms. Then she placed the little rabbit on the ground. Standing by Lin Yuan's side, the Moon Empress gently placed the other half of the carrot at the corner of his mouth before immediately beginning to urge Spirit Chi. Under the Moon Empress' urging of Spirit Chi, the half-carrot dissolved into a liquid and flowed into Lin Yuan's stomach on its own. After Lin Yuan's body absorbed the energy in this half-carrot, it immediately transformed as carrot-colored energy radiated from it. Lin Yuan's body and soul had long been broken, while his spirit had also fallen into a deep sleep. However, upon digesting this half-carrot, the broken soul silhouette in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul, together with his arms that had their bones exposed, rapidly recovered. Mere moments after the half-carat had entered Lin Yuan's body, everything in it was restored to its original state. However, Lin Yuan's soul and spirit were still deep in slumber, just like how a person who had been awake for 3 days and 3 nights needed a long night's rest to replenish his energy. Although Lin Yuan's body had completely recovered, the tragedy of what he had just experienced in the dimensional rift would always be engraved on his tattered moon-white spirit chi clothes and the blood that stained them. At that moment, the little rabbit's eyes first looked toward Lin Yuan. Upon finding that he was all right, it appeared to release its breath. Yet, when it lowered its head and saw that it only had half a carat left in its paws, the little rabbit's ears immediately drooped to the ground. It tenderly rubbed its half-carat. Suddenly, the half-carat regrew the part that had been broken by the Moon Empress and became whole again. However, the newly grown carat looked to be smaller than its previous size by a whole round. The little rabbit had initially decided to continue gnawing on its carat. However, upon seeing that the carat had shrunk by a round, it could not bear to put it in its mouth. Instead, it put the carat behind its bottom and hid it there. Night-leaning Moon's gaze was currently on the other 2 people the dimensional rift had spat out. After giving Zhou Luo and Lu Jie a once-over, Night-leaning Moon turned her gaze on Lu Jie. If one considered Lu Jie to only be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, then Night-leaning Moon, as the chief guard of the spirit guards, would not have had such a deep impression of him. Yet, upon looking at him only once, Night-leaning Moon immediately recognized him. Unexpectedly, Lu Jie was amongst those who had emerged from the evolving dimensional rift. Night-leaning Moon could not help but recall when Lu Jie had been outside Cold Frost City blocking the insect swarm to help the spirit guards face the insect tide for a full half an hour. She walked to Lu Jie's side, extended a hand, and inspected his condition. After which, she found that his present physical condition was unusually good. Unexpectedly, Lu Jie's internal vitality was in a state of surplus. Vitality would ooze out of Lu Jie's body from time to time. This was clearly because it had received excessive healing. However, when Night-leaning Moon glanced toward the insect queen by Lu Jie's side, her eyebrows immediately rose. She held the cocooned insect queen in her hands and muttered, "This insect queen has absorbed the blade queen bee's natal poison. What good fortune. It's just that there is too little of the blade queen bee's poison in the insect queen's body to support the insect queen's complete mutation. Since that is the case, why don't I give you some good fortune?" The Moon Empress suddenly interrupted Night-leaning Moon. "Night-leaning Moon, this Empress has indeed underestimated you. Even with your stupidity, you became a Class 4 creation master in 10 years. Upon hearing this, the corner of Night-leaning Moon's mouth could not help but twitch twice behind her black veil. She thought to herself, "How am I stupid? Back then, had it not been for my lack of talent as a creation master, I thought that it would at least be possible to become a pinnacle Class 4 creation master or even a Class 5 creation master. However, even if I have not become a Class 5 creation master, I am still strong. How can you not praise me? When I was a Radiance Envoy with you, I was always the main center in the team." With that, Night-leaning Moon suddenly recalled how she had always been given the cold shoulder when she had been a Radiance Envoy with the Moon Empress. The involuntary twitching of the corner of Night-leaning Moon's mouth grew more severe. At that moment, the Moon Empress spoke again. "This evolving dimensional rift is at least Class 5. Now, its evolution has already been stopped by the 3 of them. Giving him a blade queen bee is not considered giving him good fortune." Upon hearing this, Night-leaning Moon looked at Lu Jie, who was lying on the ground, and said after pondering for a while, "All these years, I have never accepted a disciple. Once he awakens, if he is willing to take me as his master, I will be willing to teach him with all of my heart." The Moon Empress could not help but reveal her shock. It would really be considered good fortune to be accepted as the chief guard of the Spirit Guard's disciple. Immediately, the Moon Empress thought, if Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer knight and Night-leaning Moon wanted to teach Lu Jie with all of her heart, would she not be working for Lin Yuan indirectly? That was not bad at all. Right after Night-leaning Moon had spoken, she looked wordlessly at Zhou Luo and Lin Yuan beside the Moon Empress. Then, she transferred her gaze to the Moon Empress. Obviously, she was not done speaking. Upon noticing night-leaning Moon's gaze, the Moon Empress immediately said, "Some people are destined to scale mountains and cross oceans. These people do not care about temporary glory. 3 years later, the 5 new Radiance envoys will be decided." Having said this, a trace of recollection flashed in the Moon Empress' eyes. Right after, the Moon Empress gently let her next sentence drop. "The enemy is dark, I know. You can handle this matter as you see fit." With that, she directly bent over and hugged Lin Yuan in her arms before stepping out of the curtain of moonlight. Then, she said to Mystic Moon, who was standing guard outside, "Mystic Moon, bring the 2 people inside to Radiant Moon Palace and—" The Moon Empress stopped here before continuing. "Bring them to Lin Yuan's mansion so that they can recuperate well." Mystic Moon had already seen Lin Yuan in the Moon Empress' arms earlier when she came out. Although Lin Yuan looked to be in a deep sleep, Mystic Moon could tell just by the Moon Empress' mood that Lin Yuan's life was not in danger. Moreover, just before the Moon Empress had come out, the layer of blood coating the bright moon in the sky had grown extremely intense before disappearing entirely. At that time, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Listen had all seen Lin Yuan in the Moon Empress' arms. In that instant, their tight heartstrings had finally loosened slightly. The Moon Empress did not acknowledge the trio. She just carried Lin Yuan and walked outside. Outside, dense moonlight rose from the Moon Empress' entire body, covering Lin Yuan's figure. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan and whispered, Come home with Master." When the Moon Empress stepped outside, the experts standing guard outside all lowered their heads. Yet, even the expressions they wore while looking at the ground became extremely respectful. However, just as they lowered their heads, they suddenly sensed that the coldness from the light shining on their bodies had been replaced by warmth. After a long while, the 2 guard envoys standing in front slowly raised their heads. Only then did they realize that the bright moon, which had placed itself above everything else in the sky, had disappeared. Now, the sun was rising high in the sky, exuding a warm light. Lin Yuan had fallen into a deep sleep. However, he dreamed a long dream as he slept. In his dream, Lin Yuan was gazing upon a world like a bystander. That world had originally been full of life, with unknown small flowers blossoming in the wilderness. However, at that moment, 2 rainbows radiating light in 7 colors suddenly appeared in the sky. These 2 rainbows fought to invade the deep blue sky, neither willing to give way to the other. The rainbow light appeared gentle, but it was actually unusually untamed. As the light spread all over the earth cracked while the unknown flowers blooming on it withered. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from one of the rainbows. This figure was a girl with closed eyes and a body like a phantom's. The girl wore a crown and a long skirt. She carried herself with a kind of inherent nobility. In the instant that she descended from the rainbow, she seemed to almost invade the entire world as though she was about to become its master. Just then, a sword without a scabbard fell directly from the other rainbow. The sword's hilt was gorgeous, carved with various animal totems. Its slender body contained a sharpness that was enough to slice through anything. The sharp sword launched an assault on the crown-wearing girl. The 2 were locked tightly in a stalemate. It was precisely the stalemate that made the rainbow light even more unscrupulous. The world that had already fallen apart was about to collapse completely. In that instant, the entire world was suddenly shrouded in a reddish-gold brilliance that felt unusually familiar and warm to Lin Yuan, who had been watching everything. As the reddish-gold brilliance descended, the girl and the sword that were locked in a stalemate became unusually fearful. This brilliance appeared to be imposing its will on the crown-wearing girl and the sword without a scabbard. In the end, the girl reluctantly walked toward the sword. She opened her arms and hugged it. At that moment, the 2 became one. From 2 single entities, they combined to become a new whole. The world was on the verge of collapse when the crown-wearing girl curled her legs up as her skirt fluttered in midair. She was holding the sword with an unusually gorgeous hilt tightly in her arms. At that moment, the sword's ornate carvings seemed to hold the girl's power. With this power added, its desire grew exceedingly great. Just then, the two initially feuding rainbows also fused into one. The previously unruly rainbow light also became beautiful and gentle, spreading all over the earth again. This time, the light did not destroy the world on the verge of coming apart but melted perfectly into it. After the rainbow light completely melted into it, the girl hugging the sword surrendered to the broken world and became a part of it. In other words, she became like a guardian, protecting this world that was on the brink of collapse. Like a bystander, Lin Yuan had witnessed everything that had happened. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly smell the aroma of radishes. Immediately after, the dry, fragmented land of the world on the verge of collapse was covered with endless fields of radishes. These radishes grew, flowered, bore fruit, grew old, and rotted. In this way, crop after crop of radishes continued to provide energy for this world on the verge of breaking apart. Slowly, the broken soil became fertile, and unknown wildflowers bloomed all over the land again. This world's savior, the radishes that had healed the world on the verge of collapse, had disappeared. Yet, the fragrance of radishes still permeated the air. Lin Yuan witnessed this strange scene in his dream. Moon Empress, you don't have to beat so much jujube, do you? Even if you're right about the young lord waking soon, he will also not be able to finish so much jujube. Cold Moon looked at the Moon Empress as she continuously removed the pits from the diamond-smooth crystal thread jujubes that she had picked from the inner palace jujube garden. Then, she used a pestle completely made of jade-textured osmanthus wood to continuously pound the jujubes. Cold Moon thought that this was all far too exaggerated. The Moon Empress might have picked all of the diamond-smooth crystal thread jujubes on the only 3 jujube trees that grew them in Leaning Moon Mountain's jujube garden. Cold Moon had long been aware that the Moon Empress was unusually doting toward Lin Yuan. However, the extent of her doting seemed to be a bit better than before. Ordinarily, after the lotus flower phase in the lotus pond had reached the suzerain grade, the light that they spurted forth could envelop the inner palace entirely. However, it now only shrouded a 5-meter radius surrounding the lotus pond. Who knew how many lotus roots the Moon Empress had cut from the suzerain lotus flower phase in the pond? The Moon Empress peeled the jujubes in her hand somewhat anxiously. Hearing that Cold Moon still had time to speak, she said quickly, "Cold Moon, help this Empress to pound these jujubes." This Empress disciple suffered serious injuries to his hands when he came out of the dimensional rift. What will happen to him if he doesn't take supplements? This Empress plans to make this jujube paste into jujube powder. Even if this Empress disciple takes it every day, it should be enough to last 3 months. Cold Moon could not help cupping her forehead in her hand. She had only left Radiant Moon Palace for a short while. Why did the Moon Empress seem like a completely different person? If the young lord were to take the jujube powder every day, he would likely become a humanoid blood-dripping cart that could water all of the plants on Leaning Moon Mountain with his nosebleeds. Moreover, hadn't the Moon Empress already let the young lord eat half of the Rabbit Emperor's sacred source lifeform? Even if he were a smooth crystal thread jujube that was made into a paste, then powder, the young lord would still not be as healthy as he was right then. With that thought in mind, Cold Moon glanced surreptitiously at the front of the small flower pot containing crystal soil. The listless Rabbit Emperor was currently using its ear to plant its carrot in the crystal soil. To Cold Moon, the Moon Empress doted on the young lord to a truly terrifying degree. Nevertheless, once she thought about the gains that she had made at Redbud City after leaving the Radiant Moon Palace, Cold Moon could not help but smile faintly. Upon seeing Cold Moon's smile, the Moon Empress immediately stopped pounding on the smooth crystal thread jujubes. Looking at her with suspicion, the Moon Empress asked, "After 10 years, are people still chasing you?" She had suddenly recalled how Marquis Jingshi had directly expressed his love and publicly shown his fondness for Cold Moon, only to have Cold Moon break both of his legs, to the point that he was confined to a wheelchair for 10 years. Although Marquis Jingshi had indeed gone overboard in the expression of his love, Cold Moon's methods were truly unladylike. Upon hearing the Moon Empress' words, Cold Moon froze immediately. Right after, Cold Moon knew that the Moon Empress had misunderstood her. She cast a glance toward the room within the inner palace and said, Moon Empress, the young lord's sister, Chu Si, is now already my disciple. Upon hearing Cold Moon's words, the Moon Empress did not appear particularly surprised. Over the week that Lin Yuan had been sleeping, the Moon Empress had long noticed Cold Moon's closeness to Chu Si. However, she did not expect Cold Moon, whose personality had always been cold, to voluntarily accept a disciple. With that thought in mind, the Moon Empress was certain that Cold Moon had only gotten the idea of accepting a disciple after seeing her accept Lin Yuan as her disciple. Since Cold Moon had learned from her, the Moon Empress felt the need to teach the former how to be a good master. From the Moon Empress' point of view, a master who did not know how to dote on their disciple could not be considered a good one. Cold Moon, you must smile more in Chu Si's presence in the future. It is not good to be too serious. Having said this, the Moon Empress thought for a while before changing the subject. Since you just accepted Chu Si as a disciple, why don't you find her a path protector? This would also guarantee her safety. The Moon Empress' expression was extremely earnest as she said this. After all, the Moon Empress had just been anxious and frightened because of Lin Yuan's recent incident. Upon hearing the Moon Empress' words, Cold Moon hurriedly replied, Moon Empress, I see that Chu Si gets along well with my icy king dragon. I plan to name it Chu Si's Path Protector. The Moon Empress felt that Cold Moon was ready to be a master. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the pitiful little rabbit lying on the table that was looking at the carrot growing in the soil. The little rabbit sensed someone's eyes on its body and instantly raised its ears vigilantly. After it saw that the Moon Empress was looking at it, the rabbit quickly turned around, stood up, and fiercely blocked the flower pot where it had planted its carrot. The Moon Empress shifted her gaze somewhat reluctantly. This rabbit was so close to falling into the carrot's eyes. At that moment, a clear voice rang from the entrance of the inner palace. Moon Empress, the young lord's path protector, the mother of Bloodbath, requests to see you. Turning her head to look toward the room within the inner palace, the Moon Empress said, Let it in. With that, she placed one of the smooth crystal thread jujubes that she had just peeled on the table. Cold Moon sharply realized that the Moon Empress' expression had become more somber. Right after, Cold Moon saw a red-haired, red-eyed woman dressed in red enter through the inner palace's entrance. Cold Moon's entire body sent out a terrifying force. Under Cold Moon's guidance, this force did not affect the plants in the inner palace. However, when it handed on the mother of Bloodbath's body, it made the Fae feel as though it was trapped in a glacier. The mother of Bloodbath gnashed its teeth and walked forward, against this force, until it stood before the Moon Empress. At that moment, Cold Moon's icy voice sounded. Myth 2, your strength has improved significantly since the last time I saw you, but your alertness is too weak. The mother of Bloodbath had already been extremely worried the past few days. Even though it knew that Lin Yuan was not likely to be in any mortal danger, it still did not know his exact condition. Hence, it still felt uneasy in its heart. When the evolving dimensional entrance had suddenly swallowed Lin Yuan, the mother of Bloodbath may not have been the most worried compared to the Moon Empress or Chu Si. However, as Lin Yuan's path protector, it had undoubtedly blamed itself the most. Upon confirming that Lu Jie and Zhou Luo had not been in danger, the mother of Bloodbath had turned into a fist-sized spider like in the past before landing on the room's beam. From there, it had been looking in the direction of Leaning Moon Mountain. Even when Lu Jie had cooked after waking up, the mother of Bloodbath had not eaten a mouthful. Now, it looked at the Moon Empress, someone who had previously saved her life and felt even more remorseful. Just like what Mystic Moon had said, it had not been by Lin Yuan's side to ensure his safety. It had betrayed not only Lin Yuan's trust but also the Moon Empress at the same time. Even as the mother of Bloodbath stood before the Moon Empress, it did not know what to say. Nevertheless, after only 2 seconds, it broke the silence by asking softly, Moon Empress? Is Lin Yuan doing well now? The Moon Empress had originally harbored anger in her heart, but she sighed upon seeing the mother of Bloodbath's expression. Lin Yuan is no longer in danger now. He will be able to recover fully once he awakes. In the past, Given the Moon Empress temper, it was highly possible that the mother of Bloodbath would have been sublimated into nothingness the moment the Moon Empress had arrived. It could be said that the mother of Bloodbath had not protected Lin Yuan entirely because it had lost her sense of vigilance. If not, given its Myth 2 power, the mother of Bloodbath would never have let Lin Yuan be sucked into the dimensional rift. However, the present Moon Empress knew that she could not do anything to the mother of Bloodbath. When the Moon Empress had been helping Lin Yuan to find a path protector, she had been helping him to establish a connection. This had been comparable to giving Lin Yuan the Extreme Token. After the Extreme Token had been used, the Moon Empress could replenish its strength by sealing another Moonlight domain within it. Even if a source-type item like the Extreme Token were to be damaged, the Moon Empress could still put some thought into finding a replacement. Given that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, she naturally understood his temperament. With the mother of Bloodbath's role of path protector as a fetter, it shared a strong bond with Lin Yuan. Hence, even the Moon Empress, who had never sighed upon encountering a difficult problem, now sighed for the first time as she faced the mother of Bloodbath. The Moon Empress sent a brown flowing light flying toward the mother of Bloodbath with the wave of a hand. The mother of Bloodbath quickly grabbed the brown flowing light and found that it was a simple wooden tablet with a first quarter and a third quarter crescent moon carved on it. The wooden tablet's surface was faintly tinged with a halo of moonlight, making the crescent moons engraved on it appear somewhat hazy. The mother of Bloodbath held the wooden tablet somewhat perplexedly. At that moment, it heard the Moon Empress say, "Back then, I chose you as Lin Yuan's path protector because your exclusive skill and abilities would have allowed you to increase your capital strength. That was why this Empress valued you." The mother of Bloodbath quickly responded, "It was I who betrayed the Moon Empress' trust." It spoke very calmly but with unspeakable firmness. It was as though it had committed a previously committed error to memory and would remember it for life. Looking directly at the mother of Bloodbath, the Moon Empress said coldly, "You did nothing to disappoint this Empress. It is this Empress' only hope that you do not betray Lin Yuan's trust in the future. You already repaid your debt to this Empress when you became Lin Yuan's path protector." Upon hearing the Moon Empress' words, the image of Lin Yuan's determined gaze upon seeing it evolve to Myth 2 surfaced in the mother of Bloodbath's mind, along with all the bits and pieces of the times that it had spent with Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath bowed to the Moon Empress and said, "Moon Empress, since Lin Yuan is no longer in any danger, I will return to the mansion to await his return." After speaking, it prepared to place the wooden tablet that the Moon Empress had just thrown to it on the table before her. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath heard the Moon Empress speak again. "Am I right to say that your strength is insufficient against a veteran faction like the Zheng family? Before the veteran factions, the myth breed's Emperor-class combat power will eventually become a shield that does not let a trace of frost pass through. However, it's another matter if you can attain creation breed combat power. This Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet will protect you through the trial of world creation, such that you will not fall when you evolve to the creation breed. The rest is up to you." The mother of Bloodbath froze with the wooden tablet in its hands. It had a complicated expression on its face. However, it regained its original composure in an instant. The mother of Bloodbath thanked the Moon Empress again. Then, it gripped the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet tightly in its hand and left the Radiant Moon Palace to return to the mansion. After the mother of Bloodbath left, Cold Moon looked at the Moon Empress as though she was meeting her for the first time. She asked, perplexed, "You could have directly awarded the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet to the mother of Bloodbath. Why did you put so much thought into it?" Cold Moon knew that the Moon Empress had never been a woman of many words. However, she had unexpectedly disclosed the Zheng family's might when giving the Crescent Moon Radiant Sunlight tablet to the mother of Bloodbath. Although the Moon Empress had only said one more sentence, it had completely transformed Cold Moon's impression of her. At that moment, the Moon Empress picked up the smooth crystal thread jujubes that she had just put down and began using the jade-textured osmanthus wood pestle to continue pounding them. Upon hearing Cold Moon's question, she replied, "This small spider's self-respect is very great. If this Empress did not mention Lin Yuan and the Zheng family, Even if this crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet could help it weather the trial of world creation, it would not have accepted it. Having said this, the Moon Empress glanced at Cold Moon before continuing. Once you've become a master, you will realize that martial force cannot solve every problem. In this Empress view, the wisdom required to be a master far outweighs that required to be a Class 5 creation master. Upon hearing this, the corner of Cold Moon's mouth could not help but twitch. She did not understand why the Moon Empress had said this. In Cold Moon's opinion, it was very easy to be a master. In the future, as long as Chu Ci needed it, she would give Chu Ci everything that she could and create the conditions to give everything that she could not. Wasn't that all there was to it? It was this simple. Just then, Mystic Moon's clear voice rang from the inner palace's entrance again. After entering, he immediately reported, "Moon Empress, about the spirit savory pigs that you asked me to get from Chef Supreme. Chef Supreme said that only the last 3 pigs were left, and I only managed to get one after much struggle." Upon hearing this, the Moon Empress's brows knitted together. How can there only be 3 left this year? Hasn't old Chef Supreme been studying the spirit savory pig's breeding process and the postpartum care of sows in Kitchen Fragrant House these few years? Mystic Moon's face revealed an indescribable expression. After organizing his messy thoughts, he responded. According to Chef Supreme's first disciple, his second disciple has been studying how to make braised pork more delicious since the latter's return. Because Chef Supreme hadn't seen his daughter in a long while, he let his second disciple and his daughter live in Kitchen Fragrant House for half a month. However, during this half a month, Chef Supreme's second disciple had his eyes on those spirit savory pigs. His second disciple slaughtered even the 3 old sows that had been responsible for producing piglets. In my view, it might not only be this year that there are only 3 spirit savory pigs, but every year from now on. The Moon Empress and Cold Moon were silent for a long while before responding in unison. Lin Yuan is still the best. Chu Ci is still the best. Blinking his eyes, Mystic Moon reached out and touched the back of his head. It looked like he was now the only one without a disciple in the Radiant Moon Palace. Why did he suddenly feel as though he was being isolated? Lin Yuan had originally been fully immersed in his strange dream. After an indeterminate period of time, he felt his thoughts return to his body. He could even faintly perceive everything around him through the faint spiritual energy in his mind. He could feel the soft bed beneath his body, Morbius on his wrist, and the flowing cloud beeswax pendant on his neck. Although he could sense everything, he could not lift his heavy eyelids no matter how hard he tried. However, Lin Yuan could already begin interacting with his phase in his mind. Apart from the sleeping Chimey, Genius, Red Thorn, the Source Sand, and the ethereal jellyfish that had returned to his spiritual spatial zone at some unknown time were all interacting with Lin Yuan now. Especially when communicating with Lin Yuan, Genius had an unusually obvious tearful note in its childlike voice. After Lin Yuan comforted it for a while, Genius finally calmed down. However, Lin Yuan found that no matter how he called for Morbius, he was unable to establish a connection with it. He was extremely familiar with Morbius' current state. Morbius was now in the state of deep sleep that it had been in when he had just contracted it. Suddenly, Lin Yuan inexplicably thought about the reddish-gold light in his dream. Just at that moment, an ethereal voice sounded from the deepest depths of his soul. "My lord!" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yuan initially thought of responding. Unfortunately, he fell once again into a deep sleep in his fatigued state. When he awoke, he found that he could open his eyes. In the instant that Lin Yuan opened his eyes, he immediately saw Chu Ci standing guard by his bedside. It was obvious that Chu Ci had been sitting there for a long time. Her hair was rather unkempt, its dull ends sticking up. Lin Yuan did not know what the dozing Chu Ci had been dreaming about, but there were obviously traces of undried tears in the corners of her eyes. Lin Yuan subconsciously reached out to help her wipe the corners of her eyes. Yet, immediately after stretching his hands out, he found that they had returned to their initial positions. Still, Lin Yuan could not help but recall the pain in his hands at that time, the pain of countless blooming blades. After experiencing that kind of pain once, one would never wish to experience it again. When he reached out to wipe the corners of Chu Si's eyes, Lin Yuan's slight movement woke her up in a moment. In that instant, Chu Si appeared as though she had not returned from her shallow dream. Panic was still written plainly on her face. However, upon seeing that Lin Yuan had awakened, a bright smile broke out on Chu Si's face. It was comparable to the bright and beautiful spring sun in April. Yet, as she smiled and smiled, large teardrops fell from her eyes onto Lin Yuan's arms, which still carried the warmth of Chu Si's body temperature. Upon seeing Chu Si cry, Lin Yuan's heart instantly tightened. From Lin Yuan's recollection, Chu Si had never cried more than a few times since childhood. However difficult a problem they encountered, she would always wear a smile while standing by Lin Yuan's side. Now, Lin Yuan immediately felt a little numb. He did not know how to make her feel better so that her tears would stop falling. Just as he was mulling over this in his head, Chu Si suddenly threw herself in his arms and said, hiccuping, "Brother, don't worry. I only cried because I was overjoyed." Lin Yuan extended his arms to wrap them around Chu Si and lightly patted her on the shoulder. Lin Yuan and Chu Si were both inept at expressing their innermost emotions. Hence, the only other time they had both revealed their true emotions like this had occurred during their first year of seeking survival together. It was when Chu Si had been so sick that she almost hadn't made it. Such a scene had taken place, but it had never happened again. As Lin Yuan lightly patted Chu Si's shoulder, he sighed in his heart. Lin Yuan was extremely sensitive to Chu Si's moods. She had definitely not been weeping with joy but getting her worry off her chest. Moreover, Chu Si had called him brother instead of Lin Yuan. Obviously, she had also known the whole story behind his injuries, so she must have been worried sick during this period. Lin Yuan only came up with something to say to Chu Si to comfort her after a long time. Chu Si asked softly with her face buried in his shoulder, "Brother, do you feel discomfort anywhere on your body?" As she spoke, Chu Si raised her head off Lin Yuan's shoulder, extended her hand, and wiped off a tear from the corner of her eye, after which only a smile remained on Chu Si's face. Large teardrops would no longer fall from the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing Chu Si's question, Lin Yuan tried to open his mouth to speak, but he found that his throat was dry and rough from having slept for so long. Before he could utter a single word, he began coughing. Chu Si hurried to the jade porcelain tea table beside her and poured Lin Yuan a cup of spirit tea from the teapot. When he took the cup from Chu Si's hands, Lin Yuan smiled sheepishly. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of tea and his throat no longer felt dry, Lin Yuan immediately said, "I feel extremely well now. I don't feel a hint of discomfort." When Lin Yuan had been inside the dimensional rift struggling to stop its evolution, he had been the most worried about Chu Si. He would never have expected that the first person he would see when he awoke would be his sister, who he had not seen for so many days. Chu Si studied the sincere expression on Lin Yuan's face. It seemed like he really wasn't experiencing any discomfort. After another round of scrutiny, she finally felt at ease when she saw that Lin Yuan was in radiant spirits. At that moment, Chu Si's expression grew earnest and severe. She reached her hand out and tidied the corner of Lin Yuan's blanket before saying, "Lin Yuan, I need to tell you something in earnest." Upon hearing how Chu Si had addressed him, Lin Yuan could not help but stop smiling. This change had happened too quickly. Once he had said that he was fine, she had gone back to addressing him as Lin Yuan. Nevertheless, upon seeing her serious expression, Lin Yuan also immediately grew serious. Having grown up with Chu Si, Lin Yuan understood her extremely well. He knew that she was about to tell him something that was very important to her. He said very earnestly while leaning against the bed, "Why did you suddenly become so serious? Tell me. I'm all ears." Suddenly, Lin Yuan saw a trace of grievance flash in Chu Si's eyes. Immediately after, her eyes reddened once more. Just as Lin Yuan became confused again, Chu Si's words stunned him. "Lin Yuan, can you feel what I felt when I heard that you had been sucked into the dimensional rift, and you were hanging between life and death? You can't understand because I have a brother, but you don't. This sentence, which sounded almost like bragging to Lin Yuan's ears, caused his heart to tremble fiercely. Lin Yuan was very good at putting himself in others' shoes. Whenever he faced problems, he would try his best to consider them from another person's standpoint. While he could not accept what some people did, he could at least understand their choices as long as they did not violate moral principles. However, Lin Yuan realized that he had forgotten to put himself in the shoes of those whom he was closest to. Lin Yuan's thoughts suddenly returned to a time when he had been 8 years old, and it had been raining overnight in the Xia region. Then, Chu Xi's high fever had not been receding, but he had not had enough money to pay a healer to heal her. In the end, it happened that Auntie Zhang had just brought Uncle Li, who had been suppressing his leg, back and had found out about Chu Xi's condition. Auntie Zhang had hurried to find a healer to heal Chu Xi. Only then had Chu Xi survived the ordeal. The despair that he had felt at being weak and the belief that the only companion in his bitter life would disappear were deeply engraved in Lin Yuan's heart. His eyes reddened involuntarily. He moved the corners of his lips, meaning to say something. However, he did not end up speaking his intended words out loud. Still, he said them softly in his heart. I have a sister, but you don't. So I know. Chu Xi froze when she looked at Lin Yuan. His eyes had unexpectedly reddened. Chu Xi immediately became flustered. Just then, she collected herself and changed the topic. Brother, I have comprehended another willpower rune. In the next instant, Chu Xi's spiritual energy directly shot forth a willpower rune that had an unusually heavy feeling. This heaviness was like a sturdy shield, but an indomitable might seemed to be hidden behind it. It was just that this might was hidden behind the heaviness, as if only after the latter were shaved off would one be able to see the former. Lin Yuan could not believe that Chu Xi had comprehended yet another willpower rune in such a short period. However, this willpower rune looked somewhat special. Lin Yuan was also rather puzzled by what the will in this rune actually represented. Lin Yuan could not help but ask, Chu Xi, under what conditions did you comprehend this willpower rune? After thinking for a while, Chu Xi responded, I comprehended this willpower rune when I saw the patterns on the wings of the Vajra butterfly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt as though he was receiving a blow for the first time. He had always believed that his comprehension of willpower runes was already very impressive. Unexpectedly, it was nothing compared to Chu Xi's. After all, Lin Yuan had been looking at genius every day, but he had never comprehended the willpower rune that he should have comprehended from doing so. Still, since the willpower rune that Chu Xi had comprehended was from the Vajra butterfly, then it must have been one that the butterfly could use when it became a fantasy breed. In the room, as Lin Yuan studied Chu Xi's willpower rune, Chu Xi also answered his questions fully. It was as though they had both forgotten how their eyes had been red just a minute ago. Steam curled from the tea in the porcelain cup, and the room was stained with the fragrance of matcha. A jade safety pendant hung on the head of the bed, witnessing the peacefulness through the years under the curl of the steam. Lin Yuan looked at the new willpower rune Chu Xi had comprehended. He was surprised by how fast she was growing. Lin Yuan had been working hard the past 6 months on increasing his own power and had gone through changes multiple times. Chu Xi had not fallen behind either. She already had the fantasy obsidian iron wild bull, but now she also had the new willpower rune, which was the equivalent of possessing another fantasy breed fae. To other spirit chi professionals who comprehended willpower runes, the hardest part of evolving fantasy breed phase was increasing their quality. But with Lin Yuan around, it would be easy to evolve the Vajra butterfly's quality to legend. The recently turned 16-year-old Chu Xi essentially had 2 fantasy breed phase. The thought frightened Lin Yuan. At 16 years old, one was supposed to be in year 1 at Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy, but Chu Xi already had 2 fantasy breed phase. As long as Chu Xi's fantasy breed phase both evolved to silver, she would distinguish herself if she attended Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy. Moreover, both of Chu Xi's contracted phase had amazing foundations. Although Lin Yuan had been hoping that Chu Xi's fighting style would not be too aggressive, he had to admit that the obsidian iron wild bull perfectly demonstrated how offense was the best defense. The Vajra butterfly was also an exceptional defense-type fae. Lin Yuan had picked out the Vajra butterfly for Chu Si after sorting through numerous defense-type faes. The Vajra butterfly's defensive abilities were considered impressive amongst bronze-grade faes. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Vajra butterfly's true strength did not lie in its innate power, but in its outstanding potential for evolution. If the Vajra butterfly could evolve to the Jadeite butterfly, Chu Si's defensive abilities would rocket up another level. The Vajra butterfly would need to absorb a large amount of pollen from plant-type phase to evolve into the Jadeite butterfly, after which the plant-type phase wood-type attribute would start to slowly change the Vajra butterfly's aura. During this process, pure spirit chi would need to be showered over the Vajra butterfly in order for it to successfully evolve into the Jadeite butterfly. The key ingredient was the pollen from the plant-type phase that it needed to absorb. The Vajra butterfly was metal-type, and it would struggle to absorb the pollen from plant-type phase. Thus, the best way for the Vajra butterfly to evolve into the Jadeite butterfly was for it to absorb the pollen from metal and plant-type phase. Previously, Lin Yuan had been worried about needing metal and plant-type phase when he was trying to help Chu Si contract the Vajra butterfly. However, now he was not troubled at all over the need to procure the pollen from metal and plant-type phase. Zhao Hanzhong's garden-like diamond fae storage box already had a few golden curtain peonies, a metal and plant-type fae. The golden curtain peony was an admire-type fae that blossomed at the end of the year. Its flowers were larger than bowls and glowed brightly with a metallic luster. It looked like a stack of thin metal pieces. As an admire-type fae, the golden curtain peony did not have any special uses other than highlighting one's presence. However, it was suitable for the Vajra butterfly to absorb its pollen. Lin Yuan was now extremely confident of being able to evolve the Vajra butterfly into the Jadeite butterfly. Lin Yuan pondered for a while before seriously saying to Chu Si, "Since you're on holiday, you shouldn't need the Vajra butterfly to enter battles, right?" Chu Si nodded and said, "I don't think I'll need the Vajra butterfly for battle before school starts. I'm going to use the holiday to go on StarWeb and watch the Radiance Hundred's members' fights." Chu Si's voice was full of enthusiasm. Ever since Chu Si had decided to become a part of the Redbud 100, she had set her sights on the Radiance 100 sequence. Chu Si could gauge how far her abilities were lacking by watching the Radiance 100 sequence's fights. Knowing her weak points encouraged Chu Si and motivated her to increase her power. Lin Yuan was surprised to discover Chu Si's ambition. She was aiming for the Radiance 100 sequence after such a short time. However, the Radiance 100 sequence members were all devious, and each of them kept their true powers tightly locked away. They only demonstrated the powers they possessed when they first entered the Radiance 100 sequence. Lin Yuan decided against telling Chu Si about the Radiance 100 sequence's true power for fear of killing her passion. Lin Yuan wanted to cultivate her ambition. "Leave this Vajra butterfly with me. Let me see if I can nurture it into the Jadeite butterfly. If I'm successful, you'll be able to increase your power again when it becomes a fantasy breed." Chu Si activated her spiritual energy to summon the Vajra butterfly. Chu Si would never reject Lin Yuan's suggestion and his willingness to put in effort for her. Chu Si was no longer the naive girl who did not have any contracted phase. She now understood the difficulty behind evolving a phase quality and transforming a fae. Chu Si knew how hard Lin Yuan had to have worked in order to secure her first fae. She knew he had probably used up all his resources. Lin Yuan was not one to openly express his feelings, but Chu Si had grown up with him and knew how kind he really was. The Vajra butterfly was not just a fae that Lin Yuan had strengthened. The first face it had seen when it hatched belonged to Lin Yuan. When it saw Lin Yuan leaning against the bed, the Vajra butterfly immediately flew over to rest on his nose. The Vajra butterfly fluttered its wings, its wingspan covering half of Lin Yuan's face. The dust that fell from the Vajra butterfly's fluttering wings made Lin Yuan sneeze 5 times in succession. After sneezing, Lin Yuan felt unusually relaxed. Lin Yuan kept the Vajra butterfly into his spirit lock spatial zone and prepared to find the right time to nurture it. Before nurturing the Vajra butterfly, Lin Yuan first needed to nurture the golden curtain peonies. Chu Si suddenly thought about her evolved silver obsidian iron wild bull. Chu Ci was still uncertain when it came to instructing the obsidian iron wild bull. Lin Yuan, my obsidian iron wild bull has evolved from bronze to silver. Master said that the silver obsidian iron wild bull has decent abilities. But my senior in dueling class is always saying that its abilities are nothing special. Lin Yuan immediately caught the keyword in Chu Ci's speech, master. The word master and teacher was extremely meaningful. Chu Ci called everyone who taught at Redbud Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy as teacher, but the word master carried with it the intention of legacy. A master could have many disciples, but a disciple could only have one master in their lifetime. Instead of answering Chu Ci's question, Lin Yuan asked, Chu Ci, when did you acquire a master? Why haven't you mentioned it to me? Although Chu Ci had grown up and was capable of making decisions like becoming someone's disciple, it worried Lin Yuan that Chu Ci had completely failed to bring up this important development in her life to him. Lin Yuan's mind immediately went to her young age. Could she have been cheated due to her lack of experience? Chu Ci stuck her tongue out at Lin Yuan and said sheepishly, My master is Auntie Cold Moon. She said she wanted me to become her disciple. I feel that she looks at me the same way you do, and she feels like family too. I was planning on telling you over the phone the other night, but by the afternoon, I heard that you were sucked into the dimensional rift. When Lin Yuan heard that it was Cold Moon, his worries vanished. It seemed that Cold Moon and Chu Ci had been getting along very well in those few months since Cold Moon had taken Chu Ci in as a disciple. Lin Yuan did not ask for details and changed the topic because Chu Ci had brought up the dimensional rift. He did not want her to cry again. Lin Yuan quickly replied, Chu Ci, summon the obsidian wild bull. Let me see what's wrong with its abilities. If Cold Moon was willing to complement the obsidian iron wild bull's abilities, it was definitely not weak. But Chu Ci's senior had said during dueling class that its abilities were not special, which told Lin Yuan that there was an issue with ability combination. Some phase needed some conditions to be met when they used their abilities. Currently, Chu Ci was unable to fulfill those conditions during battle, and her opponents were of no help either. This could be why Chu Ci was unable to use the obsidian iron wild bull's silver abilities during battle. Chu Ci lifted her arm and summoned the obsidian iron wild bull. Lin Yuan carefully used true data to scan the obsidian iron wild bull. Fey name: Obsidian iron wild bull, Fey species. Horn species/bull species, Fey grade. Silver, 5/10. Fey type, metal, Fey quality. Fantasy 2. Abilities: Iron horn. Enhance the metallic properties of the nose horn. Disregard injuries and smash into the enemy with full strength. Sacrifice. When the contractor is injured, automatically split the damage with the contractor. If the contractor is injured, it will feed the contractor with its vitality. Pain buffer. When damaged by elemental energy, form a shield of elemental energy on the surface of the body that will slow the elemental energy damage for a certain period. Further damage will only be incurred after the shield breaks. Exclusive skill: Pain absorption. When receiving damage, absorb a portion of the damage and turn it into vitality. Annihilation gaze. Domineering battle consciousness and war fervor drive its instinctive footsteps. The obsidian iron wild bull instantly transforms all the damage taken in a battle into a mental impact on the opponent. Lin Yuan was stunned as he stared at the obsidian iron wild bull's data. The spirit tea in his hand splattered all over the blanket. The silk blanket absorbed the spirit tea, and the patch formed made it look as though Lin Yuan had wet the bed. Lin Yuan's eyes were as wide as saucers. He stared incredulously at the metal block that was the obsidian iron wild bull. The obsidian iron wild bull's grade was now Silver V, and its quality had improved from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. It was difficult for Lin Yuan to evolve the quality of fantasy breeds. Cold Moon definitely had something to do with Chu Ci's obsidian iron wild bull evolving to Fantasy II. Despite this, Lin Yuan sighed heavily again. Chu Ci's growth was too fast. It was possible for Chu Ci to only use the obsidian iron wild bull's power to take on Listen, as the obsidian iron wild bull was Fantasy II while Listen's Pain Illusory Fox and Three-Tailed Crimson Fox were both Fantasy I. If a fight ensued, it would be hard to say who would win. Chu Si had been watching Lin Yuan's expression. When she saw a strange look cloud over Lin Yuan's face, she anxiously asked, "Lin Yuan, do you also think that the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's silver abilities are lacking?" Lin Yuan shook his head vigorously. He was pleasantly surprised by the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's silver abilities. When it came to raising Chu Si's overall fighting ability, the silver-grade pain buffer was more effective than the elite-grade sacrifice. As a defense-type Fae, the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's sacrifice's main appeal was that it could protect its contractor, Chu Si. However, once the Vajra butterfly became a fantasy breed, its shield could already provide Chu Si with full protection. Thus, sacrifice could only be used as Chu Si's last resort for defense. Pain buffer was more flexible, and it provided the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull with a temporary impenetrable shield against elemental energy. Even if Lin Yuan was unaware of how long the pain buffer shield would last, it still defended the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull against elemental energy. The Obsidian Iron Wild Bull was already naturally resilient. Given this added temporary defensive ability, its seat as the main Fei Chu Si, a defense-type spirit chi professional, was secured for a long time. For the first time, the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull did not look as reckless and dense to Lin Yuan. Chu Si sighed and said, "If only I could meet more Fays on Star Web that attack with elemental energy. When those attacks hit the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull, its metal horns which can release elemental energy will look so much cooler." Chu Si's lament made Lin Yuan feel that he had misjudged the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. The Obsidian Iron Wild Bull was not the one that was hot-headed. Chu Si was actually the hot-headed one. How hot-headed is Chu Si? How can she already want to show off her power right after acquiring a good defensive ability? Lin Yuan thought back to the fairy source-type lifeform, the burning sunflower, which he had traded for at the Indigo Azure Sea Market. His confidence spiked. No matter how impulsive Chu Si was, the plan to forge his sister into an iron could not fail as long as there was the burning sunflower. Lin Yuan felt that the present situation was too much of a coincidence. The burning sunflower that Lin Yuan had prepared for Chu Si was a source-type lifeform that would have a burning effect on everyone other than its contractor. After the burning sunflower was contracted, the burning sunflower spirit would bloom out of its flower buds. Fairy source-type lifeforms like the burning sunflower had high intelligence. As a fire type, the burning sunflower spirit had a temper like raging flames. The burning sunflower would attach itself onto one target in battle while its flames raised all the opponents present. If it attached itself onto one of its teammates, said teammate would be covered with a shield that was impervious to fire elemental energy. If it attached itself to an opponent, the opponent would suffer excessive damage from fire elemental energy and burn continuously from the burning sunflower's nearby flames. The burning sunflower also had fairy elemental energy and could morph its body. This meant that the phase that the burning sunflower spirit attached itself to would be unable to escape the attachment through physical attacks. The burning sunflower spirit's attachment could be either a blessing or a curse depending on which side it chose. However, the burning sunflower spirit was not without weakness, as it was not as effective against Fays with dispersal abilities. Although the burning sunflower spirit would only show its true might on the battlefield, Lin Yuan did not insist on giving it to Chu Si because of the damage it could inflict on its enemies. It was because its imperviousness against fire could provide Chu Si with an additional level of protection. The moment Lin Yuan had set his eyes on the burning sunflower, he felt that it was exceptionally compatible with the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's exclusive skill, pain absorption. It would help the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull to fulfill the conditions needed for Annihilation Gaze when the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull was not being attacked. Chu Si's enemies would face more than just spirit chi professionals that had attacking abilities from now on. The Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's Annihilation Gaze needed it to be injured so as to transform the damage into mental attacks that could be used against the enemy. Once the conditions for Annihilation Gaze were met, even if Chu Si was faced with spirit chi professionals that were skilled at using support-type phase, regular defense-type spirit chi professionals, or even healing-type spirit chi professionals, she would be fine. After seeing the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's silver abilities, Lin Yuan felt that the burning sunflower was complementary to the pain buffer ability. Chu Si had not formed a contract with the burning sunflower, and its abilities had not yet been ascertained. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was already extremely happy with the fairy source-type lifeform's original abilities. Lin Yuan could not help but internally whistle his approval. Many source-type lifeforms might look average, but they will become unexpectedly powerful with the right contractor that can tap into their real power. For example, the burning sunflower, whose flames could not be contained, was considered a burden to most people's Fey teams. Chu Ci was a defense-type spirit chi professional, and she had the Vajra butterfly. The Vajra butterfly's shield and the burning sunflower spirit's protection over its own teammates against fire elemental energy could protect Chu Ci's Fays from being burned. Besides hoping that they had an impressive Fey, spirit chi professionals also wanted their contracted Fays to complement each other, so as to form a well-rounded combat system. The addition of the burning sunflower to Chu Ci's combat system would change the obsidian iron wild bull's originally man-powered strength into nuclear-powered. Lin Yuan only hoped that Chu Ci's process of forming a contract with the burning sunflower would go smoothly, and that the burning sunflower was not hiding any strange abilities. Although Chu Ci had formed a contract with the burning sunflower, Lin Yuan felt that his plan to nurture his sister into an iron bucket had completed its beginning stage. Lin Yuan did not used to be a shut-in, but he did often get dragged off by classmates to play League of Legends. No matter which hero Lin Yuan chose, he would lose whenever he encountered Demacia powerhouses. Regardless of how hard Lin Yuan worked, he could not break out of the 0 to 8 where he died multiple times. As such, since the Lin Yuan of today was set on turning Chu Ci into an iron bucket, he was determined to help Chu Ci attain power akin to a Demacia powerhouses. The obsidian iron wild bull's exclusive skill, pain absorption, was the equivalent of Chu Ci wearing Warmog's armor. The Vajra butterfly's exclusive skill counterattack tremor was the equivalent of Chu Ci wearing thornmail. Once Chu Ci formed a contract with the burning sunflower, she would also be wearing the equivalent of Sunfire Cape. With all these armors, how could she lose? I'm going to nurture her into Demacia itself. This is what a good brother should do. When Chu Ci saw that Lin Yuan was suddenly stunned, she anxiously waved her hands in front of his face. Lin Yuan did not react, and she had no idea what was going through his mind. She stared warily at Lin Yuan as she blinked. Chu Ci considered sending out a message for help on StarWeb's gossip column. Her post would be, "My brother is suddenly spacing out. Am I about to have a sister-in-law?" Chu Ci cleared her throat and decided to test Lin Yuan. "Big brother, it's 2 days until New Year's. Who are you going to spend it with?" When Lin Yuan heard Chu Ci's words, his brain was split between thinking about the next step in his plan to turn his sister into a Demacia powerhouse and the burning sunflower's potential. The gears in Lin Yuan's mind were turning rapidly. Lin Yuan hoped that after the Vajra butterfly became a fantasy breed, it would form a connection with the burning sunflower. This would allow Chu Ci to form a fighting formation with the obsidian iron wild bull at the center, and the 3 Fays would be working with perfect cohesion. Since his mind was preoccupied, Lin Yuan unconsciously said, "I'll be spending it with you, of course." Before Chu Ci could react to Lin Yuan's response, she saw him splutter and turned toward her to ask in surprise, "What? How is it only 2 days until New Year's?" Chu Ci nodded. Lin Yuan remembered that when he had been sucked into the dimensional rift, there were still 10 days until New Year's. Lin Yuan was certain that he had only used half a day to stop the dimensional rift from evolving. This meant he had been in a coma for 7 days. Lin Yuan instinctively touched his pocket. This was when he realized that his clothes had been changed an unknown amount of time ago. Instead of his original moon-white spirit chi clothes, he was now wearing moon-white lounge clothes similar to what he and the Moon Empress wore on a daily basis. Lin Yuan was about to look for his phone when he suddenly remembered the mother of Bloodbath had taken his phone before he was sucked into the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan hurriedly turned to Chu Ci and asked, "Chu Ci, lend me your phone. I need to make a call." When Chu Ci saw the look of worry on Lin Yuan's face, she quickly handed him her phone. Seeing how worried he is, could something urgent have happened? Before he had lost consciousness, Lin Yuan had treated Lu Jie's injuries, but Lin Yuan was unsure if Lu Jie's mental state had been affected by the purplish-gray poison. During the 7 days that he had been in a coma, the Insect Queen's transformation must be almost completed. Lin Yuan was also rather concerned about Zhou Luo. However, Zhou Luo's life was not in danger. Since Zhou Luo had taken an oath to Lin Yuan under the willpower rune, Lin Yuan was certain that Zhou Luo was still alive. Lin Yuan received Chu Si's phone and was about to call when he realized that Chu Si did not have Lu Jie's number. Lin Yuan did not have the habit of memorizing phone numbers, so he circulated his spiritual energy to summon Genius. Lin Yuan asked Genius, "Genius, what's Big Brother Lu's phone number?" Genius had evolved into the Thousand Questions beast and was not what it used to be. Not only had it retained all its abilities as a housekeeping beast, but it was also even stronger now. Genius answered in a childlike voice, 1. Genius hopped into Lin Yuan's embrace, its tiny claws digging into Lin Yuan's neck. Genius had turned into a mask for Lin Yuan when they were in the dimensional rift. Thus, Genius and Lin Yuan had shared the same view of everything in the dimensional rift. Genius had watched with fright as the flesh of Lin Yuan's hands was stripped by the dimensional fluctuations. However, Genius had been unable to do anything other than watch. Lin Yuan had comforted Genius in the spiritual world, but it was still anxious over Lin Yuan after being summoned. When Lin Yuan saw how worried Genius was, he stroked Genius' 3 tails and was about to massage Genius' furry neck when he saw Genius raise its head to look at him. Tears were welling up in Genius's eyes, but it spoke with utter solemnity. "I want to be stronger, Yuan. I want to help you." Lin Yuan smiled and stroked Genius' head. "Genius has always been helping me. Knowledge is power." "You're amazing." Genius swiped its claws at the air before replying, "Genius is as powerful as a plate of roasted meat. I'll do my best to become as powerful as 100 plates of roasted meat." Genius stretched out its claws and waved it in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pinched Genius' claws that were moving about in the air and touched the soft pads underneath its claws. He shook the claws twice before hooking his finger around Genius's claws. "Then we have a deal. I can't wait till Genius becomes as powerful as 100 plates of roasted meat." Genius' brilliant blue eyes shone, and the corners of its eyes were still damp. Genius' small face spread into a human-like grin. Before Genius could respond, Chu Si dashed in. Chu Si scooped Genius into her arms and started to stroke Genius' fur with practiced ease. Chu Si's actions immediately had Genius purring contentedly. "Did you miss me, little Genius?" Chu Si took a few pieces of meat out of the Fey storage box Lin Yuan had gifted her and held the fragrant morsels up to Genius' mouth. In the time that Lin Yuan had been in a coma, Genius had not had any appetite for food. Most of the cane loofah in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had ripened and fallen to the ground during the 7 days. Genius had been so worried about Lin Yuan that it had not thought about food at all. But now that it took a whiff of the meat in Chu Si's hand, Genius' stomach immediately started to gurgle. Genius said in a childlike voice instead of eating the meat, "Genius missed Chu Si so much. I missed you as much as 1,000 pieces of roasted meat." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow at Genius' words. Genius had always been beloved everywhere it went. Even a middle-aged uncle like Hu Quan enjoyed hugging Genius at every opportunity. Lin Yuan finally understood why. At that moment, Lin Yuan's call to Lu Jie went through. Lin Yuan rushed to ask, "How are you recovering, Big Brother Lu?" Lu Jie did not answer Lin Yuan's question. He could not help but take over the conversation and ask, "How are you, Lin Yuan?" Lu Jie still had more to say, but Lin Yuan heard Wen Yu's voice on the other end say, "Big Brother Lu, is the call from young master? Why didn't you say anything? Has his body recovered?" Lin Yuan heard Wen Yu's voice increase in volume by several times. "All of you come here. Young master is calling." Less than half a minute later, Lin Yuan heard Endless Summer, Hu Quan, the mother of Bloodbath, Listen, and Zhou Luo's voices. Their tones were urgent as they anxiously questioned his condition. A tinge of warmth crept over Lin Yuan's heart. When the cacophony of voices died down, and after some idle chatter, Lin Yuan said, "I'll be going back tomorrow. It's going to be New Year's in 2 days. We should make preparations together." Lin Yuan was really looking forward to this year's New Year's celebrations. Last year, Lin Yuan had spent New Year's with Chu Ci in the Xia region. This year, both Lin Yuan and Chu Ci had embarked on a new chapter of their lives and had amassed many caring companions. After saying that, Lin Yuan was about to ask if Lu Jie's insect queen had finished transforming. Lu Jie said, "Lin Yuan, I just received word from the Radiance Sacred Hall that the chief guard of the spirit guards wants to see me." Now that he knew Lu Jie was busy, Lin Yuan did not ask about the insect queen's transformation. Lin Yuan was going to return to the mansion tomorrow anyway. If there were any issues with the insect queen, Lin Yuan could use true data then to check. The moment he hung up, an ethereal and strangely crisp spiritual voice called out once again from the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. "My lord!" Lin Yuan was immediately startled upon hearing that voice. He had already found its source. It had come from the depths of his soul. He subconsciously pushed his thoughts into the depths of his soul. He discovered that he could touch it unimpeded this time, although he had failed to do so before. There, Lin Yuan immediately found that within one of the two humanoid shadows was a girl with her eyes closed, a crown on her head, and a sharp sword in her hand. He used true data to scan the girl floating in the air within the shadow. Upon analyzing true data's information, Lin Yuan was suddenly at a loss for words. Could sacred source lifeforms merge? The girl whom he had scanned was not one sacred source lifeform but two that were merging together. These two sacred source lifeforms were presently merging together slowly into one. This led Lin Yuan to think about the scene in his dream where the reddish-gold light had coerced the crown-wearing girl into embracing that sharp sword. According to true data, this girl was a sacred source lifeform with the name Grace Queen, and the sword with the gorgeous patterns engraved on its hilt was also a sacred source lifeform with the name Sword of Punishment. These two sacred source lifeforms had already been 70% fused. After the remaining 30% fused together, the two would become a new sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan made a rough calculation based on the time that he had spent in a coma. He would know what kind of sacred source lifeform would come about from the fusion of the Grace Queen and the Sword of Punishment in about 3 days. In the process, the two's abilities would be sealed off as they fused together. As they had already been around 70% fused, Lin Yuan could not understand their individual abilities from the information he had obtained from true data. Nevertheless, just by looking at her name, the Grace Queen was a sacred source lifeform with support abilities, while the Sword of Punishment was one with attack abilities. Lin Yuan was not at all worried about what the two would fuse to become. He was filled only with intense anticipation. The Moon Empress and the Mother of Bloodbath had both previously mentioned that every sacred source lifeform had irreplaceable abilities. This also meant that sacred source lifeforms did not have a weak existence. Moreover, even if Lin Yuan did not know why these two perfectly good sacred source lifeforms would fuse together in his soul, he knew that the new lifeform birthed from their fusion would be stronger than their original forms. If not, why would they even fuse? In the depths of his soul, Lin Yuan could hear the crowned girl with her eyes closed calling him, "My lord," continuously. Even when he was deep in sleep, he felt a throb originating from his bloodline. This throb connected him and the girl tightly. Back then, in order to prevent the dimensional rift's evolution, the two sacred source lifeforms in Lin Yuan's hands had absorbed a lot of his blood. They had even absorbed some of Lin Yuan's bone marrow from his broken bones. If not for the fact that this crowned girl with her eyes closed was an illusory spiritual body, just the feeling of his bloodline's connection to her would have made Lin Yuan feel as though he were raising a daughter. Present, Lin Yuan did not think too much. He just needed to wait 3 days. Then, he could use true data to completely understand the new sacred source lifeform's abilities. After coming back to his senses, Lin Yuan found that Genius had turned into a cat pancake in Chu Ci's arms. Its 3 small tails wagged continuously as it wore a satisfied look on its face. Actually, when Lin Yuan had hung up the phone earlier on, he had already noticed that Chu Ci had been looking at him hopefully. At the same time, her expression carried a hint of shyness. Lin Yuan could immediately tell what Chu Ci was thinking about. Lin Yuan stretched his hand out and stroked her hair as she hugged Genius in her arms. After pressing down the stray hair on her head, he said, Buy whatever you want when you go shopping for New Year's goods. This time, the blackback mountain boar and bighead carp soup will be enough. Chu Ci chuckled upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Although she still didn't know how many resources Lin Yuan had on hand, just the pocket money she received from him on her star web card every once in a while would be enough to buy several blackback mountain boar and bighead carp breeding farms. Moreover, Chu Ci always ate the nutritional set meal that Lin Yuan had customized at the Spirit Food Pavilion. She could always eat food that was 2 times more delicious than blackback mountain boar and bighead carp soup. However, when Lin Yuan mentioned these 2 dishes, Chu Ci still felt unrestrained warmth surging in her heart. No matter what happened in the future, the taste of blackback mountain boar and bighead carp soup had long been engraved in Chu Ci's memory. In her 16 years, this taste was equivalent to the memory of celebrating New Year's with Lin Yuan. Brother, don't be reluctant to eat the carp in the bighead carp soup this New Year's. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose upon hearing this. Chu Ci had really misunderstood his intentions. During every New Year's meal, Lin Yuan would indeed always save the blackback mountain boar's lean meat for Chu Ci, while he would eat some of the boar skin or vegetable soup that she did not like. However, he did not eat the carp in the bighead carp soup just because Chu Ci liked eating it. He didn't like eating foods with strong smells at all. When it came to this, genius had the same preferences as Lin Yuan. After Chu Ci had spoken, the hope in her expression disappeared. Every year, she and Lin Yuan would hold a few hundred Federation dollars to buy New Year's goods. This had been her childhood dream. Now that she had grown up, even if buying New Year's goods was no longer her dream, the thought of eating New Year's delicacies still filled her with delight. Perhaps what delighted her even more was the fact that she could spend time with Lin Yuan, just like when they had been children. As the hope on Chu Ci's face disappeared, her shy and restrained expression grew increasingly intense. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Yuan revealed his white teeth with a bright smile and said, "Haven't you already met Lu Jie and Wen Yu? Previously, you also saw all those people when we were on that video call. They all hope that you can come over. When you already set up a room for you when the mansion was built. Uncle who knows that you like blackback mountain boars. So he even made some wooden carvings of them that he left in your room." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Chu Ci wondered if she still wanted to defend herself at this time. She could not remember how many times she had already told Lin Yuan that she only liked eating blackback mountain boars. She didn't like the boars themselves. However, every time she explained this, Lin Yuan would always be afraid that she was oversensitive and would hint to her that she was free to like any fae. Not being too concerned about this, Chu Ci decided to give up on correcting him. The shyness on her face also vanished. After she had grown a bit older, Chu Ci had also begun helping Lin Yuan greet the guests at his fae store. Although she was not good with words, she was also not a coy person. It was just that, meeting so many of Lin Yuan's friends at once still made a 16-year-old girl like Chu Ci feel a little nervous. After all, even if she did know some of the mansion's inhabitants, she had only met them through a video call and not in real life. Suddenly, Chu Ci recalled Cold Moon's suggestion for her before the latter had become her master and said, "Brother, Master said that if I qualify for the Redbud 100 this year, I can represent them to participate in the Radiance 100 sequences selection next year. I will also get the chance to qualify for the 10 Radiance 100 seats. If I do qualify for the 10 seats, Master suggested that I should directly skip a grade and take the entrance examination for Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not immediately help Chu Ci make a decision as he would have done so before. Instead, he smiled slightly and replied, "You're all grown up now. You can make your own decisions about these matters." In this world, the person who most understood Lin Yuan may not have been Chu Ci, but the person who most understood Chu Ci was definitely Lin Yuan. Although Chu Ci was usually rather reserved, she was someone with her own ideas. Since Chu Ci had brought this matter up with him, it proved that she was already planning to skip a grade and enter Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University. Previously, Lin Yuan had gritted his teeth and chosen to let Chu Ci continue her education under such difficult conditions because he had wanted her to experience a complete childhood and feel that she could gain the same knowledge as other children with parents. However, Chu Ci now chose to embark on a path for prodigies through her talent and hard work. After the holidays were over and she returned to school, Chu Ci would possess 2 fantasy breed phase and 1 fairy source-type lifeform, the burning sunflower. It was very likely that few of the seniors who used to participate in training competitions with Chu Ci were now worthy of being her opponents. This was, for someone like Chu Ci, who was good at finding problems in actual combat and making progress, tantamount to missing out on many opportunities for hard practice. Hence, for Chu Ci to maximize her growth, her best option was to attend Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University. By that time, she would also be able to live in the mansion and return to it directly every day after school. The siblings could also live together every day. Chu Ci smiled upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. Then I will do as Master says and aim to skip a grade next year to attend Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Chi University. Lin Yuan scratched Chu Ci's nose, thinking to himself that her heart's ambition was not small. Nevertheless, thinking about her obsidian iron wild bull that had evolved from silver to fantasy 2 and how she now had an expert like Cold Moon as her master, Lin Yuan suddenly had the feeling that Chu Ci could even get a seat in the Radiance 100 sequence the next day if she wanted to. Having been awake for a while now, Lin Yuan said as he lifted the covers and got out of bed, "Chu Ci, let's go out. Our masters must be worried sick." As he spoke, Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly cold. At that time, he was thinking about Hunting Ashes, the gray-haired, gray-eyed man whom he had encountered in the dimensional rift. He also recalled how the man had said the name Seventh Page War after injuring Lu Jie and thinking that Lin Yuan and Lu Jie would definitely die. It could be said that these 2 pieces of information were all the information about the enemy that Lin Yuan could grasp while he had been in the evolving dimensional rift. Now that he was back at the Radiant Moon Palace, Lin Yuan could relay this information to the Moon Empress. He could also see if the Moon Empress knew who this opponent was and how much power they had. Lu Jie only felt confused at that moment. Even if he was ranked Radiance 100 sequence number 30, he was still unworthy of being personally received by the chief guard of the Spirit Guards. Moreover, the chief guard herself had personally informed the Radiance Sacred Hall about this matter before they had relayed the news to him. This could be said to be extremely formal. Yet, the more formal it was, the more Lu Jie felt that it was unusual. He also had a faint guess. The reason the chief guard had summoned him likely had something to do with the dimensional rift that had appeared at the coastal sea near Indigo Azure City. It was just that, although this was an important matter, the Spirit Guard's guard envoys could have been fully responsible for receiving him. Besides the guard envoys, even the left and right heads could have taken care of this. It did not require the chief guard at all. While Lu Jie puzzled over this, he arrived at the lakeside of Spirit Guard Lake, where the Spirit Guard's headquarters was located. As long as he walked across the rope bridge that led to the center of the lake, Lu Jie would arrive at the Spirit Guard's headquarters. When he arrived at the lakeside and was preparing to step onto the rope bridge, Lu Jie saw a black-robed, black-veiled woman in the distance. She was standing in the middle of the bridge with her hands behind her back. She did not reveal the slightest spirit chi fluctuation, as though she was an ordinary person. Even when the east wind caused the rope bridge to sway, the woman's figure was like the unmoving bronze beast guarding the ends of the bridge. As a Radiance 100 sequence member, Lu Jie had seen the chief guard of the Spirit Guards before. Just by looking at the way she was dressed and her appearance on the rope bridge near the Spirit Guard's headquarters, Lu Jie could immediately confirm her identity. At that moment, an idea suddenly sprang into Lu Jie's head. Can it be that the chief guard is waiting for me here? However, he cast this idea aside as soon as he thought of it. Given the current active period of this dimensional rift, the chief guard would have to deal with many things every day. How would she have been able to make time to wait for him? Just as Lu Jie looked at the black-robed, black-veiled chief guard, she seemed to sense his gaze and turned her head to look toward him. Despite the vast distance between them, Lu Jie still saw the chief guard's pitch-black eyes the moment she turned around. Under the gaze of that pair of pitch-black eyes, Lu Jie suddenly felt a trace of indescribable pressure. He was like a fish leaving the water under a final endless, starless night that felt like it would be sealed off by the endless night, doomed to sink forever. At that moment, Lu Jie stepped onto the rope bridge and walked across it to the other side. The chief guard stared at him unyieldingly, which filled him with a strange feeling. However, he also had no idea what to do. He had no choice but to move forward one step at a time. The more he walked, the more misgivings surfaced in his heart. There was no one on the bridge but Lu Jie, and the chief guard kept looking in his direction without shifting from her position. It really looked like she was specifically there to wait for him. Lu Jie quickened his pace and walked until he was beside the chief guard. After thinking for so long, he still did not know what to say to her. Finally, he only said respectfully, "Greetings, Chief Guard. What a coincidence." Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Night Leaning Moon turned her body to make room for him. She signaled for him to come forward and walk shoulder to shoulder with her. Immediately after, Lu Jie heard an unusual sound that was steady yet sweet as a singing yellow oriole. Upon hearing this sound, he inexplicably thought of the sound that Chimey made when it was calling out. Because of by how Lu Jie had also heard Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, Starweb's beautiful host, sing a few times before. Previously, Lu Jie had only sighed at how Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' singing voice was so pleasant that it could actually be compared to that of an avian fae. However, Lu Jie suddenly had an idea. What if the beautiful Star Web livestreamer was the Spirit Guard's chief guard? He immediately cast this idea aside as soon as he came up with it. Lu Jie thought in his heart about the absurdity of this notion. Could the influence of the mental poison in the dimensional rift have messed with his head? Nevertheless, upon hearing the chief guard's words, Lu Jie's expression transformed immediately. He looked both shocked and solemn. "It was not a coincidence. I intended to come here to wait for you. Am I right to say that your insect queen has not woken up from its state of mutation? The insect queen's body should have absorbed most of the blade queen bee's natal poison within the natal poison core. Back in the evolving dimensional rift, Lu Jie had been tortured by the purplish-gray mental poison. Even after receiving Lin Yuan's healing and the silver stamen gold luster Cash's baptism, only his physical body had been healed. If not for the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flower paste that Lin Yuan had given him, it was very likely that Lu Jie would have woken up a few days later. Moreover, Lu Jie had still slept for a full 5 days and had woken up only 2 days earlier than Lin Yuan. Upon awakening, Lu Jie had found himself lying in his own room in the mansion. According to Wen Yu, it had been Uncle Mystic who had brought him there. Now, the chief guard not only knew about his insect queen's condition, but it was also in such great detail. This meant that when he had been in a coma after being spat out of the dimensional rift, the chief guard must have been there to have personally checked the insect queen's condition. Upon hearing the chief guard mention the insect queen, Lu Jie thought about when he had sensed the insect queen's condition himself. In the process of evolutionary mutation, the insect queen had been in an awkward state where it could neither advance nor retreat. Now that the chief guard had mentioned the blade queen bee's natal poison, Lu Jie finally knew what the gray-haired, gray-eyed man had launched at him in the dimensional rift. The insect queen had absorbed this poison in order to mutate. However, because there had not been enough poison in the natal poison core, the insect queen had been unable to absorb the amount needed to complete its mutation. The poison had also fused into the insect queen's genetic model during the mutation process. Now, as the insect queen had been suspended in the mutation process for a long time, it was very possible that the absorbed natal poison would attack the insect queen's body. If that happened, the poison engraved in the insect queen's genetic model would explode in its body. The insect queen's spiritual energy would be severely damaged by the blade queen bee's mental poison. It might even die under the poison's attack. Most people would not easily discuss private issues like the condition of their phase with others. However, since the chief guard had asked, Lu Jie did not hold back when he told her about the insect queen's current condition. As he spoke, his feet traversed the rope bridge and stepped onto the spirit guard's land. They continued walking toward the study where Night Leaning Moon always stayed. After understanding the insect queen's condition, Night Leaning Moon said, "The insect queen only needs to absorb more of the blade queen bee's natal poison from its poison core in order to complete its mutation." Upon hearing this, a bitter smile revealed itself on Lu Jie's face. Carcinoma phase were rare on this continent. Moreover, he needed to find a particular carcinoma Fae. This was simply an impossible task. At that moment, Night-Leaning Moon added unhurriedly, "When you said, 'What a coincidence,' just now, you weren't wrong. Amongst the carcinoma Faes kept in the Spirit Guard's headquarters, there happens to be one Blade Queen Bee." As she spoke, Night-Leaning Moon was already sitting at the desk in her study, where she usually read the secret letters sent by her guard envoys. Lu Jie was pleasantly surprised by her words. Deeply concerned about the insect queen, Lu Jie had forgotten that the spirit guards and guard envoys took in carcinoma Faes found throughout the Radiance Federation and high-grade Faes that had committed evil, keeping them on this land. The spirit guards were in charge of the world's Faes. Based on the chief guard's words, it seemed that he could extract the natal poison core from the Blade Queen Bee's body and give it to the insect queen. Lu Jie quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Chief Guard." Upon hearing this, the brush in Night-Leaning Moon's hand stopped. She immediately placed it on the table and said, "Don't thank me yet. This is your reward for everything you sacrificed in the evolving dimensional rift. However, I will still give you two choices. The first is to obtain the natal poison core from the Blade Queen Bee's body and allow the insect queen to complete its mutation. Following which, if you can obtain one of the top 10 seats of the Radiance 100 sequence and qualify to compete for a position in the Radiance Envoy, the Spirit Guards will give you a sacred source lifeform." Lu Jie was immediately shocked by the Chief Guard's words. This first choice actually had a reward in the form of a sacred source lifeform. It was just that it would not be easy to obtain the sacred source lifeform. The Radiance 100 sequence members all concealed their strength. Everyone was holding in their breaths. By making it such that he had to get into the top 10 of the Radiance 100 sequence in 2 years and qualify to compete for a position in the Radiance Envoy, the Spirit Guards would be making a huge investment in him. However, Lu Jie would need to prove himself before he could attain this investment. A sacred source lifeform was at stake. Within each class 5-dimensional rift that so many experts had to combine forces to resist, only a single sacred source lifeform could be produced. This was something that Lu Jie did not even dare to think about. However, his desire for a sacred source lifeform was no less intense than others. After all, Lu Jie had only been able to contract one source-type lifeform, the insect queen. He did not have as many choices as others. Nevertheless, Lu Jie did not immediately agree after hearing about this generous first choice. Instead, he asked, "Chief Guard, what about the second choice?" Night-Leaning Moon proceeded to say cleanly, "The second choice is for you to become my disciple." While Lu Jie had been shocked deep down by the mention of a sacred source lifeform previously, he now felt his heart almost leap out of his chest upon hearing this. This was simply too much excitement for one day. Did one really need to choose if one were presented with the option of being the Chief Guard's disciple? Even someone who was not a fool would choose the second option without hesitation. Although Lu Jie was no fool, he did not immediately make a choice. Experts always strove to accept many disciples. Few could tolerate it if their own disciple had already sworn a rune oath to another with a willpower rune. A rune oath made with a willpower rune represented a constraint that could never be resisted. Lu Jie had already sworn to Lin Yuan with a willpower rune to become the latter's retainer knight. To Lu Jie, becoming the Chief Guard's disciple could completely be considered an undeniably good thing. Had it been in the past, he would have definitely fought tooth and nail for such an opportunity. Yet, this was no longer his first priority. He extended his hand to touch the Class 2 Creation Master retainer crest on his chest and could not help but feel a twinge of pain in his heart. Perhaps it was because a small corner of the crest, which Lin Yuan had given him, had been blown up in the explosion within the evolving dimensional rift. But this crest filled Lu Jie with a new hope. After Lu Jie had returned to the Radiance 100 sequence because he had never hidden his identity as a Class 2 Creation Master retainer, he would always wear the crest on his chest every time he went out, regardless of what he was wearing. In the Radiance 100 sequence, it had not caused a major disturbance that Lu Jie wore his Class 2 Creation Master retainer crest. However, this had only been the case in the Radiance 100 sequence. After becoming number 30 in the Radiance 100 sequence, when the news of wearing of the crest spread outside, it had exploded on the Star Web's forums. Perhaps many people believed that becoming a Class 2 Creation Master Retainer was not something to be proud of for someone like Lu Jie. However, this Class 2 Creation Master Retainer crest, which was not glorious in others' eyes, was Lu Jie's life. Lu Jie was now already thinking of leaving the Spirit Guard's land that night if the Chief Guard had nothing else to discuss with him. He would first go to the Creation Master Association in the royal capital to fix his Class 2 Creation Master Retainer crest. If he did not have time, he would buy food first. Then, when Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, he could cook a hearty meal for the both of them to eat. Even though Night Leaning Moon was a top-notch Radiance Federation expert, who held one of 13 seats in the Imperial Court and was the Moon Empress equal, she had still felt somewhat nervous after presenting Lu Jie with the second choice of being her disciple. The stronger one was the more attention they paid to one's fetters. Night Leaning Moon had never accepted a disciple. She had only considered accepting one after seeing how it had changed the Moon Empress. It was also time for her to find a successor. However, after Night Leaning Moon had spoken about the second choice, she still did not receive a response after a long while. Because of the shadow of her childhood, Night Leaning Moon detested waiting for others to make a decision. What kind of human suffering was this? Night Leaning Moon made a few successive strokes with the brush in her hand while waiting for Lu Jie to make his decision. Just then, Lu Jie raised his head firmly and said with great honesty, "Chief Guard, I already made an oath with a willpower rune to become someone else's retainer knight. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. If you mind that I have become someone else's retainer, I will choose the first option." Upon hearing this, Night Leaning Moon immediately placed the brush on the table. She tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop and only felt that the disciple she was about to accept seemed a little dense. Since she had already decided to accept a disciple, would she not have already investigated clearly all that should have been investigated before? As she thought about the relationship between Lu Jie and the Moon Empress disciple, Night Leaning Moon could not help but recall her and the Moon Empress youth. Back then, she had almost become the Moon Empress retainer knight. However, the Moon Empress had scoffed at her for not being capable of providing for herself and for singing out of tune. Hence, she had not become the Moon Empress retainer knight. That despicable, unsmiling cold moon and that horrid fey mystic moon had stolen the position first. Time always turned tens of thousands of times. The distant years that had never seemed imminent now suddenly appeared before her eyes. If she accepted Lu Jie as her disciple, everything would seem to form a cycle. Night Leaning Moon was even more appreciative of Lu Jie's honesty. While her disciple was a little foolish, he was unexpectedly honest. "I am Night Leaning Moon. From now on, I will be your master." Night Leaning Moon waved her hand and tossed a box carved out of white jade to Lu Jie. Lu Jie looked through the white jade box and saw a subtle layer of rainbow light on the interior. When he saw the rainbow light, Lu Jie felt a strange sense of familiarity. It was as though he had seen it not long ago. Lu Jie made a guess to himself. Lu Jie opened the white jade box to see a glowing rainbow mass nestled inside. The glowing rainbow mass was the legendary sacred source lifeform. He was shocked and slightly frightened to receive this from his new master. Lu Jie did not accept the white jade box with the sacred source lifeform inside. Instead, he placed it on Night Leaning Moon's table and said, "Master, I haven't fulfilled the first condition of reaching the top 10 in the Radiance 100 sequence and gaining the right to be a Radiance envoy." Night Leaning Moon waved her hand again. A few petals immersed in soft blue light appeared on the table. The underside of the petals was as blue as the sea and was dotted with glistening flower sap. They carried a refreshing comfort that could soothe souls, and it seemed like they had only just recently fallen. "Since you address me as master, I need to carry out the responsibilities that come with the title. How can my disciple be without a sacred source lifeform? You're already past 20 years old, which makes you more than capable of contracting sacred source lifeforms. The flower sap of these blue snow soul fragrance petals can protect your soul and allow you to contract the sacred source lifeform without a problem. You won't have to suffer soul damage. Why don't I protect you now while you contract the sacred source lifeform?" While Lu Jie had spoken with courtesy and honesty, Night Leaning Moon had spoken with utter nonchalance. For some reason, when Night Leaning Moon heard Lu Jie address her as master, she experienced a new feeling. It was the feeling of having a sense of responsibility. This feeling of responsibility was surreal to Night Leaning Moon. It was different from the overwhelming sense of responsibility she felt as the chief guard of the spirit guards. The responsibility of being a master was more exquisite. In the past, Night Leaning Moon had never had a legacy, but now with Lu Jie as her disciple, she did. He was someone to whom she could directly pass down her legacy. Night Leaning Moon used to think that the Moon Empress was overly doting of her disciple. Once she became a master, Night Leaning Moon understood why the Moon Empress did what she did. It was why she naturally retrieved the Blue Snow Soul Fragrance's petals. Lu Jie was floored by the situation. He stared at the blue petals on the table and smiled dazedly when he heard the name Blue Snow Soul Fragrance. He was unfamiliar with the term. Lu Jie had never heard of the Blue Snow Soul Fragrance, but it had to be special if it could aid in forming a contract with sacred source lifeforms. Lu Jie could tell from the way that his master gently held the Blue Snow Soul Fragrance that it was rather valuable. Master, the first choice? Before he was done speaking, Lu Jie heard Night Leaning Moon casually say, "If you weren't my disciple, I would be more discerning about what I gifted you. But now that you're my disciple, there will no longer be any holds barred." Night Leaning Moon rose to her feet, grabbed the sacred source lifeform inside the white jade box, and thrust it into Lu Jie's hands. Forming a contract with sacred source lifeforms is a detailed process. A blood contract will not be enough. Blood contracts allow you and the sacred source lifeform to form a blood bond, but the blood bond does not have contractual obligations. It only establishes an equal connection, she said solemnly. Sacred source lifeforms were outrageously wise and had their own sense of morality. Hence, using blood to seal the deal on such a level of blood contract would not be ideal. Lu Jie reached out his hand and rubbed the back of his head with a wry smile. He only knew of sacred source lifeforms, but his knowledge about them was limited. For example, he did not know about the contract process. To someone like Lu Jie, who never dared to hope to possess a sacred source lifeform, it was natural that he was ignorant. When Night Leaning Moon saw the look on Lu Jie's face, she picked up the Blue Snow Soul Fragrance petals and said, "The best way to contract sacred source lifeforms is to use your own bone marrow to form what is known as a marrow contract. Marrow contracts contain sacred source lifeforms, but your soul will feel pushback from the sacred source lifeforms. Every sacred source lifeform possesses fragments from the other world across the dimensional hub and carries a kind of complete law. The law has a similar ability to the truth. Although most people's souls are fully matured by the time they reach 20 years old, they are still unable to sustain the clash against sacred source lifeforms. However, with these monarch-class creation Blue Snow Soul Fragrance petals, you'll be able to use your marrow to form the blood contract with the sacred source lifeform without worries. During the contract process with the sacred source lifeform, you will need to allow it to be subsumed into your soul in order to forcefully tame it. This will require some time. But with these 3 Blue Snow Soul Fragrance petals, you should be able to form the contract in a few hours." Night Leaning Moon's voice was as lyrical as an oriole's. She patiently and seriously cleared all of Lu Jie's doubts. He might not have asked any verbal questions, but she could decipher his queries from his expressions. With Night Leaning Moon's elucidation, Lu Jie now understood how to form a contract with the sacred source lifeform. He also became aware of why the Blue Snow Soul Fragrance was precious. Not only was the Blue Snow Soul Fragrance a spiritual ingredient from a creation breed Fae, but its ability to protect souls already made it invaluable. The soul had always been shrouded in mystery. Spiritual ingredients that could protect souls were far and few. They were one of the most sought-after items by top-level spirit chi professionals. Since he had become Night Leaning Moon's disciple, Lu Jie mulled for a while before saying, "Thank you, Master." After the battle surrounding the evolving dimensional rift, Lu Jie had become acutely aware of where he was lacking. Since Lin Yuan had helped Lu Jie to replenish his spiritual power, The explosive impact of his insect army during the battle was at least 3 times more powerful than Lu Jie's original power. Even if he could raise his power by at least 3 times, if he could not stand out in battle to blast away the obstacles in Lin Yuan's way, he would only be able to rely on his body after the Insect Queen's army had depleted. It would not matter how much he wanted to fulfill his duty. He would still be dead weight. Lu Jie was unbelievably anguished by his helplessness. He might currently be number 30 in the Radiance 100 sequence, and the cocoon of evolution had started hatching inside the Insect Queen, but watching Lin Yuan improve put immense pressure on him. The Insect Queen's huge boost in power was not enough. Lu Jie knew that as long as Lin Yuan continued on this trajectory, he would soon surpass Lu Jie. When that time came, the sword and shield he could become would be dull and useless in the face of his faith. With a master and the chance to reach for the heavens, the ever-insecure Lu Jie had a golden opportunity before him. Night-leaning Moon needed to understand Lu Jie before she accepted him as a disciple, and Lu Jie also needed to think things through deeply. To a loyal person like Lu Jie, the moment he addressed Night-leaning Moon as master, he would hold her in that esteem for the rest of his life. Night-leaning Moon frowned when she heard Lu Jie's thanks. "What are you thanking me for? I'm your master. Let's begin. I obtained this sacred source lifeform from within a Class 5 Marsh dimensional rift. I hope its powers will be compatible with your Insect Queen," said Night-leaning Moon. No one knew what powers a sacred source lifeform contained before it was contracted. Even an amazing expert like Night-leaning Moon could not know what the rainbow-glowing sacred source lifeform looked like. It could be said that contracting a sacred source lifeform was just like opening a blind box, for each item in the box had its own use. Yet, one had no clue if the item in the box would be a good fit with what one already possessed. Night-leaning Moon's words, and because she was Lu Jie's master, felt like a blessing to Lu Jie. It did not matter even if the sacred source lifeform was of no use to the Insect Queen. One contracted sacred source lifeform was akin to Lu Jie owning a technique that defied the laws of reality. A few hours later, a pillar of energy shot into the sky. All of the experts in the Spirit Guard's headquarters looked as though they had been plunged into eternal and all-consuming darkness. In an instant, the terrifying pressure vanished. Several Spirit Guard experts looked in the direction of the Chief Guard's study. They all began guessing what could have happened to the Chief Guard for her to have released her energy all of a sudden. At that moment, Night-leaning Moon's lyrical voice rang out in laughter from inside the room. She was standing beside the table, and the majestic spirit chi in her hand had formed a spirit chi vortex that was shielding the secret letter from the guard envoy. A mysterious green glow shrouded Lu Jie as his eyes flew open. He looked at Night-leaning Moon rather bashfully and said, "Master, I wasn't aware that when the sacred source lifeform formed the contract and combined with my soul that it would automatically launch an attack." Lu Jie might have apologized, but his gaze shone with surprise and glee. Night-leaning Moon was wearing a black shawl over her face that hid her facial expression. However, it was clear from the angle of her eyes that she had to be smiling. When one's soul fully tames a sacred source lifeform, they will launch an attack known as Sacred Source First Cry. It's as though it heralds the birth of a true ability, and the first cry is the sacred source lifeform's way of declaring its existence to the world. Night-leaning Moon nodded with satisfaction and continued. "Judging from your contracted sacred source lifeform's attack, I can confirm that it is a sacred source lifeform that specializes in attacking. Not bad. You're truly my disciple. We have the same inclination." At long last, Lu Jie had a sacred source lifeform to call his own. With this sacred source lifeform, Lu Jie finally understood why sacred source lifeforms were so powerful. Besides the sacred source lifeform's innate abilities, Lu Jie was happier to know that his contracted sacred source lifeform had some compatible abilities with the Insect Queen. The flames of confidence erupted in Lu Jie's eyes. He extended his hand and touched the Class 2 Creation Master retainer crest on his chest that was lacking one corner, clutching it tightly in his hand. Lu Jie was only using the strength in his fingers. Lu Jie's palm was gently closed over this damaged retainer crest as though he was afraid of squeezing and breaking it. He was about to present his contracted sacred source lifeform to Night-leaning Moon when she interrupted him. Night Leaning Moon's expression was exceptionally austere and serious. You should never speak of the sacred source lifeform's abilities. You can't tell anyone, even the people closest to you. Night Leaning Moon only continued after she ascertained that Lu Jie was really paying attention. I asked someone to retrieve the Blade Queen Bee in the containment item before you came. The natal poison in the Blade Queen Bee could only be condensed after it cleared its body of insect eggs and devoured a large number of phase. This took some time. The natal poison should have condensed by now. Lu Jie trailed behind Night Leaning Moon as they left the study room. Lu Jie was completely different from the person he was before he had entered the study. Lu Jie used to be a piece of silver. Now, he only appeared to still be a piece of silver, but his interior had already become gold. Once Lu Jie's insect queen completed its evolution, the silver on Lu Jie's surface would also change into gold to match his interior. When Lu Jie walked out of the study, he recalled that there were high winds when he had arrived, but now the sun was hanging high in the sky. The searing light beat down upon him. Lu Jie's entire body was flooded with warmth. It felt lovely and comfortable. Mystic Moon looked at the roasted spirit savory pig on the whalebone table. Its skin was golden and crispy, and he was silently stunned for 3 seconds. I wonder what became of the 2 spirit savory pigs left in the kitchen fragrance pavilion. Those are the only 2 spirit savory pigs left in the world, and they're both males. It looks like Chef Supreme will never have a chance to use the postnatal care for sows he picked up. The Moon Empress cut up the spirit savory pig into small pieces and added some sauce made from diamond plums. She set the dish down in front of Lin Yuan and said, "The Supreme Chef fattened up the spirit savory pig with many good things. It's slightly cloying even though it was roasted with the strange fiery meteor from the dimensional rift. The heart plum sauce is perfect for offsetting the sickening taste, and they taste pretty good together." Cold Moon already thought that the Moon Empress was going a bit too far when she used the diamond-smooth crystal thread jujubes, but now she thought that the Moon Empress had gone right off the edge. The heart plum was a medicine that could cure damaged sources. Although healing-type spirit chi professionals could treat all sorts of injuries, if other spirit chi professionals' phase did not have special exclusive skills, they would still be susceptible to damage from source-type lifeforms. Injuries related to the heart were not only considered to be external injuries, but they were also under the umbrella of damaged sources. In order to fully recover, they needed a creation master to treat them with a concoction made of spiritual ingredients. The plant-type heart plums were effective against healing heart-related injuries. Low-grade heart plums were not only sold all over Starweb's rare lifeform pavilion, but they were also sold at large markets. They were not considered precious goods. On the other hand, a diamond heart plum was another matter. The heart plum was a type of fae that was virtually impossible to nurture to evolve. Most faes, including the spirit siphon goldfish, which needed to absorb many more times of spirit chi than other faes, would be able to evolve once they absorbed enough spirit chi. However, the heart plum would be stuck once it reached gold grade. It would only be able to evolve if it absorbed the tree cores of 10 other heart plums of the same grade. An immeasurable quantity of low-grade heart plum's tree cores would be needed to nurture a high-grade heart plum. In the hands of a creation master, a silver heart plum could soothe traumatized hearts. Creation masters could use platinum heart plums to heal cracked hearts. Creation masters could use heart plums to heal shattered hearts, essentially saving a life. The unique attribute of the heart plum was that it tasted delicious. As a spiritual ingredient that could heal source injuries, the heart plum tasted much better than even the most premium food ingredients. A few prestigious, affluent families made a habit of eating heart plums and even added a few dried ones into their cooking to enhance the flavor. However, even the most elite of affluent families did not consume heart plums that were higher than gold grade. Cold Moon knew that the Moon Empress was not a wasteful person, and she only made the diamond heart plum sauce because she wanted to nourish Lin Yuan's body. The heart circulated blood all over the body. After losing so much blood, Lin Yuan's heart would not be able to circulate blood as well for some time. Lin Yuan had already consumed a large portion of the Rabbit Emperor's carrot, and regardless of how severe his injuries were, he was as strong as an ox now. The Leaning Moon Mountain's fruit orchard had 7 or 8 diamond heart plum trees, and they produced a bountiful harvest each year. However, Lin Yuan did not need the diamond heart plum to treat his heart anymore. Every time the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan interacted, Mystic Moon's definition of adoration a master could shower on her disciple was redefined. Using the strange fiery meteor to roast the pig was not considered a waste. There would be no negative externalities, but the Moon Empress was probably the only person who would do so other than Chef Supreme. The Moon Empress wanted to use the fiery meteor's vibrations to induce the oil out of the pig. Mystic Moon watched as the Moon Empress served Lin Yuan a plate of cut ribs, while the ever-solemn Cold Moon carefully held the spirit-savory pig's ribs. She sliced the meat off the most roasted parts and placed it on a plate. Mystic Moon was puzzled. Cold Moon doesn't usually eat meat. Why does she look like she's going to eat the spirit-savory pig's rib meat? After Cold Moon was done slicing the meat, she went on to slice a crispy golden piece of pigskin and ladled a spoonful of sauce all over the plate. The tartness of the plums and the fragrance of the pigskin formed a perfect symphony. Once eaten, one would taste two completely different flavors and textures. Mixing sweet and sour was the best way of eating the spirit-savory pig. Mystic Moon was surprised to see that the normally vegetarian Cold Moon knew how to feast on the meat like a gourmet. At that moment, Cold Moon placed the plate in front of Chu Ci, just like the Moon Empress did for Lin Yuan. Mystic Moon noticed Cold Moon looking at him, her eyes shining. It was as though she was saying, "Hee hee, how useless. You can't even get yourself a disciple after walking the earth for such a long time." Mystic Moon immediately lost his appetite. These two sets of masters and their sibling disciples looked like they were throwing him scraps that he chose to pathetically gobble up. Mystic Moon could not help but want a disciple of his own. Lin Yuan shoveled the pork ribs the Moon Empress had prepared for him and basked in her affection for him. He took the opportunity to ask about the sacred source lifeform in the depths of his soul. When the Moon Empress had mentioned sacred source lifeforms to Lin Yuan, she had told him not to tell anyone about his sacred source lifeform's abilities. Lin Yuan was not going to ask about his contracted sacred source lifeform's abilities because he had no idea what they were. "Master, can sacred source lifeforms fuse?" The Moon Empress was momentarily stunned before she quickly replied, "If a person's soul is strong enough, they can contract two sacred source lifeforms. However, I've never heard of sacred source lifeforms fusing." The Moon Empress did not know what brought on Lin Yuan's question, but she knew that he had contracted a sacred source life form from the dimensional rift. Hence, she was troubled about his query regarding sacred source life forms. The Moon Empress knew that she needed to share more information about sacred source life forms with Lin Yuan during their question and answer session. Could it be that after he contracted a sacred source life form, he's trying to find another so that he can fuse them? Is he trying to form a completely new sacred source life form? What a strange way of thinking. When Mystic Moon heard what Lin Yuan said, he almost choked on the roast meat in his mouth. He admired Lin Yuan's weird thought process. What kind of weird brain would come up with such a way to maximize their advantage? If what he said was true, then sacred source life forms would be able to enhance their abilities by absorbing other sacred source life forms. The Moon Empress noticed that Lin Yuan had almost finished his pork. Thus, she picked up a white Dehua porcelain bowl and filled it up with jujubes as dessert for Lin Yuan. It was one thing for the Moon Empress to adore Lin Yuan, but this treatment was not giving Lin Yuan a secretive lifestyle. The Moon Empress was anxious over Lin Yuan's health now because she had been scared silly when he had exited the dimensional rift. The fright did not stem from the sight of Lin Yuan's desiccated hands, but because the barely 20-year-old Lin Yuan had undergone a marrow contract with sacred source lifeforms. He had allowed sacred source lifeforms to enter his soul. This was also why the Moon Empress had snapped the rabbit's carrot in half without hesitation and given it to Lin Yuan. Nevertheless, the Moon Empress was thankful that Lin Yuan had formed a marrow contract with the sacred source lifeforms. It was a milestone in a spirit chi professional's life when they managed to contract a sacred source lifeform. There was no way to regret or redo the act. If Lin Yuan had only formed a blood contract with the sacred source lifeform, then it was likely that he would not be able to utilize it with the same ease as if he formed a marrow contract. At his age and level of power, Lin Yuan did not understand the difference between a blood contract and a marrow contract. However, once he became a top expert, the difference would be much more evident. The Moon Empress saw this coincidence of Lin Yuan contracting a sacred source lifeform as a lucky blessing for him. When Lin Yuan heard the Moon Empress's reply, he understood that the fusion process of his sacred source lifeforms was out of the ordinary. Even someone as powerful as the Moon Empress had never heard of something like that. After waking up, Lin Yuan had noticed there was really a young crowned girl with her eyes closed and a sword in her hands in the depths of his soul. This was when he knew that the dream he had been having, while he was comatose, had actually taken place in the depths of his soul. Lin Yuan thought back to the golden light that had enveloped him in the depths of his soul. The light was the exact same color as Morbius' bracelet. Lin Yuan was not stupid. After finding Morbius deep asleep, it became clear to him that the golden light, which had enveloped him and caused the two sacred source lifeforms in the depths of his soul to fuse, had belonged to Morbius. From the moment that Lin Yuan had contracted Morbius, he had felt as though this partner of his was no regular fae. Before Lin Yuan had any concept of what source-type items were, he had just assumed Morbius was one. After coming into contact with source-type items, Lin Yuan had discovered that Morbius did not possess the same kind of abilities as source-type items. Soon after, Lin Yuan had also come to know about sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if his Morbius could also be a sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan recalled the wild sacred source lifeform's terror as they were flooded by the golden light in the depths of his soul, and he made a crazy hypothesis. Could there be a level higher than the sacred source lifeform? Lin Yuan didn't continue asking the Moon Empress about his sacred source lifeform's fusion process. Since she had never heard of such a thing, talking about it with her would only cause her to worry. It was unlikely that the fused sacred source lifeforms would be weak. Once he was done asking his question about sacred source lifeforms, Lin Yuan raised his head and set down his spoon. Master, I met someone called Hunting Ashes in the Dimensional Rift. He mentioned someone called Seventh Page War, said Lin Yuan with utmost seriousness. The Moon Empress had been serving Lin Yuan jujubes with a smile on her face, but her expression flattened when she heard Lin Yuan's most recent statement. Cold Moon's features tensed as well. Mystic Moon's silver eyes narrowed. The Moon Empress's expression was also solemn for a second, and her original smile quickly replaced it. She placed the jujubes in front of Lin Yuan and said, "Eat up. These jujubes are great for blood circulation. See if my technique has improved." Lin Yuan took note of his master, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon's expressions. He knew that they were aware of his intention, and he now also had a general idea of how powerful the Seventh Page War person was. The fact that the Moon Empress changed the topic the moment the name was mentioned meant that she did not want to divulge too much to him at the moment. Lin Yuan did not pursue the matter. Lin Yuan had used all the strength he could muster and even staked his life in order to stop the dimensional rift's evolution. He had done what he thought was right. Lin Yuan was aware that his powers might be improving, but they still lacked when it came to such events. Only someone as strong as his master would be able to handle such events. Lin Yuan dipped his head and took a mouthful of jujubes. He was surprised to find that they were not as sweet as he imagined. The pure jujube fragrance seemed to engulf Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress lifted her hand, and a glowing rainbow mass appeared in her palm. This is your reward from the spirit guards for stopping the dimensional rift's evolution. You have already contracted a sacred source lifeform. Your soul needs at least 3 years to recover before you should try contracting another sacred source lifeform. I arranged this sacred source lifeform for you ages ago. So, you can decide for yourself what you want to do with this sacred source lifeform. The Moon Empress handed the sacred source lifeform to Lin Yuan as she spoke. When the Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan take hold of the sacred source lifeform, she said earnestly to him, 3 years later, I need to be by your side to protect you if you plan on attempting to allow your soul to contract a sacred source lifeform again. The Moon Empress thought back to when the dimensional rift had just spat out Lin Yuan and how the sacred source lifeform had cataclysmically shattered his soul. The Moon Empress had made a point of saying that she needed to be by Lin Yuan's side the next time he wanted to contract a sacred source lifeform. Still, she was essentially saying that she needed to be there to protect him in order to increase his chances of contracting his second sacred source lifeform. Souls were different from fate. A person could lack talent, but as long as they worked hard, they could very well achieve the same results as a more talented person. However, the difference in souls was decided upon the moment a person was born. Nothing could be done to close the gap. Even if a spirit chi professional used the most valuable spiritual ingredients in their attempt to contract a second sacred source lifeform, they would only be able to protect their soul from being damaged by the sacred source lifeform's attacks. His chances of being able to successfully contract the sacred source lifeform would not rise. The Moon Empress said what she said because she did not want Lin Yuan to suffer the pain of having his soul shattered again. The Moon Empress's words of concern brought a bright, toothy smile to Lin Yuan's face. "Don't worry, Master. I'll make sure to be by your side the next time I want to try contracting a sacred source lifeform," Lin Yuan promised her. Lin Yuan's innocent beam and the promise he gave her were music to the Moon Empress' ears. The Moon Empress could not help but smile internally. The Moon Empress had always felt that Lin Yuan was wise beyond his years. Although he was only 18 years old, both the way he spoke and the manner in which he acted was that of a fully matured adult. This had always saddened the Moon Empress. If Lin Yuan was someone else's disciple, the Moon Empress might have been impressed at the way that Lin Yuan carried himself. But since he was her disciple, Lin Yuan hoped that he would not carry so many burdens on himself. As his master, the Moon Empress hoped that Lin Yuan could live a carefree life like a regular 18-year-old. The way that Lin Yuan currently appeared like the young man he was warmed the cockles of the Moon Empress's heart. Lin Yuan kept the sacred source lifeform into the amber button-shaped Fey storage box and devoured the fragrant jujubes. Lin Yuan could not help but start to think about how he could use the sacred source lifeform. He lifted his head and looked at Chu Ci, who was currently scooping jujubes into a bowl for Cold Moon. Chu Ci's action reminded Lin Yuan of himself. As the Moon Empress disciple, all he did was sit and receive her generous affection. Lin Yuan had also taken numerous precious goods from the Radiant Moon Palace. Every time he tried to bring precious goods back to the Radiant Moon Palace, the Moon Empress would say, "You don't need to bring anything home. I have everything." She would insist that he kept it all for himself. As time went on, Lin Yuan no longer tried to bring anything back to the Radiant Moon Palace. But now, Lin Yuan felt as though he had been making a mistake. He never imagined that his younger sister would teach him a lesson. Something small like Chu Ci preparing a bowl of jujubes for Cold Moon. Lin Yuan realized that he had never done anything like that. When Lin Yuan looked at Chu Ci, Cold Moon's gaze became odd as it landed on Lin Yuan. After a few seconds of internal conflict, Cold Moon said, "Young lord, Chu Ci is only 16 years old. She's still far off from 20 years old. There's no rush for her to contract a sacred source lifeform. When the time is right, I'll also prepare a sacred source lifeform for her." Lin Yuan felt that Cold Moon was acting like a lioness protecting her cubs on the grassland. She might not have said it explicitly, but Lin Yuan could tell from her expression and tone that she was possessive over Chu Ci. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Ever since Chu Ci got herself a master, it has even become difficult for me to give her anything. However, Lin Yuan could sense Cold Moon's concern for Chu Ci. "Auntie Cold, I'll be leaving Chu Ci in your hands." Once Cold Moon heard what Lin Yuan said, the aloofness that was written all over her face from the mention of Seventh Page War melted away. Her usually inexpressive countenance spread into a rare smile. "Don't worry, Lin Yuan," said Cold Moon. Instead of addressing Lin Yuan as young lord, she used his given name. At that moment, Cold Moon did not regard Lin Yuan as the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace but rather the older brother of her disciple. Chu Ci telling Lin Yuan not to worry was her way of responding to Lin Yuan and trusting Chu Ci to her. Lin Yuan was not only delighted that Chu Ci had found a master in Cold Moon, but was also exceptionally comforted. When Chang Wu had been chasing Lin Yuan in the royal capital's outskirts, and his life had been hanging by a thread, his brain had unconsciously drifted to, What if I really die? What will happen to Chu Ci? Now that Chu Ci had Cold Moon as her master, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about her even if he was about to die. Lin Yuan had looked at Chu Ci because he had thought about his younger sister the moment that he received another sacred source lifeform. He did not think about the fact Chu Ci would be contracting a sacred source lifeform before she reached 20 years old. The Moon Empress had reminded him several times that a spirit chi professional needed to be 20 years old before they could contract a sacred source lifeform. Otherwise, the spirit chi professional soul would be in great danger. Lin Yuan had his partner Morbius, which had helped him survive the crisis by protecting his soul with its golden light. However, Morbius was an anomaly that only Lin Yuan possessed. Lin Yuan could guarantee that from the moment Chu Ci was born, she had remained clean and did not have a partner Fei like Morbius. Since Lin Yuan did not need to worry about Chu Ci, Lin Yuan decided that the most suitable candidates in his faction were Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan was leaning toward allowing Lu Jie to contract the sacred source lifeform between the two of them. Lu Jie was already 25 years old, at a suitable age to contract a sacred source lifeform. On the other hand, it was anyone's guess how much more time the Mother of Bloodbath needed before it reached creation breed. Lin Yuan did not know how much the Mother of Bloodbath could improve by consuming a stick of the Blood Brew Grapevine's Blood Brew grapes. Even if he ordered Red Thorn to maximize its efforts in allowing the mouth of Relinquish to absorb flesh energy and produce eyes of Relinquish and nurtured Blood Brew Grapevines to quickly grow Blood Brew grapes, he had encountered a true glutton. Compared to the unpredictable state of the Mother of Bloodbath, it was a better choice to allow Lu Jie to contract the sacred source lifeform. As for Zhou Luo, who had gone through hell and back with him in the dimensional rift, Lin Yuan did not plan on giving him the sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan no longer saw Zhou Luo as merely one of his white-clothed followers from Sky City. He was now one of Lin Yuan's true confidants. Lin Yuan nurtured them so he could exchange bronze spiritual resources in return for their loyalty. It would be completely up to the white-clothed followers if they wanted to nurture the bronze spiritual resources. However, Lin Yuan wanted to invest a large amount of his own resources into Zhou Luo. He intended on helping Zhou Luo's lava dragon lizard and his newly contracted bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard to evolve swiftly. Lin Yuan planned on raising the bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard's quality to legend before Zhou Luo evolved it to silver. Being a member of the white-clothed followers, Zhou Luo had taken the allegiance oath and sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan. He was a member of Sky City. Ever since Zhou Luo had volunteered to take on a fight that could have cost him his life, Lin Yuan had validated Zhou Luo. During this trip back from Indigo Azure City, they had experienced many trials and accumulated numerous advantages. Even if the advantages from the Indigo Azure Sea market were not counted, just contracting the sacred source lifeform was enough for Lin Yuan to see this experience as worthwhile. It was almost New Year's, after which came the S-Tournament season. The S-Tournament season came before the S-Tournament finals. There would also be a duel between the Radiance 100 sequence. It was sure to be a highlight. During the Radiance 100 sequence duel, Lin Yuan planned to focus on training his faction in the royal capital. Ever since Lin Yuan had obtained his dedicated territory on Star Web, he had not executed those 3 rights and announced his private factions management to the rest of the people on Star Web who also owned factions with dedicated territories. Lin Yuan planned on using the new season to properly manage his private faction and spread its impressive reputation. If Lin Yuan wanted to stand toe-to-toe with the veterans, he needed to act like a lovable businessman in order to attract people with the message. I have the best goods. Come to me. After the meal, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci started to learn from their individual masters. When Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress conducted the question and answer session, he took the opportunity to throw out all the questions he had amassed. Naturally, the biggest problem Lin Yuan threw out was about sacred source lifeforms. Although he already possessed a sacred source lifeform, Lin Yuan was still completely ignorant about their characteristics. From the Moon Empress's answers, Lin Yuan found out that the formation of a contract with sacred source lifeforms was differentiated between blood contracts and marrow contracts. Lin Yuan remembered the injuries he had sustained while grabbing the sacred source lifeforms, and he knew that he had to have formed marrow contracts with the 2 sacred source lifeforms. As he listened to the Moon Empress explain the process of marrow contracts, Fear crept into Lin Yuan. At the same time, he was also curious to know exactly what Morbius was. How had Morbius protected his soul from shattering in such a perilous situation? As the question-and-answer session went on, Lin Yuan garnered a basic understanding of sacred source lifeforms. The Moon Empress realized that a large portion of Lin Yuan's questions were about the origins of lifeforms. From this, the Moon Empress could sense the exponential rate at which Lin Yuan was improving, and she felt slightly stunned as she answered his questions. It had barely been half a year since he became her disciple. But Lin Yuan's growth during the past 6 months was the equivalent of other geniuses' 5 years of hard work. The Moon Empress was also certain that Lin Yuan was hiding some secret techniques that he did not usually employ. At least, his identity as Black, who was a healing-type spirit chi professional, was the real deal. Otherwise, such concentrated vitality would not have flowed out of his body when he was comatose after being spit out by the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan had not reached A rank and could not circulate the spiritual power in his body to form a spirit chi vortex. Without the protection of the spiritual power vortex, what kind of healing abilities did Lin Yuan have which allowed him to remove the sacred source lifeform from the evolving dimensional rift? In order to remove the sacred source lifeform from the dimensional fluctuations in the dimensional hub, one could only rely on the innate strength in their body. If one utilized a Fey to go against the overwhelming power, the energy in the attacks would be transported to the other world through the dimensional hub. The Moon Empress was not against Lin Yuan hiding his abilities. In fact, she endorsed it. Thoughts of approval surfaced in her mind. He really is my disciple. Both of us prefer to hide our power. The question-and-answer session lasted the entire afternoon. After the question-and-answer session, Mystic Moon, who was notorious for not having a disciple, prepared a scrumptious feast for dinner. After dinner, the sun started to disappear below the horizon. The burnt orange glow of the sunset was exceptionally warm. As Lin Yuan and Chu Ci strolled along Leaning Moon Mountain, their shadows slowly grew longer. Lin Yuan handed Chu Ci some dried fruit he had picked from Leaning Moon Mountain. The plants that grew on Leaning Moon Mountain were plentiful, and the Fays that lived there would never be able to finish all the ripe fruits that fell. Lin Yuan peeled the pine nut in his palm and gave it to Chu Ci. This fresh nut has not been roasted. It might lack some fragrance, but the freshness is more evident than ever. Are you really okay with eating so many fruits and nuts after such a large dinner? Asked Lin Yuan. Chu Ci looked at the palm-sized pine nut. As she skipped along, she giggled and said, "Please, these fruits and nuts don't take up any room in my stomach." Lin Yuan. Despite her words, Chu Ci patted her satisfied belly as she chewed on the pine nut. It was spring all year round at Leaning Moon Mountain. The young girl walked in step with the young man. They were surrounded by lush greenery, and every expression that lit up their faces was flooded with the beautiful sentiment of sibling love. The young girl skipped along the path and handed Lin Yuan the half-eaten pine nut. "I can't eat any more, big brother," said Chu Ci. The young man turned to look at the young girl. He reached out his hand and swiped at the corner of Chu Ci's lips with mock frustration, wiping off the pine nut scraps lodged there. Lin Yuan glanced at the half-eaten pine nut in his hand and said with a half-vexed and half-affectionate voice, "It's about time you were full. You eat more than a blackback mountain bear." After dinner, Cold Moon immediately led several spirit attendants to organize Chu Ci's accommodations at Leaning Moon Mountain. Chu Ci was Cold Moon's only disciple. Besides Lin Yuan, Chu Ci was now a true core member of the Radiant Moon Palace. Chu Ci carefully selected a loft that faced the stream that ran along the Radiant Moon Palace. The loft had a traditional design. As it was situated next to the stream, the aroma of nature permeated the air. This loft was not far from where Lin Yuan was staying. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, the sky was stained with navy hues. Once Lin Yuan sent Chu Ci home to the loft, he took a rest in the loft. Lin Yuan realized that Cold Moon had meticulously decorated the loft with Chu Ci in mind. Although the loft did not appear to be very elegant, it was actually extremely opulent. Even the decorative vases inside were made of Amazonite. Under the light, the gleaming Amazonite vases were just as radiant as jade. The Amazonite had energy and was very beneficial to women's skin. A table completely made of Amazonite sat in the main room of the loft. The Amazonite seemed familiar to Lin Yuan. It suddenly dawned upon him that the Amazonite table was Cold Moon's favorite that used to be in her own residence. Cold Moon had placed her favorite item in Chu Si's room without a second thought for how precious it was. Cold Moon's love and adoration for Chu Si were almost tangible. A few spirit fruits were washed and stacked on an Amazonite platter in a classy display. These spirit fruits were harvested lately. Shortly after being exposed to the nourishing aura of the Amazonite, the spirit fruits were even fresher than before they were harvested. Lin Yuan could not shake the feeling that the room was missing something. In a stroke of genius, Lin Yuan decided that when the time came, he would place the jade blackback mountain boar made by Hu Quan in Chu Si's accommodation. Chu Si would probably like that. Lin Yuan prepared to leave. Before he left, Lin Yuan pressed down the stray hair on the top of Chu Si's head. "Rest early tonight. I'll be taking you to our other home tomorrow morning," said Lin Yuan. The sight of the dark circles under Chu Si's eyes made Lin Yuan's heart ache. "I was in a coma for so long. Chu Si must have been worried about my safety and hasn't been able to sleep properly." Chu Si nudged Lin Yuan's hand with her head and stretched lazily. "Big brother, I want to watch another battle on Star Web. I want to learn when to release defensive abilities from other defense-type spirit chi professionals. I'll go to sleep after I battle on Star Web for half an hour," said Chu Si. As Chu Si spoke, her delighted smile overtook her features. Chu Si might not have admitted it, but the past 7 days had been a roller coaster for her. Her mind had been consumed with worry for Lin Yuan, and she could not be bothered with anyone else. Once Lin Yuan woke up, Chu Si reflected on all that she experienced in Leaning Moon Mountain. She felt as though she was living in a dream. Chu Si knew that Lin Yuan had a master. However, Chu Si did not expect her big brother's master to be one of the top 3 Class 5 creation masters in the Radiance Federation, the Moon Empress. She also did not know that the doting Auntie Cold was one of the 2 Moon envoys. Chu Si had known that Cold Moon initially stayed with her in Redbud City because of Lin Yuan's master, but not once did she question Cold Moon's background or try to dig into it. Besides her initial shock, Chu Si did not have many other thoughts. She focused on her current environment. Chu Si felt that everything that had transpired the past few days did not feel like reality. Now, with Lin Yuan right in front of her, Chu Si's heart abruptly calmed down. To Chu Si, as long as Lin Yuan was around, there would be his supporters there to help her. This was not just dependency but also the feeling that wherever Lin Yuan was would be home. In the past 15 years of Chu Si's life, Lin Yuan and her had been depending on each other for as long as she could remember. They were a small family, yet now they had 2 huge families. Lin Yuan's presence was in both of them, and Chu Si was glad for that. Lin Yuan initially wanted to advise Chu Si not to burn the midnight oil if she had not been sleeping well, but somehow he could not bring himself to say it. His little sister was working so hard, and she wanted to learn more fighting skills for the next 1.5 hours. She even wanted to put the fighting skills she learned to the test during the half an hour of battle. Working hard had become a part of her lifestyle. There was no reason for him to oppose such a commendable habit. Although Lin Yuan could tell her that there were many opportunities to learn in the future, he knew that the process of maturing involved taking any and every step possible to broaden one's horizons. Today's effort could not be replaced no matter how hard one worked tomorrow because today's harvests belonged solely to today. Lin Yuan was proud of Chu Si. When he heard how she wanted to learn about defense, he was happy for her. His sister had finally become a mature iron bucket, and she knew how to strengthen herself. Lin Yuan returned to his own accommodation after he departed from Chu Si's loft. After spending 7 days in a coma, it was high time for him to take a soak and scrub off all the grime. Later that night, he logged on to Star Web using his creation master identity and settled all the tasks that had piled up while he was comatose. Taking into account the time he was sucked into the dimensional rift, a total of 10 days had passed. He auctioned off the 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls he had prepared for the purchase with no loss store that he had not managed to put to use. It should have started 2 days ago. Lin Yuan had logged on to Star Web 2 days late because he had been in a coma, which meant he had wasted 2 days of group welfare time. Now that he had regained consciousness, he wanted to quickly auction off the 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Otherwise, the other people in the group might not only say that the group leader was lurking but also that he had run off after robbing the group welfare. On the way back, Lin Yuan found that a slight breeze in the night air was enough for the chill to pierce his bones. There should still be 3 days till New Year's, after which came spring. It should be deep winter now, but the cold night breeze carried a sliver of warmth normally associated with spring. Lin Yuan played his experiences in Indigo Azure City like a movie in his mind. Once he was done, other than sighing at the sheer intensity of the peril he was in, Lin Yuan felt that his life had become more fulfilled. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a lovely female voice laced with the haughtiness of a lady of high society call out, "Don't be so competitive. We should compare who can get up earlier. If you don't sleep, I won't either. We'll eventually be together. Count it as your blessing. You'll never be able to escape me." Lin Yuan was shocked to hear such a voice. Where in Leaning Moon Mountain would such an obviously elite lady's voice come from? Shortly after, Lin Yuan heard another slightly familiar voice. "Who are you talking to, Panyu? Are you dating someone online?" Jin Qi stared suspiciously at Panyu. Spirit attendants spent their days in the Radiant Moon Palace and rarely left unless they were tasked to do so. When they were on a task, they mostly interacted with top experts and the heads of powerful factions. Those people were definitely advanced in age. Moreover, even if they were attracted to Panyu after discovering that she was a spirit attendant, they would never dare to make a move on her. What Panyu said over the phone was indeed peculiar. Her saying, "We'll eventually be together," was too obvious. Although the Radiant Moon Palace spirit attendants were not forbidden from dating, very few of them were willing to do so. They knew that being in a relationship would cost them their role as a spirit attendant, and they would be demoted to a mere servant. Additionally, Panyu had placed first in every category of the spirit attendant exam. If she lost her role as a spirit attendant and was demoted to a servant for the sake of a relationship, she would have tossed all her hard work down the drain. Panyu rolled her eyes at Jin Qi's words and said sarcastically, "A partner? I have a boyfriend? My boyfriend is perfect. He's mature, serious, not clingy, and non-existent." Panyu felt that this woman was really lame, but she knew what kind of person Jin Qi was. If Jin Qi had misunderstood, all the other spirit attendants would come to share the same misunderstanding by the next morning. Panyu did not want to bring trouble upon herself, so she decided it was best to clarify the situation with Jin Qi. "I was talking to Jimei. We'll be protecting the stunning teacher Gua together tonight." Jin Qi was confused by Panyu's explanation, and she could not help but feel as though she and Panyu were from different planets. Jin Qi did not understand how someone like Panyu, who only ever spent her time prancing about, could attain the power of a creation master. Even if Jin Qi spent 25 hours a day learning and put in 101% of effort, the creation master power she would attain would still fall short of that of the ever half-hearted and playful Panyu. Jin Qi was beginning to think that the world was too fake. Jin Qi thought, "I'm much better looking than when it comes to talent, I used to be below her before she was injured on behalf of someone else. Now I'm definitely better than the one whose source is damaged. So how did that wild chicken suddenly become a phoenix? Why can't I, a pigeon, who tries so hard to gain attention but is ignored, be treated like a common quail? I can't remember the last time I had a good night's rest. Although when you hasn't targeted me all this time, I can't shake the feeling that she will stab me in the back the moment I lower my guard." Jin Qi took out a piece of chocolate from inside her yellow spirit attendant long robes. Eating something as sinful as chocolate soothed the pressure building up in Jin Qi's heart. When Panyu saw Jin Qi eating the chocolate, she became aware of how hungry she was. "Your chocolate looks pretty good. How about I exchange it with you for this?" Panyu fished a round item out of her diamond face storage box. As the sky had darkened, Jin Qi took a while before she realized what the round item in Panyu's hand was. It looked like a furry potato to her. "What do you think?" Jin Qi did not understand what Panyu was trying to say. Suddenly, Pan Yu's phone started to ring. After she picked up the call, Pan Yu's expression grew stern. You're imagining things and creating lies. You are spouting nonsense, and you are totally useless. All you can do is run your mouth. You'll get what you deserve. Pan Yu spoke so quickly that she became short on breath. You're blindly stubborn and a fake. You're grasping at straws, you scum. You're disgusting. How dare you tell me that Teacher Gua's live streaming room is locked? I'm so pissed. I want to riot on behalf of Teacher Gua on Starweb. We're going to stand up for Teacher Gua. Go, go! After Pan Yu put down the phone, she was extremely dispirited. Her palm instinctively moved quicker, and her hand movements were soon a blur. Lin Yuan happened to jump over the stone wall in front of them. He came across the young girl dressed in yellow spirit attendant attire, and her hand was spinning rapidly. Lin Yuan suddenly wondered if this spirit attendant had transmigrated too. If she did transmigrate as well, she must be delusional. Otherwise, she would not be spinning the sword in her hands like a madwoman. As the fury in Pan Yu's heart reached a peak, Jin Qi burst. What did you say was in your hand? I didn't catch what you said. The demon within Pan Yu was unleashed the moment she heard about Teacher Gua's live streaming room being locked. She felt that someone must have used some evil method to report Teacher Gua. It must not be because Teacher Gua had run out again to fetch a parcel. However, triumph would always succeed. Pan Yu believed that Teacher Gua would find some way to bounce back from this. If Teacher Gua could not hold out, Pan Yu would have to be a traitor and switch to watching someone else's live streaming room. Pan Yu's heart was full of anger. It happened that Jin Qi had hit the muzzle this time. She stared at Jin Qi and realized that there was a fair bit of melted dark chocolate smeared at the corners of the latter's lips. Pan Yu snorted and said, "Your whole mouth is dirty." With that, she turned around and returned to her residence to log onto Starweb and meet with her friends. Jin Qi really did not understand. She had only asked, "What did you say just now? Why did Pan Yu have to say that her whole mouth was dirty? I wasn't even scolding you." Jin Qi was not stubborn, but because she simply hadn't been able to keep up with Pan Yu's rhythm, she hadn't had time to immediately counterattack. Hence, she could only mess around in the wind by herself. At that moment, Lin Yuan happened to pass Jin Qi by and saw her in the wind. He quickly realized who the girl before him was. She had been with Wen Yu when the latter's source had been damaged and was the spirit attendant who always troubled the latter. Upon seeing the girl frozen in place, Lin Yuan felt that he should explain what had happened just now. She said that your whole mouth was dirty because you had dark chocolate smeared at the corners of your mouth. In the darkness, Lin Yuan felt that the dark chocolate at the corners of the girl's mouth looked like nose hair sticking out of her nostril. Jin Qi had not expected someone to speak beside her and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. As she glanced over, she immediately bowed. "Good evening, Master Lin Yuan." If Jin Qi had had a lot of other thoughts about Lin Yuan before, then her fear of facing him at this time far outweighed them. Who knew if Wen Yu had spoken ill of her during the long period she had been with Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan had always had a bad impression of Jin Qi. It was not that whatever Jin Qi did was wrong. It was just that some people's hearts were like flowers and trees when they advanced, growing toward the sun. Others were like Lycoris, growing toward the dark. Compared to those who grew toward the dark, Lin Yuan undoubtedly viewed the ones that grew toward the sun in a more positive light. However, even if he didn't like Jin Qi, he wouldn't do anything about it. He nodded at her and walked toward his own pavilion. Jin Qi quickly let out a breath after seeing Lin Yuan leave. She realized that when Wen Yu had been beside Lin Yuan, Wen Yu hadn't done anything to her and had even nodded at her. He held absolutely none of his previous intention of helping Wen Yu recover from her shame. Jin Qi was a little surprised. Wen Yu had seen her on her return to the Radiant Moon Palace and had also nodded at her without doing anything to her. With this thought in mind, Jin Qi stood rooted to the spot in the darkness. She felt that she had been too harsh to Wen Yu previously. That harshness now seemed despicable to Jin Qi. Jin Qi stood for a long time in the night, staring blankly at a long, slightly bent willow. Perhaps it was because the new year was coming that a new branch had been drilled out of the bent willow. This new branch was growing vigorously upward on the curved trunk of the curved willow. It was growing straight as a rod. Upon returning to his pavilion, Lin Yuan lifted the ban on the hot spring. Hot spring water immediately filled it. Lin Yuan soaked quietly in the hot spring, enjoying the rare peace. Although his private faction, Sky City, had only recently started, it already had a general structure. In terms of combat power, the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer possessed Emperor-class power. At present, this would be enough to contend with the veteran factions. In terms of resources, Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was a treasure house that constantly produced resources. It was also the base for his operation of Sky City. In terms of martial force, Lin Yuan had never stopped recruiting people. He had also wanted to recruit someone like Zhou Luo, who had comprehended many willpower runes in the name of his purchase with no loss store. However, this was no easy matter when he did not have king-class experts with powerful main phase. Finding Zhou Luo had been akin to a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Moreover, apart from the king-class white-clothed followers who could be recruited, those with greater combat power would be impossible to recruit with the current reputation of Lin Yuan's private faction. After all, Sky City hadn't yet displayed something that was enough to attract pinnacle king-class experts. To Lin Yuan, operating a private faction was a different path to the same goal. The most important support lay in the accumulation of resources. He felt that it was time for him to convert Sky City into a formidable business machine. Using business as its operating model, it would swallow all of the other parties' resources. Lin Yuan was also under pressure when it came to the collection of resources. With so many partners and subordinates who had pledged their loyalty to him, he always had to find resources for them as Sky City's leader. Besides that, the two heaven and earth phase, the floating island whale and clouded crane, had not hatched. Even when the floating island whale absorbed the pure and great spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, it always needed to expend chi-type and water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to do so. However, to Lin Yuan, what cost the most money was not the floating island whale preparing to hatch from the crystal egg. Instead, it was the question of how to raise the floating island whale after it truly hatched. In order for it to take to the sky and become a giant beast that could carry a city, then it needed to at least evolve to the suzerain grade. The resources that would be depleted in this process would make even the veteran factions feel discouraged. And for such a high investment in resources, Lin Yuan had to figure out a solution on his own. Moreover, as a spiritual type heaven and earth fae, in order to increase the clouded crane's mental strength for its transformed clouds to completely envelop the floating island whale, it needed to feed on enough spiritual type spiritual ingredients. It was not only the heaven and earth fae that needed to consume spiritual type spiritual ingredients. The burning sunflower, the fairy source type life form that Chu Ci was about to contract, Lu Jie's insect queen, and when Yu's illusory fox were all spiritual type phase that consumed spiritual type spiritual ingredients throughout their growth. Amongst the spiritual ingredients that Lin Yuan had on hand, spiritual type ones were the most scarce. At the same time, they were the rarest of all the spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan rose from the hot spring and went ashore to dry his body. He changed into a set of spirit chi clothes that Wen Yu had previously designed. Even though he had only been on the road for 2 days, it was as if he had run away. However, when he had spoken to Listen on the phone in the daytime, Listen had already helped him to inform those in the Purchase with No Lost Stores fan club. Lin Yuan had already been gone for 2 days, so he had to abide by tonight's agreed time.